Not because I shouted it. I didn't tea. I said it quietly, tasting it, letting it settle. A cardinal. They sent a cardinal to a black market auction in a criminal city. My lips curved. How generous of them. I'll say it again. My voice was calm, but I took a step forward, and the guard's hand moved to the hilt of his sword on reflex. I need to see the cardinal, and I will be seeing the cardinal. Now, the manner in which that happens is entirely your decision. The second guard stepped forward, his hand already on his weapon. You will leave this corridor immediately, or we will. I activated Emperor S presence. It wasn't the full force of it. Not even close. Just enough to make the air between us thicken, just enough to press against their chest like a hand slowly closing into a fist. Just enough so that both of them felt, in the most primal part of their being, that they were standing in front of something they should not have provoked. The first guard's face drained of color. The second guard's sword was halfway out of its scabbard, but his arm had stopped moving. His body knew what his mind hadn't caught up to yet. I held it for 3 seconds. Then I pulled it back and smiled pleasantly. The Cardinal, if you don't mind. Chapter 328. The merciful and graceful Cardinal, neither of them moved. They stood there, suspended between duty and instinct, and I could see the exact moment their instincts won. The first guard swallowed hard and stepped aside. The second one followed, his half-drawn sword sliding back into its scabbard with a soft click. I walked past them. The corridor was long and quiet. My footsteps echoed against the pale stone. The sweet scent grew stronger the deeper I went, mingling with the faint smell of candle wax and old paper. It reminded me of the cathedral back in the academy town. That same suffocating sanctimony baked into the air itself. Third corridor. I turned into it. There was a single door at the end, larger than the others, with a golden sunburst carved into the wood. 2 more guards stood on either side, but these ones were different. They weren't young soldiers playing dress-up. They were older, harder, and the way they watched me approach told me they had been in real fights before. And standing between them, just emerging from the door as if he had been about to leave, was a man in layered white and gold robes. He was tall, thin in the way that suggested discipline rather than frailty. His hair was silver white, pulled back from a face that carried the severe patience of someone who believed the world owed him its attention. His eyes, when they found mine, were the color of pale amber, and they held the kind of quiet authority that came from decades of people never telling him no. The Cardinal, there you are. He looked at me with mild interest, the way one might look at an unexpected insect on a dinner plate. And you are? I stopped several paces from him, close enough to speak comfortably. Close enough that his guards had their hands on their weapons again. I took a breath, and then I smiled. You would know me. We've never met. I tilted my head slightly. Although your people have tried to kill me a few times, so I figured I'd come introduce myself. Something tightened behind his eyes. The mild interest sharpened into something more attentive, though his expression barely changed. And since I went through all the trouble of getting here, I thought it'd be rude not to take this chance to send a message. Straight to the top. The guards drew their weapons and stepped forward, but the Cardinal's hand came up, palm outward, and they froze mid-stride. Stop right there. They pulled back 1 step, but their blades stayed leveled at me. The Cardinal took a step forward. Cardinal, this person is dangerous. Please, this young brother merely wishes to send a message. His tone carried the gentle patience of a man explaining something to a child. Think of the trouble he must have gone through to meet with me, the Cardinal of the Church. He turned that patience on his guards like a rebuke. When a soul seeks salvation, one should not push them away. It is the heart of the King of Gods that all souls find solace in his light. Then he looked at me and spread his arms, as if welcoming a lost lamb back to the fold. Young brother, you have come to send a message to the Radiant Judge. Haven to you? Fear not. I will listen to you with all my heart. I stared at him, delusional, all the way to the top. I raised my hand outward. The guards tensed, shifting their weight, but the Cardinal stopped them again without even looking. Sheathe your swords. Cardinal, the one with the scattered black hair, stepped forward. Jaw tight, but the Cardinal silenced him with a single raised finger. Peasants and kings are equal before the judge. He gestured toward me with an open hand. Go on, young brother. Reveal your message. I'll let the silence sit for a second. Let the absurdity of it wash over me. Then I smiled and nodded. I appreciate how easy you're making this for me. The smile dropped. 6 months ago, the Eternal Church in the Etherisk Kingdom decided a group of mercenaries deserved to die. Their crime was existing. Your people killed children. They didn't spare a single one. And they butchered the woman I love like she was a sinner. The cardinal laughed softly. He placed both hands over his chest as though my words had touched something tender. I have seen this many times. So many come to me seeking justice for the manner in which their loved ones were killed. He shook his head slowly, almost fondly. But I will say to you as I always say to them, the radiant judge lives, and the church exists to act on his words and his words alone. If these people were killed, they deserved it. He paused, as though letting that settle. I see that you were not killed. That must mean that you, young brother, are of a believing heart. He nodded to himself. Live the rest of your life thanking the gracious judge for his mercy. Atone for the sins of your friends and family. Let them not carry the burden alone. My hands had gone still at my sides. Everything had gone still. He studied me for a moment. Then his brows rose with something that might have been concern on anyone else. What is it, young brother? Not satisfied? He stepped closer and tapped my shoulder, nodding as if comforting a grieving child. All right, all right. I will be merciful enough to pray to the radiant judge on your behalf. I shall intercede for you. He patted me on the shoulder, smiled, then turned and waved his guards forward, already moving on, as if I was done, as if I had been heard. Something cracked behind my teeth. My jaw had locked so hard the ache radiated into my skull. My pulse was hammering against the inside of my wrists, and I couldn't feel my fingertips anymore. I lashed out. Emperor's presence hit the corridor like a shockwave, and my hand found the black-haired guard's face before he could so much as flinch. I drove him into the wall. Stone cracked in a web behind his skull. The second guard ripped his sword free, but radiant chains were already erupting from me, coiling around his arms and legs, binding him mid-swing. He hit the floor like a sack of dead weight and thrashed against the chains, going nowhere. The cardinal turned. He did not flinch or step back. He looked at me with a creased brow, the way a priest might look at a parishioner who had raised their voice during a sermon. Young brother, beware of anger. It is the tool of the enemy, not a virtue of radiancy. Fuck you. My voice came out low and scraped raw. I'm not done talking to you. Who the fuck said you could leave? Chapter 329. Message successfully delivered. The cardinal laughed. Ahaha. Young brother, this is simply crossing the line. Beating up light Templars will not help you in any way. He glared at the man beneath my hand. Hey, Kieran, allowing yourself to be beaten by him will not incur you any favor from him. He barked at the guard, his tone shifting from amusement to something far more dangerous. This young man has crossed the line. Teach him a very good lesson. Kieran bucked under my grip, shoving upward with both arms. For a moment, it was a genuine contest, his body straining against the weight of my palm, veins rising along his neck. But only for a moment. What are you doing? Call your summon. The Templar's jaw clenched as he pushed again, his arms shaking with the effort. They put a cease on I grinned. That's right. As long as you are in this pagoda, created by a sovereign, you cannot dare to summon anything. I tilted my head. Unless you want to invite the wrath of a sovereign? The cardinal's gaze trembled as I spoke. Oh wait, no, never mind. You already went and offended a sovereign. He was still trembling, his eyes wide. Vuvuvuhao. I pointed to myself and grinned from ear to ear. Me, you insolent bastard. He scowled and lunged his hand back. A sword of light began to materialize in his grip, golden radiance pooling between his fingers. I didn't let it form. My other hand shot out, and white, immolating flames rolled forward, swallowing the distance between us in the space of a breath. The flames caught Kieran first, consuming his head and shoulders in the same instant. They leapt toward the cardinal, who threw himself back several steps and stared with wide eyes. How come? What in the... His voice shook. Even I was confused for a moment. Those are the flames of holy judgment, the sanctifier S flame that is given to only those who have proven themselves before the radiant judge and have walked through the valley of good and evil. His voice climbed with each word, cracking at the edges. You blithering fool! How are those flames in your hands? I summoned the white flames again, making them dance along the edges of my fingers, while his guard burned and writhed on the floor behind me. Oh, you recognize this? I guess you do. I closed my fist, and the flames tightened into a single bright point before blooming outward again. Well, what can I say? I'm a chosen one. His eyes narrowed to slits. Pale amber irises glowed with threat. Impossible. 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 The cardinal lunged at me, but I moved faster. My hand lashed out and closed around his face while the sword of light was still arcing forward from behind. The blade carved through empty air where my body had been a heartbeat ago. By then, my fingers were already locked against his skull. I let the flames loose. His entire body was engulfed in vicious white fire. He screamed, agony and desperation tangled into a single wretched sound that bounced off the walls. And I stood there, smiling at him. Listen carefully, Cardinal. Your skin will be quite charred, but I don't intend to kill you. I leaned closer, the heat rolling off his body doing nothing to my grip. If I kill you, who will take the message home and speak about the heretic that was unfairly treated by Ethra's kingdom? He crumbled to his knees, gasping. His voice was gone. Whatever tried to come out of his mouth was a hollow, broken rasp. I grabbed what was left of his half-burned hair and tilted his head up. It was just a normal day. I was going to school like any normal day, and then I was suddenly brought here, only to be treated like shit by the kingdom and church that brought me here. I made a face. Goodness. No ounce of hospitality. I patted his shoulders. The flames had cooled, but a few remnants still danced across his scalp, clinging to the burnt patches like they didn't want to leave. So go home, deliver the message to your pope, and make sure you let him know that for the Ethra's kingdom and for the Eternal Light Church, their end is near. I chuckled and released his head, tossing it back. He rolled across the floor like a frightened mouse and threw himself out of the way as I passed, scrambling against the stone with what little strength his limbs still had. Once I was through, I released the chains from Kieran and exhaled. That felt nice. And it was only the beginning. I looked at my hand, and the subtle glow still fading from my fingertips. A small smile crept across my face. I've grown stronger than I realized. Kieran was a Templar, a genuine, church-ordained Templar, and I had been contending with him in raw strength. But the night Lyra got killed, I remembered how badly I struggled with that Templar lady, how she had tossed me around like I weighed nothing. If they were the same rank, then I could beat her now. I could actually beat her. I guess I really should ask Cassie to increase the weight. I walked through the corridor and into the main hall. By that point, several men in cerulean armor were already sweeping through the lower floor, their movements sharp and coordinated. I moved fast, slipping through them with a silent step and blurring speed until I was back on the top floor where I had left Lady Hugh. Just as I was about to enter the door, though, something pressed down on me. Not physically, not like a hand or a weight. It was more like the air itself had changed composition, had become thicker and denser and full of something that had no business being there. A pressure boundless and profound, as if the entire world was nothing but a vast, raging ocean, and I was standing at the bottom of it. Slowly I turned. I didn't need to be told. I had met several powerful people during this night auction. Even though I had not encountered most of them directly, I had tasted their spirit pressure enough to know how strong they were. No one had come close to this. Not in sheer magnitude. Not even close. And whoever it was, they were still suppressing most of it. I allowed a quiet chuckle. I'm grateful to, in this lifetime, meet one of the sovereigns. I kept my voice even. Should I call you the sovereign of illusion? The figure before me was tall. Impossibly so. He stood like a pillar, dwarfing even Colonel Atlas, whom I had already considered tall. His body was transparent, as though he existed only partially in this space, and the cerulean robes he wore seemed to shift in and out of color with each passing second, never settling on a single shade. Not up there. Down here. My gaze snapped downward. An azure cat sat before me, its fur the exact color of the robes I had been staring at. Its mouth was carved into a permanent smile, and its eyes held a depth that had nothing to do with the color of its fur and everything to do with the experience behind them. It licked its paw once, slowly, then looked back at me. Surely, you don't think you will make trouble in my home and escape? Chapter 3:30. Dawnbreaking. To be honest, I hadn't thought this through. Yes, I had delivered my message successfully, but on the other hand, I got caught. What do I do? Withdraw and call Maggie? Or Cassie? I weighed my options while staring at the cat with a blank expression. Neither option was fast enough. If this thing wanted me dead, I'd be dead before the summoning circle finished forming, which meant the only weapon I had right now was my mouth. My mouth came open. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. The cat sat perfectly still, its carved smile never wavering, its eyes barely blinking. Moving straight to lies? How shameless. I jabbed my finger at it. What is shameless is you accusing me of causing trouble. I am here as an esteemed guest, and you dare point such accusations at me? I straightened, letting a note of warning settle into my tone. Can you bear the consequences, sovereign of illusions? The cat's smile froze. For just a moment, the lazy amusement in its eyes gave way to something sharper. Oh, looks like I underestimated you. I smiled and nodded. That's fine. A lot of people make that mistake. The cat tilted its head, studying me the way one might study an insect that had done something unexpected. Being able to recognize me. Either you're very informed, or you're not to be trifled with. Its tail flicked once against the floor. I doubt the former. If you were informed enough, you would have known better than to mess around with the representative of the Eternal Light Church. It played with its chin using one claw, the gesture unervingly casual for something that could flatten this entire floor with a thought. Which means you're someone not easily trifled with. That alone would explain the arrogance, doing such a heinous act despite knowing who I am. I shrugged and smiled indifferently. Whatever conclusion you come up with, sure. But did you see me do anything? Do you even have surveillance in here? No. The cat blinked at me. Something in my phrasing had tripped it. I waved a hand. Point is, your accusation is annoying. I just might decide that this place is a bad place for me to do business. Come on, Hugh. Any time now. At that exact moment, the door behind me opened and Lady Hugh stepped out. She took one look at me, then one look at the cat, and her composure flickered. Lord Cade, the preparations are ready. I've been waiting for you. The cat turned its head to her. Oh, so you know this man? Little Hugh. Lady Hugh bowed politely. She hurried forward, bent close, and whispered into the cat's ear. Whatever she said, it landed. The cat's eyes widened, and the next moment, a cold, cunning smile settled across its mouth. So that's why. I see. I raised my brows. The cat's gaze returned to me, and the weight behind it had shifted. Not lighter. Different. The look of something that had just recalculated how much trouble I was worth. Well, if that's the case, I suppose nothing you do here matters. There's nothing to see. Its voice dropped a register. But young sovereign, if you intentionally cross me next time, I will prepare myself for the worst. You should too. The cat turned and walked. It hadn't taken 5 steps before its figure turned transparent and vanished into thin air. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Lady Hugh turned to me. I could see it in her expression, the look of someone who had a thing or two she wanted to say, but was choosing not to. She bowed instead. Lord Cade, the preparations are complete. Come in. Let me walk you through the final process. I followed her in. She explained everything I needed to know, helped me withdraw a sum of money from the proxy account, and I kept that to myself. Eventually, she escorted me away from the night auction after all was said and done. At the time we were leaving, the place was in chaos. People were searching for whoever had attacked the representative of the Eternal Light Church. Initially, I had wanted to kill the man, burn him to death. But I had to be cautious and think about Hugh's position too. If someone had died, the consequences would be fallen on more heads than just mine. All three of them had survived, though two carried grave wounds. This is just the beginning. I will burn the entire church down. Watch me, light fuckers. I returned to the castle after leaving the night auction and was surprised to find dawn already rising. The place was in a better state than when I left it. People had smiles on their faces, walking around freely. As the elevator lifted me upward, Colonel Atlas and Captain Kale were waiting at the top. They both bowed. Through the window behind them, I glimpsed the ruins, and what I saw stopped me for a moment. No one was fighting. The battlefield was barren. Just craters and broken stone stretching out beneath the pale morning light. I turned to the colonel. The surprise only lasted a second before I pieced it together. I guess things ended quickly in your favor. Colonel Atlas smiled, and for once the expression wasn't measured or political. It was genuine. Oh, Lord Cade, you have no idea. Tonight, for the first time in the history of this battle, the Nightfall Order was given a humiliation so thorough that I seriously don't think they would be shameless enough to return next auction. He pressed a hand to his chest and breathed hard. That nun of yours. She is such a fierce warrior in a nun's robe. Amazing. Then he was scratching the back of his head, and the warmth in his voice dipped. Although we suffered devastating losses of our own, we should have pulled back our forces and let her deal with things alone. But we were stubborn about it. He met my eyes. We lost nearly as many soldiers as the Nightfall Order did. It wasn't until I finally called the retreat that we managed to save ourselves from further losses. He looked at me keenly. Lord Cade, I apologize. I should listen to your words back then. Not listening cost me the lives of my soldiers. I wave it away. Whatever. It's done now. Mourn your losses. And next time I speak, it pays you to pay attention. He nodded with sincerity. Yes, Lord Cade. I will. Then his tone dropped. However, there's a bit an issue. I raised a brow. Your summon is refusing to leave the battlefield. Chapter 331. How to sign a death warrant. She has mounted bodies and sat upon them like a throne seat. And time is not on our side. We want to recover their bodies and bury them. More so, soldiers are angry. Her act is disrespectful towards the lives that were lost today. I folded my hands, thought about what to do about the situation. There was a simple way to go about it. That simply meant dismissing Maggie, but she didn't deserve such disrespect. Not after how much fear and respect she had gathered here today. I exhaled and turned to Colonel Atlas, managing a trembling, thin smile. I will figure it out. The tension in his shoulders loosened. He clasped his hands together and dipped his head. You will. Oh, goodness. Thank you for that. Here, let me escort you. Just as we were about to move, someone stepped directly into our path. Colonel Atlas is tightened. Lady Fintan of the Whitetail clan. What is it again? The lady raised her chin, looking down at him the way one might regard something stuck to the bottom of a shoe. I am not here for you, rest assured. She turned to me and cupped her hands. Lord Cade, can I request a personal audience with you? I was silent for a moment, then looked around. I had urgent things to do. I had to settle with Maggie and then go on to look for Cressida, but I could still manage to spare her a minute or two. Tom will never get back. I sighed. All right, time is money. We shall move fast. Colonel Atlas, excuse us. The colonel hesitated, eyes flicking between us, before reluctantly leaving the hallway. Captain Kale followed right behind, leaving just the fox lady and me. After they were gone, she stood in silence for a moment. Then she breathed in slowly, breathed out, and cupped her hands again. Her massive chest moved with the gesture, and I found somewhere very interesting on the far wall to look at. Lord Cade, I apologize for crossing you like this. Truth is, I need your assistance. I will pay you however way you want. I held my silence for a moment too, then narrowed my gaze towards her. You wouldn't be thinking about enlisting my help for manslaughter, would you? She shook her head quickly. Absolutely not, Lord Cade. What I need you for is not something I can achieve on my own. Many people, especially the sovereigns, have developed deep hatred for me. They call me Raz and uncultured. They find my nature to be too messy to deal with. But you are different, Lord Cade. You are the first person I know to not be enchanted by that sly flower witch. You even spoke for me. I want you to help me, Lord Cade. I studied her silently. If this was the opinion she had of me, then certainly my plan from back then had worked. Now for the second part of my plan to work, I needed to actually help her, but the problem with that was I had urgent matters at hand, right now. Finding Cressida was one. Returning home was another. I might not be able to get a blacksmith like I sought to because of time, but at least now I was as rich as a governor. So that did a lot for compensation. What do you want me to help you with? She bowed lightly, and the corners of her lips curled into something between a grin and a dare. What I need from you is to help in a rare gate subjugation. I narrowed my eyes as I listened to her continue. It's an S-rank gate I have been hiding. I leaned back. Hiding a gate? And an S-rank one? I need help clearing it. I do not want it to be discovered. Those bastards will take it all for themselves. At the same time, I can't do it alone, and I can't rally a party. That will draw attention. Seeing how you're a sovereign, if you decide to help, I'm willing to share half of the rewards with you. S-rank gate. I was still here, trying to walk my way through C-rank gates, and then B-rank. And this lady was here talking about some S-rank. Impossible, I can't do it. No matter how much I would love to get closer to her, I can't jeopardize myself like that. My mouth, however, had other plans. S-rank? Sure. What is S-rank? Let's go and destroy it together. She grabbed both my hands before I could react. What? Really? I nodded, smiling like a man who hadn't just signed his own death warrant all because of her. Of course, Lady Fintan, it's best to do your best to help each other. I will offer you my help. I'm sure we'll be making a friend out of you this way. She laughed wildly. You could even make a concubine, and I wouldn't even care with this. This is so great. I smiled and nodded towards her. If there is nothing else, then I shall be on my way. She nodded quickly and fell in a step beside me. Let us move. I'll escort you to meet that evil rat. Lady Fintan, you and the Colonel must share history. You quarrel like broken lovers. She reeled back, so hard she nearly tripped over her own feet. What? That rat? She spat on the ground. I'd rather eat shit than share a closed room with that man. Good to know. I see. Why then? Why do you two hate each other so much? They all hate me because I'm evil. She scoffed. The real reason they do is because I can't be controlled, unlike their dumb ass that answers to authority. We're all evil. They can't tell me they haven't done far worse things. But it's okay for them to do it as long as they're following the rule. Colonel Atlas's laughter rolled through the hallway from its far end. Surely, Lady Fintan of the White-Tail clan understates the word evil. No one wants to control you. All we need from you is just some decorum. He turned to me as we reached him. This lady cannot be trusted. She is nothing but a fox, the most cunning one there can ever be. She folded her hands over her chest and chuckled. And you're a rat no less, a bootlicker and pretender. The two of them locked eyes, neither willing to look away first. As for me, it didn't got it. I just wanted her so badly. Chapter 332. Nothing to worry about finally. I arrive at the scene where Maggie sat atop a mountain of corpses like some gang boss lady. Actually, that picture fitted her more perfectly than any nun or Grand Inquisitor or whatever she was rumored to have been when she was alive. I stepped through the entrance. Behind me, the others held back as if pressed against a wall. Sulin, Jose, every single one of them stood well away from the threshold. Not one of them had crossed it. The moment I appeared, their heads turned. Boy, where have you been? I was worried sick about you. Jose smiled. See, I told you the guy was somewhere taking a nap. Sulin looked at me and said nothing. I didn't say anything either. Just nodded and started forward when the wiry lady caught my wrist. Her grip trembled, but she didn't let go. Dull spoke as if translating. You've not been around, boy. This battle got viciously explosive since you left. I don't know if that's even good or bad for us. I really can't tell, but what I can tell is this. I admit you're strong. Stronger than many here. But that thing sitting there, it's on another level from us. Please, don't go near it. From what I witnessed, it could shatter you with a kick. I gulped. Honestly, I agreed with them. Maggie is that fearsome. I chuckled. She wouldn't want to. Unless she wants to get an eviction notice quickly. I walked forward regardless. Behind me, A few of them shifted as if they wanted to reach out and pull me back, but couldn't bring themselves to move any closer. Actually, getting an eviction notice will be the least she has to worry about. I wonder who went between her and Cassie. I chuckled again. Then every nerve in my body fired at once. My reflexes, sharpened over the past few months, threw me sideways before my brain caught up. A leg wreathed in white, radiant flame carved through the space where I'd been standing and cratered the ground. Debris and shattered stone erupted upward, a thunderous boom tearing across the ruins. Everyone behind me scrambled backward, some tripping over rubble, others shoving each other aside. Dust swallowed the air. I rolled to my feet inside the cloud, brushed off my coat, and walked through it. By the time the dust cleared, I was standing in front of Maggie again. Behind me, the muttering started immediately. What? He survived that? No one survived that. How in the world did he dodge it? I didn't even see him move. I scoffed and turned to Maggie. My expression hardened. What are you doing? She raised those corpse-pale eyes, glared at me without a word, and then she lunged, blurring into motion. I backpedaled, listening, and at the right moment, I launched forward to meet her. We closed the distance in a heartbeat, faces inches apart. She flashed me a maddened grin. I flashed her an even more demented one and shoved myself sideways. Then I slammed back into her at a vicious angle. Her head snapped to the side, eyes widening, that mad grin stretching even further. She snagged my hair before she fully faltered, brought her other hand down like a claw, but something like distant thunder split the air. Maggie wrenched her hand away, and the projectile screamed past us, a streak of light that punched through the building's parapet and blew it apart. Shards of stone rained down. The exhausted mercenaries below scrambled for cover, though not all of them made it clear. Maggie's face twisted with dark fury as she glared toward the source. I stared in the same direction, but for a different reason. Cressida? Maggie coiled to move. I grabbed her wrist first and released a fragment of Emperor's presence. My voice dropped low, carrying weight that had nothing to do with volume. That's enough. She stopped, glared at me. I held her stare. We'll settle it later. That's Cressida. I'm not letting you hurt her. She scoffed and turned away. The next second, she was gone. My gaze shifted to the distance. Golden light poured across the horizon, washing out details, but I caught a figure sprinting through the ruins. Is that really? It was. My eyes widened. Cress. I broke into a run. We collided at a broken ridgeline. Cade. Cressida. Cade. I suffered. I stopped mid-step. What happened? Her face twisted into a scowl. That bastard blood mage. He kidnapped me and wanted to take me back home. She caught herself, the words piling up faster than she could sort them. All right, I haven't told you. My family is quite important. So if the blood mage is doing something like this, it must mean he doesn't want to offend my family, which means that bastard intends to wipe us all out. She grabbed my sleeve, practically yanking me forward. Cade, we have to hurry home to everyone. I scratched the back of my neck. I don't think there's any need for us to run back home. Really? Her jaw dropped. Then her brows slammed together, fists clenching at her sides. What do you mean? You don't know if someone has to go to the extent of kidnapping me to send me back home. That's very bad, Cade. Very bad. I laughed. What's very bad is someone having to face Cassie. I really don't pity them. I laughed again and yawned. Now that everything's all over, I'm feeling sleepy. Cressida stared at me, mouth still open. I tapped her shoulder and gave her a wicked smile. I have a lot of gist, too. I also went through a lot, you see. She was still frozen, looking between me and the crowd. You're just going to walk away? Aren't you worried about the other? I smirked and gave her a dark look. I'd be worried about Blood Mage and whoever decides to attack them, if I were you. Chapter 333. Unsettling. People were of course surprised to realize that the nun lady who'd been fighting beside me was my summon all along. It was only a matter of time before word spread about me being a sovereign, which was why leaving quickly was important. Colonel Atlas insisted on transporting us to wherever we were going, but we refused. We simply allowed ourselves to be brought back to the place where we had been taken, and instead of being blindfolded, they employed another method of transportation more befitting a sovereigness dignity. We rode in a carriage with windows we couldn't see out of. Everything beyond the glass was simply dark. On our way back, Cressida and I exchanged information. I told her everything that had happened to me, including how I was suddenly classified as a sovereign. She was the alien to my villainesses, so the explanation went smoothly and with grace, of course. I did well to exclude the parts about how much ID earned. I did tell her about earning through the auction, and the amount of money I had withdrawn as cash was what I showed her as my total income, which was 1,000,000 gold crowns. She nearly lost her mind at that, not knowing I had over 50 more where that one came from. As for Cressida, apparently the blood mage had been following her for quite a while. There was no other explanation for why B-rank summoners ambushed them on the way. Her escorts were slain, and she was kidnapped in the middle of it. She managed to remove her blindfold. A battle broke out, and she somehow managed to escape, finding her way through the strange land herself. By the time she reached us, dawn had broken. It was at that moment she saved me from Maggie's attack, which was her fatal mistake, because I didn't know if Maggie would be willing to let that go. I sighed thinking about it. Now I could understand her fear. If the blood mage had trailed her, then he was most likely tracing every other person in the company. He could strike at any time. He could even strike and kill them separately if he couldn't get them together. It was until that part of the conversation that the fear actually hit me. Right now, everyone was still at home. After all, it was just the conclusion of our day off. But after today, some of them would have missions, and Cassie wouldn't be there to protect them. I reached out to Cassie amidst the conversation and asked how everything was. She sounded calm, said all was perfectly fine. So the blood mage had not attacked the base, which meant two things. One, he was biding his time, waiting to figure out whatever it was that defeated the underling he sent. I was sure that one would have had a mouthful to tell him. The other was that the man was waiting to divide and conquer. Returning home was priority. We didn't wait for another carriage to take us to Los Arcos. We summoned Cindy and lunged forward into the early morning. The massive horse with flaming hooves tore through the streets of the rich city, cracking and splitting the tile with every step. In a matter of seconds, we were already on the forest path, barreling down toward Los Arcos at terrifying speed. Cressida wouldn't stop vomiting even while on the horse. Meanwhile, I was surprisingly fine and was even pushing Cindy forward with more speed. She eats too damn much. By late morning, we arrived back at the Black Snow Company. I dismissed the horse and ran inside while Cressida collapsed outside and kept retching. I burst into the reception with enough urgency that everyone doing one thing or the other stopped and looked at me. "Cade?" Ophelia called lightly. "You're back." I looked at them one after the other. Ophelia was present. Odelia was present. Cassie was here too, sitting like royalty as usual. The elf lady was also here, holding a tray and looking at me with that arrogant expression I was going to smack the hell out of one day. My stomach sank before I even finished counting. "Hey, what about Milo?" Odelia looked at me with a strange concern and shrugged. "Of course, he went to work." I turned sharply to Cassie. "I asked you to make everyone stay." Cassie uncrossed her legs and replied evenly. "I tried. He insisted time was of the essence, and he had to go since it was a time-limited job." She tilted her head, and also instructed that you should pick a job and go for one since there's no time to be fooling around. I slapped my palm over my face. God, it's always the weak ones. I moved quickly to Ophelia behind the counter. "Can you give me a copy of Milo's job? I have to find him." Ophelia squinted at me. "If this is about the blood mage, you can always trust Milo." I chuckled. "Yeah, no thanks. The last time you guys said that, I know how badly you all got beaten, and I had to carry every single one of you back here." Ophelia hid her eyes with embarrassment. Odelia intercepted. "That was simply because of the situation at the time." I turned to her. "Whatever it is, I'm not leaving it to the chance that you're strong. I have a bad feeling about this blood mage." I turned back to Ophelia. "I'm going myself. The job papers, please." She hesitated, then slipped the papers across the table. I snatched them up and read through. "A rescue mission. The master had lost his slave, who'd allegedly run away over 10 times. The master wished to find the slave again. The locations left as clues were the dark alley of Arcos and Waterwind Street, a ruined drainage system that ran behind the city. Only the worst of people could even manage to live in such a place. The slum of the slums. The bad feeling I'd been carrying all morning doubled. Chapter 334. Bait. I rushed over as fast as I could, leaping across rooftops and cutting through the worn-out corners of the street. Los Arcos was a small city, so it only took me about 15 minutes to finally reach Waterwind. I walked to the edge of the bridge that arched over the waterway, though right now, calling it a waterway was generous. What used to flow with the clearest water in the city had gone stagnant, choked with filth so thick the smell, rising from below, actually forced me back a step. I pinched my nose and decided to ask around while keeping my enhanced sense spread wide, scanning for Milo-S spirit essence or anything else suspicious. The first person I found was a man sitting on a barrel near the bridge's far side. He had a palm-sized bowl in his hand and was grinding something inside it with the kind of focus that should been reserved for something that mattered. I knew what it was. The slums ran on the stuff, different kinds, different strengths, all of them selling a poor man a few hours of feeling like things weren't as bad as they were. More expensive than food, somehow, and people down here still found ways to afford it daily while their ribs showed through their shirts. The ways they found were the reason everyone else stayed out of the slums. And it was the one place Milo had gone looking for a lost slave. I approached, and the man looked up at me with glazed, distant eyes. The smile on his face had nothing to do with me or anything else in the real world. "Hey, I'm looking for someone." Young man, early 20s, probably came through here in the last few hours asking about a runaway slave. He stared at me for a long moment, then pointed vaguely toward the drainage tunnels beneath the bridge with a hand still holding the bowl. "Lots of people go down there," he said, his voice light and airy. "Not a lot come back up. Helpful." I tossed him a silver coin for the trouble and kept moving. Waterwind was worse than I expected. The buildings on either side of the old waterway leaned inward like drunks propping each other up, and the alleys between them were narrow enough that two people couldn't walk side by side. Clotheslines crisscrossed overhead, blocking out what little sunlight tried to reach the ground. The smell didn't get any better the deeper I went. It got creative. I focused my enhanced sense outward and pushed it as far as I could manage. Nothing at first. The usual noise of a place like this, spirit essences so faint they barely registered, the background hum of people too weak or too broken to show up on anyone's radar. Then I caught it. Milo-S essence, faint but steady, coming from somewhere deeper in the tunnel system beneath the waterway. I picked up the pace. The entrance to the tunnels was a crumbled archway half swallowed by moss and filth. I had a duck to get through. Inside, what little light remained came from cracks in the stone above, thin beams cutting through the dark like pale fingers. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The stagnant runoff from above pooled in shallow channels along the floor, and every step I took sent echoes bouncing off the walls. I followed Milo-S essence for maybe 10 minutes through winding corridors before the tunnel opened into something wider. A junction. Old drainage infrastructure that had been abandoned long before anyone living in Waterwind was born. And there he was. Milo was standing at the far end of the junction, his back to me, completely still. My shoulders dropped before I even realized how tense they'd been. "Milo." He didn't turn around. I walked closer. The looseness that had settled in my chest a second ago started tightening back up. "Hey, Milo. I've been looking for you. We need to get back to the company. It's not safe to be out here alone right now. The blood mage is Cade." His voice stopped me, not because it was loud, because it was hollow. I came up beside him and looked at what he was looking at. The girl was young. Couldn't have been older than 15 or 16. She was lying on her side in the shallow water, wrists still bearing the faded marks of shackles, her body thin and wasted in the way that only months of neglect could produce. Her eyes were open. She was the runaway slave. She had to be, and she was dead. "Shit, I found her like this," Milo said quietly. He still hadn't looked at me. I thought I was too late. that the master had gotten her first, or she'd gotten sick or starved. He turned his head slightly, but then I looked further. I followed his gaze past the girl, into the darker recess of the junction where the tunnel curved. My eyes hadn't adjusted yet, and the light barely reached. I took a few steps forward, then a few more. The smell hit me before the sight did. Bodies. Not one or two. At least a dozen, maybe more, stretched out in the shallow water along the tunnel wall like discarded furniture. Some face down, some on their backs. Men, women, and at least two too small to be anything but children. All of them had shackle marks. I pressed the back of my hand against my mouth and kept looking. I counted 17, Milo said from behind me, barely above a whisper. Most of them haven't been dead long. A few days, maybe a week for the oldest. 17. I crouched beside the nearest body. A woman, thin like the girl, with a faded brand on her shoulder. I didn't recognize the mark itself, but the scar tissue around it told me enough. Someone had tried to scrape it off. Partially removed, the edges rough and healed over. Why would a slave try to remove their brand unless they were no longer a slave? I checked another. Same thing, faded brand, partially scraped or burned away. And another, the same. My stomach clenched. Milo, these aren't just slaves. He was quiet for a moment. I know. These are freed slaves. I know, Kate. I stood up and faced him. In the thin light, he looked like he was holding himself together with effort alone. When I saw the brands, he said, I recognize the removal pattern. It's the same method the company uses. The same acid solution Cassie taught them to use on their marks after they were freed. Neither of us said anything for a moment. Cassie had freed over 100 slaves from the Manhattan Trade Center. It was one of the company's biggest operations before ID arrived. The whole reason people in Los Arcos even knew the name Black Snow. And now 17 of those people were lying dead in a drainage tunnel beneath the worst part of the city. Not from starvation, not from disease. I looked at the bodies again, forcing myself to see them clearly this time. The injuries were too clean. Cuts across the throat, precise and deliberate. Some had wounds in the chest. No sign of struggle, no defensive marks on their arms or hands. Then fought back. Either they couldn't or they didn't see it coming. This was random, I said. No, Milo agreed. Someone collected them, brought them here deliberately. The Blood Mage. The thought arrived cold, but even as I had it, something nagged. This didn't feel like his style. Everything I heard about the Blood Mage was blunt force and overwhelming power. The kind of man who crushed opposition through sheer magical superiority. This was different. Patient. Organized. This was a message. But a message for who? The answer was obvious the second I thought it. Cassie. The company. Us. We need to go, I said. Right now. I've been trying to figure out how to report. Milo. We need to go right now. Something in my voice made him stop. Maybe the fact that my enhanced sense had just caught what I'd been too distracted to notice for the past several minutes. We weren't alone. Spirit essences. Faint, controlled, deliberately suppressed. The kind of suppression only trained combatants bothered with. Not one or two. At least 6. Spread across the tunnel entrances surrounding the junction. They'd been here before us. Waiting. I grabbed Milo's arm and pulled him back toward the center of the junction, away from the walls. We're surrounded, I said, keeping my voice low. Milo's hand went to his side where he kept his summoning catalyst. I felt the spike in his spirit essence as panic set in. How many? I expanded my sense one more time. The number had changed. 8. No. 10. They were emerging from the tunnels now, quiet and unhurried, filling the entrances one by one. Dark clothing, faces covered, weapons already drawn. Not bandits. Bandits didn't move like that. Bandits didn't suppress their spirit essence. Bandits didn't set up an ambush around a pile of bodies they made and wait for someone to come find them. These were professionals, and the bodies hadn't been a message. They were bait. Chapter 335. Undead Assassins, Part 1. The first one came from my left. I caught the blade on Frostfang's edge and redirected it past my shoulder, stepping into the gap and driving my elbow into the man's throat. He staggered, and I followed with a short slash across his chest, frost crackling along the wound as he dropped. Milo, stay behind me. He didn't listen. I heard the click of his catalyst activating behind me, felt the pulse of spirit essence as his book summon materialized, and then I didn't have time to worry about him because 3 more were already closing in. They moved well, quite coordinated. The one on the right fainted high, while the one on the left committed to a low thrust aimed at my knee. I read it through strategic apex before the thrust even started, sidestepped the low blade, and caught the fainting attacker with a kick to the ribs that folded him sideways. The third came straight down the middle with a short sword, not hesitating or wasting any motion. I lit sanctified immolation. White flames roared to life along my forearms, and I caught the blade between both hands, the fire biting into the metal. The man tried to pull back, but I held on, twisted, and ripped the weapon out of his grip. My palm found his face, and I shoved him backward with enough force that his feet left the ground. Behind me, I heard the wet crunch of Milo-S summon connecting with something. A body hit the tunnel wall. Good. He holding his side. 4 down in the first exchange. 6 left. They didn't panic. That was the part that bothered me. 4 of their people had just hit the ground in under 10 seconds, and the remaining 6 didn't flinch, didn't regroup, didn't even glance at each other. They just adjusted their angles and kept coming. I activated Emperor's presence. The red aura pulsed outward from my body, filling the junction. I felt the familiar surge as my own strength sharpened, and I watched the effect ripple through the attackers. Their movements should have slowed. Their coordination should have frayed. It did, but only barely. These weren't low-level thugs. The suppression on their spirit essences wasn't just stealth. It was trained resistance. Whatever organization fielded these people had prepared them for combat against summoners. 2 rushed me simultaneously from opposite sides. I whipped chains of confession outward, the chain lashing from my left arm and wrapping around the ankle of the one on my right. I yanked hard, pulling his feet out from under him, and used the momentum to pivot away from the other's strike. Frostfang came up in a rising cut that opened a line from hip to shoulder. Frost spread across the wound like cracking ice. He dropped. The one tangled in my chain was already cutting at the links with his blade. I jerked the chain taut, dragging him across the wet stone toward me, and put a flame-coated fist through his guard. He went limp. 6 down, for still standing. Milo was handling 2 of them near the far tunnel entrance. I could hear the sounds of his summon engaging, the sharp impacts, a grunt of pain that wasn't Team Milo-S. The other 2 were circling me, and one of them was bigger than the rest, heavier build, thicker blade, moving with the deliberate patience of someone who'd been told to wait for an opening. I gave him one. I overextended a slash toward his partner, leaving my left side wide. The big one committed, lunging forward with a thrust aimed at my ribs. I let Frostfang drop from my right hand, caught it with my left before it hit the ground, and brought it across in a backhand cut that caught the big man's forearm. The blade bit deep. Frost crawled up his arm from the wound, locking the joint, and he dropped his weapon. My right fist, still burning with white flame, slammed into his jaw. He went down hard and didn't move. His partner tried to run. Chain caught him around the torso before he made it 3 steps. I pulled him back and put him on the ground with a knee to the spine. 8 down between me and Milo. Maybe 9. The sounds behind me had quieted. I was breathing hard but not spent. Frostfang was still cold in my grip, the white flames still burning steady. We handled it. 10 trained professionals in a confined space, and we I paused all of a sudden as I felt movement. My enhanced sense caught it before my eyes did. A spirit essence flickering back to life where it should have been gone. Then another. Then a third. I turned. The first man I dropped. The one I slashed across the chest. The one with frost still crackling in his wound was getting up. He was not struggling to get to his feet. Instead, he was getting up the way one would get up from a chair. His chest was still split open and the frost was still embedded in the gash. But his arms pushed him off the ground and his legs straightened beneath him, and he stood there facing me with the same blank nothing behind his covered face. The wound wasn't bleeding right. That was the first thing I noticed. The blood wasn't pooling or running. It was sitting in the wound like it had thickened, like it had congealed the moment it left his veins. Milo, I see it, he said from behind me. His voice had gone flat. Two more were already rising again. The one I kicked in the ribs was rolling onto his hands and knees. The big man with the frozen arm was already standing, his arm still locked in frost, his jaw visibly dislocated from where I hit him. He picked up his blade with his other hand and lunged towards me. His jaw was hanging at an angle that should have made him scream. He didn't make a sound and just came at me. Chapter 336. Undead Assassins Part 2. That's not possible, Milo said quietly. The damage is still there. They're not healing. He was right. They weren't healing. The wounds were open. The frost was still eating into flesh. The injuries were real and visible and absolutely should have kept them on the ground. But they were standing anyway. I put the big man down again. Harder this time. Frostfang took his good arm off at the elbow in a clean cut, and white fire sealed the stump before it could bleed. He hit the ground, rolled once, and started getting up with no arms. With no arms. What the hell is this? He was trying to stand, using only his legs, his body lurching upward in jerking motions, the stumps of his arms swinging uselessly at his sides. The covered face turned toward me, and even though I couldn't see his eyes, I could feel something behind the cloth that wasn't human anymore. Wasn't even trying to be. Kate, the one's over here too, Milo called. His voice was controlled but tight. I put two down, and they're both back up. One of them has a crushed sternum. I can see the depression in his chest. He is still coming. I slashed through two more. They dropped. I counted to 3 in my head. They started rising at 4. Every single one of them. The junction was filling back up with figures that should have been corpses, standing on broken legs, reaching with shattered hands, moving toward us with the same unhurried coordination they had at the start. No faster, no slower, just relentless. And their blood, I kept noticing it, couldn't stop noticing it. Their blood wasn't behaving like blood. Where it should have sprayed, it clung. Where it should have pooled on the ground, it stayed inside the wounds like something was holding it there. Like it was being kept. Milo, we're leaving. We can't get through. They're covering every entrance. I glanced quickly and saw that the ones I dropped first had drifted back to block the tunnel mouths, filling the gaps the way water fills a container. I counted again through enhanced sense. Still 10. All 10 of them, standing, moving, and closing the circle. Then we make an exit. I poured everything I had into sanctified immolation. The white flames surged up both arms and across Frostfang's blade, burning hot enough to turn the shallow water at my feet to steam. The tunnel filled with hissing vapor and pale light. I chose the narrowest tunnel entrance. 2 of them stood in it, shoulder to shoulder. Good. Narrow meant they couldn't flank. Stay on me. Don't stop for anything. I charged. The chain went first, chains of confession lashing out and wrapping around the torso of the one on the left. I yanked him into his partner, tangling them for half a second, and then I was on them with Frostfang wreathed in white fire. 2 cuts, both clean, both deep enough that their bodies folded and hit the walls. I didn't look back to see if they got up. I already knew they would. Move. Milo was right behind me, his summon covering their rear. I could hear the sounds of the others pouring into the tunnel behind us, footsteps echoing off the stone, and there was something about the rhythm of those footsteps that made my skin crawl. Even in synchronized. 10 people moving at the exact same pace, like a single thing wearing 10 bodies. We ran. The tunnel twisted left, then right, then split. I let enhanced sense guide me, reaching for any direction that didn't have suppressed spirit essences waiting in it. Left 4 clear. I pulled Milo by the arm, and we took it at a dead sprint. Behind us, their footsteps followed with the same pace. Not getting any beat faster or slower, it was almost like a rhythm. Are they not chasing us? The unsettling curiosity landed cold in my gut, and I crushed it before it could grow into something worse. Right now, thinking wasn't the priority. Distance was. We ran for what felt like 5 minutes through corridors that all looked the same. Crumbling stone, shallow water, cracks of light overhead that got thinner and thinner the deeper we went. Milo's breathing was ragged beside me. He was built for this kind of sustained sprint. How far? He managed between breaths. Ishika, Anansa, Sensa. The suppressed essences were still behind us, still moving, still at that same steady pace. But they hadn't gained ground. They're not speeding up, I said. But they're not stopping either. Were they? I didn't have an answer for that. What I had was a junction ahead, another split, and beyond the right fork, my sense picked up something I hadn't felt in the last 15 minutes of running through these tunnels. Open air. Right. Go right. We took the turn, and the tunnel began to slope upward. The cracks in the ceiling widened. Actual light started filtering in, gray and dirty, but real. The smell of the waterway hit us again. Sewage and rot. The most beautiful stench I'd ever encountered, because it meant surface. The exit was a collapsed section of the tunnel ceiling that opened into the alley between two leaning buildings. I boosted Milo up first, his hands scrabbling at the edges, then I jumped, caught the lip, and pulled myself through. Daylight. Clotheslines overhead. The distant noise of Waterwind, as miserable population going about their miserable lives. I turned and looked down into the hole we climbed out of. The tunnel below was dark. Empty for now, but enhanced sense could still feel them down there. All 10 were still moving, but not toward the exit. They were spreading out, going back into the tunnel system, as though they wanted to wait for the next person to come find them. Milo was bent over with his hands on his knees, his glasses fogged and chest heaving. He looked up at me. What the hell was that? I stared at the dark hole for another long moment. The steam from my dying flames was still rising off my arms. I don't know, I said, but we need to get back to the company. Right now. I grabbed his arm and pulled him upright, and we moved. Behind us, beneath the streets of Waterwind, 10 things that should have been dead resumed their patient patrol through the dark. Chapter 337. 17 unfair deaths. We burst through the front door of the company building looking like we crawled out of a sewer. Well, we kind of had. Odelia was at the reception desk. She looked up from whatever she was cataloging, took in our appearance, soaked, filthy, Milo-esque glasses cracked on one side, my arms still faintly steaming from residual flames, and blinked once. You smell terrible. Get everyone, I said. Now. Something in my voice must have cut through her usual indifference, because she didn't ask questions. She stood, disappeared through the back door, and within 2 minutes the available members of the Black Snow Company were filing into the main room. Cressida came in first, mid-bite of something she'd stolen from Ophelia's kitchen. She saw us, and the food stopped halfway to her mouth. What happened to you two? Ophelia was right behind her, wiping her hands on a cloth. She took one look at me, then at Milo, then went to get water without being asked. Milo dropped into a chair and removed his cracked glasses. Without them, his face looked younger, more tired. I stayed standing and looked at Milo. You want to take it? He shook his head slowly. You were the one who checked the bodies. You tell it. Cressida had stopped chewing entirely. Ophelia returned with 2 cups of water and set them on the table. Nobody touched them. I told them. The waterway. The drug user on the barrel. The tunnels. Milo standing at the far end of the junction, not moving. The girl in the shallow water, 15 or 16, eyes open. And then the rest of them, stretched out in the dark like someone had arranged them for display. I kept it flat. No drama, and just what we found. 17 bodies. All of them had shackle marks. All of them had brands that had been partially removed using acid. The room went quiet. Milo put his glasses back on, despite the crack. His hands were steady, but his jaw was tight. The removal pattern, he said, is the one Cassie taught to the freed slaves after the Manhattan operation. The same acid solution. The same method. Ophelia's cloth stopped moving in her hands. Cressida set down her food. Those were our people? Cressida asked. Her voice had lost all its usual volume. Cassie's people, Milo corrected gently. The one she freed. Cressida looked at me, then at Milo, then at the floor. How did they die? Clean cuts, I said. Throats and chests. No defensive wounds. No signs of struggle. They didn't fight back, which means they either couldn't or they trusted whoever did it. Ophelia sat down. It was the first time I'd ever seen her sit without something to do with her hands. 17, she said quietly. Out of how many? Cassie freed over 100 from Manhattan, Milo answered. And those were just the ones dumped in a drainage tunnel under Waterwind. The ones someone wanted us to find. There's more, I said. I told them about the ambush. The 10 professionals who'd been waiting at the tunnel entrances. The suppressed spirit essences. The fight. I told them how Milo and I had put all 10 of them down in the first exchange. Then I told them what happened next. They got back up. Cressida frowned. What do you mean got back up? Like recovered? No. I mean I slashed a man across the chest, deep enough to see bone, and he stood up like nothing happened. The wound was still open. He wasn't healed. He just stood. Milo leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I crushed one's sternum. I could see the collapse in his chest. He got up and came at me again. Cressida's frown deepened. Ophelia and Odelia exchanged a glance. I cut the big one's arms off, I said. Both of them. He tried to stand up using just his legs. The room was very still. That is not a summoner ability, Milo said. Not one I've ever cataloged. They weren't healing. The damage was real and stayed. They just didn't stop. Their blood was wrong too, I added. It didn't spray. Didn't pool on the ground. It sat in the wounds like something was holding it inside them. Ophelia's brow creased. Holding the blood? That is what it looked like. Cressida pulled her knees up onto the chair and hugged them. And you think this is the blood mage? That's the obvious answer, I said. But I'm not sure it fits. Everything I've heard about the blood mage is brute force. Overwhelming power. This wasn't that. This was organized. Patient. 17 people collected, killed clean, arranged in a tunnel. And then 10 soldiers positioned around them as a trap that resets itself. Resets itself? Odelia asked from the doorway. When we escaped, they didn't chase us. They went back to the junction. Back to the bodies. Waiting for the next person to come looking. Nobody said anything for a moment. So either the blood mage is more versatile than we thought, Milo said, cleaning his cracked lens with his thumb, or he is working with someone who handles the precise work while he handles the destruction. Either way, we have a problem we can't solve by hitting it harder. I leaned against the wall. I hit them as hard as I could. They got up. White flames, frost, chains, it didn't matter. Whatever is keeping them moving doesn't care about damage. Cressida was quiet for too long. That was the tell. Cressida was never quiet. When she finally spoke, her voice was small. Does Cassie know? The question settled over the room like a weight. I looked at the far wall. No, she needs to know, Ophelia said. The gentleness in her tone wasn't for me. It was preemptive. Whatever Cassie's reaction was going to be, Ophelia was already bracing for it. She was right. Cassie needed to know. And putting it off wasn't going to make it easier. I closed my eyes, reached inward, felt the familiar tug of spirit essence, and pulled. Red sparks gathered in the center of the room, coalescing upward, and then Cassie was there. Chapter 338. Diagnosing our problem, she materialized in full form. Tall enough that Cressida had to look up from her chair. Red hair fell past her shoulders, her posture as composed as if she'd been standing in a throne room instead of a cramped company office. Her gaze swept the room once, reading every face, and settled on mine. She didn't ask. She waited. This is going to be worse than the tunnels. Cassie, I said. We found something in Waterwind. Her eyes didn't leave mine. I relayed the message to her with no soft tone or lead up. She would have seen through either, and it would have insulted her. So I gave it to her the same way I'd given it to the room. Flat. Factual, complete. Cassie didn't move while I spoke. Her expression didn't change. Her posture didn't shift. The room might have mistaken it for calm. I knew better. The temperature in the room dropped. The air felt thinner, like the space around Cassie was pulling everything inward, compressing it. Cressida, who'd been hugging her knees, slowly lowered her feet to the floor as if she'd forgotten what she was doing with them. Ophelia took a quiet step back. When I finished, the silence lasted for 3 full breaths. Nobody in the room dared to be the one who broke it. Then Cassie spoke. The acid solution I taught them. Her voice was level and perfectly controlled. You're certain? Milo confirmed the pattern. She turned her gaze to Milo. He met it, but I could see his fingers tighten around the arm of his chair. I'm certain, he said. Cassie looked away from him. Her eyes moved to the wall, to nothing in particular, and stayed there. I freed them because they were discarded by a world that did not consider them worth the effort of protecting. Her voice and T changed. Still level. Still controlled. I taught them to remove their brands so they could walk freely without the shame of what had been done to them. She was quiet for a moment, and someone collected them and killed them where no one would hear. Her gaze came back to me. Where are the bodies? In the drainage tunnels beneath Waterwind. We can go back down there right now. The trap is still active. The trap. 10 assassins who don't stay dead. Whatever S animating them doesn't care about physical damage. I took their arms off, and they kept coming. Something crossed Cassie's expression that I couldn't name. Not surprise. She was 8,000 years old. Not much surprised her. It was almost like she'd seen something similar before, a very long time ago, and hadn't expected to see it again. But she didn't say what she recognized. She filed it away behind that composed mask and turned back to the room. Her gaze lingered on the empty chair at the head of the table where Levi usually sat. The chair that should have had someone in it right now. I see. We need to find out who did this, Cressida said, uncurling from her chair. Some of the fire was coming back into her voice. We can't just sit here. We also can't go charging into something we don't understand, Milo said. Those soldiers in the tunnels are proof of that. Kate, I barely got out, and we're not exactly weak. Milo is right, I said. Until we understand what's keeping those things moving, going back down there is suicide. And until Levi gets back, we don't have the full company to work with. Cassie and T spoken again since I see. She stood in the center of the room like a pillar, arms folded beneath her chest, her gaze fixed on the middle distance. I wanted to ask her what she'd seen, what she knew, but the look on her face told me she wasn't ready to say it. Whatever she was turning over in her mind, she and finished with it yet. And Cassie didn't speak until she finished thinking. That was one of the first things I learned about her. For now, Milo said, pushing himself to his feet, we secure what we can. Odelia, I need you to pull the registry of every person Cassie freed from Manhattan. Names, last known locations, anything we have. If 17 are dead, we need to know if the rest are safe. Odelia nodded once and left without a word. Ophelia, can you get word to our contacts in the lower district? Anyone who has seen unusual movement in Waterwind over the past week. Ophelia was already moving toward the door. Cressida, she straightened. Stay here. If anyone comes to the building that we don't know, you don't open the door. Cressida's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Milo turned to me last. Get some rest. You look like you crawled out of grave. Sewer, actually. Same difference in Waterwind. He walked toward the back office, adjusting his cracked glasses one more time. The room emptied. Chairs scraped. Footsteps retreated. The building settled back into its usual quiet, but felt different now. Thinner. Like the walls had heard what we said and weren't sure they were thick enough. Cassie remained where she stood. I remained where I leaned. You recognize something, I said. Well, I described how they moved, how the blood behaved. She didn't deny it. I'm not certain yet. Her gaze finally moved from the middle distance and found mine. When I am, you'll be the first to know. That's not reassuring, Cassie. Her expression softened, just barely, the kind of shift that most people wouldn't catch. Rest, she said. You did well to bring Milo back alive. Then she dissolved into red sparks and was gone. I stood alone in the empty room for a while, listening to the muffled sounds of the company moving around me. Odelia pulling files. Ophelia at the back door. Cressida pacing somewhere upstairs. I pushed off the wall and went to find somewhere to sit that didn't smell like sewage. It was going to be a long night. Or so I thought. Until Cassie made an unexpected move. Chapter 339. Midnight venture something grabbed me by the collar, and I was airborne before my eyes opened. Wind at my face. Cold, fast, carrying the stench of the city below. My brain scrambled to catch up with my body, which was already several stories above the company building and rising. Cassie had me by the back of my shirt in one hand. In the other, she had Evangeline, who was wide-eyed and rigid, her blonde hair whipping behind her, her mouth open in a scream that the wind tore away before it could form. What the we clear the rooftops? Los Arcos spread beneath us in a patchwork of dim lantern light and dark alleys, and Cassie was flying across the sky like the air owed her a road. Each step was efficient enough to cover so much distance that the next time she was landing, it was definitely on a building and the city blurred beneath us. She hadn't said a word. I twisted in her grip to look at her face. The demonic helmet was already formed, and what looked like a crimson mist flowed from her malicious armor, snapping in the wind of her own speed. Without seeing her expression, I could tell her entire demeanor and composure. It was the focused blankness of someone who had made a decision hours ago and was now executing it. "Cassie, what the hell are you?" she dropped. My stomach lurched into my throat as we plummeted 3 stories and landed in an alley near the Waterwind Bridge. Cassie's feet touched the ground without a sound. She released both of us. I stumbled, caught myself on a wall, and fought down the urge to vomit. Evangeline hit the ground on her hands and knees, gasping. Her amber eyes were enormous. She was still in her sleeping clothes, a loose linen shift that hung off one shoulder, her feet bare against the filthy cobblestone. I looked down at myself. I was in my underclothes. She dragged us out of bed. Good thing I didn't sleep naked today. Everyone in the company had been asleep. Milo, Cressida, Ophelia, Odelia. All of them behind locked doors, resting after the worst day the company had seen since ID arrived. And Cassie had materialized in the dark, grabbed the 2 people she wanted, and left without waking anyone else. "Cassie." She was already walking toward the tunnel entrance. "Cassie." She stopped, turned her head just enough that I caught the edge of one blood-red eye through the gap in the helmet. "Keep up." Then she kept walking. Evangeline and I looked at each other, barefoot, half-dressed, and standing in the worst neighborhood in Los Arcos in the middle of the night. "Did she just kidnap us?" Evangeline whispered. "She does this," I said, which wasn't exactly true, because she'd never done anything quite like this before, but it felt true enough to be useful. I started moving. Evangeline followed. The tunnels were the same. Damp stone, shallow water, cracks of gray moonlight from above. The echoes were the same. The stench was the same. My bare feet splashed through the runoff, and every step sent cold shooting up through my legs. Cassie moved through the dark like she built the place. No hesitation at junctions. No pausing to sense the way. She just walked, and every turn she took was correct. And I realized she was following something I couldn't feel. "They're ahead," she said without looking back. I expanded my enhanced sense. She was right. Suppressed spirit essences, the same flat signature I felt before, spread across the junction where we found the bodies. They were still there, waiting. "Cassie, those things don't go down. I hit them with everything I had, and I know what you told me." She kept walking. The junction opened before us. The bodies were still there. 17 freed slaves lying in the dark exactly as we left them. And around them, the assassins. All 10, standing in the same positions. Covering the tunnel entrances, weapons drawn. They turned toward us. Cassie didn't stop walking. The greatsword formed in her hand mid-stride, coalescing from red sparks into that massive red and black blade. Instantly, the air compressed and pressure radiated outward from her in concentric waves. And I felt it in my teeth before I felt it on my skin. The assassins' movements stuttered. Whatever was controlling them pushed them forward anyway, but their bodies hesitated. Cassie reached the first one and cut it in half. From shoulder to hip, the blade passed through cloth and flesh and bone like all 3 were the same material. The 2 halves fell in opposite directions. She was already past it. The second thrust a short sword at her back. Cassie pivoted without looking, the greatsword sweeping horizontally behind her, and took its head. She kicked the body into a third assassin, used the stumble to close the gap, and drove the blade through its chest. 3 down in 4 seconds. She and slowed her walk. I pulled Evangeline against the wall. Her amber eyes were wide, but not with fear. Cassie reached the cluster of four guarding the far tunnel entrance and moved through them like a blade through standing water. One motion per kill with no excess movement. The greatsword moved in continuous arcs that made the 4-foot blade look weightless. 7 were down in time. The remaining 3 converged from behind. She didn't T-turn. The killing intent that rolled off her tripled. One dropped to its knees. Then she turned slowly and cut all 3 in a single stroke. Cassie had finished all 10 of them in barely 15 seconds, and then the first one started getting up. The one she D split from shoulder to hip. The two halves dragged through the shallow water, pulling toward each other, and the blood reached between the pieces like fingers reconnecting. The halves met, sealed, and the figure pushed itself upright. Cassie watched it rise. She didn't look surprised. She looked like she was confirming something. All 10 of them were rising, their wounds sealing and blood crawling back into bodies. She cut them down again. Faster. Heavier. A third time. A fourth. By the 5th, she was taking them apart at the joints, scattering pieces across the junction. The blood always found its way back. The things always stood. It's in the blood, Cassie said. She stopped attacking. The command.vid's not a spirit ability, and it's not necromancy. The blood itself carries the instruction. Chapter 340. A formidable foe. I stood there for a moment, confused at what she was saying. So you have seen this before after all? Cassie did not respond immediately. She simply turned and ignored the reanimated assassins. Walked right past them like they weren't there. They reached for her, and she didn't even glance at them. She walked toward the dead slaves. I understood then. For Cassie, this was different. These weren't strangers lying in the water. These were women she freed. The moment they were touched, it became personal, and whoever had pulled this stunt, whatever point they'd been trying to prove, they'd gone and bitten off far more than they could chew. Cassie reached the bodies and stared down at them. Cindy, the monstrous horse, materialized in a shower of sparks, standing beside Cassie with her unnatural height. Even in the dim tunnel light, the creature's presence was immense. Burn them for me, peacefully. Cindy neighed softly, almost like she could read into Cassie's tone. The horse was not dramatic today. She stepped forward and smacked her hooves against the ground, igniting blue flames that caught the first body and began to spread gently to the rest. It wasn't violent. It wasn't destructive. It was a cremation. Cassie stood watching, her face embedded in that armor, completely unreadable. Her towering height was utterly still. Behind her, the assassins were closing in, dragging themselves through the shallow water toward her back. She didn't look at them. She cracked her neck, twisted it to the right, and the sound of bones popping came out almost eerily. Then to the left, the same sound. She turned slowly and released a wave of pressure that flattened everything to the ground. The undead bodies that had been moving toward her turned to pulp, pressed against the stone as if the weight of the sky had dropped onto them. Blood splattered in every direction. The bodies had been pulverized, reduced to wet ruin across the tunnel floor. But the blood was still moving, struggling, crawling across the stone without a body to carry it, reaching for other pools of itself, trying stubbornly to reassemble something from nothing. Cassie stood and watched it happen. Then another pressure fell on the atmosphere. This one was familiar. Cassie glanced upward through the cracks in the tunnel ceiling. That crimson trail from where her eyes would have been flowing out for a moment. She moved slightly, 2 steps to the side. The next moment, a giant creature carved out of flames crashed down beside her. My eyes widened. Ifrit. Cassie wasted no time. The moment the creature landed, before it had even settled, she moved. Her body twirled forward in a blur that looked less like movement and more like she'd been torn through space. From the side, she brought the greatsword around in a brutal arc and brought it down against the head of the giant Ifrit. That level of speed was abnormal, far beyond anything I'd ever seen from her. The creature could not react, had not even finished landing. Its entire body was cleaved in equal halves, the 2 sides falling apart in opposite directions, flames guttering and dying where the blade had passed. I stood there with my mouth open. I honestly thought I'd seen the best of Cassie. I was wrong. She killed a heroic summon with a single cleave of her sword. I felt like I had barely scratched the surface of what Cassie could do. She might not have abilities like the Pyre Saint, but there was no doubt. She was the absolute peak of physical capability. However, something was happening. Ifrit's body was merging together. The flames were reigniting, the two halves pulling toward each other, the summon flickering back to life. Cassie shifted, one leg back, positioned herself sideways. Then her sword hand moved. It became a blur, and with every blur it carved a line that sliced the reforming body apart so fast the creature couldn't complete a single reassembly. Arcs of light hung in the air where the blade had passed, and pieces of the Fire Lord flew in every direction, each chunk too small to reconnect with the others before the next cut separated it further. When Cassie stopped and slammed the tip of her sword into the ground, small chunks of the summon rained down around her. Blood splattered and washed over her armor, dripping from the helmet, from the greatsword, pooling at her feet. I was worried that this wouldn't be enough, that Ifrit would keep reforming and Cassie wouldn't stop. But Ifrit did not stand again. A new presence arrived instead. Cassie glanced up at the sky through the cracks in the ceiling. There was a crimson bird, something that looked like a griffin, and on its back sat a man with red flowing hair. He looked down at us and smirked. "So it's you? You bastards were the ones that destroyed my home. I'll find every one of those slaves and kill them. Then I will come to personally destroy the Black Snow Company with my own hands." His eyes were blood red and fierce, emanating deep malice. I didn't let him finish. White chains burst from my body and lunged upward. I didn't aim for the griffin's legs. That would have been futile. The chain latched onto a pipe that extended from the tunnel's upper structure and snatched me off the ground, turning me into a blur as it flung me across the open air toward him. The Blood Mage's griffin flapped its wings and generated a hurricane of wind, but I twisted through the air and countered it with my own flames. I manifested the fire that touched the hurricane into snakes and small birds, giving them shape and direction. At this level, I could barely hold the constructs together, but they spread faster because of the personality I pushed into them, chasing and snapping and dividing the wind. Cassie had moved too. Before the mage could pull away, she was already on him, one hand on the griffin's wing. She paused for a single moment. In that moment, she was a demon, glaring, wishing nothing but pure destruction upon the man beneath her hand. Then she ripped the griffin's wing off. Blood sprayed as the severed wing tumbled downward. Cassie grabbed the man by the neck. My chains were already around his torso, but he showed no remorse. He laughed. "Why be in such a hurry? I said it will be your turn after I kill all the slaves that desired freedom and got it." He laughed again, and his body began to swell, then it exploded. But the rain of blood did not fall. Instead, it drifted upward and flew across the air, every drop heading in the same direction, pulled by something unseen. I landed on the ground and looked up at the trail of blood vanishing into the night sky. "It'll all be a good idea to follow it," I said. Cassie touched down softly beside me. Her helmet opened, and her indifferent eyes watched the blood drift away. "No, it's useless. He was thorough enough to create a sacrificial body, which means the only place that will lead us to is a trap." She paused. Her expression got colder. "We have quite the formidable foe this time around." Chapter 341. The Waddlins' contract. We returned to the company in a worse state than we had left. This was not because we were worse for wear, but the conditions seemed to have significantly gotten worse, and even though Cassie was showing it, she was incredibly pissed. And me, I just kept pitying this person called Blood Mage. Whoever this man was, wherever he was hiding, he had just earned himself the focused attention of the Tyrant Empress, the Blood Conqueror, a woman who had dismantled an entire empire in order to bring down the church. He was probably somewhere out there right now, thinking he had sent a message. "Buddy, you just signed up for a war you don't even know you're in yet." We walked through the front door, and I immediately noticed something different. There were boots by the entrance. 2 pairs. One I recognized, expensive leather with gold thread stitching at the heel. The other was worn and plain, the kind that had seen more to rain than comfort. The main room was lit. When we'd left, everyone had been asleep. Now Milo was standing by the table with his arms folded, his cracked glasses replaced by a new pair. Cressida was sitting cross-legged on the floor with her midnight blue hair loose around her shoulders. And sitting at the head of the table, slouched in his chair with a bottle dangling from one hand and that infuriating relaxed expression on his face, was Levi. Beside him, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his white hair catching the lamplight, was Tristan. They were back. Levi looked up as we walked in. His heterochromatic eyes traveled from me to Cassie to Evangeline, took in a state of us filthy, barefoot. Cassie still in her armor with blood that wasn't hers drying on the gauntlets. And he smiled. Looks like I missed the fun. Oh, you missed a lot more than fun. Cassie walked past him without a word. The armor dissolved into red sparks as she moved, and by the time she reached the far wall, she was back to her casual appearance. She didn't sit. She stood with her back to the wall, her posture unervingly still. Tristan's eyes found mine. He didn't smile. He studied me the way he always did, that quiet assessment behind the blue, and whatever he saw made him straighten slightly. You look like shit. Kate, you should see the tunnels. I heard. His gaze shifted to Cassie's back. Milo briefed us, so they knew. Good. That saved me from telling the story a third time. Levi took a swig from the bottle and set it on the table with a gentle clink. The casualness was deliberate. I'd been around him long enough to know when Levi was performing ease versus actually feeling it. Right now, he was performing. Let us save the state of the company itself, which we wouldn't even want to talk about. Who would have thought that Blood Mage will take this personal? Tristan shook his head. This is quite a mess. And Zarian too? What did he do to get bought by that sickly bastard? I think it's important to note that that man is dead. I inputted his summon. It had been reanimated by the Blood Mage. It died and came back. I think the Blood Mage has done something to either the summon or the summoner. The bottle stopped halfway to Levi's mouth. What? The silence that followed was different from the usual silences. Levi set the bottle down properly this time. Tristan uncrossed his arms. Milo adjusted his new glasses. I have to admit, it's one of the uncomfortable abilities I've seen. That changes things, Levi said. The performance was gone now. His voice had dropped into that lower register I heard maybe 3 times since I met him, the real one. The voice that reminded you he ran an entire criminal enterprise and hadn't gotten here by being charming alone. It changes everything, Tristan said quietly. If he can reanimate summoners and keep their spirits active, then every person he kills becomes an asset. He is not spending resources on soldiers. He is growing an army of the dead. Wonderful. Just what I needed in my life. So we hunt him, Cressida said from the floor. Her jaw was set, her hands tight around her knees. We find him and we end this. Levi didn't respond immediately. He ran his thumb along the rim of the bottle and glanced at Tristan. Something passed between them. A look I couldn't read, loaded with context I didn't have. About that, Levi said. Those 2 words pulled the energy out of the room. Tristan and I didn't come back because of the Blood Mage. Levi leaned forward, elbows on the table. We came back because we have a contract. A big one. The kind we can't turn down. Milo's posture shifted. How big? Tristan was silent for a moment. Then at last he responded. Waddlin's big. Milo took his glasses off. Clean them. Put them back on. That sequence, in my experience, meant he was doing math that made him uncomfortable. Levi, we have a crisis here. You just said the Blood Mage building an undead army in the tunnels beneath the city. And you want to talk about a contract? I want to talk about the contract that is going to keep this company alive, Levi said. The words came out without sharpness. We're not in a position to wage a private war against something like this. Not financially, not even in terms of manpower. You see those damages outside alone? It will cost more to repair than our last 3 jobs combined. Do you want to imagine the cost of a more drawn-out war? He was right. I hated that he was right, but he was. The Waddlin's contract covers will resupply us, and put us in contact with people who might actually know how to deal with the Blood Mage. Levi held up a finger, and before anyone says it, I'm not suggesting we ignore the Blood Mage. I'm suggesting we can't fight him broke and exhausted. Tristan stepped away from the wall. The contract is legitimate. I vetted it myself. A clan needs us to find their son who has hidden himself because he does not wish to be found. How long? I asked. 3 weeks. Maybe 4, depending on conditions. And you want to leave now? With a Blood Mage actively hunting freed slaves in our city? Levi met my gaze. I want to leave within the week. And not everyone goes. Some stay. Some go. Cassie finally moved, and in that instance, the room went still. The Blood Mage is not a fool. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had spent 8,000 years evaluating threats. He created a sacrificial body and laid an elaborate trap. He will not attack the company directly while we are here. He will probe, gather intelligence, build his forces quietly. We have time. Not infinite time, but enough. She looked at Levi. Your contract. Tell me about the Waddlins. Levi blinked. Of all the reactions he'd prepared for, Cassie's calm pragmatism clearly wasn't one of them. The Waddlins are a chain of territories connected by river systems and canal networks. Heavily forested. High spirit concentration. It also where the people of many people of reputable clans have settled and built their wealth. And recently, a war has broken out, an inheritance war. Besides that, 3 major gates have opened in the last 2 months, and the local summoners can't keep up. What tier? The gates? 1 confirmed C rank. 2 unconfirmed. Possibly B. Cassie processed this in silence. The contract pays in gold and materials, Tristan added, but it also includes access to great Clan-S archives. And the clans are one of the oldest establishments in the region. Their records go back further than most kingdoms. He said this looking at Cassie specifically, and I caught the implication. Archives that old might contain records of ancient techniques, including forbidden ones, including whatever the Blood Mage was using. Tristan, you clever bastard. Cassie caught it too. Her expression didn't change, but something behind her eyes shifted. I will go, she said. Kate comes with me. Did she just volunteer me? Of course she did. That was Cassie. Levi nodded, as if this had been the plan all along. Maybe it had been. Tristan and I will go as well. Milo, you stay and run things here. Cressida, Ophelia, Odelia, you hold the fort. If the Blood Mage moves while we're gone, you don't engage. You document and you wait for us. And if he comes for the remaining freed slaves? Cressida asked. Levi paused. That question had no clean answer, and everyone in the room knew it. Bring them in, Cassie said. Every freed slave you can locate, bring them to the company. Make this building a shelter. The Blood Mage will not attack a defended position when his target could scatter, consolidate, and he loses the ability to pick them off. She paused, looked at me, and added, moreover, that fire which will be here with you. She might not seem like it, but she is very capable. Chapter 342. Away after the news Levi brought, and despite everything happening with us, the call of a new job arrived. It felt unjust. We had to take care of our home properly, but it was also true that the Black Snow Company needed more contracts. We were getting jobs, yes, but the Waddlin contracts were a different level entirely. And something told me, strongly, that the real reason Tristan and Levi had come was to collect me. I have a very bad feeling about this. Regardless of how I felt, this was important. I told myself that over and over again, no matter how many times that disturbing feeling clawed its way back. Well, Cassie is also kind of right. There's Maggie here. I'm sure she has it handled. And I needed the catalyst to grow stronger. Most of my attributes sat on the edge of breaking into another level. I needed this job as much as the company did. And maybe Cassie and I could finally be alone again. Lady Cassie, I'm looking forward to going to this place with you. I look forward to learning so much from you too. Evangeline, I didn't even need to turn. My jaw tightened. A heat building behind my ribs that had nothing to do with reason and everything to do with the fact that she was still talking to Cassie like that. However, at the same time, Cassie spoke. No, girl. This is not a place you can go. Just Cade will do. He needs this more than anyone. You stay home and hold the fort. Evangeline's expression turned dour, but she buried it behind a wide grin. Yes, Lady Cassandra. I will protect this place as though it were mine own. Cassie tilted her head. Isn't it? Evangeline responded quickly, her tongue almost tumbling over her own words. Yes, yes, of course. I consider this place mine. Cassie nodded. When I return, we will search for your sister. Evangeline's eyes brightened, and she bowed so many times I lost count. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Cassandra. As satisfied as I was with the turn of events, I was also confused. When was there talk about searching for her sister? Cassie turned to Levi. Looking at the urgency and your body language, I suppose you want us to leave as soon as possible. Levi nodded while Tristan's gaze found me, held for a moment, then slid away as he leaned off the wall. We came here with Gilbert. He.S. waiting for us at the outer ring, La Frontera, and we want to make sure we avoid the eyes of the Guardia Valderas. A flying ship is bound to bring the type of attention that can stall us or announce us. Levi reinforced the point, gesturing toward Tristan with the bottle in his hand. That is right, and I'm sure the Blood Mage is convinced we are not in the city. We must move fast. I stared outside. The night sky was still dark, deep into midnight. I narrowed my eyes at the two of them. Was your plan to sweep in, kidnap me, and leave? My tone came out more accusing than I intended. Or maybe exactly as much. Levi chuckled. What? Kidnap you? As if that were ever possible. It was simply coincidence that we came at this time. My eyes stayed narrow. Well, I didn't make a deal of the fact that you came in the middle of the night. It was just a question. Levi laughed this time. Oh, you inferred, obviously. TSK. Who wouldn't get that the time we chose to come was what you were trying to point out? I held the stare a moment longer, then let it go. Well, if you say so. So I suppose we're moving now. I paused. Wait, Gilbert? That Gilbert? Isn't he that con man you mentioned? Levi nodded with a smile. And you want to trust our lives with him again? It was already hard enough the first time. Levi's smile turned serious. Cade, even con artists have values, you know. Don't be so unfair to criminals. My tone and expression subsided. I actually felt bad, only for him to laugh the next moment. Haha, I was joking. It's a game of chance. We leave it to circumstances. That is how we win. I stared at him, not finding a shred of what he said any bit funny. I'd been observing Levi for the past few months, and I knew that despite seeming like the most careless of us all, he was the most meticulous, the most careful. I didn't by the carefree front. I was sure he had things in place, so I just sighed and let it go. For a fact, I knew he had it in control. He might be selfish, but he cared about the company a great deal, and about Tristan, and about me. With a few more preparations and quiet goodbyes, we slipped out of Los Arcos in secret, passing through deep forest and walking through the night, keeping clear of patrols. Horses waited for us at the treeline. Tristan and I climbed one while Levi took the other. I withdrew Cassie to my nave, and we rode across the vast distance at speed, cutting through trees and dark forest. Even when the sun came out, we were still surrounded by it. It confused me. When Cressida and I had traveled to El Mercado, we had passed through forest, but it hadn't lasted long. That had been less a forest and more the outer ruins of Los Arcos, fallen to the armies of trees. Leaves and vines. This was different. This went on and on. After a while, we arrived at the Frontera, the farmland on the city's edge. We crested a vast hill, and behind it, resting against the declining slope, sat a shape like a beached whale. Getting closer corrected that impression. It was no whale. It was an airship. One of Gilbert's. Gilbert grinned the moment he saw me. Ishon. Long time. Where's that mean lady of yours? He didn't even wait for an answer. His hand landed on my shoulder like we were old friends, and he turned me toward the ship with a proud sweep of his arm. How does she look? Night Whisper went through a little upgrade. I studied the airship where it rested on the ground. Nisha was already coming out of it. I smiled slightly. This, most certainly, Lord Gilbert, is more than a little upgrade. Night Whisper has been reborn. Yes, a rebirth. That is what this is. Gilbert yanked his fist with vigor. Yes, I knew it. I like you. I'm saving you the best seat today. He shrugged slightly. And I renamed her. She is called Nightsail now. I turned to him, disbelief flickering across my face before I reformed it into a grin. Really? Amazing. He puffed his chest out. I know. I'm very good with names. Sometimes it amazes me how I just come up with these, you know? He spoke and continued to speak and did not stop speaking as he led us all into the airship. Chapter 343. Going underwater, we were airborne after a few minutes, and indeed, this bastard had gone and saved the best seat for me. Right beside the wing where the engine screamed into my ears and blew hot wind from somewhere I couldn't identify. A generous gift, truly. Is he just mad? And oh, actually, he has to be insane and losing his mind if he thinks this is what best seat means. The aircraft itself, though, was a different story. Whatever Gilbert had done to it, the thing cut through the sky like a blade, fast and ruthless. The upgrade was crude and brilliant at the same time, faster and stronger than before. Although that also meant noisier. So much noisier. And somehow, something told this son of a gun that the seat next to the screaming engine was where I deserved to be. That I'd be thrilled to sit here. Sincerely, though, maybe he just hates me and is too shy to say. We continued to scale through the upper clouds, cutting across wind with speed. We passed over the deserts of the Ashura continent, and soon over open water, and in time we were nearing the first island of Crystalis, a place made of mountains. 3 large peaks and a scattering of smaller ones that looked like valleys folded between them. Lakes sat in the low spaces between the ridges, visible even from this height, small and bright like shards of glass. I stared down through the window as we flew over it. Nisha was seated next to me. Over the course of the past few hours we had spoken, but not in a way that suited people who had been intimate with each other. Now that she was here, I was having certain expectations. That maybe she had missed something. Not me, necessarily. I turned back to the window as the island of mountains drifted behind us and tried to shove the thoughts away. I knew for a fact that I was simply horny and at this point just about any woman would do. I wasn't craving brothel ladies. Those were too soft, too easy. These girls, Nisha, Cassie, Yuan, were something different entirely. I turned to her. I glanced a few times already before I actually spoke. What is the Waddlands really? How is it different from Crystal S Archipelago here? Nisha's amber eyes had been lowered toward the window beside me. She turned away from it, her expression unreadable at first, then her eyes held mine. The archipelago is divided into 2, the above and the below. I narrowed my eyes. Oh, you mean? Nisha nodded. Yes, the Waddlands is just another archipelago. One that is underneath the waters, not above it. My mouth opened. For a moment, I suddenly understood why Gilbert's ship had looked more like something built for diving through the ocean than carving through the sky. So, we'll be going underwater? Nisha smiled halfway. Of course. Quite deep. Her amber gaze stayed on me. What? Scared? I scoffed. Why would I be? I didn't do so well on top of the water. I'm wondering how I'll fare under it. I leaned back. Besides, I look forward to the experience. She carried the fullness of her gaze away from me, but somehow she was still looking, still smiling. If it's a consolation, you'll be seeing a lot of mare folks. Oh, I froze for a moment. Well, that certainly changes things. Having to be with a fish hadn't exactly been one of the experiences I had expected. But at this point, like I said, anything would do. But something baffles me. Clans of martial artists living underwater with mere folks and being the center of trade. It just feels like unexpected, you know. Nisha tilted her head sideways. How so? I didn't know how to explain it really. It was one of those things where only someone from Earth who had read too many novels would understand what I was getting at. I sighed, not finding the words. She spoke again, her tone even. You do know the ancient martial arts clans are more distributed in Ashura than they are in the Waddlands. Those in the Waddlands are more influenced by the otherworlder called the Sword Saint, a martial practitioner that was peerless, as they called him. I thought about what she said in silence. Feels like the same person Yuan told me about. At that moment, I remembered Yuan had told me she was going to the Waterlands. I just never imagined, and she never even bothered to mention, that the Waterlands was actually beneath the water. And then I also remembered our little oath, how cute it had been. I had taken advantage at that moment, or at least thought I did. But here I was heading to the Waterlands on a mission. Don't fuck with fate, they say. My thoughts were interrupted because Gilbert's voice sounded through the loud and scratchy speaker of his aircraft. Everyone, buckle up. Hold your seats. We're going for a dive. I glanced around quickly, looking for a seatbelt. There was nothing. Nisha gripped the handle of her seat hard, then looked at me and paused. What are you looking for? Seatbelt? There is no seatbelt? She laughed shortly. I don't know if I should be shocked that you somehow expect Gilbert to be that thoughtful. The entire aircraft jerked, and no one had to say anything before I gripped the handles and leaned in close, however I could manage. The space shifted and slowly changed direction as the nose of the airship tilted toward the water and continued. First at a steady pace, then all at once. The airship felt like it was simply falling from a great height. The only thing keeping me in place was my hands locked around the arms of the chair. The rest of my body slammed around the cabin, colliding with loose objects that tumbled alongside me. Amidst it all, I heard Cassie's voice. Ride the gravity. My chaotic mind paused for a moment. Huh? She responded inside my head. It's as I said, ride the gravity. She sighed. Let me teach it to you. Chapter 344. An incomplete compliment is supposed to do what? Make me grateful? For a moment, even after hearing what Cassie had said loud and clear, I was still confused. Ride the gravity? Yes. In simpler terms, it is possible for you to, with the right footwork, movement patterns, and balance distribution, ride anything. A horse, the wind, gravity, force, and even momentum. Her voice disappeared for a second. Then it came back. I'll be taking this moment to teach you how to do that. My eyes lit up. We're resuming our intimate teacher-student relationship. Intimate? Cassie's voice dripped with so much venom it sent chills down my spine. Not almost. Actually did. I chuckled, then remembered Gilbert's whale was still plunging towards the ground. Cassie's voice returned at that moment. You have, to an extent, mastered the act of using essence around your body. Now it's time to connect what you have learnt of sensory essence and movement essence in order to use them to your own advantage. And to do that, I must wrap my body according to sound. Well, not just sound, everything I sense. I had replied in my head because the moment she mentioned connecting sensory essence and movement essence, something just clicked. I wasn't even sure if I was right, and Cassie's silence was making it worse. A moment or two passed, and she was still silent. Just as I decided to call upon her, her voice came out. Next time, let me do the talking. But not quite. You aren't entirely wrong either. If you want to ride something, unless you're more powerful than that thing, you cannot write your body or anything about it according to it. You will be swallowed. What you do is ride against it. As she spoke, I was trying to process what she was saying while holding on tight to the seat's handle. But isn't that contradictory? You need to be significantly powerful to go against something, especially if that something is force or momentum or gravity. You're not looking to tame, you're looking to take advantage of. It's the same mechanics of using someone else's power against them. I paused, mentally, and thought about it. I think I understand. Redirection. You couldn't redirect an attack unless you were strong enough to withstand its force, or unless you knew it was coming. That was the thing. Foresight and anticipation gave you something raw power, didn't it? The chance to turn force back on itself before it could swallow you whole. Like calculating that a straight jab was coming for me. Because I was confident in the prediction, I slammed my palm against the fist the moment it arrived, and the jolt of force traveled right back into his wrist. That was what Cassie meant, or what I believed she meant. Either way, I could only decode her information to the level I was informed myself. Over the past few months, I'd been paying closer attention to Cassie's lessons than I probably let on. Even our combat sessions, though I may have seemed otherwise. I wasn't a fool. I recognized the importance. Cassie might have looked like she had no repertoire of supernatural abilities to turn to like Maggie, but in all honesty, she had far more to teach me. Maggie had never even thought to help me with such things, and even if she did, I didn't think she could out-teach Cassie. The woman simply knew too much, and it was little wonder she could fight so well. What Cassie said, I applied. The aircraft took its nosedive and neared the surface of the sea. Instead of simply flying and letting myself flow with the wind, I wrapped spirit essence around my body and inverted it. The inverted essence made my body heavier. It was wrong to move like this, and this sort of thwarting was only possible because I was already riding a torrent of momentum. I twisted my body in the air, latched my feet onto the roof, and sent the inverted essence downwards before returning the flow to normal. My essence re-registered what I was standing on as the ground. In that moment, I felt stabilized like I was standing on solid earth. Still a bit shaky, though. A moment later, I figured that was just my mind. Inverted gravity and momentum tricked them both, but I hadn't been able to trick my own head yet. Well, I'm going to have to trust myself. Slowly, I released my grip on the chair handle. Despite the violent momentum, I managed to steady myself and crouch down against the roof like my feet were glued to it. Nisha and Tristan, who were close by, stared in shock. "Since when are you able to defy gravity?" Nisha uttered. I grinned. I could do many things. I'm just not one to show. At the same time, the ship dove into the water and burrowed deep. My hold almost fell apart, but I caught myself and stayed. A moment afterwards, I heard Cassie's voice. Now, this is better. I did not have to repeat myself. Good. For a moment, it didn't quite register as a compliment. Then it began to. I tilted my head, a bit confused. There's something incomplete about it. Gilbert's airship turned submarine and continued to dive deeper into the sea. We passed groups of unfishly-looking fish, past a giant eel clasping its mouth on a shark-like aquatic creature with swimming legs. There was a tentacled thing that looked like a kraken, but none of these creatures noticed or bothered us. We passed through the dark depths silently and broke into another layer. Here, crystalline light poured through from almost everywhere. It was like someone had fused a magical but very different sun into the body of the water. The water itself was the source of the light. It wasn't emitting anything in the obvious sense of the word, yet it was so bright that it didn't need to. The water simply was light, if I could borrow such a concept. And the depth of the sea, the Waterlands, was a very beautiful place. Chapter 345. The Waterlands. Gilbert's submarine broke through the crystalline layer and into open water on the other side. The first thing I noticed was the dome. It curved overhead like the sky itself had been pressed into glass, stretching so far in every direction that its edges blurred into the water beyond. Faint patterns rippled across its surface, slow and rhythmic, like the dome was breathing. Inside it, the water gave way to air, and the air was warm. Not warm like sunlight. Warm like a room someone had been living in for a very long time. The second thing I noticed were the islands. Dozens of them, maybe more. They sat at varying depths beneath the dome, like a scatter of stones someone had dropped from a great height and never bothered to collect. Some were enormous, their surfaces covered with clusters of buildings and greenery, so dense it spilled over the edges. Others were small, barely large enough for a single structure, connected to their neighbors by long, arched bridges that curved through the open air between them. How does a place like this exist? I didn't expect an answer from Cassie and didn't get one. Gilbert, on the other hand, was already steering towards the nearest descent point, nightfall groaning as it transitioned from water to air. The moment it did, a rush of warm wind hit my face, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Something floral and old. We'll be docking at Chunlin, Gilbert announced, tapping something on his console. The CNG household sent word they'd receive us there. Chunlin, I repeated. Sunken Lotus? You speak that strange language? I know what a lotus is. School made it a compulsory subject. Gilbert gave me a look, but said nothing else. As the whale descended, the islands came into sharper focus. Chunlin was one of the larger ones, positioned near the center of the cluster where the dome's light was brightest. Its surface was shaped like a crescent, and the buildings that covered it rose in tiers, climbing the island's natural slope in a way that made the whole thing look like it had been sculpted rather than built. The roofs swept upward at the corners, curving like the tails of birds frozen mid-flight, layered in tiles that shimmered between dark green and black, depending on how the light hit them. Beneath them, the walls were pale, almost white, with wooden frames and dark lacquered wood that created geometric patterns against the stone. Round doorways, covered walkways, and courtyards that were visible from above, their floors laid with flat stones arranged around shallow pools. Hanging from the eaves of nearly every building were lanterns. Paper lanterns, cloth lanterns, some that glowed with a faint inner light that had nothing to do with fire. They swayed gently in the warm air currents that circulated beneath the dome, and the effect from above was like looking down at a field of scattered embers. Beautiful. I'm in it, too. There was a delicacy to the construction that I wasn't used to seeing. Everything on the surface tended towards the imposing, the grand, the statement. This was different. This was careful. Gilbert brought the whale down to a wide stone platform that extended from the island's lower edge like a tongue. The moment we touched down, a small group of merfolks moved to meet us. The group approaching us consisted of 4 individuals, 3 women and 1 man. The man had blue-gray skin that transitioned smoothly into fine scales along his forearms and jawline, and he carried himself with the quiet authority of someone used to being listened to. I noticed all of this very briefly because the 3 women walking ahead of him made it extremely difficult to notice anything else. Their skin had an iridescent quality, like light passed through it twice before reaching my eyes. One had hair the color of deep coral, falling well past her waist. Another was black with a sheen of dark blue that only became visible when she turned her head. The third, the one in the lead, was a silver-haired woman whose features were so symmetrical that it was almost disorienting. All 3 moved with a fluidity that didn't quite belong on land. Their steps smooth and unhurried, their bodies swaying with a natural grace that made even walking look like something performed. I stared. "You're staring," Cassie said. "I am aware." Respectfully? Broadly. Cassie's silence carried a weight of judgment that no amount of words could have matched. The silver-haired woman stopped a few paces from our group and placed her right hand over her left, both resting against her stomach, and inclined her head. The gesture was formal, practiced, and elegant. "Welcome to Qinlian. You were recommended by that person." Her voice had a quality to it that I could only describe as wet, like every word had been dipped in cool water before leaving her lips. Gilbert stepped forward. "That's us. Gilbert Hain. These are my associates." She glanced over the rest of us. When her gaze passed over me, there was a flicker of something. Curiosity. Maybe. It passed quickly. "I am Lin Shuyao, attendant to the CNG Lawn household. Please follow me. The matriarch is expecting you." She turned, and we followed. The streets of Qinlian were narrow and clean. The stone underfoot was worn smooth by what must have been generations of foot traffic. The buildings pressed close on either side, their overhanging eaves nearly touching above us, creating a shaded corridor that the lantern light filled with a soft amber glow. Every few steps, a side path would branch off, leading to a courtyard or a garden or a set of stairs descending to a lower tier. Occasionally, I caught glimpses through open doorways, interiors with low furniture, painted screens, and the quiet movement of people inside. People, merfolk were everywhere I looked. They sat at open-air tea houses, cups raised with both hands. They crossed the bridges between buildings in small groups, their clothing all light fabrics in blues and greens and silvers. They haggled at stalls where things I didn't recognize were laid out on woven mats. And most of them, I couldn't help but notice, were stunning. Not just the women. There were men, too. They had that same iridescent quality, the same easy grace, the same features that looked like someone had taken a human face and polished away every imperfection. But I'll be honest, the women were a different category entirely. You were drooling, Nisha said beside me with a flat tone. I am not drooling. Your mouth was open. I was breathing through your mouth while staring. The architecture of this place is very impressive. Can't you see? Nisha gave me a look that said she didn't believe a single word, which was fair because none of them were true. For what it's worth, Cassie added, the architecture is quite impressive. Thank you, Cassie. That was not a defense of your behavior. I closed my mouth and focused on following Lin Shuyao. Chapter 346. The Great Commission, the CNG Lawn compound, sat near the top of the island as crescent, separated from the rest of the settlement by a high wall of pale stone capped with dark tiles. The entrance was a wide gate, its wooden doors painted a deep red that had faded with time into something closer to rust. Above the gate, carved into a stone tablet and inlaid with what looked like mother of pearl, were characters I couldn't read but assumed spelled out the household name. 2 guards flanked the entrance. They wore layered robes in shades of dark blue over light armor that incorporated the same scaled pattern ID seen on the attendant's forearms. They watched us approach without expression and parted when Lin Shuyao raised her hand. Inside the compound, the careful construction ID noticed throughout Chenlian was elevated to something else entirely. The courtyard was vast, floored in smooth gray stone, with a garden at its center built around a pool of still water. A single tree grew from an island in the middle of the pool, its branches heavy with white blossoms that drifted down to the surface and floated there. Covered walkways surrounded the courtyard on all sides, leading deeper into the compound. Lin Shuyao led us across the courtyard and through one of the walkways without pausing. The interiors grew quieter as we moved inward. The ambient noise of the settlement faded, replaced by the soft sound of water moving somewhere beneath the floor. The corridors were lined with painted panels depicting scenes I caught only in fragments as we passed. Waves crashing against cliffs, figures in flowing robes. Creatures I didn't recognize swimming through dark water. Finally, she stopped before a set of sliding doors. The matriarch will see your representative first. One person. Levi glanced back at us. Then, for reasons I still don't fully understand, everyone looked at me. What? You're the talker, Nisha said. Since when? Levi gave me a lazy shrug. Well, you're the one in a more suitable position to do it. You're strong. And you're the only heroic summoner we have. Well, to be quite frank, villainous summoner. I looked at Tristan. Tristan looked at the ceiling. I sighed, straightened my clothes, and stepped forward. Fine. Lin Shuyao slid the door open. The room beyond was large, sparsely furnished, and dominated by a raised platform at the far end. On that platform, seated behind a low table of dark wood, was a woman who looked old enough to be ancient and young enough to be ageless. Her hair was pure white, pulled into an elaborate arrangement held in place by pins that caught the light. Her robes pooled around her like spilled water. She looked at me. I looked at her. Careful, Cassie said quietly. This one is dangerous. The matriarch smiled. It was a pleasant smile, the kind that made you wonder what it was hiding. So she said, you are the ones who wish to take my commission. I returned her smile with one of my own. We are, and I'm told it's quite the job. Her smile didn't waver. Quite, she agreed. Seat. I lowered myself into a lotus position across from her. Silence settled between us. In that stillness, maids in delicate robes and ivory skin moved without a sound, placing a tea set beside me and another before the matriarch. The porcelain clinked softly against the dark wood, and then they were gone. The matriarch spoke first. The lotus leaf tea is our island's specialty. Our family has held the responsibility of processing this leaf throughout all of the Waterlands, and we oversee its distribution as well. Our unique brewing techniques earned us that privilege. She paused, watching me with those crimson eyes. Are you familiar with the Waterlands, sir? I'd been staring at the tea before me. Crystal blue, so clear it looked like water given color by light alone. When she paused for my name, I straightened. Cade. My name is Cade. HM. Sir Cade. What a foreign name. I let out a chuckle. Are you familiar with the Waterlands, Sir Cade? I shook my head. This is my first time in the Waterlands. Fair. then this shall cause no problem for us. She folded her hands on the table. This commission is simple. I'm willing to back it with a reward of 1,000,000 gold crowns, of which, should you accept, I'll be paying 500,000 up front. I'll let the number sit for a moment. 1,000,000 crowns. Once, that figure would have made my pulse jump. But I'd been at the night auction. I'd spent sums that would have made the old me pass out. I had to keep reminding myself how rich I actually was, and, at the same time, there was nothing wrong with getting richer. The matriarch, however, was not finished. Aside from the gold, should you complete this mission, we shall open the doors of our archive to you. We, the Boundless Wave clan, are one of the ancient existing clans not just in Crystalis Archipelago, but in all of Ashera. You would find only two older than us. Her tone remained measured, almost conversational. I'm also willing to offer you my daughter's hand in marriage, connecting you to the next matriarch of the Boundless Wave clan. For a moment, my thoughts went blank. Not from the gold, not from the archive. The marriage offer. That was what caught me off guard. What kind of job demanded this level of payment? I showed nothing. No widened eyes, no shift in posture. Truthfully, maintaining composure was easier than it should have been. The gold didn't move me because I'd already crossed the threshold where numbers that large lost their weight. The archive was interesting. The marriage was alarming. But none of it was worth losing my face over before I'd even heard the job. The matriarch studied me for a breath, then smiled softly. It seems I have failed to enthuse Circade with these rewards. Well then, is there something you would add to the offering? Something that might motivate you to want to win? I raised my head and looked at her from across the room. Her white hair fell like a river of silk. Crimson eyes glistened against ivory skin, and her face was the kind of beautiful that felt deliberate, as if every feature had been placed exactly where it would do the most damage. Her robes draped from her shoulders, the fabric pooling at her collarbones, revealing the cleavage of her breasts, which alone was enough to make my mind want to go insane. I inhaled and spoke with an unhurried tone. You. My eyes met hers evenly. The reward I want you to add is you, the matriarch. Chapter 347. White feather silence settled over the hall, and for a while nothing moved. Then laughter broke through it, pearly and cascading, like a handful of gemstones scattering across marble. There was something absurd about the sound, and something beautiful buried inside the absurdity. The matriarch stifled it after a moment and placed her long, slender fingers beneath her chin, leaning forward. It's been a while since I met someone endearing. She rolled one shoulder and let the sleeve of her robe slide down her arm. The fabric pooled at her elbow, bearing the side of her breast. Ivory skin without a single blemish. Linen tape wound across the lower curve, concealing her nipples, but still, the stubborn thing formed contour around the area. She wasn't hiding. She was showing me exactly how little she cared. A pipe appeared between her fingers. She set it to her lips, leaned back, and exhaled. Smoke curled from her nose and mouth, carrying a floral sweetness so thick it crowded out every other sense. The kind of scent that made you forget you had a body, or that you'd ever wanted to use it for anything but breathing this in. Circade, as generous as your words are, I am an aged woman. I already promised to marry you to my daughter. That alone should be enough for a man of your caliber. A small smile settled on my lips. The kind of smile that spat on what had just been said. Because I kind of was. I'm here trying to get my way with a lady that destroyed an empire 8,000 years ago. And you think your daughter will satisfy me? I will break her. Of course, I'm not asking for your daughter to be thrown out of the prize pool. I'm just saying that won't be enough. The matriarch stopped puffing. The pipe hung idle between her fingers. And it did take me, an old lady, to satisfy you? I held her gaze. I can only hope you don't break. Silence fell again. This time it was colder and stretched for longer. She giggled, soft and insidious, like glass scraping against stone. Circade, to dare ask for me as a reward. Do you have the skill to back up your words? I kept my gaze and tone level. Do you want to find out? She didn't respond. Instead, she turned her head slightly. Shuyao, step in. The sliding door opened, and the attendant who had let us here walked in. The matriarch, S eyes rested on the girl for a moment, but the attendant kept her own head bowed, her silvery hair still. Then the matriarch spoke with an emotionless tone. Kill him. I don't think the words had finished landing when Shu Yao moved. Cherry blossom petals scattered across my vision, and the next instant, my enhanced senses screaming, something viciously fast was already inside my guard in a fraction of a second, or even less. I matched it. Dodging or retreating would have made killing me easier for her. So, I seized the tea table and shoved it into her path. A silver hairpin punched through the wood, its tip a hand's width from my chest. I twisted the table, using its bulk against the pin's momentum, wrenched her hand sideways, and drove a blurring kick in her ribs. I reversed and connected my shin with the side of her skull before she could recover. She flew sideways, crashed through the door, and tumbled into the corridor beyond. I straightened, cocked my head at the matriarch, and let the disgust settle openly on my face. You'll need more than an attendant to kill me, matriarch. She was silent. The pipe rested on her raised knee now, like she had forgotten about it for a moment. Her other hand lay across her lap, loose and unhurried. The door she crashed through exploded inward. Shu Yao came in a whirlwind of cherry blossoms and killing intent, the air itself buckling under the pressure. I raised my hand, white flames coiling at my fingertips, ready to take half her face off. The matriarch spoke before the collision. Stop. White feathers scattered where Shu Yao had been. Then she was gone, as if she had never existed. I never expected a sovereign to walk into my clan to receive a commission. The matriarch paused, her eyes settling on me with a different weight now. And now you want to have me? Have all the pieces come to the board? Is the stagnant flow of power beginning to move once more? Huh? What is she saying? How did she know I'm a sovereign? Before I could even open my mouth, she waved her hand. Matters of the sovereigns are none of my concern. I have no choice but to latch onto this opportunity for the safety of my clan. She rose from her seat and descended the stairs toward me. 3 meters away, she stopped. Her features were sharper at this distance, and in the depths of her crimson eyes I could see it, a flower pattern, layered and intricate. I'd never seen anything like it. I will share the details of the commission over a cup of tea. She gestured at the floor. A pillow seat appeared beneath each of us, far more luxurious than before, along with a tea table, a porcelain jug, and 2 cups. We sat, and the matriarch took the jug and poured for me first, her thin fingers wrapping around the handle like chopsticks. A new clan leader of one of the 3 major clans in the Waterlands has surfaced, the Watermoon clan. She poured for herself and set the jug down. They have decided to join hands with our enemies to destroy us. It's despicable. Her eyes did not waver. I want to take this opportunity to either control the 2 clans or destroy them. She sipped from a small cup and returned her gaze to me. Will that be too much of a hassle for you, Sir Cade? Chapter 348. Could this be a trap? For over 900 years, the 3 clans have lived in harmony. Everything changed when that man came. He changed the relationship between them and made us into enemies. From that point, our rift only began to tear apart. The matriarch set her teacup to her mouth and took a small sip. What started as a dispute born out of jealousy began to draw a rift that left the clans with larger wounds after his absence, to the point where people from the Watermoon clan had executed several failed assassination attempts on us. She lowered the cup, cradling it between both palms. They have always been dissatisfied with their relevance in the Waterlands. That was not my business, especially since their ancestors parted ways over a man. She paused for a moment, shaking her head. I just never thought it'd come to this. Silence reigned for a beat, and I could hear her inhaling and exhaling. Measured breaths, the kind someone uses when the truth sits heavier than they like to show. 2 months ago, my caravan was attacked. Goods from the mainlands worth 150 million spirit crystals were all raided and stolen. This created a very difficult situation for me. I'm in serious debt, and nations are beginning to send threats. I know that no one other than the Moon Clan is behind it, and I have my suspicion that the Crystal Tide clan has backed them as well. That is the only reason they could carry out an operation of such scale. Her fingers tightened around the cup. If something is not done, if I don't recover my goods as fast as possible, not only will all my networks around the world be affected, but there are some customers from Ashera with very bad tempers, who will swim down here if they have to. They'll turn me into a slave if it means they get their service worth. She stopped talking, and her gaze met mine. I want you to help me recover my goods, and then hand those 2 clans over to me. If you have to destroy them to do it, I don't mind. Her words halted, like she had quickly remembered something. Then a smile crawled onto her lips. As for the Crystal Deep clan, I may have a way to make it easier for you. I folded my arms, paying attention to her. There was a lot I wished to say, but I said nothing and just listened for now. There was a story at a time, a story about a child that refuses to grow up. I tilted my head slightly. I'm unsure of the details, but the child found a fortress for himself in the northern ends of Solaria, lulling children into the depths of the unreachable northern lands. Some say he was the mystery son of the Crystal Deep clan, both a blessing and a curse. As long as he exists, he will forever be a source of riches. I frowned slightly. What? How does any of this add up? The matriarch shrugged. How would I know? I'm just saying what I know. If the rumor turns out not to be wrong and we capture that boy, I'm sure the Crystal Deep clan will bow to us. I gave her a straight look, and if at ISNT, she lifted her teacup, took a final sip and set it down, placing her hands on the table gently. Then you destroy them as planned. She belatedly added, but with boundless demur. And, of course, killing them will not bring back those commodities, so I'll appreciate it if you can recover them for me. The clock is ticking, and a lifeline of my clan depends on this. After she ended, silence reigned between us again. I took my own tea and had some sips, then set it aside. Damn, I was right to put her in the prize pool. Such a huge task, and she wanted to give me her daughter. Granted, that meant I would be bound to her line when the daughter became the matriarch, and my legacy would be tied to their clan's future. But then, how am I to know which daughter? It's not like she specified that she had only one. After a dozen seconds of silence, I finally spoke. What may I address you as? She answered with an enchanting smile. Call me White Feather. Lady White, just White Feather's all right for you. I nodded gently. Okay then, White Feather, are you okay being this transparent? Or is that what you want to think? She bit her index finger, looking at me like I could suffice for dessert. What do you mean, Circade? You give us the overview of what exactly happened, what they did to you. And yet in all of that there's no why. No how. You Haven T confronted the Crystal Deep clan and the Watermoon clan? A smile formed on my face. Oh, wait, you did. But failed. White Feather said nothing. Her eyes were closed, and a polite smile was frozen on her face. What do you mean, Circade? I confronted no one and experienced no defeat. Then why are you getting a criminal organization to do your bidding? This is an issue that can be reported to the Bureau. No? Better yet, your clan can, with its might, take its laws into its own hands and bring hell on the 2 clans. The smile stayed. Except you have tried that, and it amounted to losses for you. Right now, you're very broke and weak. I scoffed. How lucky you must be that a sovereign happened to come on board. You must be dying of happiness right now. She stayed still and did not move. Again, silence reigned between us, heavier and more suffocating than before. I sighed internally. Looks like I might have to flex a little bit. The next moment I moved. Everything happened in an instant. Fire erupted beneath me, rising like a propeller, and shot me forward with blurring speed. Fast enough that even White Feather couldn't react in time. I saw her body shift, but I was already there. Her eyes widened when I grabbed her face and smashed her head to the ground, dragging it across the floor and tearing the wood apart until we came to a stop right at the stairs that led to her initial seat at the end of the hall. I stared down at her, with cold fury paling my face. Let us start with your sheer audacity to lie to a sovereign. Strictly speaking, I hadn't expected her to tell me the truth from the start. The weight of her mission was enormous, the kind of job she would have been far more confident giving the Manhattan Trade Center. But the Manhattan Trade Center had been destroyed, and it was understandable why she de-used Black Snow Company since we rose to fame after Manhattan S fall. The thing I couldn't get out of my head while she was speaking was that she was linked to several important people. This was someone who talked like she supplied commodities for nations. On such a level alone, White Feather should have the capability to mobilize a far more powerful force to handle this business if it really was as she described. And if it truly wasn't what she claimed, then of course she wouldn't have enough for proper mobilization, which meant she was lying. Something she was definitely lying about. The problem was she knew I was dangerous and was still lying to my face. I couldn't have that. I had an image to protect, and it had nothing to do with her. I'm not going to let anyone walk all over me again. My grip was hard, and it held her to the ground. But surprisingly, White Feather didn't try to resist. The moment she lost the battle of speed, she succumbed to my hold. However, something was wrong. You're using Summoner's touch, huh? White Feather's face turned red, and the way she looked at me changed. The woman who had been cold and ruthless a minute ago suddenly looked like a frightened child. She glanced away with a reddened face, flush with embarrassment. Damn it, works like magic. I staggered back, releasing her. Wait, I thought Summoner's touch only works on summons? On my summons specifically, but then ID never tested whether it worked on other summons because the idea simply never crossed my mind. But think about using a strange touch-based power on an obsidian panther with tentacles. If Summoner's touch worked on all summons, then this meant my eyes widened as I stared at White Feather. Now, that certainly is a discovery. I manifested a long sword and extended it to her as she gracefully rose from the ground, holding her spilling robes together. What are you? Anger darkened her face. What is the meaning of this? There's an extent to what can be allowed, even for a sovereign like you. I chuckled. Yeah, do something about it and get torn to shreds. Answer my damn question. What the fuck are you? She looked into my eyes. I am the matriarch of the Boundless Wave clan, White Feather. Yeah, no cheat. But what are you? My sword hand was steady. She looked into my eyes and wanted to speak, but I interrupted. One more lie and I really might lose my patience. She went silent and lowered her gaze for a moment. You're a spirit, aren't you? She didn't respond, but her gaze told me all I needed to know. Who? And where's your summoner? My eyes flew open as I realized something. Wait, was this a trap meant for me? Chapter 349. A pseudo-spirit. White Feather raised one brow upon hearing my claims. A trap? For you? Why would we do that? She let out a breath through her nose, more exasperation than anything. With all due respect, Circade, I didn't even know you existed until a few minutes ago. I studied her, her posture, the set of her jaw. So, you didn't hear some nonsense news about a new sovereign. She held my gaze without flinching. While it may look like the archipelago is a hub of information, that information is usually too costly. I'm not in the condition to chase rumors. So no, I did not know about the appearance of a new sovereign until a few minutes ago. I let the silence sit for a few seconds. Then my gaze settled back on her, and my sword shifted slightly forward. But there is something you know and are holding from me. So spill, starting with the origin of what you are. White Feather hesitated. A curse slipped beneath her lips, barely audible. You're right and wrong. Yes, I'm a spirit. At the same time, not a spirit. I'm a pseudo-spirit. I pulled my head back and gave her a flat look. What the hell is that? She closed her eyes for a moment, the kind of pause that came from digging deep for patience. It's quite surprising that you don't know. Pseudo-spirits are what happens when you fuse a human-esque soul with that of their summoned spirit. What? I blinked. Fuck, that is possible? Not by common means. It's so dangerous that many don't even want to attempt it. Aside from that, finding someone who can perform the fusion is a daunting task on its own. The chance of success is slim, and even if it works, you spend the rest of your life surviving by feeding on spirit essence from spirit cores. Her voice didn't waver, but something in it thinned. It's a far too great a price for power. I gave her a grave look. And yet, you paid it. A delicate frown creased her brows. I didn't do it in pursuit of power. I did it to survive. Whatever it is, I don't care. Now on to the other part. What are you holding back from me? What is all of this? She exhaled, slow and measured. There's no shred of lie in what I've explained to you. Yes, you're right, we tried and failed. The Crystal Deep is far more powerful than even I anticipated. The way I know they have our goods is that our clientele are drifting. Her frown deepened. We tried our best to deal them the same hand. We attacked them from all sides, but it was useless. We couldn't steal back our items, and now they're using them to poach our clients. We owe a lot of people, and those people are being convinced that we are bad business. Her fingers curled against her thigh. Kings, leaders, and wealthy nobles who usually would go above and beyond for me are suddenly against me. Her eyes trembled, but she tried to hide it. I want to get back at them, destroy them at all cost. She lifted her chin. And then I heard the story of the Black Snow Company that brought down Manhattan. She was silent for a moment. Manhattan would have been my go-to. But Manhattan fell. And if they hadn't fallen, they would have been among the list of people I failed. They would have been poached and turned against me by the Crystal Deep clan. However, they fell, and at the point when I was looking into their mysterious fall, something didn't add up for me. The Black Snow Company, an organization of lawless vagabonds, couldn't possibly take down an intricate organization like Manhattan and kill everyone. Her crimson eyes found mine with something harder than before. Then I noticed a piece that was very easy to miss. She paused. You. The difference between what the Black Snow Company had been and what they suddenly became was you. So I began looking into you. As a merchant, information around here isn't scarce, just costly. I paid the right price to find out what I wanted. She scoffed. It was surprisingly cheap. That scoff almost vexed me, but I held still and let her talk. Chill. Your time will come. I found out you were a wanted heretic in the kingdom of Etheris, and also found out about the shady dealings of the church branch there. So you knew I was a sovereign. I had a premonition, but I didn't confirm it until a few moments ago. Yes, I heard about the new sovereign and was secretly hoping it was you, as I suspected, but I truly did not know until a few moments ago. I was quiet for a beat, then let out a slow breath. At least now, it feels like she's telling the truth. Everything connected. The weight was properly distributed. So you were trying to sell yourself as less desperate than you are. I chuckled and dismissed the sword from my hand. How did that work out for you? She adjusted her posture, straightening her robes with a small frown. Not very well, as you can see. I turned away from her and turned it over in my head. Cassie, what do you think? You're asking me? Of course I'm asking you. You're the one best suited for things like this. Cassie sounded surprised. I had no idea why. Oh, well, ask for more. It's clear that she knows a lot about what happened in Etheris. It'll be wise to get information from her. But don't make it obvious that that's what you're after. It'll make you seem smaller than you appear. A brief pause. She is probably thinking you're new to this and can be taken advantage of, so she wants to control you. That's why she used the marriage reward. Ah, that actually makes sense. So what we want to do is make you larger and thwart her expectations. Ask for her entire clan as compensation. I froze for a moment. Cassie, even though I know we want to ISNT that too much, she's doing all of this for her clan, remember? No, it's not. And you must believe it enough yourself that it's not. Only then will you be able to convince her as to why she should submit herself and her clan to you. Then we help her at all cost. And that way, we'll be helping ourselves. I sighed. I certainly knew where this was going. Cassie, don't tell me you're thinking about resources for creating an army right now. Chapter 350. Asking for too much? Trust me with it, I turned back to White Feather. First, you're a cold-blooded liar. She creased her brows, chin lifting slightly. What do you mean? I clearly said no. What you said was that you didn't know I was a sovereign until a few minutes ago, but as a matter of fact you knew. That was the reason you were expecting me. She held my gaze and slowly, deliberately, reinforced her point. I said, I just confirmed. Silence settled between us. I let it sit there, staring down at her, watching the defiance harden across her features like frost on glass. I will help you, I said, but now that I know your situation is quite pitiful, I will be adding one more thing to the price. She scowled, but I minded not and continued. I want something more. I will save you with all the resources at my disposal. which means you'll be getting the best service a sovereign can offer. White Feather's jaw tightened. Something moved behind her eyes, quick and guarded, but she buried it before I could read it clearly. She was suppressing something, and whatever it was, it ran deeper than anger. I didn't press. After all, I would truly help her. Of course, it did come at a great cost, but nothing you can't afford. I grinned. Sincerely, even the best someone of my caliber could manage. What is this price? Still grinning, I answered. It's simple, really. I let the words hang for just a breath. I want you to hand your clan over to me. Her face darkened, and the killing intent hit me like a wall of winter. It rolled off her in waves, white and deadly, pressing against my skin with a cold that had nothing to do with temperature. The air between us thickened. I did nothing and simply let Emperor's presence answer for me. Red met white. The weight of it was immediate, suffocating, and the difference between us became apparent in the span of a heartbeat. Her killing intent buckled, folded, collapsed inward like paper crushed in a fist. White Feather staggered back. Blood dripped from the corner of her lips. Oh, did I release too much? I studied her again, tilting my head. Come to think of it, she's gone paler than she looked a few moments ago. It was easy to miss. White Feather's complexion was naturally pale, but I had a keen eye for details when it came to pretty women, and I knew I couldn't have been wrong. I narrowed my eyes, then reached forward and took her jaw between my fingertips, not missing the opportunity to use my precious summoner's touch. I tilted her face up slightly, studying the hollows beneath her cheekbones. The faint bruising under her skin that cosmetics couldn't quite hide. Something is wrong with you. Why do you look dead? She was trembling. Faintly, almost imperceptibly, but I could feel it through my fingertips. She was fighting to hold still, to keep whatever was eating at her from showing on the surface. Oh, I know so well what is going on. She pulled her jaw from my hand and stepped back, glaring. I am fine. This is not your business. And if you think I will give you my clan simply for helping me, you're dreaming. Be a sovereign or not, I will not give you what I have spent my entire lifetime building. I shook my head, clicking my tongue. You really don't know what you're doing right now. Her glare sharpened into something closer to hatred. A sovereign is asking to be your patron, and you're saying no? I let that settle before continuing. Right now, who are the greatest threat to humanity if they decide to move? The sovereigns. And what is a greater honor than committing your entire clan to a harmless one? She did not respond, but she was hearing me. Every word. I'm here to help you. I'll do everything to get you back on your feet, if need be. What I'm asking for is the duty of a husband to you. I want to own you, White Flower, you and everything that comes with you. White Feather continued to glare at me. She stayed silent for a few moments after I said those words. Then she scoffed and shook her head. I can't believe you had me fooled. For a moment, when you entered, I was convinced you were childish and inexperienced. I was sure that if I promised you something inappropriate and a lot of money, you'd be happy to help. I gave her a disgusted look. Didn't bother hiding it. What do you mean? Is that my first impression? You have no idea. Cassie responded in my head. No, actually, I thought I looked more like a delinquent than anything. You're going to need more hard work to be that intimidating. I'll admit, Circade, you had me fooled. You hid your nature very well with that childish and inexperienced pretense. Now, don't pressure any further. Tell her you'll wait for her response and see yourself out of here. I noted Cassie's advice between the lines of conversation. Well, whatever you say it is. I don't think myself to be much of a pretender. In fact, I'm very true to my nature, you see. I gave a grin. Then, White Feather, whatever decision you come to, I'll be waiting. I was about to turn when I stopped. You would have happened to prepare some place to stay for me, right? It'd be heartwarming to be in your company. You have a beautiful clan here. She glared at me first. Then, a moment later, the look on her face shifted. She called softly, Shuyao. The same attendant walked in from behind the broken door, reached us, and bowed her head deeply toward White Feather. Show our guest and the rest of his organization to their quarters. Give them the best treatment. Shuyao hesitated. Flower Pavilion. Matriarch? No. Lotus Pavilion. The attendant shook slightly. But Matt Shuyao. She bowed her head quickly. Yes, Matriarch. She turned to me next. Follow me, sir. The seething anger in her eyes didn't bother hiding itself. Chapter 351. Bad company. The attendant, Shuyao, led me out of the hall, then out of the inner compound. Outside there, everyone was waiting for me. They lounged around, Tristan and Nisha sitting down on the 1-inch barricade that demarcated the main path, while Levi and Gilbert rested beneath the shade of a tree with scattered pink flowers. How did they manage under that? Practically, the Waddlins lacked a sun of their own. But that did not stop the intense bravado of light, which sort of caused heat and could be too much to beat at times. So I could understand seeing Levi and Gilbert run for shelter. I wonder, was Gilbert the one that brokered them this job? The moment I stepped out, Levi and Gilbert leaned away from the tree, while Nisha and Tristan also stood up and reached me first. Tristan asked, scrunching his dark-circled eyes, "How did it go in there?" I lingered on the question for a moment, just enough for Gilbert and Levi to join us. Then I explained the situation to them as Shuyao escorted us to where we would be staying for a while. Of course, I left out a great deal of the conversation that happened there, explaining only what White Feather had initially said to me before I opened up her skirts of lies. Then, in order not to make Levi catch up on the lie like I did, I sprinkled a little of the truth there instead. The fact that the Crystal Deep clan was turning her customers against her, and she was in great debt to top that. I managed not to portray her as desperate as she seemed, but even Levi cut through my intricate web that she was. I got off easy since he seemed to think that I simply wasn't seeing it. But he wanted us to increase the prize pool to 10 million spirit crystals. Greedy. It was indeed quite ravenous of him. But he was a child compared to my dear little Cassie. I was still trying to wrap it within my head. Asking for someone else's clan is way too much. The unbelievable part was that it actually worked. Or at least had the potential to work. When we were leaving, I was already tasting an air of submission, which I suspected Cassie had seen, and that was why she asked me not to press any further and let her be. The mind was a treacherous element. Put in the right ingredients and leave it to marinate. It would convince a beggar that riding a horse was not that big of a deal. I'm sure she's there right now, giving herself reasons why my offer made sense. She was in a vulnerable position, and I had not hesitated to feed on that. I feel like a bad person. No, this isn't UK'd, it's all Cassie. Finally, after what looked like quite the walk, we entered a space that insidiously stole my attention. I found myself gazing at the gray trees with crimson leaves that spread across the skyline of this quarter of the Boundless Wave Manor. The pavement paths, in fact, had become white and smooth, like they were an outgrowth rather than a work of construction. And in the center of the yard stood a larger tree of crimson leaves that stretched over the rest like their mother. There were squirrels with scarlet backs and eyes running all over the place and away from the sound of our steps. We climbed an arching white bridge to the left and were led to an even larger yard. At the four corners of this yard were different buildings, all with roofs that had curved eaves and large circular, doorless entrances carved in front of the buildings. Shuyao stopped in the plain center of this yard and said, "This is where you'll be staying for the meantime." Tristan looked around, his eyes finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Oh my great darkness! This is luxury. No, this is not just any kind of luxury, Levi. This is a rotten, wrong, and punishable luxury. Gilbert shouted and ran around. He sat on the raised entrance floor of the building to his left and laid on the floor by his side like he wanted to just hug the place and never let it go. T. Night Yell, a much better choice of luxury, though. He raised his head and gave me a disgusted glare. Then he leaped up and flipped his ragged clothes behind him. Well then, I shall disappear into my abode. He walked into the homestead like a young master that had every right to be here, despite not really looking the part. The rest of the four of us stared at each other, wondering who got to pick the remaining three and who got a share. Levi pointed to the building beyond me, the one in the center. "You stay there alone. You're posing as our leader, so you must look the part. I will stay with Gilbert to keep him in check. The guy has issues keeping his hands in one place." He turned to Nisha and lingered. "You stay with Tristan, and make sure to keep your ears up. We could be walking into a trap, so we can't afford to be a bit languid." He stretched his hands up and yawned. As for me, I'm going to sleep. Cade, you're in charge from now on. My eyes shot at him with disbelief. You can't just dump it all on me. I've never even been here before. He chuckled and gave me a wicked look, complimented by a mischievous grin. You'll do just fine. Hey, I don't think you're even listening to me. I said Ivy before I could even complete my statement. He was already whistling and walking inside. Tristan tapped my shoulder with a sad look on his face and also walked inside. Nisha gave me a wink and went away too. I was left standing in the yard and staring at the sky of water bodies. What the actual hell? Chapter 352. King of Lust after settling into the homestead that was assigned to me. The first thing I took the effort to do was plunge myself deep into warm water. I stayed in the large wooden bowl that worked quite well for a bathtub for more than an hour, sinking my body and thinking about my situation. How philosophical. I'm deep down in water, not twice at the same time. This should not be possible. Would you believe me back on Earth if I told them I had taken a warm bath while being immersed in an ocean? I would simply be called a Guinness Award-deserving liar. White Featherwood Tea hold a candle to my name. They could even adopt my identity as concepts in movies. I shook my head. Yet here I am. I leaned my head back on the rim of the basin and stared at the wooden interlocking roof while quieting the noise in my head. No matter what, though, I couldn't fully extinguish the noise. I hated the fact that I had to lie to Levi and the others. And that was what had kept me worried more than anything. These were the most precious and generous people to me, both in this world and the last, and they didn't deserve to be lied to. But I also owed myself, my goals, and my villainesses some level of loyalty. I am sorry, but in this rotten world, they are my priorities. There is no way forward for now than to sit with the lies I've told and make sure I did a good job keeping them. And fortunately, keeping a lie and living it was one of my strongest fortes. Speaking of my other strongest forte, right in time, I hid a grin behind clueless and distracted eyes and allowed the steps that made their way inside to follow through and slowly enter the water. I couldn't move, and in front of me was White Feather, her silky white hair scattering wetly on the surface of the water. She lowered her body up to her shoulder level and stared at me with those deep crimson eyes. Now that I saw them again, they looked the same color as those scarlet-backed squirrels, more than they looked crimson, and their floral pattern was still enchanting nonetheless. Then her body, I couldn't move my head an inch. I was surrounded by feathers, white feathers that stilled in the air with a will of their own, each pointing towards my neck with their sharp end like a blade, forming a circle around my neck. Is this necessary? White Feather leaned back and brought out her pipe. She placed it gently in her mouth, raised it after a moment, and released a white mist into the air. You were willing to go far to claim what does not belong to you. She glared at me with murderous intent. I'm willing to go this far to protect what belongs to me. My expression remained impassive even as she spoke. And you think you can kill a sovereign? She took another draw of her pipe and released the mist again. It's been done before. I can do it again. I laughed and placed my hand over the edge of the bowl, looking at her. You're that confident? Huh. Well, we spoke to each other with hostility on the surface of the water. Another type of conversation was going on beneath the water. My legs had found hers. The wooden basin was large, but not large enough for my leg to fail at finding hers. I started from her feet, letting Summoner S touch do its thing while I softly grazed my toes across hers, making my way up the hill of her legs. She kept her expression neutral and remained still, making it look like my attempt was failing. But my attempt was doing anything but failing. This was a tested and proven method. A weak half-spirit like her could not resist the power of Summoner S touch. Don't feel bad. Even Cassie can't resist my touch. I have done worse to survive. My confidence should be the least of your concerns. I gave her no response at first. At this point, my toes had reached a juncture, which was her knee. I proceeded forward more delicately, and then her mask started to crack. She trembled first, lowering her head. I could even see veins rising on her neck as she strained herself to resist the turmoil that was happening inside her. My legs drifted higher and higher until they reached her inner thighs. Hear the rhythm of White Feather's tremors changed, or now, her tremors actually had a rhythm. I felt her hands slowly clasp around my legs and draw them closer, resting my feet against her. She trembled quietly, caught up in her own quiet moment, seeing that she had surrendered completely to the feeling. And her drive of pleasure was overwhelming her common sense. I withdrew my legs. She flung her head up, a look of disappointment quickly making its way onto her face. Her feathers around me lost focus and drifted away. She looked like some words were about to roll out of her mouth, but at the same time, her pride held her in place. Ah, looks like this will not be enough to break her. I sighed and lifted myself, rivulets of water dripping off my body and forming discordant ripples in the water. Her eyes followed me as I stood up, and they immediately widened. Her pale face went paler in that moment. She looked so sick that her cheekbone revealed itself briefly. I looked down at her and said in a cold tone, "If you want to kill me, let us pick a proper place for that. If there is no other business, award me some privacy, will you?" White Feather. She kept her head lowered and said nothing. However, as I was about to climb out of the water, I suddenly felt someone hold me by the wrist. Chapter 353. Painful pleasure a wide, triumphant grin mar my face for a brief moment. It was malicious too. I heard the water ripple as White Feather pulled herself out of it. I did not glance back. Instead, I kept my gaze forward, my expression stripped of emotion. She stepped onto the stone floor, and for a moment the silence was deafening. It's strange. Her voice was warmer, more tender than what I had heard in the hall earlier today or even a few moments ago. Your touch is strange. It's maddening, but surprisingly enough, it's the closest thing to satisfaction I've felt in 200 years. She released my hand, and I slowly turned toward her. She lifted her own hands, staring at her palm. The demands of being this are a curse. I knew it and was willing to pay the price. But I was a foolish summoner back then. No amount of essence is ever enough. No amount of food is ever enough. Nothing is ever enough. My soul is a gluttonous whirlwind that wants to consume and destroy everything. Her gaze met mine, and even though I was honestly trying my best, it was impossible to avert my eyes from her wet clothes. First of all, she was wearing thin linen, and though it wasn't intended to be see-through after the water had its way with it, it cared little for its intended purpose. The cloth clung stubbornly to her skin, forming veins of its own. Through it, the contour and structure of her bazookas were clearly visible. She had the kind that stood like balloons. They seemed to possess a bouncy trait, shifting within the linen even with minimal movement. They sat on her chest in harmony with her frame, letting nothing look out of proportion. If there had to be anything remarkable, it wasn't the bazookas, but the little knobheads crowning them. How are they so huge? It took a moment of focus to return to White Feather's expression. She lifted her hands to her chest, blocking the view for a moment. I care too deeply for my clan to let myself destroy it with my abyssal hunger. She trembled slightly, but when you touched me, I felt something I had forgotten to feel. I felt satisfaction. She looked in my eyes. "You're blocking my damn view. Are you serious about what you said? Do you truly seek to protect my clan?" It was until she asked the question that I stopped trying to gain X-ray vision through her hands to get a better view of those teats. I sighed. I said this before, and I hate repeating myself. I'm the safest option for your clan right now, and I mean no harm. I have my ambitions, yes, but they are not harmful to your clan. She kept her gaze fixed on me. Will you at least tell me your ambitions, then? Her pale face seemed even more beautiful than before. I didn't know how it was possible, but pale light filtered through the windows. Outside was darkness. It looked as though the moon had crested the water sky. But I was damn sure the Waddlelands had no moon or skies. I took her jaw, still using Summoner's touch. Is that what you want to concern yourself with right now? My goals? The look in her eyes changed. Their scarlet color deepened, though in a subdued way. A flush spread across her cheeks and over her nose. She stuttered. I'd rather have this conversation, for the sake of my clan. In my hand, I felt no resistance from White Feather anymore, not even the slightest. I pulled her jaw forward, and she followed. Her lids slowly lowered, her gaze focusing on my lips as they drew closer. Her lips met mine, and I felt her tremble for a moment. I didn't stop there. I pulled her lips into mine with tenderness while using my other hand to grab a portion of her squishy, compact haunches, pulling her into my embrace. She was helpless against the sudden pull and tried to retreat her lips, but I held them with a soft bite, earning an adorable scowl. I released her lips and said, my clan that, forget about your clan tonight and worry about surviving the night in one piece. I placed my hands on her narrow waist and lifted her off the ground easily. My strength was more than sufficient, or she was incredibly light, or maybe both. I can try lifting Cassie someday. I set her gently on the edge of the wooden basin, and she settled into a comfortable sit. My gaze lingered on hers, taking in her delicate scarlet eyes, her white brows against alabaster skin. Her wet white hair clung to her body and the side of her face, making her look like a drenched pup. I leaned toward her and captured her lips again. As I kissed her softly, warmly, I sent a wave of Summoner-esque touch from the tip of my tongue, filling her with it. The moment I did, I got a reaction. She flung her arms around my neck, pulled me closer, and wrapped her legs around me, crossing them behind my back. Her breasts pressed against my chest as her head tilted upward, crushing me with a wave of intense, overwhelming pleasure. I almost staggered. It felt more like a soul attack than a kiss. It was a release, as though I had shattered a heavy gate and unleashed something immense. But it was nothing I couldn't handle, because in that moment of overwhelming pleasure, infinite vitality reinvigorated me. Now that I think about it, White Feather's tongue seized mine so swiftly and forcefully that my thoughts vanished. In that instant, something tore at the core of my being, as if trying to rip me to shreds. For a moment, I felt more pain than pleasure. The next moment, I understood what was happening, and I suspected that even infinite vitality might not be able to save me from this. Chapter 354. And there goes White Feather's gate of pleasure. White Feather apparently had not been joking when she said what she said. Whatever she had done to her spirit had made it so that her soul could never get enough. Either the force of centuries without fulfillment was now ripping at the very core of my being in a bid to pull me in completely, or the nature of her pleasure was harmful in a way I could not yet comprehend. But I was certain it was the former. The reason was simple. I could feel the urge of that force in the way White Feather's body moved. It was as though crashing waves responded to the rhythm of her body. And despite her lithe frame, she had concealed centuries of pleasure within her body, and all of it was now being torn open with crude force. Of course, I was the one dealing with the damage. I was left with two questions. Do I withdraw now and prevent myself from incurring severe soul damage? Or do I continue? Is that even a question? Continuing could literally kill me, which might be the best way to die. I had once been ready to die by sex. Who was to say I wasn't ready again? I survived Cassie. There's no way in hell I'm dying from this feeble lady. And who knows? This might be the moment I meet that impossible requirement. The thought sent a surge of energy through my body, and I met her brutal force with equal brutality. I gripped the lip of the wooden basin and kissed her intensely while holding her tightly against my body. A moment later, the wood splintered beneath my grip, but I couldn't care less. I lifted her off it to keep her from getting injured. Her legs wrapped around my waist, and her lips refused to break away even for a single breath. Pressed beneath the force of her kiss, I moved her toward the wall. The frames trembled as we leaned against it. She grabbed my jaw and kissed me harder. Her tongue pushed into my mouth, moving like the wheel of a storm. She felt a warm rush of emotion surge through her body. His hand slid gently along her thighs, shifting the fabric of her dress higher. Between them, soft laughter and sighs mixed with quiet whispers, warming the air. Finally, White Feather pulled back for a moment, leaning away to look at me with slightly widened eyes. Disbelief spilled across her expression. What are you? She looked down at me, eyes blinking slowly. Every second, every bit of you fills me with essence and pleasure. It's so satisfying. If it stopped now, I wouldn't T-star for weeks. A small, mischievous smile curled at the corner of my lips. So you want us to stop? She lingered for a moment, still staring at me with wonder and disbelief. Then she shook her head. No, I do not. I don't want this to end. Not anytime soon. The mischievous grin returned. Then how about we take this to the next level? I held the neckline of her cloth where it rested on the edge of her shoulder and slowly pulled it down. As the linen gave way to my gentle tug, her breasts slowly spilled free. She looked down, her face flushing with crimson. Before she could process any other emotion, I sank my teeth in her neck. Not hard or viciously like some blood-sucking manhunter. The bite was soft and unhurried, firm enough to send jolts of pleasurable pain across her body, but not lingering long enough to hurt. Her eyes gave out and rolled back, and a soft breath escaped her as her head tilted gently. I continued down her neck, brushing lightly along her skin, drawing quiet sighs from her each time. I leaned in close and focused on her. First, I teased her gently until she became so sensitive that even the slightest touch made her entire body jolt as though struck by lightning. At some point, she clung tightly to me and pressed close against me as I held her gently. Something is wrong. Her words spilled out unevenly. Something isn't right. I feel like if you continue like this, something will break loose inside me. I gave her a reassuring smile. That's good then. That means we're on the right track. It looks like your wells of pleasure might soon fill and overflow. But we can't have that happen before I've shown you my boundless mercy. Can we? Her eyes widened in shock. Show me? There's still more you haven't shown me? I held her cheek and tapped it lightly with a scoff. In fact, this is only the tip of the iceberg. I stepped back slightly, feeling a little dizzy from enduring the soul assault, but I suppressed it immediately. She slowly uncurled her legs and stood upright. Her garment slipped to the floor, but her gaze didn't wander. It remained fixed on me. Her pale face had turned almost completely red. It retained its porcelain quality, but looked far richer and warmer than it had just minutes ago. She stared downward. Protruding beneath me was a large shape casting an enormous shadow across the floor. The shadow of her hand moved toward it, and her long, delicate fingers wrapped around the shape. Then two larger shadows merged together. White Feather took my hand gently in hers, looking with a bit of wonder in her eyes, while I drew her closer, pressing her against my chest. I looked into her eyes and said to her in the most simple manner possible, I'm going to have you until you can't stand anymore. Chapter 355. Her current of lust. White Feather's eyes went wide and froze. She hid whatever was beneath the layer of a sweet, luring smile. Such vulgar words. The feel of her hand holding mine was cold, and that coldness sent jolts of surprise through different areas of my body. In the center of my chest, it was like there was a whirlpool drawing all the tension in my body and focusing it at that point alone. This feeling, this rush. It had been a very long time since I felt like this. In fact, I had no idea I had missed it this much. With one hand, like a towering demon, I grabbed White Feather and hoisted her up. She responded with a sudden yelp and immediately wrapped her legs around my waist, her eyes hesitant to leave mine. Sir, Warcade, what are you going to do? A vicious grin crawled across my face. I'm going to introduce you to a higher life. This life I withhold from many people because when you taste it, there's no going back. Only lust and madness remain. She looked at me, her eyes wide with shock. She glanced down again, and then back at my face. Will you make me yours? And feed it to me every day? I looked down at her and chuckled. Lady White Feather, I am expensive, and you, right now, are too broke to afford me. She trembled. Fear crept across her face, and this time, she couldn't hide it. I do not want to lose this. Anything you want, I'll give it to you. Please promise me this is not going to be a one-time thing. I smirked. Of course. Are you willing to give me your clan? Giving me your clan would give me a reason to stay close to you and protect you. Are you going to will yourself and everything you own to me? She did not respond immediately. Her gaze fell downward and her brows knitted into a subtle frown. I have a duty to fulfill. I smiled, leaving her with delight. Then don't complain. Enjoy this little moment. Nothing has to be decided now, I said to her with a warm voice. At the same time, I moved her gently with a fraction of my strength. Using my other hand, I adjusted myself upward. She looked confused, having no idea what was coming for her. Then, all of a sudden, but with gentle affection, I leaned in closer between her legs. Her eyes opened hollow, then flung wide in the same breath. Her shoulders trembled, and for a moment she almost lost balance and fell off, but my grip was firm on her waist. Her hands moved quickly to find somewhere to latch onto. She found my shoulder, and one finger dug into my shoulder. The other trapped a portion of my hair behind my back. I, by the way, did not stop. I treated her with tenderness, lifting her gently and giving her time to adjust. Surprisingly, it was me who started adjusting first. Despite being so old, at least 200 years old, White Feather was very resistant. It was as if her muscles had closed off completely, and it was difficult to get through. One of the major problems, of course, was the size involved. But before any of that could become a problem for more than 5 seconds, I suddenly felt a soft giving way, like gates falling and nothing remaining in my path. At the same time, I could feel it reduce in size in order to achieve the perfect synchronization for her. Sex, after all, was not about crushing your opponent and standing over their broken body and trembling legs. It was about reaching the summit in harmony, leaving no party behind. At least, that was what my knowledge and the careful study of my skill had led me to believe. As much as I was putting her sexual desires above mine, I also was putting mine above hers. We were both equal parts of an important whole, and the responsibility that gave me was finding her rhythm. It wasn't so difficult after learning to listen to everything from you on. I paid attention to the hums and vibrations of White Feather's body and adapted. My body adapted to it, and as I did, the tension in the moment only grew. The sounds that broke from White Feather's lips became increasingly loud. I wasn't sure who was listening to us, but this was going to be hard to explain my way out of Tomor. She clenched my hair so tightly that I almost threw my head back. But I held her waist softly and held her close against me. Her soft gasps escaped her lips. Oh, Wahinkak. Her sounds rose from deep within. She trembled each time, like she wanted to pull away from my hands, only to settle back into them and grip me with monstrous strength. I think I might have lost some hair, but I cared too little for that and sought instead to release the whirlpool of force building inside me. For a moment, my hips moved, shifting only slightly, yet pouring out all the force I had gathered. Her lips parted slightly, and soft sounds escaped her at a measured pace. What is this, Lord CCC Acade? What is happening to me? I did not respond. Instead, I watched her closely. There was fear in her expression, confusion battling the immense flames of pressure consuming her. I held her waist tighter and took her lips with mine. I filled her with a passionate kiss, and she responded with her tongue swimming into my mouth like a flood. I gave her something to commit to, killing the thoughts in her head. She did not just kiss me. She focused all her attention there, letting the warmth between us grow even brighter. The movement of my body now matched hers at a steady, unhurried pace. My waist swayed and soft sounds drifted across the room. She jerked each time, but used the momentum of that rhythm to fill my mouth with her passionate kiss, flowing through every corner of my mouth, drawing my tongue and twisting around it like a dance that reflected flowers and followed the movement of the wind. Whatever her tongue was made of, her kisses, they were unexplainable. In all my life, they were the best I had ever felt. Even Cassie didn't come close to this. Not even Yuan. Yuan. Cassie. I'm so sorry. We held each other close. She had now learned how to follow my lead on her own. Her steps no longer needed my guidance. They moved on their own. She moved her body up and down in a steady rhythm. This continued for the next few minutes. No words were shared, just a mixture of soft and deep sounds echoing across the room. That moment felt like a trance. I thought about nothing else. No, I was incapable of thinking of anything else. As she went along with our reckless adventure, she even moved at a pace that grew faster as the seconds flew past. At first, I feared for her. The way she moved and urged me to do the same made me feel like I wanted to unleash a side of me I had kept locked away for the longest time, and that was certainly not a great option. Even though it had nothing to do with sexual pleasure, I had kept that goddamn thing locked away for a very good reason. I didn't me to be that demon, and I was running away from myself. I was simply making my life easier. But no matter how much I tried, there was little I could do. White Feather torrent was just too powerful and immense to resist. The worst part was that resisting it didn't require any physical or mental power. All it required was easing up the pace. However, that felt like it would do more harm than good to her. Her body was beginning to tremble at this point, the tension gripping her in waves. Her skin felt warmer, and her movements grew more urgent. Her breathing quickened, and her grip tightened fiercely. She threw her head back and continued to move up and down, her body pressing against my thighs as the moment intensified, and she shifted around in an endless rhythm. Her legs flew wide, at first like they were going to come undone, but the next moment they wrapped around me even tighter and shook violently. Her entire body followed with the same intensity, as though she had been struck from head to toe by invisible lightning. Following that, a torrent of messages hit me. Chapter 356. Unexpected boon yin and yang spirit essence has harmonized your body, has absorbed a powerful yang spirit essence. The spirit essence is rushing through you and tugging at the walls of your soul. Your spirit essence has increased. The messages continued to flow before my eyes as White Feather fell weakly against my body. The messages did not stop there. Your main attribute, Summoner's Touch, has leveled up due to absorbing a vast amount of yin spirit essence. Your essence has reached a threshold. Your soul is expanding. This was most certainly the most shocking message I'd seen today. What was this? White Feather is not my. The word stopped because as I thought about it, I discovered something very important. White Feather truly was not my summon, but she was a pseudo-spirit, which meant that, to an extent, she functioned the same way Cassie and Maggie did. What is going on? Due to the pure yin that you absorbed, the limits of your soul have been expanded. At the same time, I could feel something rebuilding. The edges of my mind were expanding and pulling away. I could feel the white light that formed the boundary of the nave pushing further back as well. I was also surging with immense essence, so much that I wanted to open my status and see just how much essence I'd gained. But I couldn't because more messages poured out before me. You have gained a new summon, huh? Something was wrong this time around. The 2 times I summoned villainesses, there had been intentionality to it. I had summoned them myself, and there had been a lot of light, charades, and glitter accompanying it. However, none of that was happening right now. My soul was undergoing reconstruction. I was lying naked on the bathroom floor with a woman who had fainted on my chest after an intense sexual moment, and it was saying I had gained a summon. The reconstruction around my soul finally ceased, and I decided to dive inside. What I saw bewildered me. The cathedral, the nave, still looked like a nave, but it was something very different now. The hall had stretched even wider, and the pews were farther from the altar. Speaking of the altar, it had been restructured, and a curved dais now led up to it. The altar was still broken and somewhat foggy, but the nave had grown about 3 times larger than it initially was. Cassie stood beside me, her arms folded, looking everywhere with slight intrigue in her eyes. This place could fit 100,000 soldiers and wouldn't feel crowded. Her gaze fell on me. Perhaps it is time to start questioning the nature of your soul. I scoffed, still staring at the nave in disbelief. Even a marble floor was so reflective that it looked like glass. But this was not where the real change was. I stepped outside the cathedral with Cassie. The boundaries of the sanctuary had been pushed further back, and what had looked like a white plain before was now a meadow with a fresh breeze. I could actually feel the cool touch of the wind on my skin, and that too in my soul. This is sick. And from outside, we could see the real change to the cathedral. A full tower extended toward the white sky. Multiple bells of different sizes hung in the belfry, bronze polished to a golden gleam. Just as I wondered how to get there, I felt my soul obey my wishes, and the landscape shifted accordingly. Where I had been standing was no longer the ground, but the belfry, with the giant bells behind me. Cassie stood beside me as well. It was unbelievable. The second upgrade truly was unbelievable. I summoned the information about my soul at once. Your soul sanctum has upgraded to level 2 soul. Hollow sanctum the nave. Unlocked function. Soul resonance chamber. You can designate 2 villainesses to the nave. The longer they stay in the nave, the less SE it costs to summon them. If they stay for more than 12 hours, you'll be able to summon them with no SE cost for 12 hours. I went down. I knew for sure that I could only leave 1 villainess here before, and that they needed to remain here for 24 hours. But now the time had dropped to only 12 hours. Although the output time remained the same as before, the reduced requirement was great progress I hadn't expected. The bell tower function. Clarion call. Once per day, you can send a summon to ring the bell. You can command a summon, and they will not have the power to override your command or disobey. Reading the function of the bell tower filled me with so much joy that I was literally bouncing off the ground. Cassie looked down at me with a disgusted expression. What is it? I quickly straightened myself and stood upright, keeping my smile to myself. What's wrong? Nothing at all. She gave me a doubtful, irritated look before turning away to gaze at the far horizon of the sanctum. At that moment, I thought to myself, wait a minute. I could simply use it now. I struck the body of the bell, and it instantly exploded with a hollow, crystalline metallic sound. Cassie's face darkened, and she quickly turned toward me with anger blazing in her eyes. But I stood before her, chest out and hands behind my back like a proper master, and commanded, "Kneel." Immediately, she froze. Her face went rigid, fury burning in her gaze. But regardless, she went down on both legs and knelt before me. Chapter 357. Do not underestimate the power of sex. It was a good thing that soul damage wasn't physical. Even though I could bring its effects back to reality, there were no bruises on my face when I withdrew from my soul sanctum, as the lodestar now referred to it. The sudden upgrade was strange and important, and after checking my status information, I had been able to figure out who my third summon was. Summoner's status name, Cade Marlowe rank, E-Spirit Essence, 3000 active spirit, 3/6 main attributes Summoner S Touch, Basic, LV, 9 Infinite Vitality, Basic, LV, 20 Requirement not met, Sculptor S Gift, Advanced, LV, 5 extra attributes Emperor S Presence, Combat Support, LV, 17 Strategic Apex, Utility Combat, LV, 13 Conqueror S Will, Support Combat, LV, 10 Warlord S Command, Support Combat, LV, 17 Sanctified Immolation, Combat, LV, 18 Chains of Confession, Combat Control, LV, 15 Inquisitorial Authority, Commander Debuff, LV, 10 Martyr S Endurance, Survival Support, LV, 10 Feather Step, Utility Combat, LV, 1 Description, Single Teleport, up to 10 meters. Line of sight required. Leaves 1 white feather as an essence signature. 2's cooldown. A new skill and 6 summons, not 5. I was sure the 3 who had not yet been given a chance to debut would be very mad and disappointed at whoever had hijacked their chance to come out of whatever hole they were in. I stared down at White Feather, who now slept on my bedding. Since she passed out, she hadn't even flicked a finger and had only been sleeping peacefully. It looked like she had not slept in many years and was finally making up for all the time she had missed. She asked my summon now. I turned and willed her status into existence. If she truly belonged to me, I believed I would be able to see it with ease. And surprisingly, I did. Spirit profile name, White Lily of the Feathered Blade title, White Feather, the 1000 Pace Maiden Spirit tier, Legend Fortitude, unavailable signature abilities the 1000 Pace Wind, Ultimate Mobility, effect. Up to 7 consecutive feather steps in under 2 seconds, each potentially accompanied by a strike. Enemies see her standing still, then suddenly 7 feathers drift through the air, 7 people are dead, and she is back where she started. The quintessential white feather assassination technique. Her entire reputation was built on variants of this move. SE cost, incredibly high drawback, severe spirit essence drain. After using this technique, she cannot teleport for 30 seconds, exposing her to retaliation during the recovery window. The instant of white snow, ultimate time stop effect. A maximum localized time stop covering a 20-meter sphere. During the freeze, everything within the sphere halts sound, light, motion, even magical effects. She walks through the paused world and acts as if the rest of creation is a photograph. Drawbag, masiva sa cost. After ending it, she is frozen in place for 2 seconds as time catches up with her. The Feathered Robe S Benediction, Transformation Hidden Ultimate, effect. For 60 seconds, she unfurls into a full wingspan of feathers, turning into a pseudo-celestial once again. All her abilities operate at peak power. She can fly. Her time stop refreshes instantly. Her teleports cost nothing. She becomes, briefly, what she once was, a being who walked between the heavens and the earth. Drawback. Afterward, total collapse. She remains unconscious for hours. My mouth almost fell open as I checked her stats and abilities. ODIY 3. She was always this broken? It didn't make sense. I had literally attacked her in her hall. If she had always been this strong, why didn't she fight back? On the contrary, when I pieced together what she had told me a few hours ago, the dots connected. It's safe to say she was always this strong, but lacked enough essence to even maintain a physical body. If she had used her abilities or exerted herself, who knows, she might have broken apart if she tried. But now that she was my summon, her essence expenditure depended on me. She no longer needed to worry so much about spirit essence. It makes sense. I see why her complexion was getting better during the sex. I looked down at her once again. I had wondered how I would obtain my next summon, what villainous she would be. I definitely did not expect it to happen this way, and certainly not the matriarch of the Waddlins. Talk about the twists and turns of fate. Now all that is left is to break all my attributes into the advanced tier. Then I can go independent and start hunting them down. In a distant land on the Solarium continent, over a desert that didn't come close to Ashera in terms of heat, dunes of white sand stretched endlessly. Above them, a creature flew across the sky. Several people wrapped in gray, tattered clothes ran across the white dunes, trying to escape the flying creature. But it was like an ant trying to escape the sky. The effort was commendable but fruitless. The creature let out a thin screech, like glass shattering in the sky. It circled above them for a moment before suddenly diving toward the cohort crossing the desert. At that same moment, the creature extended its vicious talons and struck the ground with a burst of wind that sent the dunes exploding and filled the air with a thick fog of sand. The people had expected a direct attack, but somehow the wyvern struck the ground instead. For a moment, they were confused, wondering why. What summoner is foolish enough to abandon their summon to take on arena masters of the Iron Cults? We will destroy him today. In a thick sandstorm, light sparked around them as each of them summoned different armor and gauntlets the size of boulders. But all that brute force could not save them from the man in silver armor who moved through the sand fog like lightning. Cries of agony rose into the sky of the white desert, and there was absolutely no salvation for them. By the time the fog settled, only one man walked out. He removed his full face helmet, his ashen hair falling over his face. A burn mark ran along one side of his face, consuming his eye and temple. How his hair had managed to grow across that scar remained a mystery, one he guarded dearly. He mounted the spirit wyvern waiting for him. Our next stop is Izamark. Chapter 358. Trading your freedom for freedom. The dawn poured over the horizon, literally, but there was no golden light painting the world like a heavenly treasure. This world was pale. The best it offered was an azure radiance that showered the mountains like rain of luminance. Crossing the arching bridge that led away from the quarters assigned to Cade and his companions was a lady with white hair like silk and flawless porcelain skin. Her initially pale face was nowhere to be seen, and instead, there was an undertone of warmth. Her skin looked smooth and rich, making her resemble the guardian spirit of the sea's depths herself. She walked across the bridge with slow steps, her overflowing emerald green robe with a bamboo pattern trailing behind her. On her face was frozen an expression of inexplicable shock. I feel very different. All my vitality has been restored, and more importantly, I'm overflowing with spirit essence. Why am I overflowing with essence? White Feather knew the obvious reason. She had lived for 200 years, perpetually consuming cores. The higher the rank of the spirit beast, the more she was replenished and the longer she could hold on. A level 9 primal core, for example, could sustain her for an entire day. But level 9 primal beasts were not something one encountered every day. If it were so easy to come across one, their population would have greatly dwindled. Only a handful of summoners could deal with them. Over the centuries, there were uncountable times when the secret organization she established to create a spirit beast core network for her had perished. She managed to sustain her supply chain through the market, but it was slowly declining. The recent blow to her goods had driven things even further downhill. This was, in fact, the reason she had been so desperate. It wasn't that she couldn't deal with her disappointed customers, but the real problem was that she was dying and the cores were no longer enough. She had even begun considering hunting level 5 apex beasts, which was no different from hanging one's soul like a candle's sweet flame before a joyless clown. She had lost too many people to even prioritize hunting. The best thing she could do was figure out this problem before her essence ran dry and she slowly died. She paused as she reached the crimson tree that spread its branches wide. Glancing up at it, she muttered one night. All it took him to bring me a solution was one night. This person, Sir Cade, had promised he meant no harm, and he had even told her to focus on surviving. He knew all of this, and carefully planned for me. If that were the case, then Sir Cade had known she would contact him and had merely been waiting and pretending. When she thought about his absurd request at the beginning, everything now connected. First, he asked for her, and then he requested her clan. It was clear that this sovereign had already seen it coming. I thought I was a step ahead of him, but he was already 10 steps ahead of me while pretending to be behind. She continued staring at the tree. The sovereigns, they aren't an exaggeration. No one can know what they're thinking. She had been wrong to think she could toy with a sovereign and use him for her own selfish intentions just because he was young and newly ascended. But he had seen her coming and even outsmarted her. White Feather looked at her hands with a conflicted expression, uncertain whether she felt glad or angry. But for one thing, she felt cheated. She had once been a summoner, and now she was someone else's summon. While she was grateful she would never have to worry about essence again, she felt as though she had sold her freedom, something she had fought so fiercely for centuries to protect. Now she had lost it and couldn't tell whether it would ultimately be worth it. Did I really gain something or lose it? I can't tell. White Feather walked away. Opposite the quarters, separated by the tree, stood a pagoda tower growing alongside another scarlet tree that spiraled around it. The architecture was fascinating. The tree looked as though it wanted to suffocate the pagoda, yet there were no cracks in its walls, and the tree was not straining against the structure. As White Feather entered the first floor, her attendant, who had been pacing and commanding all the clan maidens to search everywhere for the matriarch, suddenly froze. Her eyes widened, and she ran toward the matriarch, shouting, "Matriarch! Matriarch! Where have you been?" She sounded only a tone away from outright nagging the matriarch. White Feather merely smiled with grace. The attendant froze as she noticed immediately. Her eyes trembled, and she stepped back. "Matriarch, your eyes aren't pale. Did you obtain a large amount of cores?" Her face darkened with anger. "Matriarch, did you go out hunting by yourself?" White Feather giggled, seeing the worry on her attendant's face masked as anger. "Shu Yao, look at me. Do I look like someone who has just fought a beast?" Shu Yao frowned deeply at the matriarch. You and I both know that you can deal with a primal beast without even trying. White Feather smiled, but it would exhaust me. Wouldn't he it? And the core I would get might not even replenish what I lost fighting the beast. I wouldn't look this healthy. Shu Yao's eyes shimmered as she finally seemed to recognize that the matriarch was right. Be but how? Shu Yao stuttered, lost for words, looking like someone who had seen a ghost and refusing to believe what her eyes were seeing. White Feather smiled and walked past her. A very kind sovereign entered our lives. Shu Yao stood there, her eyes shifting left and right in confusion for a moment. Then they widened, and she belatedly ran after the matriarch. Wait, matriarch, don't tell me it's that slothful-looking kid. Chapter 359. Fighting for my right at this point, when I woke up, White Feather was no longer beside me. For a moment, I felt slightly betrayed. I had never experienced being dumped right after sex. No one had ever had sex with me and not hang around for another round. But she suddenly took off and ran. The next moment, however, I remembered that she had become my summon. It was strange to think about. The matriarch of the entire Boundless Wave clan was my summon, and her resources were mine to move. Of course, I couldn't simply move them however I wanted. I still had to mind her own rules and regulations, but I didn't feel so small anymore. I wasn't insignificant anymore. That boy who came to Earth and was scorned for being weak now had an entire clan backing him up. I wasn't going to use White Feather to destroy the church, but I was sure she would serve many purposes useful toward that goal. What are you saying right now? Cassie's voice resounded in my head and followed almost immediately. Summon me right now. Yes, Ma. It seemed that a remnant of Cassie beating me a few hours ago still lingered in my head because I hadn't intended to say that. It was like a reflex action. The next moment, a swirl formed in front of me as I was just leaning up from my bedding. Cassie appeared above me and instantly slammed me down with her foot, pressing it against my cheek. I resisted, but her strength was far superior. Even though I was pushing her leg back up, she suddenly raised her crimson eyebrow and scoffed, then pushed her leg back down, slamming my face into the ground again. You must have forgotten where we started after a few months away, huh? Perverted summoner. I spoke, mumbling my words, as it was difficult to speak with a foot the size of a building resting on my cheek. Respectfully, I'm more Shan Thaish. She removed her foot and gave me a condescending glare. At the same time, I sat down in a lotus position. She was suddenly being bitchy, and she had been even worse after what I pulled yesterday. Certainly, Cassie was not someone I could simply use force on. I thought we had been harmoniously improving before, but it seemed I had made a grave mistake yesterday. But really, though, who would resist such an opportunity? In my defense, I didn't see anyone refusing a villainess, an absolute beauty with brains and deadly power, kneeling before him. Next time, I should include the Call Me Master feature. Next time would be when I could match 10 blows before going down. For now, the boundary was still 6. 6 is cool. Cassie dragged a small shelf, knocking every delicately placed object onto the ground with a slight push. She then sat on it and placed a foot over my bedding. Her fresh alabaster thighs were just behind me. I could see them in my peripheral vision, and the moment my eyes moved would probably be the death of me, because Cassie was looking straight into my eyes with her hauntingly beautiful crimson gaze. Now, what did I just hear you stupidly thinking? I gave her a defensive look. Cassie, you really need to start minding me. I'm a sovereign now, you know? I could simply subdue you with Emperor's presence, but I didn't even do that when I tried it back at Athermere. I never tried it again. Why do you think that was? The look in my eyes hardened. Because I'm not some young master who lacked authority all his life and now wants to enforce it simply because he can. I want your opinion. I want you to accept me. And I'm willing to work for that as long as needed until you feel it's safe to trust me with your vulnerabilities. And with you and Maggie, I will do that. I raised myself, standing on one knee and now almost level with Cassie. As much as I want all of that, I want to let you eat away at my self-worth, disrespect me, or treat me as if I'm just another mortal. I am your summoner. While I want to force you to treat me as such, after all, I am a supreme jerk and pervert and take great pride in my nature. I want to allow you to treat me the way you do everyone else, whether publicly or privately. I want to allow it. I finished speaking while looking straight into her eyes, my gaze reflecting the defiant while resonating inside me. For a moment, I noticed a faint blush cross her face, but it disappeared before I could properly register it. She sighed and folded her hands, her plump breasts moving with a fluid, bouncy motion. Fine then, I respect your wishes and will give you the respect you deserve. However, never in your life control me against my will. The day you do, that will be the end of our relationship. And if I have to tear down your other summons to kill you, I will do so, even if it means my own death. I offered her an understanding smile. All right, that's fair. She sighed. But back to earlier. You said something quite stupid and naive. Yes, I say the words because that is what they are. I sat down and folded my legs. You will not use her to fight your war? Don't be a child. If the world were that easy, would she be in the deep trouble she is in right now? I frowned sternly. No, where she is now has nothing to do with bringing havoc and destruction to her life because of my own vengeance. The crimson light in Cassie's eyes flickered. This is not just your vengeance, Cade. It's not just your battle or our battle. We are doing the world a good that it will one day praise us for. Do you have any idea the terrors these faith-wielding scoundrels wreak in every city? Have you forgotten what they did to the people of Rivermarrow? My gaze dropped for a moment, but before I could say anything, Cassie spoke again. And no, it wasn't about you. They did what they did because they could. When power resides in the hands of a man, and that man sees himself as a king rather than a servant, then his servants must rise and take that power from his hands, dividing it among the sons of peasants. I looked at her and said coolly, Sons of peasants don't have a good use for power, Cassie. You'll only destroy the world more. No, it will do only one of two things, destroy them or build them. She was sort of right, but also wrong. And what if it builds them into monsters? What if they forget what it took to get where they are? What if they forget the suffering and pain caused by the king they hated? What if their hatred only turns them into another one? Cassie straightened her back and shrugged, giving the most blunt and unbelievable answer. Fair. We rinse and repeat. Chapter 360. Little to no use for strategies when we have numbers. Trying to argue about certain things was a dead end. I had better chances with Maggie. No, actually did I? It wasn't so clear. The morning brightened quickly, and the rest of the company members came to my homestead, where we held the first meeting on how to go about the entire mission. The things we need to do here are to get back her goods. She also wanted you to find a way for her to control one of the clans, right? I nodded grimly to Levi, the Crystal Deep clan. The rumors say they have a source of unlimited resources. It's inexplicable, really a tale that doesn't make sense. Sounds like a watered-down Peter Pan story to me. Tristan gave me a confused look. What essay watered-down Peter Pan story? I gave him a look, wanting to explain a twisted story about an evil boy who was lonely and, because of it, started kidnapping people as children with the promise of paradise. But I shook my head. That's beside the point. Don't bother. As much as it's a rumor, though, I think we should give it some consideration. But we can't afford to make it our priority. Gilbert nodded at me, holding my shoulder like he was my uncle or something. K-Boy is right. We got to consider things logically before thinking about fairy tales, which brings us to the main question. What's our first move? Everyone went silent when he asked that. Tristan was standing, leaning against the frame of the inner room. Nisha was behind him, leaning with her, but against one of the shelves. Did it get bigger? Levi was seated in front of me, leaning on a pillow with one leg crossed on the table, while Gilbert sat beside me, cross-legged like I was. There was one other presence in the room. Cassie stood behind me and spoke casually, folding her arms. Are you looking for strategies? Levi raised his head to look at the dominating crimson gaze of the tyrant behind me. He lingered for a moment, then said in a subdued tone, is that a bad thing? Cassie sighed. It's not, but it's also disappointing. Gilbert looked at me, then at Levi, and said in confusion, Since when do we have a red-haired beauty calling the shots around here? I stylishly glanced at him and winked to tell him to say no more. But that fool. And you, Levi, why are you acting like that with that tone? Speaking like she is your mother. He laughed wildly, then turned to Cassie. Little beauty, you're so gorgeous. Come sit next to Daddy. Cassie's gaze descended on him like a storm. The room darkened and the pressure inside thickened. I didn't know much of what Gilbert saw, but he started sweating, his eyes widening. He lowered his head shamefully away from Cassie's gaze and went mute. I try to warn you. Meanwhile, Cassie turned to Levi and said, what I mean is you have the force. Tear into their gates and crush them. Levi raised his head, looking a little lost. A moment later, he cleared his throat and coughed. I think you overestimate us too much, Ma-am. We wouldn't be able to take an entire clan on our own. Cassie gave him a deathly pale look. You don't need to. Levi was confused for a moment, but he asked politely, so then, what will the attack accomplish? Cassie responded matter-of-factly. A diversion. Levi sat up properly, paying attention to Cassie as she unfolded her arms. You want information, and probing around for it is useless. Levi nodded. Indeed, it is. The Crystal Deep and Water Moon clans surely have a good grasp of the underwater information network by now. If we try to use it to smoke them out, it'll happen the other way around. Cassie nodded affirmatively. So the easiest thing to do is just go for the information yourself. Go to their home, bring destruction on them, while one person looks for what needs to be found, everything that can be found. Levi kept looking at Cassie. The idea was brilliant and reckless at the same time. I guess it depends on what we're bringing to the table to destroy them and use as a diversion. If it were a standard army, it would be difficult to use human resources and waste so many lives for information collection when there was still a more demanding war ahead. No one would ever think of such a thing. But the difference between now and then was simply Cassie. I'm sure that's what he is thinking. Levi was smart. He could easily communicate with Cassie and figure out what she meant, given how often she was direct and sparse with words. Lady Cassandra, does this mean you're agreeing to attack their front gate on our behalf? Cassie gave him a disgusted look. What? Why would I do that? She gestured slightly. In fact, it seems to me that you're in a more suitable position. You have a better skill set for it. Levi looked at her, a small frown falling on his face. Whether your ability causes great strain on your soul, spirit, or even your essence, no one cares, frankly. The only thing that matters is whether you can do it or not. Levi, you have a talent that can decimate numbers. You have the perfect tool for disruption. Why hold it back and hide it away? She shook her head and muttered, such disappointments, you humans. Instead of Levi, it was Nisha who darkened with anger toward her and straightened. Do you know the sacrifices and pain he has to endure to bring out just one clone? Cassie looked at Nisha intensely. Oh, do you want to talk about sacrifices and pain, young lady? Nisha wanted to speak, but Levi's hand rose, stopping her abruptly. He lowered his hand and smiled. But there was something about the smile that felt incomplete and a little ungenuine. It's fine. Lady Cassandra is correct. I'll do it. Having to watch all of this transpire was slightly awkward. Cassie, of course, was right. There were very few times I had seen Levi in action. Granted, Nisha and Tristan were always on jobs together, but sometimes I couldn't help thinking there was too much power focused in one place. Sure, Poe and Derry usually handled delivery and extraction jobs, but still, Nisha and Tristan could work independently. If I didn't know so much about Nisha's power, which I did, I knew even more about Tristan's power. He might be a regular summon, but he was an S rank with a speed-type talent. Tristan was very suited to take on big missions or even lead the rest of the team into bigger missions. But no, he had been hanging out with Levi for God knew what. Of course, coming to Waterland, I could see the magnitude of the jobs they usually did, but I still didn't think that was excuse enough. Levi was truly not using his abilities to their best for the good of the company, whereas I had been trying to pour in my best. We all had been. Silence settled in the air for a moment before Cassie casually nodded. That's fair then. She turned to Tristan. You can go ahead and search for as much information as possible. Kate and I will serve as support from outside the sphere. while Nisha will serve as close support. She looked into Levi's eyes. You don't need to worry about yourself. When I support you, leave your back to me. Levi smiled warmly. But right now, I somehow couldn't tell if the smile was genuine or if I was overthinking it. After that conversation, we set out and met the matriarch at the clan hall for breakfast, where we ate along with the clan elders. I had no idea that the Boundless Wave clan was so vast. There were so many people, young and old, among the clan elders gathered in the dining hall. So this is the infamous Black Snow Company. I had no idea they were so young. The man seated opposite me, with a slight hunchback, spoke while looking straight into my eyes, searching for words I had already decided I wouldn't give him. White Feather herself was at the table, and the table was filled with delicacies I had never even imagined existed, each one a different shape and size, with different textures and leaves, all decorating the palette of meals in a colorful pattern. The Black Snow Company should be treated with respect while they are here. If there is anything they need, it should be provided. White Feather spoke in a very cold and authoritative tone. Seeing her talk like this, I couldn't shake the memory of how close we had been just last night while I held her. Watching her act as a leader while thinking about that moment, I suddenly felt a strange tension rising in me. With it came an urge to pull her close right here, right now, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Our gazes met for a moment, and I saw her cheeks redden slightly before she averted her eyes. Meanwhile, someone behind her was glaring at me like I had killed her mother. Chapter 361. I will protect you. As breakfast continued, one of the elders spoke boldly, even after the declaration White Feather had made. Matriarch, with all due respect, the Black Snow Company, yes. Recently I have heard things about them, but compared to the disposable resources in our hands, they're mere children. Sect Matriarch, trust us greater families. Let us take this matter into our own hands and eradicate the Crystal Deep clan along with the Watermoon clan. Another elder added to what the old man with black and white beards had said. The one who spoke looked quite young, although he had gray hair. Matriarch, I agree with Elder Black River. These things are not something we need outsiders for. We can take this matter into our own hands if you let us act freely. White Feather did not say anything while they spoke, and Shu Yao, who had been glaring at me, seemed to have found another target for her glare. It was the elders she was glaring at now. If you trust me with the 1,000 Waves artifact, I will undoubtedly bring home victory. The person who spoke now got on my nerves, not because he was anything special, but because he was not deserving of being here. By all the qualities required for someone to be an elder, he was undeserving of such a place. And what the hell is that handsome face? I thought we were on an Eastern-themed continent. Why does he look so freaking Western? He had blonde hair and blue eyes. His hair was properly groomed, with only one strand falling in front of his face. His eyes were striking and carried a radiant light. He looked like a damn protagonist. Even Kai was greatly lacking when placed beside this guy. And the disturbing thing was that, before now, I hadn't even noticed his presence. With how handsome he was, one would expect him to always stand out. But this damn bastard didn't stand out at all. And there was something about that which unsettled me. Suddenly, I'm here thinking about that pretty boy Templar again. Gosh, handsome people disgust me the most. Very annoying faces. The man with black and white hair looked at him. Elder Fairywind, that is very ambitious of you. Is your family looking to take custody of the 1,000 Wave artifact because of its uniqueness? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed elder looked at the black and white-haired elder and said with a smile in his eyes, Elder Black River, what is this about custody? Aren't we here to find a solution for the clan's debt and the trouble we're in? Doesn't seem so to me. It was Elder Black River who responded, and strangely, everyone turned to look at me. I was enjoying my meal while listening to their conversation. It was only when I wondered why they were staring that I realized I might have belatedly blurted something out. Even White Feather was looking at me. Circade, what do you think? Should we let the clan elders deal with this? The elders around the table quickly spoke in revulsion, but their voices mingled together and collapsed into a riot of noise. However, the matriarch slapped her hand on the table. The hall resounded thunderously, and the table split in half, all the plates of food sinking between the broken pieces. I managed to grab a plate of roasted fish before it slipped away. Everyone else was dazed. The elders stared down at the torn table. Even Shuyao, who stood behind White Feather, looked surprised, and White Feather herself stared at the table with wide eyes. It seemed I was the only one who was not surprised. I mean, there was no reason to be. She had become my summon and was receiving essence from me. This meant she had more than enough to spare. And this was merely the strength she had once possessed at her peak. She had simply returned to that point. Slowly, from the head seat where she sat staring at the palm that had just slammed the long table and torn it in half, she turned to me with a frozen look of surprise in her eyes. I gave her a smile in return. Decorum returned to the hall with that small gesture. White Feather shrugged lightly and stood up. Well, I guess breakfast will be ending early today. I will discuss the plan going forward with the Black Snow Company and send the details to your houses. In the meantime, you don't need to journey all the way here for breakfast meetings. Let us stick with the once-weekly clan meetings. There, I'll run the brief of everything. Go home, rest, and enjoy yourselves like you lot always have. I don't want to be bothered. She then placed her eyes on me. Circade, if you may. I was still sitting and finishing the last bit of the delicious fish, but I froze and quickly bowed my head politely. The next moment, I stepped out with White Feather. The elders in the hall were dumbstruck. They kept staring at the torn table. They must have known of their matriarch's condition to a large extent, even if they didn't know everything about it. They must have learned of her growing weakness. That was the only reasonable explanation for the surprise written across their faces. Either way, White Feather, Shuyao, and I stepped out while Levi, Tristan, and the others remained inside, searching for the right moment to escape as well. After all, it was only me that White Feather had called. As we stepped out of the dining hall, White Feather kept smiling. Her face was as red as tomatoes, and she kept her gaze down, only stealing glances at me whenever I looked away, either at the sky or at the trees surrounding us. So, how does it feel to be born anew? Her smile remained even as she paused to answer me, looking at her hands. Behind her, Shuyao was glaring at me, and I didn't care in the slightest. White Feather looked at the hand she had used to break the table and said, I can't help but wonder. How'd you do it? How is it even possible? How was I made into your summon? I smiled like a calm elder, placing my hands behind my back and letting the valiant rays of the sun illuminate one side of my face. Well, that's my secret. But by now you know I'm not an ordinary summoner. And you're not my first summon. White Feather's eyes widened. What? I nodded with a smile and raised 3 fingers. You're the third one. In time, I will introduce you to the other 2. I halted my steps and finally looked at her. Like the promise I made, you belong to me now. And because you belong to me, I will protect you. I held her shoulders warmly, pulled her closer, and gave her a kiss. Meanwhile, the glarer behind us just couldn't stop sending death glares. I finally pulled away from the kiss, leaving White Feather with a very naughty expression, as though she wanted me to take her right here in the yard of her main clan hall. I held her cheek, lifting her chin slightly as I said, Don't worry. I'll be back in time, but I have to settle your business first. I released her chin and stepped away while she continued looking at me with a face reddened with lust. Behind her, her attendant glared viciously. I suddenly remembered something and halted to ask, All right, that reminds me. What is the Thousand-Wave artifact? She responded, the lustful expression still staining her face. My daughter. That's my daughter. I paused for a moment. Oh, wow. Which would mean what that blonde guy inside was asking for was to become the husband of her daughter. Suddenly, I was getting a little pissed. I'd rather go to hell than let you have her. I smiled at White Feather and bade her farewell before meeting Tristan and the others at the entrance of the clan. Chapter 362. Who do you think you're talking to? We were led back to the underwater mountain port where Gilbert S. Nightyell sat peacefully. Speaking of Gilbert, he had been awfully silent since this morning. I could swear I had almost forgotten that he was part of this cohort. We entered the ship and sailed through the air inside the dome, flying across 3 different islands before finally settling upon the one we were looking for. Tristan glanced down at the island as we slowly descended. Gil, I don't think landing is a great idea. Gilbert frowned. His tone was straight and devoid of any joy. Then what about extraction? Besides, I can't keep her floating above their skyline. Nisha nodded. Yes, right. We have to land. Tristan sighed. I'm looking at the number of guards they have at their port. That's quite a hefty number for a clan. I can understand why the Boundless Wave clan lost. Whose side are you on, Tristan? Nisha said, almost sounding salty. Tristan allowed himself a brief smile. The side that won T let me die easily. I think you have better chances in another world altogether. I added and stood up, looking down through Night Yell's window. Across the harbor, delicately crafted with glittering roofs that seemed to reflect the water back at it, their eaves curving upward like snakes. There were many submarine airships packed along the harbor's edge, and different docks were fashioned with each ship tied to its berth. Counting the ships, there were easily over 20 of them. Several men donned deep blue and white robes, moving around with swords either at their waists, in their hands, or behind their backs. Their numbers on the shore alone were easily over 100, just from what I could see. For some reason, I felt bad for Levi that he had to do this, and slightly responsible for what Cassie had done. But the truth was just the truth. At the same time, knowing Cassie very well, I knew she wanted to see this with her own eyes and gauge Levi's skills. She had fought Tristan over and over again, enough to know his strength, but she knew very little about Levi. I did too. Levi stood up at the same moment, twisting his wrist. It's simple. We're going to land, decimate them, take what we came here for, and move out. He turned to Tristan. I'll need cover. How big of a storm can you create here? Tristan studied the surrounding air outside the airship. The wind here is quite sparse. There's very little wind that my summon can control. Levi nodded and smiled, his eyes half-lidded. Anything will do. He moved closer to the airship door on the opposite side from where I stood. As he opened it, he drove a blow into his own stomach, broke his tooth, and gave himself a thunderous punch across the eye, then separated into two. Watching it play out was somewhat disheartening. Nisha stared, her eyes glimmering with restrained anger. The wind around us picked up and began swirling around the airship. At first, I wondered where Tristan's summon was, but that wasn't too hard to figure out. Almost immediately, I felt the terrible tiger's presence. It had taken the shape of the wind and was flying around the ship, gathering more wind and making it more violent while moving at a speed so fast I couldn't see its body at all. The storm grew and expanded. The sky darkened, and a tornado stretched down toward the island. I could see the people on the island gathering and glancing up at the storm, unsure of what to do. At the same time, the ship descended gently. Levi didn't allow the ship to land completely before he descended. The unscathed clone grabbed the one that had been injured, the original Levi, I presumed, then shoved him down and followed afterward, using him as some sort of landing pad. Masked by the violent wind, both of them crashed into one of the ships docked at the harbor. The warriors of the Crystal Deep clan were still looking around, trying to figure out what had hit them. Some unsheathed their blades and rushed toward the docks. At the edge of the harbor wall, massive turrets emerged from openings in the wall. Their muzzles immediately thundered with vicious firepower, tearing through the tornado. At the same time, something was steadily reducing the number of men approaching the harbor. Watching it all from here was slightly amusing. Confusion spread among them, and Levi somewhere inside that ship was slaughtering the men who came to investigate. All of a sudden, one of the turrets slammed into Night Yell's wing and completely shattered it, sending the ship spinning into the turbulent wind. Nothing was safe out there, not even Tristan's summon. I could see the worry on Tristan's face as each turret thundered across the sky in quick succession, almost beating out a rhythm. Sitting here and watching all of this was making me increasingly uncomfortable. So I stood up. As I did, Tristan shifted his eyes toward me. What are you doing? Gilbert was still struggling to balance the ship after that brutal strike, so the entire vessel continued shaking from time to time. I gave Tristan a blank look. What else? Someone has to protect the ship. You can undo your summon. I'm of the opinion that a tornado of flames will hit harder than one of wind. I looked at Nisha and smiled. What do you think? She shrugged, her arms folded. Even at a time like this, I couldn't help but appreciate her curvy hips and wonder what I had missed and how her ass had gotten slightly bigger. But how are you going to reach the top of the ship? You need to stand there to do anything. And revealing yourself could make us an easier target. Nisha said it in a slightly worried tone. I sighed. Who do you think you're talking to? From that point, I vanished, leaving a white feather drifting to the ground. I appeared on the railings surrounding the lower side of the ship and stared directly at the top while I counted. 1, 2. Again, I vanished and appeared on top of the airship. Then I summoned the full force of the sanctifying white flames. Chapter 363. I think. I may be a little convinced I'm a sovereign. I stood for a moment on the metal surface of the airship. Due to its shape, it was slightly slanted, and even standing made me feel like I was going to slip down at any moment. But I was quite fortunate. Since Cassie had taught me a thing or two about taking advantage of gravity, I was able to remain standing. I inhaled deeply and then exhaled softly. When I exhaled, a hot fume of wind seeped out of my nose. I felt like my entire body was boiling, except I couldn't actually see the boiling. I started with a wheel of flame that was just a few centimeters around my body. This wasn't strenuous and was far easier than what I was aiming for. After watching Maggie's battle with the heroic summoner of Ifrit, I had a vague idea. She wasn't much of a teacher like Cassie, so I had to figure out how to effectively use her abilities on my own. Granted, I was also sure that when they progressed to the advanced tier, they would gain more firepower and my mastery was going to get much better. I swung my hand around my head in a gentle motion, using it to softly guide the flow of the flames. Then I suddenly extended both hands forward. The circle of flames responded with the same suddenness. They expanded into a wide ring of flames that immediately mixed with the tornado Tristan's summon had created. The moment the flames mixed with the tornado, they instantly channeled a great amount of fire. I didn't hold back either. In fact, I had been preparing for this expansion, and if I didn't pour more essence into the flames to increase their firepower, the amount of flame channeled through the swirling wind would have immensely dwindled, and certainly not enough to deal the kind of damage to the harbor that we needed. So I doubled down on the essence expenditure and even moved my arms in circles that copied the flow of the tornado. While minding my own footsteps, this helped the flames navigate their path through the channel. It was like they were simply being thrown around. It was now as if they saw a narrow, empty space and exploded forward through it with fierce speed. It took a lot out of me, of course. This required a far more delicate control of flames. I wasn't just shooting flames outward. I was minding my body movements, copying everything I had noticed Maggie doing during that fight. I was trying hard to mirror it all on my own. It was far more strenuous than simply exploding flames and shooting them around. And naturally, the firepower, I could feel it from where I stood. The heat of the flames seemed to have increased twofold due to the amount of essence I poured into them. Perhaps my delicate control was also doing something. I didn't know. What I did know was that it was fierce and terrifying. My gaze lit up when I saw its vicious power consume the tornado. The wind tornado was turning into one of flames that was heading downward at a whirling speed. Then finally the flames reached the bottom of the harbor with a frenzied movement. And the moment they did, first, a vociferous roar rolled through the harbor and then into the skyline. Following, it was a chain explosion of orange flames mixed with white fire that rolled forth, connecting from ship to ship and disintegrating them in an atrocious spray of steel, impact, and flames. The harbor was consumed by a river of white flames that moved like water. The moment the first flame of the tornado touched down, instead of continuing to move the tornado, I collapsed it. It was an effort born out of laziness, though, because I felt that going from guiding flames through channels of tornado into moving the entire tornado of flames was a terrible escalation that I was not at all ready for. So with the force that the flames were already whirling with, I decided to collapse everything onto the harbor. And it turned out there was a blessing in laziness after all. My heart hammered as I stared down at the scenery. Wait, oh crap, Levi. He was there on one of those ships, and I had just sent the entire inferno crashing onto all of them. It's Levi. It's Levi. My flames are nothing to him, right? I forced a smile onto my face. Levi dying to my flames would have been such an iconic moment, but I truly didn't see that happening. The flames flooded the harbor and consumed the men holding their swords. They rolled forward and latched onto buildings, swirling through their rooms and unweaving their structures from the inside, spraying burned splinters of wood into the sky. The flames took a moment before they reached the wall, and when they did, their force had diminished. Even though they licked against the wall and tried to reach farther, their driving force had greatly died down, so the flames remained mundane at best, spreading only like a normal fire outbreak. That's disappointing. But at the same time, it was well done damage. I released a relieved breath and panted a little as sweat dripped down my face. I leaned on my knees for a moment, panting there until I caught my breath enough to stand back up and stare down at the havoc I had single-handedly wreaked on an entire harbor the size of town. My face curved into an ecstatic grin. Okay, maybe now I'm beginning to look the sovereign part. I felt nightfall shift beneath my legs and slowly descend. But at the same time, a turret thundered, and with the sound came a cannonball that bolted through the air and completely shattered the side wing of the ship. Before I could react, all I could see were smithereens of metal flying through the sky. My eyes froze wide for a moment as I wondered at the sheer speed of the strike, and how they could immediately recover from the fierce flames I had just flooded them with. The ship tilted to one side, its entire weight drifting. Cassie, I think it's time. I hadn't even finished sending the message when I materialized her. Almost at the same time, another turret thundered, and with the same immense speed, the cannonball pierced through the wind and was about to tear through Night Yell's wing. I was angled toward the side that had been shattered earlier. There was no way I would have made it in time. However, the Tyrant Empress, Cassie's form blurred like a crimson wind as she swirled viciously and met the cannonball with her feet. Chapter 364. Watch how you speak to my wife. Cassie's feet collided with the ball and, for a moment, halted it. The ball wheeled against her metal boots, releasing frightening sparks that flew around. For a moment, there was a stall. Then Cassie whipped her leg forward, tearing the cannonball away from its path and sending it back to where it came from. The obsidian ball whipped back against all odds, and the next moment smashed into a section of the wall-less battlement, scattering it in a shockwave of debris and stone. My mouth opened in awe, and for a moment I was literally frozen from head to toe. Go, Cassie. She placed her leg down and stood on the wing of the aircraft. Despite her weight, the weight that I knew was the center of her combat style, she didn't seem to burden that side of the wing. Nightfall gained stability and slowly drifted down, although with one side slanted and rushing downward. Meanwhile, Cassie stood indifferent to the slanted form of the aircraft and its supposed imbalance. I vanished and appeared beside her, looking where she was looking. So what now? She extended her hand sideways, and sparks began to fly around it. We assist your boss. That macabre obsidian and crimson greatsword manifested in her arms, extending twice the length of the wingspan we were both standing on. She slung it onto her shoulder and vanished with a jolt of force from her feet. She lifted herself off like a feather, yet flew forward with the force of a fired bullet. Just when I think I've seen it all, you keep showing me new things. Just how powerful are you? It felt like Cassie's knowledge of combat was as vast as the ocean, and something made me feel like even if she were placed against my summons together, she might still come out on top through sheer combat knowledge. How fascinating that she hasn't even been able to use her skills because I have no army. Then again, who was to say I wouldn't get a summon far stronger than Cassie sometime in the future? I vanished in the wake of a white feather, and the next place I appeared was above that particular turret that had fired immediately after the flood of flames. While everyone was reeling, The thing had somehow recovered so quickly. There was only its handler to blame for that. Beneath me was a bulwark of a man with a face no different from stone sculpture. In fact, his entire bronze skin looked as if it had been carved from stone. He grabbed the turret and, with a screeching sound of metal and tightening muscles, ripped the massive spear-like barrel away from the wall, spun it, and sent it flying toward me as I descended from the sky. What in the... I belatedly sent whips of chain flying out from me, each one latching onto the approaching turret. I used its force to angle my momentum and hurl myself forward, spinning the chain while gritting my teeth before sending it back toward the wall. The turret crashed into the wall and exploded, sending stone and force alike scattering. A moment later, I landed and straightened, feeling a tight sensation in my chest, almost as if I couldn't breathe through my lungs. Damn it! How the hell did that bastard throw that damn thing? If it felt this heavy even when I had to use my essence as hands, what would it have been like using my actual hands? Just as I was trying to recover my breath, someone exploded through the debris and aimed a blow at me. My eyes widened, and if it had been before yesterday night, I was sure I never would have been able to dodge the strike with such intense speed. However, I vanished from him, leaving a spray of feathers. Instantly, I appear behind him, already twirling. As he turned with a shocked expression, I landed a brutal kick against his cheek, crushing his neck. His entire body bounced on the ground and cracked the battlement before rolling away lazily. Then I straightened my back, frowning grimly at the man. All around me was drenched in the cacophony of chaos. Smoke rolled toward the sky, flames roared like mighty beasts, and beneath it all were the valiant and despairing cries of people mixing together to paint the world here in devastating dread. The man was fully erect now. He held his neck and twisted it back into place, then gave me a vile glare with his ugly, stone-carved face. What atrocity is this? Who dares against the great crystal deep? Were you people sent by that vile scum? I had already opened my hand, and when Frostfang appeared, I extended the chilling sword toward him and warned in a dangerous tone. Hey, watch how you speak to my wife. His face twisted with confusion for a moment, but I didn't give him any chance for a follow-up statement. The moment I spoke, I bolted forward and brought Frostfang down on him. He blocked with his hand, his skin tightening so hard that it felt like nothing could pierce it. TCH, annoying. I tore away from him, ducked a blow he sent toward my head while spinning at the same time to slash at his waist. But he was sharp-witted and easily caught the blade of the sword in his hand. I smirked. I would have been disappointed if you were any slower, especially with the speed you showed just now. His eyes went wide for a moment, but it was too late. The frost on the blade spread to his hand. He yanked his hand away as fast as he could, and my leg hurtled forward. I brought my elbow against his face in that fragile moment of distraction, grabbed his head, and slammed it down toward my knee. He brought both of his hands up to guard his face, his movement disappointingly fast. Gosh, am I so predictable? I had already sent Frostfang back to my soul, and what actually met him was a slap of white flames that consumed his entire head. Chapter 365. Something is coming. The stone man staggered back, his head completely on fire. He held his head and shook it wildly, trying to do something to the flames, anything, but it was futile. The white flames took a searing hold of his head, and not even his hardened skin could save him. I guess bloodline users are as weak as they say. It was just that Levi was an extremely unique case. And speaking of that unique case, I turned on the castle wall where I stood and looked toward the harbor. There, amidst the chaos of white flames and running men clad in robes and wielding swords, Levi poured out like a tide. He came out of every corner of the harbor, jumping out of burning ships. Every one of him was as brutal as the one before, or at least looked so. The warriors of the Crystal Deep clan shivered for a moment before rushing forward with shouts. They clashed with Levi's clones in an uproar, and the next moment they knew pain. Each one of those Levis was not as easy to kill as they would have expected. Perhaps the ones that were easier to beat had already been beaten by Levi himself. and the clones that poured out now were unfairly strong versions of him. Their strikes thundered against the bodies of those warriors, breaking bones. Their swords were slow before his eyes, or multiple pairs of eyes, if I was to say. He easily caught their hands, snapped them, headbutted them, and smashed them to the ground with a kick. The most brutal thing about him was the flawless teamwork he had. It was easy to forget that they were fighting just a single person. Where one warrior faced one Levi, another Levi would not miss the chance to enter the fray if an opening appeared. The warriors of the Crystal Deep clan were quickly being overwhelmed by Levi, and many of them were being beaten down despite their swords and skill. I studied the disturbing sight of several Levis beating the hell out of different people and couldn't help but bitterly think about how macabre a fighter Levi was. His ability is very resourceful. Then I noticed something about the warriors of the Crystal Deep clan. Immediately, my eyes narrowed. Why? Why are there no summoners? Indeed, there were no summoners among the warriors of the clan. But that was not entirely out of place, I wanted to presume. After all, this was a part of Crystalis that contained a group of people who prided themselves on their skills and techniques. Still, I couldn't help but feel uneasy, like we were missing something or overlooking something. The next moment, though, I shrugged. Oh well, all we need is for Tristan to sweep in, get what we need, and sweep out. I stayed on the wall and held the fort there. The stone man I was fighting was down just like that. I didn't know if he was dead since I didn't get any notifications. I suspected he wasn't. But then again, I was made to wonder. Have I ever gotten a notification for killing a human? I remembered the recent night battle of the night auction. I was able to absorb a portion of essence from the summons. But the summoners themselves, the other humans that died at my hand, none of them. I got a notification for none of them. How come I never noticed this? For some reason, the lodestar does not register when I kill humans. Don't tell me you're getting all soft on me now. Cassie had moved across the wall and sliced all the turrets with her sword. Their cleaved surfaces were still glowing with intense heat when she landed on the parapet of the battlement, looking down at the flood of Levis that only continued to increase. He is truly a fearsome foe, just like I thought. Cassie's helmet vanished and revealed her face. I stared down and observed for a few moments before nodding. I couldn't agree more. Cassie stood straight on the wall, her crimson hair flowing backward in the wind like a flag. She folded her arms and looked down. Even now, he is barely trying, lazily pushing through the crowd, not revealing a shred of his strength, and therefore not giving anyone a chance to deduce his weakness. I took a second look at the Levis based on what Cassie had said. But all I see is a magnificent display of strength right now. This is the best I've seen Levi fight. And I can't lie, it's freaking awesome and disturbing, but very awesome. Cassie's gaze was grim and cold. You're naive. This man is intentionally hiding his strength. Doesn't that bother you? Staring down and thinking about the question for a moment, I shook my head with conviction. Why should it? It's not like he is hiding his power intentionally. Using his ability causes him great pain, so he'd rather not use it if there are other ways to handle things. But I've also never seen him hesitate to use it when he needs to. Cassie glanced down at her side. A discontent glare fell on me, and I suddenly felt like I had offended my violent wife with my words. I worriedly looked at her from behind. Why is she always so uptight about everyone? Then again, Cassie had lived her life like this, surrounded by enemies or potential enemies. She had to judge everyone around her, over and over again. I guess this is her default. I did have to go under such scrutiny too. I couldn't even confidently say I was out of it. I heaved a great sigh. By the way, how far is this place we need to retrieve something from? Do we even know what we're working with here? Shouldn't Tristan be on his way out? Instead of replying to me, Cassie went silent. She stood above the wall with her arms folded, and her gaze slowly scanned the sky. I hesitantly called out, Cassie, is everything okay up there? The air around her suddenly grew sharp and heavy, and she spoke in a flat tone. Something is coming. Following her words, the sky thundered immensely. Chapter 366. Fux King jinxed it again. We really never learn, huh? This is Cassie spoke. An ominous sound reverberated across the sky, sounding like the war drums of heaven. It shook the hell out of me and sent my hair standing on end. Following that sound, the skyline of the dome gathered with clouds. It started slowly at first, but then swirled faster in a circle and began to turn the world below into night. Hey, Cassie, is that normal? I thought they don't have clouds here. Cassie stared up at the clouds. Her gaze was now hidden behind her helmet, so she responded with nothing. But the weight of the last words she said registered in my head. It was one of the few times she sounded very serious. Granted, Cassie sounded serious all the time, and we were always fighting something quite serious during those times. Oh crap, not my damn mind jinxing it. I think I had forgotten about how much of a jinx I inherently was. The one moment I tend to think, oh, things have been going smoothly, that's good, then like an unpaid debt, something never fails to show up and prove me wrong. And this time, it had been even worse. I had gone and said it felt too easy. If I could throw myself at the Mother of Fate's feet and beg her to forgive my loose mouth, I would right now and prostrate myself at her otherworldly temple if I had to. Kate, those are unnecessary thoughts right now. I steeled myself with a bit of effort and glanced up too. The storm had reached here, but its eye was not here. It had an actual eye, and it was directed toward the center of the vast array of buildings. As I saw this, a realization flashed across my eyes. Tristan. The thought that Tristan might be in danger changed my countenance. My gaze grew dark, and flames sparkled out of my heel and palm, tracing thin edges to my elbows and flickering. A cold white glow appeared in my eyes. At the same moment, fierce lightning flashed somewhere from the center of the maze of buildings. More people were pouring out of the buildings and surrounding it, and this time they were dressed differently. They wore intricate cerulean armor over their robes. The armor looked like it had been carved from frozen jade. They all wielded different weapons from spears to swords, clubs, rods, and even sophisticated long-barreled guns. All of them poured toward the gate, running with efficient swiftness. More people meant we needed to get back into the fray and assist Levi. However, Cassie was not looking at this new set of warriors. Her face, though obscured by her armor, was fixed on the storm above the inner maze of buildings. She then lowered her gaze to me and moved her sword hand. I was going to join the battle below, but from the shift in the air around her, I could tell she had other plans. Cassie might not need me to take care of these summons, just like Maggie didn't need me, but she had never failed to take me along with her. And because she always did, my knowledge of combat was slowly swelling. She leaned lower, using her lower body, glanced at me one more time, and nodded. Then she exploded forward with a shockwave that devastated the parapet. Even I was thrown backward. I staggered for a moment, then fixed my eyes on the shattered parapet. A portion of the wall downward, in fact, had been shredded as though struck by a fierce force, tearing it apart. I belatedly got hold of myself. While Cassie was bursting through the wind, I couldn't dare lag behind for a minute, or I'd only be perceived as lacking by my vicious summon. Not after everything I've endured to get here. I vanished instantly and appeared on Cassie's sword. Yes, her sword. It was extended to the side as she flew upward, and my gaze locked onto its movement before I used Feather Step and appeared on the flat of the blade. At the same time, 5 white chains whipped out from me. Cassie was definitely surprised. She tilted her head for a moment before twisting her balance in the air and lunging me forward with immense power. At the same time, my chains latched onto her and dragged her along with me as I bolted across the wind at a horrifying pace. Cassie lunged ahead of me as I slowed down, and now we were at the eye of the storm. Below, I could also see Tristan, who was locked in battle with someone, while his beast fought another fierce battle with a creature that matched it in invisibility and speed. The literal eye of the storm seemed like a passive observer, of course, until we entered the fray. Cassie flew across its dark winds and twirled, gathering momentum. Her sword emanated a deadly crimson light, and she lunged it backward while still airborne. The greatsword came down like a colossal hammer, cleaving the vast sphere of dark clouds cleanly. A crimson fissure split the sphere into two equal halves, and the cloud slowly began separating from itself. At the same time, with my chains latched onto Cassie, I used Featherstep again and landed on a roof, bringing her with me. My legs found balance on the slightly slanted roof of a building within the clan perimeter. Somewhere behind this building was where Tristan was locked in battle. I could hear the chilling clash of blades and a fierce, heart-quaking bestial growl as the two summons clashed and crushed each other somewhere amid the maze of buildings. The roofs everywhere shuddered almost every passing moment. I didn't have the time to process their battle using enhanced sensing. I had myself to care for, after all, just as my feet found purchase. Within the same breath, a vicious pillar of lightning came crashing down on me. This wasn't simply a stroke of lightning. It was an entire pillar that would consume both me and the building I was standing on. This sector of the land was going to be totally eradicated. But in that same breath, Cassie twirled above me and met the massive pillar of lightning with her entire body and sword, both serving the same purpose. She twisted and hurled the ferocious light away, causing it to thrash in another direction and decimate a vast swathe of the Crystal Deep Clan-S buildings. Chapter 367. You did me a great pleasure by being here. The smoke of the devastation did not subside until another half a dozen seconds flowed past. Whatever the summon was, and whatever summoner was controlling it, I had no idea what they were or who they were. With my enhanced senses alone, I could only detect 4 other life forces aside from Cassie and me. Even the eye of the storm up there registered more like natural havoc than a summon. But the sea of essence that it emitted made it too overwhelming to ignore the fact that it was a darn summon, and a powerful one at that. Crude black smoke slid off Cassie's armor as she stood on the edge of the roof, a few meters in front of me. Her hair danced backward, and her figure obscured the blinding lights of the water's skyline as it hit me. For a moment, my heart hammered as I could stare at nothing but her luscious curves, which were flawlessly outlined thanks to the blinding light of the explosion. She threw herself right in front of me. My eyes were wide open, and I could hardly believe it. Of course, she would throw herself in for me, especially when she had the power to protect me. But something was wrong. This was wrong. My eyes shut, and I couldn't help but grit my teeth in that moment. A pain that I had forgotten to feel burned in my chest, and the remembrance of the pain itself was agonizing. It was painful. People that love me keep dying because of me, because they don't know better than protecting me. It was a memory that I kept locked deep within an abysmal prison, reinforced by a formidable door, never to be visited for the rest of my life. And here I was. I inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. No, Cassie is alive, and I'm just overreacting. I'm not losing my mind, and I want to be abandoned. I'm not weak like 10 years ago. I have the power to be stronger. With those words, I managed to gain a semblance of calm and straightened up. Then I moved forward calmly, with the Frostfang appearing in my hand as I walked up to Cassie. So, what are we dealing with here? Cassie turned and looked at me for a moment. You seem awfully calm. That's strange. I looked at her and smiled. The scathes on her armor were very much visible. I see. It must have been tremendous damage, and yet she took it with her body without thinking twice. Could she be silently reeling from internal pains? Even if she was, I wouldn't know, because Cassie didn't even try to keep things away from me. She did it naturally. She had projected a kind of image to me, and that image had never shattered once. Even now, she raised a brow. Are you okay? I smiled calmly and dusted my hand on the smoke that was still remaining on her armor, tracing toward her breast, but keeping a calm smile on my face as I deliberately tested the limit of my atrocious axe. Cassie did not seem bothered by the fact that I was currently trying to dust away a scratch that would not leave from her breast. She seemed more concerned about my expression. The sky darkened again, and she changed the direction of her gaze. Follow my lead and don't do anything irrational. The smile on my face remained, cold and dangerous, as Cassie covered her face with her armor and prepared her sword. I tilted my head and casually walked in front of her. One hand was tucked into my pocket while the other was holding the Frostfang. "Cassie, how about you try following my lead today?" Cassie shifted, but did not say anything. I also could not see her demeanor from behind that mask, but I'm sure she must be popping a vein right now. After all, she loved to lead, and being led had to be the greatest dishonor and insult to her ego. But right now, I didn't care about her ego. I vanished from her sight. The moment I did, I covered half the distance between us and the eye of the storm. As for the other half, the world below was ravaged by scalding heat, and the next moment my figure practically blurred into the breeze. Two thin radiations of white flames perpetually sat beneath my feet, and their appearance blasted me into the storm above us, such that all that was seen was a white light. After that, a vast shockwave rolled across the sky as I collided and plunged into the eye of the storm. The shockwave cleared the darkness of the cloud, allowing pale, radiant light of the water to pierce through. Cassie had not moved after me, even after I said she could. She stood on the roof, frozen in the attempt to lean down and take off. As I tore through the dark clouds, what I saw made my eyes widen for a moment. There in the sky was a white snake that covered the entire sky, and the snake was floating. No, I wasn't sure that was the right word. The snake looked to be swimming in water, in air, and on the vast head of the snake, which was as large as Night Yell alone, was seated a man clad in black. The cape of his armor flapped sideways, drifting violently with the direction of the winds. The man had a scar on one side of his face, and largely embroidered on his chest was an insignia I could never forget, even if I tried. The insignia of the Eternal Light Church. My eyes went wide and blank the moment I saw that insignia, and all the composure I had been struggling to keep from the beginning finally seemed to reach a bottleneck. As that bottleneck was being threatened, I felt a dark joy swelling inside of me, and my lips curved, revealing all rows of my teeth in a macabre grin. Chapter 368. I did not just get played by my summon the sweetness of what I felt, the liberation, the relief of who this man was. I didn't care about his personal identity or what he was doing here in the Waterlands aiding the Crystal Deep clan. I didn't really care. All I cared about, everything that gave me joy, was the fact that he was here. The snake had two horns that extended backward and looked more like tree branches than actual horns. Its eyes were a deep, vast turquoise, sucking in the air like colossal vacuums. For a moment, my entire body trembled, and fear ran its course through my veins. Staring into the creature's eyes felt like daring to look into the gaze of a corrupted, demented god. Oh, hell nah. The serpent slowly opened its mouth, and as it did, lightning sparkled across its body, as if it were charging something within those vicious maws that held pillars of cold, razor fangs. I lunged Frostfang backward, positioning it like a javelin. White flames rolled across its blade, and my eyes radiated savage white flames before I whipped my hand forward and sent the sword straight into its open maws at the same moment it released that lightning atomic bomb from its mouth. The sword moved faster, colliding with the breath just before it left its mouth and detonating with a vast and devastating shockwave. The shockwave rippled across the sky, tearing through great distances, even beyond the sky above the edge of the harbor. It met the dome that protected the island and was absorbed with utter silence. The serpent's mouth was all haggard and torn from the explosion. I grinned maniacally. Shoot, I guess that didn't go well for you? The man sitting calmly on top of his summon wasn't so calm anymore. He flared up, staring with wide and unbelieving eyes as his summon's mouth looked like it had gone and bitten more than it could chew in the literal sense of the word. He shot me a scathing glare. "You bastard! Who is your summoner?" A puzzled expression quickly twisted my features. What is he saying?" He jabbed his finger at me, vibrating with rage. I said, "Who is your summoner that dares to deal this disrespectful damage to a sovereign tier summon personally gifted to me by the Grand Inquisitor himself?" I tilted my head sideways, floating in the air with my arms folded. "So there's a Grand Inquisitor this time, too?" And summons can be gifted? I didn't know that. You bastard. I'm talking to a whirlwind of blades tore upward in one smooth motion, erupting above into a demonic woman clad in sinister armor, wielding a diabolical greatsword. The summoner stared with wide eyes as the summoned's head separated from its body, both slowly vanishing into a sea of essence. And he himself began falling. He couldn't even grieve, and he seemed too shocked, too broken to do so. Before he fell any further, I caught him by the collar of his black cuirass. This one will be very useful for extracting as much information as possible. I shifted my attention down below and smiled. Of course, he didn't need my help. A terrifying blow sounded, and something burst through several walls of the building. Tristan was nowhere in sight, but his beast was, and it seemed to have torn the summon to shreds before barreling straight into the summoner itself. Looks like this finished quickly. I wonder if we were too strong for jobs like this. Of course, this was merely the opening of the mission. We pulled this off in order to gather information and find out where the Crystal Deep clan were keeping their spoils of war. I glanced down at the soul-shattered man in my hand. I surely wouldn't have expected to find this kind of rabbit in this hole. What did the church have to do with the Crystal Deep clan? Of course, this could easily be dismissed as anything. It could even be personal. But my gut told me that it sure as hell was not. There was something fishy going on here. I dismissed the flames a few meters above the ground to prevent my landing spot from caving in from the intense heat. Then I appeared on the ground, dragging the collapsed man with me, head downward. Cassie landed beside me. She dismissed her helmet and followed closely. What now? I stared ahead as I walked forward. I'm just thinking, since we ended up doing more damage than intended, how about we just raid the entire island? Cassie gave me a look. She smiled and turned away. Your growth is beginning to concern me. Were you naturally made to be a thief? I almost smiled, but then thought about the latter part of her statement and shot her a glare. Take that back. I'm anything but a thief. Cassie nodded. Indeed, you're not a thief. Just a collector of unattended treasures. I scowled. That's just the same thing. Are you want to talk? You don't mind plundering innocent nations to gather war funds. To me, you're the thief here. You dare call the Red Commander a thief? I united thousands of men under the Red Banner. Yeah, sure, and made them slaughter nobles and plunder their belongings. Shameless plunderer. You will not speak to me in such a manner. I rolled my eyes, and we continued walking deeper into the halls. We opened every door and gathered every chest and every bag of coins we could find. There were, of course, more crystals in this place. Dusk came and dawn rose. It was only then that our raid ended. The survivors of the Crystal Deep clan were all gathered in their main hall, every maid, every elder, the matriarch and patriarch. All of them were bound and made to kneel in the hall. This looked more like daylight robbery than a simple raid for information. Who would have thought this was how things would turn out? Cassie. I paused as the answer came to me naturally. Oh, hell no. Have I been mentally played? Chapter 369. The third sovereign to thought was a sobering realization when considered in hindsight. Cassie really did play us all. Indeed, she might not have been the one to suggest or push for the raid, but she suggested a frontal assault, a way to make them focus all their forces on stopping us while we diverted and raided them for information. But that frontal assault had not been a distraction at all, like she claimed at DB. Cassie had simply wished to step in, crush them to the ground, and plunder all their resources. The only reason she didn't have to was because I stepped in. No wonder she said my growth was concerning her. I shot her a lacerating glare. She glanced back at me and raised her brows in confusion. I ignored her and stepped forward, inhaling. In the hall, there were people sobbing, and some were silent. The hall carried an oppressive silence, though it was not without faint noises here and there. I studied all of them and pointed to a young lady who looked like a maid. You step out. She slowly moved. Nisha and Tristan were arriving at that time. Bring out your patriarch. The lady trembled as she walked out. She glanced and trembled at one man in the center. He sat cross-legged and had a rat-like shifty face. As my gaze met him, his mustache curved and he laughed. Young man, you're late. The patriarch and matriarch are long gone and soon. The The Boundless Wave clan will be pulverized. His face turned darkly stern. Now that they have gone and done this, they will regret it. This is crossing the line. I paused for a moment, looking at the man while I considered the things he said. Then I turned to Tristan and Nisha. I think we have a mole. Tristan gave me a confused look. Who among us will? Not among us, of course. I cut in. There's a mole in the Boundless Wave clan. Tristan and Nisha both wore gloomy expressions. This was bad, far worse than we expected. If there's a mole, then? Tristan's tone carried urgency. We can't afford to carry all of this back. We have to hurry back and get to the Boundless Wave clan. The man laughed again. The other men who looked as old as him all put on grim expressions. They were silent, but lethal resolve was locked upon their faces. Tristan stepped closer, speaking with a distraught tone. We should move as soon as possible. I'll relay this to Levi and wait. At the sound of my voice, Tristan paused. Nisha was standing behind me, and so was Cassie, all staring at me for some reason. Tristan looked at me for a moment, but silently waited. I laid my gaze on the elder who had spoken. I scanned every single one of them with a cold, calculating keenness. So what? You got fed information from the inside, and your side has launched a counterattack. So what? They'll simply be walking into their death trap. The elder grinned maniacally. You can bluff how you want, but we know about White Feather's illness. Gone are the days when she used to be a powerful summoner. Now she is nothing but a degrading relic that does not deserve to sit as the leader of the clan. Why do you think even her own elders are willing to betray her? Her merchants. We didn't even need to try. Those elders of hers were enthusiastic to help us as long as we removed her from a seat. He glared at me, and that is exactly what will happen today. We waited patiently for her to spend all of her cards, and she just spent the last one. Then he grinned again and laughed. You made a big mistake by coming here. Because of you, your biggest contractor is going to die, and your reputation as an organization is going to enter the gutters. He paused, his gaze settling oddly for some reason. But we can make you a counteroffer, he said in a cold, deliberate voice. Whatever amount White Feather promised you, the Crystal D plan will pay twice the amount. As you know, our pockets are swollen with wealth. We will pay anything. Release us and vanquish the matriarch of the Boundless Wave clan and that vile thing she calls a daughter. Do that and name anything, it's yours. Tristan and Nisha exchanged glances, while I stood in front with an indifferent expression, simply looking at the man. Nisha walked closer to me and whispered, I think this is where your role ends. We need to inform the boss about this development and have him make a decision. I shot a piercing glare at her as I turned sharply. What? Nisha held my gaze with stern eyes. We are a criminal organization, not heroes. I need you to understand that we make decisions in the interest of the company and its reputation. Everything else comes second. I continued to stare at her, and her eyes returned my gaze with equally dangerous evenness. It seemed like she was ready to move if it meant defending her suggestion. Tristan came closer to us and separated us further. What is bad for the reputation of the company is this we're in front of. He paused abruptly as the elder who had been talking suddenly erupted forward with movement. Shadows moved behind him and flowed out like black winds. They merged into swirling dark spears that instantly wheeled toward us. One at least. The other wheeled toward Cassie with even more terrifying speed and insurmountable power. But she merely slapped it away and blurred forward, grabbing my collar to pull me out of the way. Nisha fell into her shadows, while Tristan was fast enough to dodge both of them using the abilities of their summon. The spears moved on their own, twirling in the space beyond us. They turned and rolled toward us again. However, this time I was not caught off guard. I exploded forward, rising with overflowing waves of white incandescent flames. Then I clashed with him, and the flames exploded across the entire hall. A deafening detonation rolled through pillars, carrying flames through every corner. The terrible force devoured the pillars and tore them away with insane speed. A blistering wind followed swiftly after the flames, roaring through the hall with tyrannical power. The elder shook and scrambled on the ground. He tried to move, but that was too difficult for him. His gaze fell downward, widening in horror at what he saw. A searing blade of white flames had severed both of his legs, and beneath him were pools of blood that the flames danced upon faintly. He lifted his paling face, and his eyes trembled. What are you?" His voice could hardly form the words. I stood above him, looking indifferently. "Me? I'm a sovereign," I said with a shrug. "The third sovereign." My gaze fell down condescendingly. "And no, you are the one who made a big mistake. Your patriarch and his forces just made everything easier for White Feather." I scoffed. "White Feather will decimate your forces single-handedly." Chapter 370. This, and that the hall was drenched in horror. Everyone was barricaded by the flames, letting out agonizing wails of pain. Some others had frightfully skittered their way back and were looking at the flames with paralyzing dread crawling across their faces. Tristan and Nisha, who had moved a second later, looked at me in slight unbelief. "Kate." Tristan looked at me for a moment and then said nothing. Nisha, however, stomped toward me. "What is wrong with you? Those are innocent people." I stared at her face and gave her a disturbing smile. "What do you mean? Aren't we criminals? When did we start caring about innocent people?" She frowned darkly. I extended my hand, ready to release a chain in case she did anything, while keeping an unnerving smile frozen on my face. Cassie was behind me, eerily silent. Levi entered at that point. There was not a speck of blood on him. Rather, he looked like the one who had lazily lingered out of us all. But I figured he must have kept one clone away from all of the battle. And that was the one walking toward us now. "What is going on here?" His voice resounded across the hall with thundering authority. Nisha, of course, stepped toward him quickly and filled him in on everything. Levi looked down at the man and the few people who had been burnt to a crisp. A small, harmless smile was on his face, and even as he turned to me, the smile did not leave. He stepped closer and tapped my shoulder while I watched him with a blank gaze. "Well done, boy, well done. So glad you didn't fall for that Elder-S trap." Nisha frowned furiously at him. "Boss." He turned to Nisha with a laid-back smile. "Cut the boy some slack. This is far better than you would been able to achieve. Have you even thanked him or complimented him before challenging him right in front of people who may as well be our enemy?" He shook his head. "And you saw the result of what you did? They took you as a distraction and truly deluded themselves for a moment that they could escape us." He walked over to the man with severed legs, then bent and dipped his finger into the man's ruined knee. The man let out a despairing cry. "Oh, this is one precise cut," Levi said unceremoniously, looking at the severed leg with childlike curiosity. "You bastards." "I will." Levi dropped a dagger straight into the man's heart, killing him without a sound. He straightened and looked at me. "We gathered a lot of spoils. Let us share them amongst ourselves." He shifted his eyes to Tristan. There seemed to be an almost silent communication between them before he asked, "Did we get what we came here for?" Tristan sighed wearily. "Not exactly, but it wasn't a fruitless journey either." Levi rubbed his chin, thinking. He smiled, and his voice echoed across the hollow hall. "If they're focusing their attack based on what a mole is feeding them, then things have indeed gone as I thought they would. Our priority remains securing vast amounts of wealth. Everything else comes second." He grinned villainously as he spoke. Before he could speak any further, though, I interrupted, a frown finding its way onto my face. "Wait, I don't understand. You knew they had a mole." Levi, whose mouth had been frozen with its unspoken words, turned to me. His eyes gave off an eerie light for a moment. Then it vanished just as quickly as a smile curved his lips. "Of course, Cade. These things are a part of my calculations. It made no sense that the Boundless Wave's merchandise was all stolen like that. It sounded too easy, in fact, so I had to devise our plan with that in consideration." After he said that, his eyes held mine for a moment. Then he asked, still smiling, "What? Are you dissatisfied that I didn't tell you my plans, even though I pushed forward to be the leader?" Truth be said, I was offended. But I felt slightly awkward right now with this conversation. I was self-aware enough to know that, right now, Things looked like I was challenging Levi's authority as the leader. This was nothing special. This was just how the Black Snow Company had always operated. The problem, however, was that it meant he intended to play and take advantage of White Feather and the Boundless Wave clan. It felt slightly personal. But then again, my suppressed fury melted away. No, I'm not dissatisfied with anything. I set my eyes evenly. His eyes held mine for a few more moments, and then he nodded. All right, whatever it is, we will move. Transport these separately. Tristan and Nisha, Cade, I, and Gilbert will return to the Boundless Wave Island. Let us hope there is something alive that can pay us. A puzzled frown drew my brows together. I don't understand. A payment? But we Haven Tea recovered their goods? Levi smiled coolly. The destruction of the Crystal Deep clan will set a lot in motion. He paused for a moment and looked around. What we did here today is considered quite impossible, you know? Levi held my shoulder and walked us toward the exit. I'm sure the patriarch, matriarch, and his heirs did not expect to accumulate this much devastating damage. They had powerful summoners. Their forces were quite strong, too. There's no way just 5 of us should have been able to beat that. He looked up with half-lidded eyes. That's the problem with these wealthy people. They depend too much on numbers. Very disgusting. We stepped outside, and Levi released my shoulder, saying this will set a lot of things in motion. The Water Moon will strike, and the Boundless Wave clan might not be able to defend against that. They will be eradicated, but you see, all of this is not what I'm really after. That's not my payment for this tedious job. He turned to Tristan, who handed him a parchment. Levi rolled out the parchment and spread it in his hand. A giddy smile spread across his face. Now this is what I'm talking about. A treasure map. I gave him a confused look. All of this was for a treasure map? I thought. Levi rolled the map, closed, and nodded. Whatever you thought is not wrong. This is not a this or that situation. It's a this and that. My eyes widened slightly as I pieced it together. So you accepted this job because it was important, but also had your own plans? Levi nodded. I looked at the map in his hand curiously, then asked, "This is the map to where? What treasure?" Levi looked at me with a ghost of smile. "Where else?" Peter Pan. Chapter 371. Drowning. The strangeness of this situation continued to bother me. I saw no reason to suspect Levi. Most importantly, this was his organization. And if there was anyone who should be suspected of having an ulterior motive, it would fairly be me. And that was right. I had an ulterior motive. I wanted to take the Boundless Wave clan for myself. Just as Levi had a hidden agenda to search for this inconspicuous Peter Pan and take him for himself. Who would have thought that the passing statement White Feather made as a rumor tale was actually true? At the same time, I was thinking about how things would progress from here. I didn't want to question Levi any further. It was already strange enough. But I at least hoped that he had some plans to complete the job in order to receive payment from the Boundless Wave clan. I knew right now he was hoping that they'd have taken tumultuous damage, but there was nowhere I could see that happening, what with those esoteric signature skills that White Feather had. She was a martial artist, and whether it was originally her or her summon, or the two of them together, she was now nothing short of transcendental, taking those skills to another level. She had the strength, and she had the essence. She was currently siphoning quite a handful from me as we spoke. And while I wanted to check on her with a mental link, I restrained myself, simply because I was also curious to see for myself how she would turn out, to see how strong she was. Night Yell was mended in time. In fact, more than enough time. Although her flight was not quite stable. Gilbert did not have much difficulty flying us back to the Boundless Wave Island, while Tristan and Nisha were to take care of the other goods. Levi, Gilbert, Cassie, and I touched down on the soil of the Boundless Wave Island. From our landing point, we could sense a grim massacre ahead. Levi's expression hardened darkly. Oh, this can't be good. I glanced at him and stared forward. I agree. Gilbert, meanwhile, managed to stay away from Cassie and me as much as he could afford to. No, really, what did Cassie do to him? I manifested the Frostfang and carefully observed all the blood-stained bodies that littered the floor as we walked deeper into the island. The town was eerily silent, with more bodies scattered across the ground. Levi also looked around with a small smile staining his face. It was slightly difficult to tell what he was thinking with that smile. We finally approached the entrance gate and could hear the ferocious cacophony of battle that had broken out in the clan building. For a moment, Levi paused, scratching the back of his neck and looking at the situation inside the Boundless Wave clan with a weary look on his face. I glanced at him. You must be tired after that intense battle. How about you let Cassie and me handle this? He shifted his gaze to me and replied lazily. Really? Can I do that? Then I'll be leaving it to you. He left no space for me to reply and turned back, walking to settle down beneath a ship, leaving Gilbert, Cassie, and me standing there. Gilbert, and I made eye contact. Then he nervously glanced at Cassie. W will be preparing the ship for departure. He uttered this and hurried away before I could even respond. I was left staring at him in disbelief. What departure? I released a sigh and walked forward, Cassie following behind me. I entered the main clan gate, which had been yanked open, bloodstains smeared across the wide door. My expression darkened as I stepped inside, and a trail of smoldering flames began to follow my prints. Be careful. Combat is not about destroying everything. You need to be able to preserve your environment and cause only minimal damage, especially when you will bear the consequences. I quickly gave her a sharp glare. Tell that to Maggie, not me. She shook her head. I could never reason with that religious witch. Afterward, her helmet appeared over her head, completely sealing her face and rendering her silent. She nodded once, and then I barely perceived her movement. It was as if she simply vanished. Her figure appeared high in the sky, closing a wide chasm of distance in a single leap. She landed somewhere within the cacophony. I inhaled deeply and exhaled. First, I have to locate White Feather. Now that I was here, I finally deemed it necessary to use the link, and I called for her attention mentally. However, there was no response. I tried again. There was still no response. While I was about to call her once more, a soldier of the Crystal Deep clan came bearing his sword in a reckless swing at me. I simply cast him a contemptuous look and shifted to the side, letting his wide swing slide past me. The pommel of my sword moved with minimal effort, and I slammed it against his temple, causing him to drop. He can't be dead from that, right? I studied his still body with uneasy concern and shook my head. Is this the quality of men in the Waterlands? Another one was coming. He stepped forward with commendable footwork and launched an upward strike toward me, but I appeared beside him in an instant and slid my blade into his neck with a lethargic movement. Following him, more of them came in quick succession, but I simply slashed my sword in different directions, tearing their torsos before their eyes could even catch my movements. I thought about it. Are they slowpokes? Fool, you should backstep when you see something you can't react to. Did you skip fundamental class? Even I, who didn't have fundamental class training, knew that much. They kept falling to the sides as they ran toward me, landing with heavy, wet thuds on the ground. I merely walked forward, not even deeming it necessary to use my attributes yet. It was getting easier to see their movements and predict their patterns of attack, which was why I simply swung in the direction I anticipated and took them down with what must have looked like unfair speed. Strategic Apex has leveled up Amusing. Chapter 372. And who may you be? I moved from the outer yard into the inner yard, except for a few inevitables. I try not to leave too many piles of lifeless bodies. It left a bitter taste in my mouth to see them drop like that, but surprisingly, that was just it. I remembered how averse I once was to killing people, and Kale, whom I had killed because I refused to kill him earlier, and had come back to show me that I had made a foolish decision by sparing him. There was Kai, too. I had a feeling that we were going to cross paths again soon, and because I had failed to kill him then, he would probably have turned into a fine young summoner with a handsome face. TCH, I should at least have given him a large scar. No? I caught myself belatedly. Goodness, when did I become so comfortable with senseless violence? Aside from the necessary thought of killing Kai not bothering me one bit, there was also the fact that I no longer seemed to think twice when dealing a death blow. Yes, I had fought several humans, but there was no one whose death had made me feel uneasy. What remained of that unease was just a bitter taste in my mouth, and even now I could feel it slowly seeping away. I sidestepped another forward slash from a soldier. Then, with an easy movement, I drove my sword into his stomach. The blade tore out from behind him, and a froth of blood bubbled from his mouth. He was about to fall against my shoulder, but I sidestepped again and wrenched my sword free, letting him collapse onto the ground. I stared ahead of me. Some of the women I recognized from the day we arrived were fighting men from the Crystal Deep clan. One lady commanded a fish that looked like an ugly old cat and floated in the air. The fish lunged forward and released a pressurized jet of water that flew with immense force. But the creature it faced was much larger and naturally built for combat. The thing spread its hard, spiked shells and rolled forward. Before it could clash with the Lady-S fish, I appeared in a low crouch. My sword already swinging across a horizontal arc. Frostfawn clashed with the shell and bounced back, though the shell was also knocked back a few meters. The summoner seemed dazed for a moment. He must have thought it impossible for a summoner to face a summon directly, no matter the circumstances. I twisted my grip, and flames traced along the cold blade. With a step forward, I drove the sword into the tiny gap between its shell and shoulder, severing the summon-s connection to its life. I twisted my sword free while the summoner collapsed in horror. At the same time, I vanished, appearing beside two summons that were entangled. One looked like a horned kangaroo. It had massive legs, and a kick from those legs looked like it would hurt a great deal. The opposing creature's saving grace was that it was a snake. I glanced at the lady. Withdraw your summon. At once the snake slithered backward with furious speed. The horned kangaroo barreled forward with a kick of its gigantic legs. I thrust my leg forward, and our kicks collided. A ringing shockwave tore outward. The next moment, however, I was behind the horned kangaroo, finishing a diagonal slash that sliced apart its torso from behind. The summoner glared in fury and horror, twitching. "H, how dare you? Go to sleep." I slammed the pommel of my sword against his forehead, knocking him out cold. There were two other girls ahead. My chain shot out, wrapped around the Crystal Deep soldiers, lifted them high, and slammed them to the ground. Instantly, their summons vanished. The four ladies I had helped all bowed toward me in respect. "Where is the wit? The matriarch? Where is she?" One of them, with dark emerald hair, responded in a calm tone. The matriarch was in the Lotus Pavilion when the clan was attacked. I glanced at her for a moment. Ahead, more battles still raged, cold blades clashing together and guttural sounds tearing from things that were anything but human. Perhaps Cassie was not so wrong. Having an army would been nice. I looked down at the lady. "Join your mates and help out however you can. I want to be coming back to watch your beautiful head." They lowered their heads, though not enough to completely hide the reddened cheeks beneath them. It seemed my words had managed to captivate them despite the unsightly situation we were in. How odd. Those things really work on girls? They were truly strange creatures. Perhaps I should commit to more research on them. I could start with Cassie. Actually, I think White Feather would be a more convenient option. Knives of flame appeared behind my feet and launched me into the sky like a rocket. The girls were left on the ground, staring in amazement. While airborne, I scanned the battlefield below. Although the skirmish was unevenly stacked against the Boundless Wave clan, they had already lost many forces to the Crystal Deep and Watermoon clans prior to this. They still seemed to be holding on, though only by the skin of their teeth. Most of their warriors fought with grim, unrelenting vigor, working tirelessly together to kill an enemy. They had no shame in ganging up, 5 injured people weakening and defeating 1 or 2 summoners together. Cassie was somewhere toward the north wing of the expansive manor, fighting a summon whose essence felt nefarious and truly terrifying. If it were not Cassie, I might have been worried, but now I was simply worried for the nefarious summon. Finally, I spotted White Feather. Behind her stood what looked like a large white bird with a man-esque torso, and behind the birdman was Shuyao. White Feather herself looked haggard. They were facing a towering beast with a massive frame cloaked in tenebrous midnight fur and a fearsome head. Draconic horns crowned its head. and 4 unreasonably long whiskers extended from its nostrils. If I was not mistaken, the creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Kirin. Behind it, a man walked slowly towards Xiao who, by the way, still looked like she had more fight in her, even though both she and her summon appeared worse for wear. Slowly, I descended in front of them, landing in the middle of the arching bridge. The man and his summon paused. Then a pleasant, curious smile appeared on his face. "And who may you be?" Chapter 373. Damn Kirin, I stood for a moment, then turned to observe Shuyao and White Feather. Both looked like they had endured a hurricane of strikes, and somehow were still standing. Hun, what is happening here? I thought. By my understanding of White Feather-esque skills, this should have been a breeze for her. She might be a legend tier, but I don't suppose those were to be underestimated as well. Except, I shifted my gaze to the man's dark, fearsome Kirin. Then I turned to him as he walked toward me. His eyes widened in recognition. "Oh, it must be you, the Black Snow Company organization that was hired." I looked down at him from the middle of the bridge. With pleasure. The difference between the two of us was stark. He had overflowing midnight black hair, and his eyes were deep and somewhat ancient, suggesting that he held a well of terrifying strength within him, backed by ruthless experience. And as for me, as intimidating as I might have looked, I was shorter, leaner, and half as handsome as he was, which made him a slightly disgusting person. People like him should be erased from the surface of the world. I knew his type. The way he confidently looked at me, with a small smile playing on his lips, I could see him coming from a mile away. Boy, he spoke with a cool, composed expression. "You must have realized by now that this battle is beyond you. Why don't you take things easy for yourself, step aside, and save your skin before I bite it off you?" His gaze radiated a threatening pressure at the end of his words. For a moment, I was silent, thinking about what perfect response would fit this moment. It was difficult to notice because I was usually flawless with my words, but you see, sometimes these things don't come easy. I inhaled, exhaled, and then threw a hateful glare at the man. "Go fuck yourself." He stood there, looking at me with a stunned expression. Then he suddenly let out a stupefied laugh, his shoulders shaking with its tonal drop. He finally stopped and fixed a dark gaze on me. His entire demeanor was cold and deathly. The next moment, his Kirin beast shot toward me. But having already seen it coming, I vanished from its front with a flicker of a feather and immediately appeared beyond it, in the sky. In the same breath, Shuyao's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Of course, she must have recognized me using her matriarch-esque skill, which left her lost and puzzled. I drew my hand backward, releasing a torrent of flames. More flames exploded from behind me like raging propellers, catapulting me downward. In the same breath, within the same second that the creature had lunged for me and I had vanished, I descended upon it with a hammering strike. The torrent of flames unleashed their might, spreading with destructive force. They ushered the wind with ruthless intensity, causing everything around us to be blown away. The bridge cracked beneath us and shattered barely a fragment of a second later, plunging both of us into the water. The moment we entered the water, however, something surprising happened. My eyes widened as I stared at my hand. The intensity of the white flames flickering in my right fist was laughable. This was nothing compared to the devastating firepower just now. I narrowed my eyes immediately. Need to get out. I leaped, attempting to explode out of the water. However, what I never expected was that the water would move against me. The river rose like a sentient creature and slammed into me with crushing force, thrusting me deeper into the water. The Kirin beast, funnily enough, was nowhere to be found around me. But all of a sudden, the water had gained a mind of its own. How bothersome. As much as Cassie would make things easier, as a man who had his eyes on her, I had my pride. Besides, not just her, White Feather, and even Shuyao, that arrogant one, I wanted to knock that arrogant beak of hers down a notch. Gosh, my taste in women is questionable at this point. Now, before these women, my male ego was screaming, flex, 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 Flex. So that was exactly what I did. I manifested frostbite as I pushed myself up in the river, spun the sword in my hand, and plunged it down into the water, pouring a torrent of my spirit essence into it. With rapid speed, the surface of the river began freezing. I tore my feet free and landed on it for a moment. The river did not respond. My calculating gaze scanned the frozen surface briefly, then shifted to the man standing opposite the broken bridge. White Feather and Shuyao had jumped off the other half of the shattered bridge and were both watching. I skittered across the frozen surface, my legs turning into a blur in a swift motion. Then I leaped a great distance, rising into the air. The water did not relent. Over a vast distance, it was already cracking, and once it cracked, it erupted with violent force. That force easily reached the height I had leaped to, and the water caught me like a rope. I swung my chains against it, but the chains only passed through like they would through ordinary water. The water simply dragged me back in and slammed me into the ground, flooding over me instantly. A torrent of pain assaulted my head and back, but there was no time for me to even experience that pain. The crushing weight of the river pressed me to the ground, while at the same time trying to force its way into my nose and mouth. I kept my mouth shut and refused to take a single breath. But this was a two-edged knife. No, it wasn't a knife at all. It was a crushing shield that was only going to kill me with its weight. I was going to die from the very thing the water was trying to achieve. Damn, Kieran. Your attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up your attribute. Conqueror S has leveled up your attribute. Martyr S Endurance has leveled up your attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up your attribute. Conqueror S has leveled up your attribute. Martyr S Endurance has leveled up Chapter 374. The resolve of a madman being pinned to the bottom of a river while the river tried to force open your mouth to flood your lungs was certainly a weird and not so likable experience. And yet you were still dying of suffocation nonetheless. It was not the way I had expected that I would die. I stayed there, thinking and thinking while silently suffocating to death. The world beyond the river was a blur, but even within that blur, I could see the scarlet leaves of the tree spreading in the center of the Jade Pavilion. And the branch in that area was shaped like a butt. Maggie S. butt. Thinking about Maggie S. figure, it suddenly occurred to me that I was going to die without confronting her even once in my life. That I wouldn't challenge that vile, sane in my own way. Face her in all her demented glory. Call me daddy and tell me she wanted more. A deeply dissatisfying feeling consumed me, and that strangely fueled my resolve. I want to live. For Maggie, yes, but 5 chains exploded out of my body with frightening speed, tearing through the crushing pressure of the water before the river itself could even catch them. The chains all found purchase in different parts of the enormous tree, one on its branch, another around its massive trunk, another on the shattered anchor of the bridge where the man was standing. All 5 found anchors outside the water and grew taut with an explosive force that yanked me upward. But before I could be pulled free, the pressure of the water increased tenfold, and just as I reached the surface, it slammed me back down. At the same time, I resisted against it, the chain straining to pull me out. I locked my eyes on the outside world and tried to use Feather Step, but it failed. I suspected it was for one of 2 reasons. The scenery before me was blurry, and second, there was a force furiously acting against my movement. Either way, things were not looking good for me. The chains were defiantly holding on, straining rigidly against the anchors they were latched onto. It was the stone anchor of the broken bridge that gave in first, shattering into smithereens of rock. The pressure resisting the water diminished slightly. My lungs began to burn as I struggled not to breathe, and this ruthless test of endurance was becoming more difficult. Still, I had the option of calling Cassie or summoning Maggie from whatever she was doing. For a moment, the idea felt reasonable. I should look out for myself, but that could get the people I care about killed, so I couldn't bear it. Then came a choice to call Cassie, but that too was opposed by my stupid ego. Your attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up your attribute. Conqueror S has leveled up your attribute. Martyr S Endurance has leveled up your attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up your attribute. Conqueror S will has leveled up your attribute. Martyr S Endurance has leveled up your attribute. Strategic Apex has leveled up your attribute. Conqueror S will has leveled up your attribute. Martyr S Endurance has leveled up. I was not trying to pay attention to these bunch of useless level ups. But at the same time, the sound in my head were becoming slightly too difficult to ignore, because the longer this torment continued, the more they kept pouring into my ears. Surprisingly though, with the recent frequent disturbances of level-ups came a soothing feeling. The exonerating burn in my lungs eased slightly, and I found the pain somewhat more bearable. I shot out the chain that had broken off like a javelin. It extended endlessly toward the sky, heading straight for the dome that covered the island. In that moment the man shivered, frowning coldly. Xu Yao glanced at the chain with a dark look in her eyes. Is he mad? Is he trying to destroy the dome? Wouldn't he that give a summon more power? Not to mention that he would be drowning all of us. She glared at the river. This man has gone mad. Of course I had. I could only faintly make out whatever it was she was saying above the roaring river. The other 4 chains shot after their senior brother. They twisted together, forming a single chain. To my surprise, the chains merged completely, becoming whole, with links as massive as the anchors of a Titanic ship. Your attribute, Chains of Confession, has leveled up. If I could manage a grin in my condition, I would have given into it, because this was truly a fascinating discovery. With my will and a flood of spirit essence, I controlled the chain, launching it with even more terrifying fierceness. The chain crushed through the dome with ease, making both the man and Xu Yao stare upward in stunned silence. But that was not all. The chain, with unstoppable speed, tore through the vast sea of the archipelago, and at some point plunged out of the sea and separated into 5 different chains, each finding purchase on the floating island above the waters. Then they grew taut. With violent ease, I was torn out of the river, ripping the water apart and flying free of the current. As I pulled myself out, white flames rolled into a spear as I raised my hand slightly away from my body. This heat was not the mundane one I had used before. It carried an intensity equal to the knives that kept me floating. The white flames condensed above my hand, forming the shape of a radiant spear. Several undulating waves of heat exploded outward, blasting the leaves and branches of the massive scarlet tree, as well as the cloaks of the people standing nearby. Vapor began rolling out of the river from the sheer wave of heat crashing against it. Xu Yao glared. Matriarch, this man is mad. He is going to destroy the entire island. I stared down with a nonchalant expression. I couldn't care less, honestly. That tenebrous summon had to die. I gave the man a lazy look. He shivered slightly, unease flickering across his gaze, several pearls of sweat vaporizing on his face. Indifferently, my gaze returned to the summon. It was not returning to its original form, which meant it believed that only as a river would it be able to survive this attack. But it was wrong. 5 iron tendrils wired me to the island above the sea. Casting one last look at the revolting river, I swung my hand down, and a flame that scarred the depths of the sea was unleashed. Chapter 375. Why does Cassie have to always be right? From the broken dome, water was spilling downward like the heavens had decided to unleash one of their barrels of water upon the world beneath. Of course, we were beneath a vast sea long before we were beneath the heavens themselves. If they existed, the water did not reach me, though, as it poured down, it was being heated into vapor at a horrifying, sizzling pace. Vapor flowed above me like a pale white mist. The moment I hurled the spear of flame, the world seemed to bend, and then the river evaporated at a life-threatening speed, such that I watched the Kirin beast leap out of the river in its physical body. The man acted fast, recalling his summon, but I was far faster than any of them anticipated. First of all, I dismissed White Feather, sending her to the depths of my soul, and just as the spear of flame touched the river, turning it into sizzling air, I'd already lunged toward the man. As he closed his hands together to call back his summon, His eyes widened as he witnessed my hand drive into his belly. A ring of impact burst out his back. He folded like a piece of paper before being blasted away. The brief lag that prevented him from recalling his summon cost the damn beast its life. Because at the same time that I landed the blow, the arrow unraveled the ground in a cacophony of thunderous, ravenous explosions. Shu Yao ran from the explosion as fast as she could manage, her legs skittering in a frantic blur before her beast summon scooped her from the ground and lunged into the sky. The explosion was colossal, tearing through the rest of the quarters and even chasing them into the higher skies. But the Burman soared with blistering speed until the explosion was no longer pursuing it. Crap, my bad. I forgot I needed to rescue her. I grinned sheepishly. That was certainly my carelessness. Not that she would know. For a moment, the land was filled with a vast, endless gray fog that shrouded the entire island. Rain splattered onto the center of the island alone. Zen, under the water? For a moment, I actually thought it was rain until I glanced up and saw that the vaporized water was releasing droplets. Moreover, water was spilling through the cracked dome, and now that the overbearing heat was gone, it was flooding the ground, already forming another river where the initial one had been obliterated. I turned back to the man I had saved from the explosion with my punch. I had broken through several walls, and must now be somewhere within the manor issued to the Black Snow Company. I could still feel his faint essence signature. The mist was slowly dispersing. Through it, I blurred forward and landed on the rubble formed by a jagged hole in the wall, causing stone debris to scatter. I took a step, another step, and another before I stood above him. He was on his knees, struggling to stand. When I arrived before him, he stopped and raised his head with a frightened expression. Who are you? I sighed. That S quite old. I got tired of answering people. I grabbed him by the jaw and lifted him up. Either he was too weak or understood the finality of defeat, whichever it was. He didn't struggle against my grip. He merely stared downward with a stubborn light in his eyes. I am not going to give in. Even if you defeat me, I have sons who will continue my mandate. The destruction of the Boundless Wave clan is paramount. His stubborn look was further fueled by a maddened grin spreading across his face. The water moon was in on this, so while you're celebrating your victory, I hate to break it to you, but there is an even greater force that will end the Boundless Wave clan for good. I wanted to call his bluff, but at the same time, he had made a reasonable statement. I knew bluffs, and this didn't sound like one. He grinned harder. Yes, that's it. You should be scared shitless and run away. I looked at him blankly for a moment, then sent my forehead flying into his. With a sharp smash, he was knocked out cold in my hands. What? This one has no balls. That was the new definition for men who could not withstand my head strike. Just as I released his chin from my grip and he collapsed to the ground, a brutal horn sounded across the entire island. I didn't know what it was yet, but what caught my attention was the ground. The ground was wet. A cold frown settled on my brow as I noticed it. Damn it, Cassie. Why do you have to be so on point every damn time? I grabbed the man by one leg and leaped back to the center of the Lotus Pavilion, where a deep crater now lay in place of the fine stream that had once flowed there. But the crater had been filled with water and was now overflowing. I glanced up and saw the reason. I considered it for a moment. When I realized there was nothing I could do about it, I sighed and began searching for a way to escape. However, White Feather reached out to me from inside. Circade. It was a special communication through the link she had merely spoken within my soul, wanting to reach me, and I felt the message. A whirlwind of sparks appeared before me and merged into White Feather. She stared at herself with stunned disbelief. How is this possible? I feel like I gained more essence. I smiled. It's what happens when you let me inside you. This is nothing, I declared. She froze and looked at me rather oddly. For some reason, I did not like the look on her face. You're judging me right now, aren't you? She spoke with a resigned tone. We are in the middle of a flood you caused. My entire clan is demolished, thank you so much, and you really want to make a joke about getting through to me? I looked at her, then at the flood and the water still pouring heavily from the broken dome. She is not entirely wrong. I then fixed her with a blank look. You're wrong. She reared her head in disbelief. Oh, enlighten me. I blinked and looked away thoughtfully. I wasn't joking. White Feather pierced me with a death glare. Chapter 376. O ye of little faith, I was suddenly reminded that she had been an arrogant, dangerous, and deceitful matriarch just yesterday. White Feather's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she threw her face to the north. A powerful enemy is coming, Circade. My eyes ignited with sharp alertness as I waited to see which member of the Watermoon clan had managed to arrive just in time. The next moment, someone landed before us like a pillar of black lightning. Crimson hair unraveled, and Cassie stood with her great sword resting across her shoulders. White Feather's eyes ignited with a threatened, defiant radiance. She extended her hands behind her, and her veins bulged beneath her pale skin as if she were summoning an unhealthy amount of power. I threw myself between her and Cassie and belatedly realized, wait, the powerful person. Could it be Cassie? Of course it was. I exhaled and raised both hands, gesturing for her to calm down. She exchanged doubtful looks between Cassie and me. Then I said plainly, this is my summon, just like you are. White Feather gave me a dubious look. What kind of retard do you take me for, Circade? How can you have a summon that is this strong? With her strength, it means you'd have no other soul space to accommodate another summon. But you somehow made me a summon. Even if you're a sovereign, this is simply not possible to have a summon as powerful as she appears to be. I turned to Cassie, whose featureless helmet was still sheathed over her face. Really? That is how it is? She shrugged. My focus returned to White Feather. Oh well, I don't know what is possible or what isn't, but this is what I can do. White Feather's eyes blinked furiously. She was struggling to mentally accept what she was witnessing. Cassie's helmet finally folded away and vanished into sparks. Then her voice came with a hardened edge. You don't have the time? My expression hardened when I heard her. They have powerful reinforcements coming for them. White Feather glared downward, her teeth clenched almost gruesomely. Of course they do. Those bastards. I studied her for a moment before asking evenly, what exactly happened? And did you really let that man beat you? She shot a fierce glare at me. Let him beat me? Says who? I slaughtered that bastard's deranged wife. I was betrayed by that bastard fairy wind. He also has my daughter. My gaze sharpened when I heard this. I was not expecting to be backstabbed by him in Black River. Everything is falling into place now that I realize it. There's no way Crystal Deep would have known our route without insider information. I studied her silently and considered her situation before speaking. So what do you want to do? White Feather fell silent. At the same time, Xiao, who had wandered off at some point during the explosion, returned with two girls. Matriarch, you're well. You suddenly vanished from behind me. White Feather sighed calmly and smiled at Xiao. Worry not, Xiao. I'm very well. Relief flooded Xiao's expression as White Feather responded. She then turned to me, looked down at the water pooling beneath us, and pierced me with a dark glare. But surprisingly, she lowered her head and bowed. Thank you for saving my friends and helping us. I smiled and waved dismissively. It's nothing. Just doing my job. The girls glanced at me and quickly hid their faces. Suddenly, I got the urge to look into a mirror. Were they seeing a different face? Or was their taste simply exceptionally questionable? White Feather turned to her attendant with an authoritative air. Xiao, what's the situation? Matriarch, things are really bad. The Watermoon clan has landed on our shore and is currently marching this way. The remnants of the Lotus Sword have gathered to stop them, but I don't assume they will last longer than 5 minutes. Even the matriarch of the Watermoon clan is among them. She is very ruthless. White Feather's gaze grew distant for a moment while Xiao added, Matriarch, we can find a place to lay low and gather our strength. We can't afford to die at the hands of the Watermoon clan. White Feather sighed and turned to me. Circade, what should I do? I blinked and pointed to myself. Me? White Feather nodded. At the same time, Xiao tried to hide the lethal light in her eyes, though not before I caught a glimpse. Circade, you're my master. You own me. The girls' eyes widened as they heard their matriarch. Even Xiao couldn't quite come to terms with what she had just said. Whatever your will is, I am ready to follow it as long as you keep your promise. A small smile formed on my lips. Now would you look at that? This one at least knows how to make me feel good. I heaved a sigh and summoned Frostfawn. Tell me, White Feather, what do you want? She lowered her head respectfully. I want to retrieve my daughter and protect my clan. For a moment, I was silent. Then I slammed the edge of Frostfang's blade into the water. All right then, gather the rest of your forces, any number will do. Make them all gather here. Together we will exterminate the Watermoon clan and get your daughter back. Shu Yao glared at me as though I had gone mad. This is no weightless matter. You could kill the matriarch. I gave her a celestial smile. Oh, ye of little faith. Cassie stepped forward, giving the attendant one domineering look. No one is dying. Surprisingly, Shu Yao didn't speak again. Instead, she stepped back in silence, gritted her teeth, and wandered away. A few minutes later, she returned with a number of people she could gather, both those who could fight and those who could not. They all gathered around us. More of them were women than men, though there were a few handsome men among them, currently looking haggard. They all gathered as we stood in the steadily rising flood. Beyond us, the water moved and trembled violently. The enemy was approaching. Chapter 377. Uncanny Reunion. The surface of the water trembled as the enemy approached. First came a crowded mass of heads rising in the distance that had only moments before been obscured by water. Then they drifted closer toward us, rising into full bodies. The Watermoon were indeed a vast and terrifying clan by their sheer numbers alone. They were men and women in light armor, consisting of a pale blue cuirass worn over a flowing eastern robe. They held their swords dutifully and advanced toward us. At the front line, right at the center, stood a tall, enigmatic figure wearing pale blue robes without armor. Her robe carried the pattern of a long serpentine dragon wrapping around a moon, and she wore a sharp-edged metal hat with the same color and pattern. Curtains of blue rope hung from the hat, each ending with a small metal bell that clinked softly with every movement of the wind. The hat obscured her face, but the dominating wave that emanated from her made a loud announcement of her strength. I was beginning to feel slightly nervous. The woman aside, there were a number of people 5 times the measly forces we had gathered to fight them. I was confident in Cassie's leadership, and she was going to demonstrate it today. This was in fact why I had collected the small number of soldiers we could find, so that, with the little numbers we had, we might increase the odds of this hopeless battle and give the Red Commander the opportunity to show us why that name mattered. But now, looking at the overwhelming numbers against us, this suddenly seemed like a very reckless and poorly thought-out endeavor. Cassie smiled. She did not shift her gaze from the approaching enemy, but whispered to me in a mocking tone. Scared? I chuckled mildly and whispered back. I don't want to give you the opportunity to fail. So I'm here wondering if running away is the better option. Cassie's gaze hardened, but before she could speak further, the enemy drew closer, standing a few meters away from us. A man with sharp, angled eyes stepped out. Beside us, tied to the base of the tree, was the patriarch, who shifted slightly and struggled as the water slowly submerged him. The man glanced at him and then looked up. I waved dismissively and smiled. You don't mind a leaking roof, do you? The man's eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was stripped of any emotion. He shifted his gaze toward White Feather and then returned it to me, standing in front of him. He clicked his mouth in derision. We made the right call, deciding that the Boundless Wave clan didn't deserve its honor anymore. Just look at what you have all fallen to. He spoke while looking at White Feather's face, which I found offensive since I was standing here right in front of him for a reason. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. The moment Frostfang swung past his right hand, the wind shifted and the sword cleaved only empty air. The bells clinked lightly as the man suddenly stood behind me with a widened expression, so his eyes could open. I had honestly thought eyes like that couldn't widen no matter how hard they tried. This was certainly a pleasant development, but wasn't he the guy that interested me anymore? It was his savior. My eyes narrowed. It clearly felt like I was read. Did she read me before I moved? Not only had she read me, but she was fast enough to match my movement. I was only an E rank, but that was not something one encountered every day. I continued to stare at the woman, taking a moment to process how familiar the air around her felt. I had noticed it earlier since she had been quite far away. But when she got close enough to save the young man, that brief moment was enough to catch a faint whiff of her scent. And there were only a handful of times I was wrong. I fixed a stern look on the woman. Yuan? Immediately her head snapped up, revealing her shocked face. Lord Cade? A smug grin appeared on my face. Who said things couldn't get better? Oh, would you look at that? The smile curved further, turning almost supercilious. Yuan took staggered steps, hurrying toward me. Is that really you, Lord Cade? My hands found her chin and raised it slightly. Yes, it is Yuan. What is going on here? What are you doing here? I asked, glancing around her to study her surroundings. It was until I asked that question that everything began to make sense. Yuan had indeed informed me of her mission to claim her rightful position in her clan, the Moon Clan. But I had so completely forgotten about that detail and about her that I hadn't considered the possibility. Or maybe I had, but I also knew the odds were slim. A warm smile spread across her face, and her cheeks reddened like she was running an intense fever. So it worked, she murmured. The oath worked. The oath? I repeated the words under my breath. Ayu, wait a minute. That thing I did just to satisfy my sexual lust really worked? No way. Yes way. But I still wasn't entirely convinced it was that simple. Perhaps this was just a convenient coincidence. At the same time, it was simply too coincidental. Meanwhile, the world around us had fallen into an odd silence. The people behind me and those behind Yuan did not know how to react. They simply stared at this uncanny reunion in stunned disbelief. Meeting Yuan was nice, very nice. It would save me a great deal of massacre today. My gaze stayed on her as I asked with a concerned tone and a tight frown. But Yuan, how we get here? Is the Water Moon your clan? She gently placed her hands together in front of me and bowed her head respectfully. Yes, Lord Cade, this is my clan. Over 4 months ago, I returned to claim my rightful place as heir. She shot a scathing gaze at White Feather, and to restore the stolen honor of my clan. I glanced at White Feather, then back at Yuan. Then I understood. Of course, there's more to this. I folded my arms and inhaled, thinking deeply for a moment. After a while, I raised my hand and declared, "Time out, time out." Everyone stood in utter silence, wondering what exactly was going on. None of them stopped staring at me, their faces displaying a variety of expressions. There was one question clearly written across their manifold expressions. Ignoring their curiosity, I turned away and commanded instantly. White Feather, Yuan, follow me. Both of them hesitated briefly before moving after each other. Yuan quickly ran close to me, holding my arm as I walked through the flood toward the quarters assigned to me. Meanwhile, people continued to mutter outside, staring in disbelief at whatever had just happened. Even the patriarch of the Crystal Deep clan, tied to the tree, stared in absolute disbelief, muttering, No. This can't be. What's going on here? Meanwhile, a dark air loomed somewhere among them, causing people to think twice before stepping near it. For some strange reason, Cassie seemed to be in a very bad mood. I couldn't sit on the ground since the place was getting flooded, although the water level was slightly lower than outside. I sat on the table in my room and glanced at the two of them before focusing particularly on Yuan. I opened my arms to her and smiled. Come here. It's been a while. Yuan's eyes widened, and she hurriedly fell into my chest, almost knocking me back. But I had grown far stronger since the ship voyage. I held her tightly, feeling her soft, full breast press against my chest. Memories of our ship escapades flooded my mind, and for a moment, it took Herculean restraint to suppress the part of me that wanted to rip off her clothes and admire her beautiful breasts. Lord Cade, I missed you so much. I'm also so glad that our paths connected again. For a moment, I thought I was never going to see you again. I smiled as she said this. Me too. It was pitiful to think I would never see you again. Oh goodness, I've missed those breasts. I smiled warmly, completely hiding the treacherous thoughts roaming my mind. I always waited for this moment. I withdrew slightly and held her face with a confident look in my eyes, giving her a sultry stare. I've had to prepare for the day I would meet you again, and I'm glad it came sooner than I expected. Her eyes widened and froze for a moment, her cheeks reddening like tomatoes. Before she could become too emotional and lose her composure right here, I diverted the conversation. But talk to me, Yuan. What's going on? My gaze hardened. Tell me everything. Chapter 378. The Great Sword. There was a moment of silence after I asked her. When it finally broke, it was White Feather's voice that did the job. Are you familiar with the legend of the Great Sword? I shook my head. The name had never rung a bell before. White Feather continued after I responded. The Great Sword was a man who lived no less than 600 years ago. He was a man of unmatched strength, said to be able to cleave mountains without a sword. Most of all, he was a terrifying summoner, a man capable of summoning immense powers from the spirit world. I paid close attention to what White Feather said, noticing that she had used the words immense powers. Immense powers would be what? White Feather paused and said nothing. Before she could speak, however, Yuan answered. The heart and soul of the dragons. The weight in her tone made the revelation sound heavier, and maybe it truly was heavier, and I was simply the odd one out here. Dragons, huh? Aren't dragons a very rare race around here? Did they even exist 8,000 years ago? Of course they didn't. The race of dragons was slaughtered by the benevolent gods because of their destructive power. Each of these dragons was capable of devastating an entire region with their breath. Moreover, they were majestic beings beloved by the essence of the world. Although the runes of history are unclear, sometimes dragons are called the brothers of the gods. Other times, they're referred to as their guardians. Whichever the case, they are Eardrum's most ancient threat. She continued, her eyes blazing with conviction. And when the dragons lost their sense of morality, corrupting humanity, and seducing women away from their natural spouses through their dark influence and forbidden allure, they were slaughtered and destroyed. I scratched the back of my neck. Now what a twisted story this is. So, how does this myth have anything to do with our situation? It was White Feather who responded next. The Great Sword was a man who could summon the power of dragons, gaining powers as immense as the dragons themselves possessed. He was a man who could have placed the world beneath his feet if he had wished. I glanced at the two of them. Well, with how rarely people seem to know about him, I guess he didn't do that. That was because it was not of his interest. The Great Sword was only interested in something that even the women he used couldn't understand. I leaned forward. And what would that be? White Feather hesitated, which in itself was rare. Yuan picked up the slack. He didn't summon dragons, Yuan said. The dragons were already dead by his time. What he summoned was the lingering essence of dragons that still remained in this world, scattered, hidden, sleeping inside other things. Inside other things. I had a feeling I knew where this was going, but I let her continue. The remnants of dragon essence settled into bloodlines, into bones, into the hearts of men with the right soul resonance. A person born with the proper alignment could, with the right path, awaken a fragment of dragon power within themselves. 1 in a million, perhaps. 1 in 10 million. White Feather took back the thread. The Great Sword had an eye for them. He could see who carried that fragment. And whenever he found one, he raised her up. I caught the pronoun. Always women. Always women. The two of them exchanged a look I didn't fully understand, but I caught the shape of it. Of course it's always women. The first one we know of was Lady Rookson. White Feather said, a maid in a dying noble house. She would have been sold, or worse, if the Great Sword hadn't passed through her town. He saw something in her that no one else had. He gave her a set of breathing techniques, a sword that drank moonlight, and a path. A few years later, she was the queen of 3 provinces. They wrote songs about her. The Steel Lily. It sounded promising, like a fairy tale, actually. And then, White Feather paused. She died at the height of her power. The records say she gave her life in a final battle to save him from a profane tier beast. They say her last words were his name. Of course they were. Then there was Ainahel, a blind girl from the southern Ashera marshes. The great sword found her, gave her an artifact called the Sightless Crown, and sent her to study under an exiled sage. She returned from the mountains as the reader of hidden truths. They say she could see the threads of fate themselves. She advised 3 emperors and ended a war that had lasted 40 years, becoming an oracle who disrupted the flow of fate and created a wide chasm that eventually spawned a cruel war with the Weavers of Fate, worshippers of Eterna. Let me guess. She died at the height of her power. For him? For him. I was starting to see the pattern, and the pattern was making my stomach turn in a way I hadn't expected. There were others? There were many, Yuan said. The records list 11 by name. There may have been more whose names did not survive. Each one rose from nothing. Each one became legendary. Each one died young. And each one died in a way somehow connected to him. Some died saving him. Some died completing a mission he had given them. Some simply died, and the records say they could not bear to live without him. The hairs on my arms rose, the way they did when I was looking at a problem from the wrong angle and finally starting to see it from the right one. 11 women, each one extraordinary and indebted to him, and they all died before her power could outgrow him. I took a breath, and the dragon essence inside them. When they died, it didn't just disappear, did it? White Feather looked at me with something that might have been respect and might have been something colder. No, it didn't. He took it. The records don't say that. The records say he mourned each of them. He built shrines, carved their names into the cliffs at his estate. But after each one died, he became stronger, visibly stronger. His next great battle would always be his greatest. The chronicles of his life are arranged like a staircase, and every step upward corresponds to a woman he had buried. Genius. Sick but genius. A summoner who couldn't summon dragons because dragons were extinct in whatever manner they had gone extinct in. They could not be found in the spirit world. So the bastard made his own. He found women with the spark, gave them the path, gave them the techniques, gave them love or the sense of debt or whatever he needed them to feel, and let them cultivate themselves into living vessels of dragon essence. Then he harvested. He probably didn't even have to lie to them. He gave them everything they could have wanted. From their perspective, he was their salvation. From their perspective, dying for him was the most natural thing in the world. He had given them their power, their identity, their place in history. What was a life next to that? I sat with that for a while. Who was the last one? White Feather shook her head. The records become unclear at the end of his life. Some say there was a 12th. Some say he was working on her when he disappeared. Some say she killed him. Yuan added quietly. Some say she became him. That last one landed in the room like a dropped stone. Became him. I gulped. As interesting as this topic is, how does it correlate to the disparities between you two? White Feather closed her eyes calmly as she continued. Well, the Moon Clan and the Wave Clan are 2 of the 11 clans formed from the pillars of world-changing power he raised on a whim. We were built, each of us, following what we starkly believe in. Of course, our values differed greatly, but the dragon bloodline has contributed to the immense power we wield, allowing us to grow into formidable powerhouses ourselves. And yet, that alone is not enough to protect ourselves from that person. So we have no choice but to consume each other. White Feather cursed softly. The dragon bloodline, it's not a blessing. It's a vicious curse. I wish it could be undone, but this is our burden forever. I paused for a moment. Arg, this is getting slightly confusing. I glanced at the 2 of them. It's simple. You both can just stop trying to consume each other. Maybe I'm not understanding exactly what you mean by consuming each other. What is the point? White Feather sighed, looking down with visible worry. To have a fighting chance. I have not sat idle in the past 400 years. I have built a weapon that may be able to kill him. She remembered something and gritted her teeth in anger. That greedy bastard. I'm guessing the weapon is her daughter? Her voice sounded with sadness. 5 out of the 11 clans that were formed have already been destroyed. We don't know the situation in Ashera today, but 400 years ago someone was slaughtering the bloodline. I survived a near annihilation, one that sank the islands of Crystalis. In order to hide ourselves from our killer, we forced ourselves to live beneath the water. I slowly massaged my chin as I thought about what she had said before speaking again. Someone is annihilating all the bloodlines. So both the Moon Clan and the Wave Clan fled here a couple of centuries ago, which means by all standards, you two should be best friends, but instead you turn out to be the worst enemies. I looked at them carefully. Enlighten me. What exactly am I missing? Chapter 379, The Insidious Curse. I waited for the two of them to speak. They glanced at each other's faces, and suddenly they looked far friendlier than before. Then White Feather broke the silence. We can't stop. We don't have control over it. I folded my hands, keeping my gaze fixed on her. She paused for a moment before continuing. The curse of our bloodline is one that destines us to consume each other. Unless we do so, we will never know peace. Yuan's voice joined in. However, my grandfather, who is a reincarnator, found a way to fix that by spreading the bloodline thin across 6 different women. Not just ordinary women, but women of unique races, a wolfkin, a catkin, a wood elf, a foxkin, a merfolk, and a fae. I massaged my temple, as expected of Mr. Reincarnator. Much respect. I also noted that, unlike me, who came from another world in person, Yuan's grandfather had most likely been reborn in this world, therefore carrying the full bloodline of the dragon. White Feather nodded at what Yuan had said. However, for my clan it remains the same. My daughter carries this curse and hunger to consume even more powerfully than any of my predecessors, and in order to stop its cruel growth through every leader that rises, my clan and I made a very terrible decision 400 years ago. I stared into her eyes, already suspecting what that decision had been. Because Yuan had only a small percentage of the bloodline in her, it was not as intense as a maddening urge for slaughter. However, in White Feather's daughter, it was as intense as that, at least according to how strongly she had expressed it. In fact, this was the very reason she had been stolen by that shameless fairy wind to be used as a weapon. When Yuan took the throne from her brothers, she enlisted the help of Crystal Deep, and they wanted the support of the entire Moon Clan, which she automatically granted when she became the matriarch of her clan. Of course, they were driven by greed, the desire to own what the boundless wave controlled and to become the center of the Waterlands. Meanwhile, Yuan believed she was doing what was right, because the two clans had been at each other's throats for generations. But there was a small problem in everything Yuan had reported to me about her journey to reclaim her rightful inheritance. And it was easy not to notice. All of them? Yes, Lord Cade. I slaughtered all of them. I paused, looking at her with a complicated expression. Yuan spoke with a tone of necessity, even while describing the slaughter of her siblings. Although she had spoken of them with contempt when we were on the ship, seeing her now almost made me wonder just how cold-blooded a killer she truly was. But that thought lasted only a moment, because I knew quite well what they had told me. They can't control it. I sighed and wiped my face with my palm. I understand the drive to slaughter the Boundless Wave clan. It's because she reunited what her grandfather separated. My gaze lazily held Yuan's. Yuan, during our journey, did you ever intend to destroy the Boundless Wave clan? She quickly shook her head. Of course not. This was simply between my clan and me, but I owed the Crystal Clan. I shrugged. That's one way to see it. But another way to see it is that it might simply be what you were forced to believe. If by slaughtering your siblings you somehow reunited the curses your father separated, then that most likely means the uncontrollable urge to slaughter the Boundless Wave clan still remains in you. But perhaps you've learned to adapt it to your own conscience, fueling your intent and resolve. As I said this, Yuan frowned. She seemed to be waking up from something, her frown deepening. It made sense that she hadn't realized this before. The curse, no matter how little of it ran through her veins, was still enough to fuel her anger at being treated unfairly. It was enough to make her train relentlessly for years and travel all the way from Etheris to the Waterlands just to slaughter her entire family. Somehow, I felt I had to be very wary of this curse. It's a good thing I'm not one of those 11 bloodlines. I could be fucked. Bloodlines, as it turned out, weren't so weak after all. Maybe it was simply the nature of bloodlines that had existed for centuries. But if this was how several of them were designed, then I had serious questions for whoever had called them weak. It must be the church. They're always the ones spreading misinformation. Then I remembered the damn fool I had captured. I focused on Yuan and asked, how could the church be involved in all of this? She looked surprised. The Eternal Light Church? She shook her head. I'm not sure they are. White Feather spoke with bitter contempt. Oh, they most certainly are. Those bastards consider us heretics, especially the 11 lineages. They hate our guts and our power. But their influence in Ashera is little to non-existent, since the continent is mostly ruled by worshippers of the god of conquest, with whom they are enemies. For a long time, they have hindered the flow of my business to certain regions. My relationship with the Fate Weavers is good, and the Kind Sisters have always stood up for my business when needed, especially since they are heavy beneficiaries of its success. But I know those eternal bastards are always searching for a way to strike down a heretic. They will go to any extent. A warm smile spread across my lips. Seeing White Feather boil with such anger and hatred for the church filled me with an ineffable satisfaction. If only Maggie could see the light. I sighed. Soon. Very soon. Oh well then. This is good. Reasons to destroy them keep stacking up. This is very good. I focus first on Yuan. I want this mindless slaughter to stop, which most likely means we have to do something about the curse. You also have to protect yourselves from whoever is hunting you. I turned to White Feather, and we have to find your daughter. Chapter 380. All I just wanted to do was read. Finally, after getting somewhere with all this discussion, I stood up. Water had submerged the better part of my lower legs, drenching my boots and pants. Yuan, I don't want this pointless slaughter to go on anymore. White Feather is my person, and so are you. What are you going to do about it? She folded her hands tightly and looked down for a moment. If she is important to you, Lord Cade, then I can't do anything. She released a thin smile. Besides, I'm slightly disappointed in myself now that I realize all of this might have just been a curse driving my ego. White Feather continued to look at Yuan. A moment later, she sighed and spoke as well, her voice hoarse. Even though I devised a way to survive all of this taking a deathly chance of becoming inhuman, I have grown far more shrewd, doing shameful and inhumane things for the sake of protecting my clan. And this path, INT noticed, was simply the curse insidiously driving me as well. She looked at me and bowed with quiet gratitude. Thank you for helping us realize this, Lord Cade. Once again, I see what truly sets the sovereigns apart. Yuan's eyes widened. Lord Cade is It's just a misunderstanding on people's part. I'm no such thing, Yuan. But my powers are no less terrifying than those of a sovereign. I explained with an arrogant grin. Humility is a virtue. I glanced at White Feather and let out a tired breath. Trying to make her understand that I was not a sovereign was going to be nearly impossible, especially now that she had met Cassie. Either way, I'm glad we all figured things out. You both have to be mindful of the extremities of your desires and wishes. I think that is how the curse of your bloodline manifests. A pleasant smile graced my lips. Now that we've resolved this, let us move on to the next matter. White Feather and I finally came out of the manor, meeting the gathered soldiers standing somewhat against each other. Their lines were looser than before, and many of them were scattered around, trying to avoid the rising floodwaters. The two women approached their respective people and informed them about the developments. The soldiers all glanced at me furtively. I wondered if they would ever stop asking the question of my identity in their heads. And I wondered if they would ever find the answer they were looking for. I'm just a worker in the Black Snow Company. Afterward, I reunited with Levi, and we proceeded to investigate the Inquisitor I had captured from the Crystal Deep clan, along with their matriarch. We also discovered that the majority of the clan members who had come to this battle had fled when Cassie entered the battlefield. They chose to live to fight another day instead of dying here. Since the Boundless Wave Island was drowning, we took the ships Yuan had brought and migrated to her clan instead. The Watermoon clan was somewhat similar to the Boundless Wave, but it was vastly larger. The dome that protected it from the crushing depths of the waters was enormous and overarching. We reached their clan in no time, and they helped the survivors of the Boundless Wave clan settle down. They even offered to help me relax, but instead of resting, I asked for their dungeon. We got down to business, strapping both the Patriarch and the Eternal Light Inquisitor to a torture chair. There were two people in that chamber, Cassie and White Feather. While I wanted to be part of the torture team, White Feather demanded that I stay out of it, saying things like, "You're a sovereign. You should not taint your hands with meager duties like this." Cassie had naturally wanted to opt out as well, since White Feather was speaking as though I were a king who should be treated as such. The Empress naturally felt she deserved equal grace. However, White Feather shot her a dark glare. "What are you doing? We must not waste time and give our master the result he demands." Cassie nearly popped a vein in her temple when White Feather spoke to her in such a manner. But White Feather didn't fret. She was a jade beauty with snow-white hair and deep scarlet eyes, and when she glared, she looked anciently terrifying, radiating a profound aura. It might not have posed much threat to Cassie, but in the end, White Feather was an abominable amalgamation of a spirit summon and a summoner, and the identity of the summon was unknown. I think Cassie was wary of her to some extent. Not knowing her abilities, she didn't want to pick a fight. She doesn't pick fights with anyone, mostly females. Actually, thinking about it made me feel like Cassie might not be too comfortable around women, at least those who didn't revere her the way the elf Evangeline did. I grinned wickedly as I walked across the massive water bridge that led to a 3-story pagoda. It was sweetening feeling to slowly uncover Cassie's weaknesses. The women in flowing white hanfu-like gowns and the men wearing robes and lightweight armor all greeted me as I walked past, stopping to bow. It was strange being revered like this. I felt like a king and couldn't help but grin pompously, even beginning to walk like I owned the place, hands clasped behind my back. My steps striking the ground with a swagger that practically shouted, "Hey, look at me. I own this place." I had missed being respected and privileged so much that I realized that, back then, I never would have traded it for anything, even though it had been the source of my life as despair. I entered the library, intending to study the books available there, especially those compiled by Yuan's grandfather, in order to discover which world he had come from. I also wanted to learn how he had lived, how he had died, and what truths he had uncovered about this world. I thought that by starting there, I would finally be able to understand what this world truly was. All the knowledge the church had hidden from me would be laid bare. I was going to make this place my home until White Feather and Cassie came out with a result. As I entered the library, I realized it was rather empty. There were enough librarians and workers quietly cleaning or arranging books. Instead, someone stepped out from behind one of the tall bookshelves. She had obsidian hair, with black wolfish ears perked upright. Her porcelain skin gleamed beneath the soft light. She wore a light tunic that barely contained her full breasts, their weight threatening to tear it loose. Her figure was mostly hidden beneath a loose robe that flowed all the way to the floor, concealing her tail. "Yuan, what are you doing here?" I asked, a hint of surprise in my voice. Yuan's face flushed a deep scarlet. She looked at me with a sultry expression, then raised her skirt in a flirtatious gesture. "I have missed you so much, my lord. Please, stay with me. I am ready." Come on, Yuan. I just wanted to read. Chapter 381. You need to awaken the sleeping mountain. I stared at those juicy pink lips for a moment, already feeling something viciously hot stirring in my lower body, rising to the occasion. Bro doesn't sleep on things. I heaved a sigh and looked at the towering monuments of books. Knowledge was important, and as far as another opportunity to pin Yuan down was concerned, after 3 long months, I could always do that later. Whatever I studied here was going to help me in the days to come. So, with my heart heavy with regret, I gave Yuan a steady look. As much as I want to indulge in this, I need to do certain things, Yuan. Yuan smiled with interest. Her smile caught me off guard. It's fine, Lord Cade. You can do whatever it is you want to do. I shall simply proceed with my duties and not bother you. She offered a solution just like that. Yuan, since when did you become so solution-oriented? I thought about her solution for a moment and exhaled. Okay, how about you select some books for me? She lowered her head. Yes, Lord Cade. What books would you like to read? I glanced at her before listing them. Let us see. One about bloodlines. I want knowledge compendiums that your grandfather either placed here himself or personally revised. Also something about summons and summoners in general. Although interesting materials like a map of the world and certain records of his experiences would be good too. Does he have a biography? If he has one, add that too. Yuan shook her head, slightly crestfallen. I see. Then select the best ones you can think of for those subjects and bring them to me. Yes, my lord. I watched her walk into the towering shelves of books, then made my way to the reading alcove, where a comfortable single cedar couch rested beside a small round table. Just as I settled down, Yuan arrived with her face hidden behind a mountain of books. I helped her set some down and asked, "Isn't this too much? You're a matriarch. You could have asked your maidens to help you." I glanced around worriedly. "Where are all of them?" She smiled naughtily. "I'm not going to give them the chance to serve you, Lord Cade." Her face then shifted into a cute, irritated pout. "I want to be the only one attending to your personal needs." She looked gravely serious, yet there was still a touch of adorable sternness in her expression. Okay, whatever suits you. I can't complain. When last have I felt this valued? This is why Yuan is the best." I took the first book on the table and began slowly reading through it, thinking for the first time about how my harem was gradually coming together. While I had only just opened the book, Yuan stood in front of me. "Excuse me, my lord." She spoke softly, then slowly lowered herself to a respectful kneel, her hands resting lightly at the hem of my trousers as she adjusted the fabric. I didn't want to seem eager and give her the satisfaction of seeing me ready. I wanted her to work for it a little, so I shifted my focus entirely to the book in my hand. When she brought out My Sleeping Mountain, her eyes widened, though faint hints of disappointment flickered across her face. I gave her a grave look. "What? You can't do it?" Yuan looked at me, a little lost. I thought, it always works. Is something wrong? I burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. Indeed, she had never had to do something like this before. I was practically her first and only intimate partner, and every time we came together, I was always the one taking charge, bold and ready to take control of the situation. But today, for the first time, she had seen it like this. I chuckled maniacally. This fella is always sleeping at every other time he isn't working. That's how powerful and important he is. If you want him to help you, though, you're going to have to wake him up yourself. I will not assist you because you asked for this. Got it? The light in her eyes dulled for a moment. I see. The next moment, newly risen starlight flickered within them. Then, excuse me. Suddenly, I had a bad premonition about whatever was about to happen and began subtly regretting my earlier bravado. She grabbed my sleeping half-brother in her cold hand and flipped it left and right, as if studying how it reacted. Her brows lifted in surprise when she saw no response. Then they narrowed again with ruthless resolve. She rubbed her cold hands along the length, warming them slowly. The chill began to fade, but I battled against it by focusing on the book in my hands, making sure I deeply understood the pages. I had only just gone through the first few pages about summoners and was already seeing things I never knew existed. So essentially, Instructor Stone had dutifully lied to us. Not only were there more than 2 types of summoners, but there were also varieties still being discovered even in the world during Mr. Xiaolong's time. That was the name of the man who had reincarnated from China back on Earth, and, of course, was reborn in this world in the year 1900, which was over a century before my own time. He had traveled the world for 20 years after reaching maturity as the son of a prestigious clan. During those travels, he discovered several fascinating things, though he did not record them until later in his life, after he had settled down. There were two reasons Mr. Jia Long wrote these books. First, he wanted to ensure that these discoveries were preserved just as every adventurous soul wishes their findings to endure. Second, Mr. Jia Long hoped he might be reincarnated again. Because of that, he wanted to leave knowledge behind for himself or for any reincarnator or transmigrator from Earth or another world who might someday find themselves in his clan. However, he was quite discreet about this particular goal. For example, he had written the later portions in English, a language that only someone from Earth would understand. It was quite fascinating seeing English written on paper again, truth be told. My blood boiled with excitement as I prepared to dive deeper into the book, momentarily forgetting that someone had been very close to me earlier. Chapter 382. So sorry, Mr. Reincarnate. Perhaps Yuan was only slightly disappointed, or perhaps she was deeply disappointed. There was no way for me to know, because my entire fate in this moment rested on whether my attention remained fixed on the pages. The instant my focus slipped away from the words dragging me deeper in, I would awaken a very colossal mountain. And we wouldn't want to give Yuan such satisfaction, would we? She had to understand that there was hard work involved in being with me, and she had to cherish the privilege of all those times I had devoted to her on the ship. The more she realized how delicate and difficult it was, the more she would appreciate it, which was why my focus remained glued to the pages of the book as I read about Mr. Jia Long's first encounter with a summoner. Being a bloodline art user himself, and possessing the dragon bloodline of the moon, he was a vicious entity in the night, able to see clearly in darkness and control reflections under moonlight. Mr. Jia Long defined summoning as a box and described bloodline power as the vast world outside that box. Its versatility was unmatched. The people working tirelessly to reduce the number of bloodline art users knew this, which was why they hunted them so viciously, branding them heretics. In truth, they were simply weak summoners, people incapable of matching the versatility of bloodline art users. Even though the rank of either a summoner or a bloodline art user could not grow indefinitely, the difference was stark. A summoner was bound to their summon, trapped with whatever strengths and weaknesses it possessed. But a bloodline art user could study their own limitations and learn ways to overcome them. His first experience with a summoner had taught him this harsh lesson. He had been both unlucky and lucky, clashing with a demonic summoner. Demonic summoners were the true heretics, at least since time immemorial. They were a particular breed of people whose affinity for evil ran so deep that they could call upon creatures dwelling in the infernal depths of the spirit world. Some were even capable of summoning spirit beasts, abominable monsters twisted and warped by spirit essence. The demonic summoner he encountered was so powerful that he could go toe-to-toe with a level 9 profane tier spirit beast on the verge of evolution, a monster that had once wiped an entire nation from the face of the continent of Ashera. Mr. Jia Long wrote that the scars of that profanity could never be erased from the world. The man commanded a creature whose skin burned with black flames, carved through with deep red grooves of heat. The summon had a mane like a lioness, but its mane was made of raging crimson fire that burned with violent intensity. The creature itself was humanoid, towering over 4 meters tall. Oof, that is quite tall. And he, as a 17-year-old boy, had been forced to fight against that. His only saving grace had been his overpowered bloodline ability. Yet despite being young and inexperienced, he survived the battle not without scars. But the point was that he survived. Mr. Jia Long expressed that if he were to meet that summoner again at the time of writing, the man would likely still be the same as before, while he himself had grown by leaps and bounds since that battle. The second confrontation would surely not end the same way the first did. Sadly, I never got to find out whether Mr. Jia Long got his wish, as the outcome wasn't recorded in this book. Perhaps I may be lucky enough to find it somewhere as I continue reading. Then he spoke of the existence of a very rare kind of summoner, the 1% of the 1%, individuals capable of drawing power even from divinities. But he knew so little about them that no matter what trail he followed in search of answers, he was always too late. In his early years, there had been scattered activities involving these kinds of summoners, but over time their traces vanished. He believed the church was responsible, hoarding information and erasing knowledge. It was unfortunate that the church's existence predated most recorded creation in this era, and many of history's significant figures have been reshaped by them. Nothing in the world could be taken at face value. Everything had to be studied. He therefore advised never trusting anything that came from the worshippers of the gods, the followers of the radiant judge, the weavers of fate, the devotees of the Lord of Conquest, the order of the Lady of Mysteries, or the demon that devours all knowledge. The druids of the first tree, the mother of life. Even the quietest and least influential among them, the order of the final rest, worshippers of death. Each religion had twisted its own version of truth into something macabre, and none of them could be fully trusted. Anything touched by humanity inevitably became tainted. The gods themselves have been tainted for millennia. Mr. Jia Long even wrote, "Humanity might have driven the gods to their deaths. In twisting the truth to preserve their power, they had slowly lost it." This made a surprising amount of sense. I rarely encountered deities, even through miracles, which should have been the most profitable way for a god to prove their existence and reinforce their authority. All I saw were people twisted by the ideologies of other people, wearing those beliefs like armor and fusing them to their skin with fiercely heated iron. As the thoughts spiraled into something deeply philosophical in my mind, I suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over me. Now it was becoming much harder to focus on Mr. Jia Long's lessons. "Oh crap, I'm so sorry, Mr. Reincarnator. Looks like you're going to have to chill a little for me." My mountain was slowly responding as Yuan lost herself in the moment and focused on steadying her breath. Chapter 383. Best performance ever. The soft hum soon became the only thing that filled the entire library. And me too. Did I never pay attention to it? How is she this talented? It was strangely mind-blowing. The moment Yuan placed her hands on my instrument, she played it with a graceful. I felt a sudden strange sensation that surged through me and built into an overwhelming urge I barely managed to contain. Instantly, I caught that slip and held myself. What in the world was that? I glanced down at Yuan, dazed. She paused and looked up with a puzzled expression. Did I do something wrong? I forced out a tiny smile and patted her hair. Quite the opposite. You deserve some praise. Her face flushed as my hand rubbed her hair, and a mischievous glimmer sparked in her eyes. She stepped closer, clearly enjoying the moment, and held on a little tighter. The feeling was indescribable. Something ancient and primal in me was being pulled toward a vast and endless void. Honestly, it felt threatening at first and only required a moment for me to tame my base instincts. I placed my hand gently on her head, my fingers combing through her hair as she leaned close. I followed through with my hand. The moment my hand touched her, I could feel her respond with even more intensity. It was chilling, almost frightening, the manner in which she moved. She was clearly overwhelming me. Oh goodness, there are levels to this. For a moment, my entire body strained. My hand froze on her head, only flowing with her head movements. My mind went blank, and it was getting harder and harder to restrain myself, especially when Yuan was with me so intensely, stirring the wildness buried in the depths of my soul, feeling like it had finally met its match. "Oh, Yuan, you're going to have to forgive me." It took a moment. I tried my best to restrain myself even harder, but that mountain of effort saved me only a moment. It was pleasantly useless as Yuan pulled me close again, holding on tightly, almost pulling the skin away from the body. The walls I was building to restrain the monster suddenly shuddered as the monster slammed against them with its entire weight. Something certainly was wrong. This vile creature, its strength had increased. It had increased sevenfold, barely able to keep myself together. Another shudder cracked through the wall, easily spilling its body. Large fragments of stone flew out with a devastating shockwave. In that moment, My expression darkened, and the light in my eyes changed. My grip on Yuan's head hardened so viciously that her eyes flew wide, and she froze for a moment. However, that was her costly mistake. She never should have stopped. I pushed her back toward me with savage force. Just as I felt fully surrounded by the warmth around me, I withdrew, pulling her back. The tension drained from me, but it was not dreadful. That moment of letting go, in fact, was a fleeting calm before I shoved her head right back, pushing her face down hard. Tears streamed from her eyes as she lost absolute control and will over what was going on. While she looked like she wanted to scream for her life, she didn't. She tried to glance up at me, observing the intensity of the diabolical pleasure that was etched across my face. Then her eyes changed, and a shameless, filthy smile crawled on her face. She asked mad, but I did not care for long. With my hand holding her hair, I grabbed her by the hair and pulled her close with a speed and force that she could not easily become accustomed to. Strands of her black hair tore away from their roots and slipped out of my grip. It was nothing to get concerned about. Not that I imagined this version of me to be bothered at any point. It was a monstrous, abominable demon of longing. Yuan, what have you done to me? A strange tension kept building inside me. The fire in Yuan's eyes only climbed higher, such that her eyeballs slid out of view. Her mouth was carved into a knowing grin, something that spoke to my intuition. She looked at me wordlessly, asking for more, pulling me closer with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. The warmth and closeness of the moment left little room for anything else. Whatever savage pleasure I had been feeling could not compare to what came next. What came next was a pure, spellbinding force of being sucked away by something unholy. It was so threatening that all the boiling rivers in my mountain gathered to one point with a roaring force. They stilled in front of the colossal fissure of the mountain mouth, preparing to blast through and spill into the basement. For a moment, I was foolish enough to think I could stop them, tightening the fissure of the mountain with titanic force while I still violently shoved it down her throat. The next moment, as I pulled back, the rivers rammed through the fissure, spilling out in relentless tides of whiteness. My entire body, for a moment, merged with the oneness of the universe, making me feel like I had achieved nirvana. Well, in a word, I had. Your spirit essence has increased the results. Honestly, were so underwhelming compared to the effort. Perhaps it was because Yuan wasn't my summon, but this should have been enough to summon a new villainous, truth to be told. Best performance ever. Yuan stirred beside me, catching her breath. She looked up at me with a sly smile and licked her lips. See, I did not waste a thing. Did I perform well? Something thundered in my chest, freezing my eyes. Then a moment later, I smiled. You did perfectly well. I pulled her up by her arms. Cool me. Let this master reward you. You want my power, don't you? As I asked, the demonic dragon was already straightening its bones. Chapter 384. Her gorgeousness has to be a curse. I lifted Yuan up, and at once my eyes widened slightly as I saw her legs. Did something happen to her while I was... It wasn't simple exhaustion. The transparent gown that flowed down her lower body was soaked and clinging to her thighs and the curvature between her legs. She looked away with a pink face. Master, you're looking a little too much. I'm sorry. I had not realized because I was stunned for a moment. A gentle smile broke out on my face, and I held Yuan by the waist, pulling her closer to me and pressing her breasts against my chest. Yuan was a lady with full, round breasts and a lean figure. This made her slightly different from others, but also gave her a refined, mesmerizing charm that wasn't just about her flawless beauty, but the entirety of her figure. Even I, who prided myself on being an eternal slave to the gigantic rear of humans, found my eyes spellbound by the beauty of her stature. I grabbed a handful of her soft ass and slowly leaned in to take her lips into my own. However, I suddenly felt a cold, petrifying glare. Without even realizing it, a drop of sweat was already rolling down my neck. I stopped out of instinct, causing Yuan to apprehensively look at me. Then I slowly turned toward the direction of the door. A moment later, a crashing sound thundered across the entire first floor. The door was blocked away by the arrangement of towering shelves, but I did not need to see the person to know who the party crasher was. I heaved a weary sigh and pulled away from Yuan. Should I just consider terminating my contract with her? One can't be too greedy after all. Powerful strides rolled through the columns of shelves before turning to the path that led to the alcove where I was standing with Yuan. Cassie strutted toward me with a frightening glare. Her dark, lustrous armor was stained with splashes of blood. For a moment, my eyes rested on the macabre marks alone. What in the world did they do to that man? Cassie stopped less than a meter away from the steps that ate the distance between her and the alcove. She spared Yuan a glance and suppressed a gaze that might have cursed the poor girl before turning to me with unsheltered loathing, uttering just a single statement. Isaac, I pulled Yuan closer with one hand. What about it? There might have been a little fright in my voice, but every ruler started with little acts of defiance such as this. I should prepare myself for the consequences of my actions. While I waited for her response, my gaze suddenly tightened. Actually, no. Let us see where this leads. A mischievous grin appeared in my mind while I listened to Cassie. The man spilled the secret the church is after. He said, Isaac. I folded my hands and stepped forward, leaving Yuan. This situation was getting slightly interesting. Isaac, where is that? The lady. Cassie's voice seemed to carry faint contempt, too faint to be noticed. Said it is located in the northernmost part of Solaria. Was I overthinking it, or did she just sound offended? I observed Cassie for a moment before placing my hand beneath my jaw, thinking about the half-assed, need-to-do-better report. While my instinctive thought was to spare Cassie the earful about giving reports, knowing very well she had never been in a position like this, I went against it and spoke in a stern, reproachful tone. Really, Cassie, what in the low-effort world of reports did you just hand out to me? If this was how your subordinates were reporting important information to you 8,000 years ago, would you have been able to take hold of the Empire? You degenerate commander. I wanted to add that curse so badly, but there were limits to how ambitious one could get, especially when dealing with ancient beings that lived simply for the love of destruction. Cassie seethed with muted anger. Her expression was carved from frozen stone, and for a second she said absolutely nothing. Then she sighed deeply, and an emotionless, straight voice breached the distance between us. The reason why the church may be latching onto the Crystal Clan seems to be connected to the treasure map that Levi stole. There's a place called Isaac. The Crystal D clan has established a fortified base there from the beginning of their history as a clan. In fact, they may have sprouted out of that place, according to the man's words. She paused and continued thoughtfully. Although the Inquisitor vehemently cursed him and believes they're simply heretics, the church may have chosen to ally itself with a less heinous heretic to get rid of a more heinous one due to their low influence in the Waterlands. I studied her words silently, a small smile appearing on my face as something amusing surfaced. But you and White Feather seemed to think differently. Cassie was silent, giving me a cold stare. The church may be after the same thing Levi is after, right? Cassie shrugged, then smiled humorlessly. It's good to know their treacherous nature remains the same. Destroying them a second time will be worth it, humorless or not. A smile on Cassie's face made my heart thunder. I suppressed the urge to curse at her face. Goddamn, why does she have to be so beautiful? My eyes couldn't help but glide down her entire body in that moment. Only a goddess should be allowed to have such a rich, Juno-esque figure, one that had to have been birthed out of the womb of perfection itself. Even her hip dips were viciously sharp and alluring. I soaked in all the heat that her figure suddenly radiated, refusing to fall for that flawless appearance of hers. Then I exhaled and released a peaceful breath before fixing her with a serious expression. All right then, it's settled. We're going to Isaac. Chapter 385. The nature of humans with the news that Cassie brought. Certain preparations had to quickly start going in place. However, those preparations were surprisingly easy compared to how things usually went in the Black Snow Company. It was a little sad that Cassie had to ruin the critical moment for Yuan. and for some reason, she seemed adorably vexed that she couldn't get what she wanted, even daring to stealthily shoot Cassie a scathing glare a few times. But she had a number of things to work on in lieu of her movements. Inasmuch as White Feather had her resources to depend on and confidently expressed that she wasn't broke, she could not at the moment provide the logistics needed for us to move the way we wanted to. And Yuan was more than happy to do so, which had her moving around the clan a lot for the next few days. In that time, though, before she finally concluded the preparations needed to carry us to the surface of the sea and even across the vast continental sea to the northern reaches of Solarium, White Feather, Shui Yao, and I had a different objective. Another piece of information White Feather was able to extract from the patriarch of the Crystal Deep clan was the nature of the allegiance between his clan and the folks who had betrayed her. It had all been for the sake of the Thousand-Wave artifact, White Feather's daughter, which led me to really bring the question to her while we traveled on Gilbert's Night Yell. What is that poor girl to be desired enough to even command treason from her subordinates? White Feather was silent for a moment, elegantly sitting on the graceless chair of the pitiful whale wannabe. Her silky white hair flowed softly, threads of it sweeping out of the crowd to cling to her face. The wind within the Moon Island was quite strong compared to others. They had a deep, dark, and almost believable night, even a full moon that hung beneath the dome of their island. Yuan had called it a mere conjuration, but it was impressive nonetheless. Turning away from the thoughts I used to kill time, I rested my gaze on White Feather, waiting for a response. The expectation in my eyes was oppressive enough without words. I believe. She gently opened her mouth and spoke unhurriedly. I guess it all dates back to the war that changed me. The dreadful battle of the Bloods and Coast took far more from me than I was willing to let go. I couldn't accept it. The honor of my clan, my comrades, my family, my daughter. Her voice shook, and she subtly held tighter to her thin robes. She sighed, letting all that tension go before looking at her palms. The original White Feather. This was the gift she gave me, willingly descending into nothingness in order to preserve my life. And that of my daughter. Then she fixed me with a look. The best way to tell you about what autumn is to show you. I nodded, anticipating it now, even more than before. At the same time, something prickled at my inquisitive mind. But how? How did she manage to pull such a thing off? Even for a summon, that should be near impossible. Shouldn't a human soul and a spirit soul be incompatible? They should be very different concepts of existence, right? I might not have done my homework like I should have, all respect given to the religious frogs who wanted to take advantage of us with limited knowledge. But I could still sort of deduce certain facts just from my experience with my own summons. Summons had a body that was a mere materialization of spirit matter. That materialization was sustained by the spirit essence of the summoner. It was also why summons were usually weaker than their prime existence. And it also contributed to the kind of summon you got. You had to have enough mana and soul strength to attract something that your reservoir would be able to embody, because there was no opportunity for growth for that reservoir. Spirits, as desperate as they were to become summons, would rather wait for someone with a buoyant essence dam and a strong soul. What a strong soul was, or looked like to summons, I had yet to figure out. If we were to use standard measures, it doesn't explain why 5 unthinkably terrible villainesses fought through a small door to get to be with me. Even though they could only enter my soul one at a time, 5 of them took the chance nonetheless, having to wait at the entrance until whenever my sanctum was large enough to make room for them. I might not have been entirely right, but I also knew I wasn't entirely wrong. White Feather looked at me for a moment and allowed a short, melancholic smile. How she managed to do something like that is embedded in who she was. I gave her my full attention, drawn in by her words. White Feather was said to be a celestial assassin who erased 6 imperial bloodlines in a single century. To many, she didn't even exist enough to be recognized as an assassin because those who saw her only met their end. She was an angel of death who visited only to bring upon them their inevitable end. She was called a demon maiden, the right hand of the death god. She smiled fondly, looking quite distant. But she wasn't any of that. She didn't talk much, but she knew how to smile. She remembered things very accurately and was an older sister obsessed with nagging. She lifted her head and looked at me. She was a Tenio. I frowned slightly. Tenio? What is a Tenno? White Feather nodded elegantly. They're true, celestial being of the old heavens who came down during the Age of War, the years that rooted the supremacy of the Solaria Empire. She came wearing a feathered robe that allowed her ceaseless transition between the old heavens and Eardrum. However, the six churches took her presence far too extremely. They saw her as a vessel of divinity and didn't want her to return. At first, she moved among them in the early days of her descent and was respected. But White Feather sought to stop the war and didn't care if it was won. This stark reason of hers was a problem for the Eternal Church, who wanted world domination. Division began, and this division caused White Feather to lose her feathered robe. The churches connived to steal it from her and destroy it, making her unable to return. She inhaled deeply. This brutal act led to her becoming a nameless assassin. She learned the hard way the nature of humans and vowed to destroy the imperial bloodlines, along with the six churches. However, she was alone in an unfamiliar world. I asked, my tone slightly apprehensive. Such a person, how did she die? A slightly agonizing smile appeared on her face. The robes that were destroyed were not actually destroyed. Instead, the Solaria Empire, after a few decades, found a way to use them to imprison her. For 300 years, she became an assassin for the emperor of the Solaria Empire at the time, Aurelius Rex Solaria, the Sun King. During her last mission to conquer the northern regions of Solaria, she fell into a bamboo grove after weeks of battle, and for the first time felt thirst. A man offered her water. It was a random act of kindness, but it was enough for her to understand that humans were not the problem. Her presence was. It was sad that she couldn't return her home, but she understood that she couldn't continue to live in the world. So she decided to live as a human. Following the man while pretending to still be on a mission, she lived with him for 14 days. Those were the number of days it took for her divine spirit core to shatter after driving a wedge into it in that bamboo grove. I sighed and lowered my head. Really is a sad story. Man, humans, and at the same time, since it was mentioned, my mind had been on it. That name keeps coming back. Where have I heard it before? She sighed. She had a depth of knowledge about really vast and seemingly impossible things. I really wish you had gotten to meet her, Lord Cade. She would have liked you. I chuckled sheepishly. While I do wish I had gotten to meet her too, I do not share your other opinion. White Feather stared at me purposefully. You're a good person, Lord Cade. I smiled. I'm a fraud. But don't worry, I'm fraudulent enough to want to help you save your daughter. She frowned, puzzled. A fraud wouldn't do that? It's here pitifully. 400 years and counting, and you know nothing about frauds? I thought you were a grand merchant or something. White Feather shot me an icy glare at that moment, making a cold shiver run down my spine. I grinned. I'm looking forward to meeting your daughter. Hearing that, her gaze widened slightly. Then she flushed as she lowered her head tenderly. Another thing I was looking forward to was that fairy wind guy. Oh, goodness gracious, I don't know why I hate him, but I will beat him so much he will be incapable of making handsome descendants. At the same time, nightfall drove further and further away from the lightless depths of the ocean. Chapter 386. Unexpected turn of events after a few hours of smothering silence. Gilbert's ship finally plunged its whale-like head out of the surface of the water, and nature's brilliant light burst forth, making me realize how much I had missed seeing the light of day. The light in the depths of the ocean was enough, but unless one came back to experience true light at the surface, one wouldn't realize how much they had lost, true light. When last was it since I breached the surface world? White Feather looked outside her window with a warm smile on her face. I miss this. Of course you do. Light is awesome, I thought, allowing myself a small smile. Belatedly, I suddenly got a bad premonition about my thoughts. Mentioning light brought to mind a very despicable and notoriously ugly killer whom I had managed to make even more ugly with my own two hands. Remembering the firefight that night, and the thought that his face was never going to remain the same, filled me with so much self-contentment. Bastard, I hope you're living the rest of your days loathing me, never able to carry that face of yours around anymore. I thought about the possibility of us meeting again. If he is ever unfortunate enough to cross paths with me, he will regret it much more this time. Hatred boiled in my heart as I thought about him and his people. Night Yell groaned and lifted itself off the surface of the water like a bestial vessel, finally spreading its wings after days of nestling on the ocean. It was gliding toward the island directly above us. At the base of the island was a deep groove that looked like some crude metallic anchor had eaten deep into it. I glanced around through the window. Several small ships with a dragonfly shape fluttered around the surface of the water, all whirling towards different direction in an almost hurried and chaotic pattern. Why does it seem so crowded? Just as I asked, a few flying vessels immediately surrounded Gilbert S. Ride. I could already hear him cursing from the piloting section. Looking at me, White Feather said in a reassuring tone, "You don't need to worry, Lord Cade. I have dealt with the chain guards several times." She paused, observing, "But their number baffles me. This must mean something troublesome is going on." I gave her a grave look. "Do you think it has something to do with him?" White Feather considered my words before responding. "I don't know what the bastard-s motive is. He was someone whose grandfather assisted the growth of my business and originally hailed from the Solarium continent. After a long time, he came to settle down in the Waddlands. The airships had surrounded us fully, resounding with a thundering echo. Docket Jadecrest for identification. I repeat, Docket Jadecrest." With more curses slipping from his mouth, Gilbert steered the ship toward the island we were already ascending toward, flanked by 4 smaller, azure-colored air vessels. He glided up first, then slowly descended on the edge of the island. There was one much larger airship resting on that edge. It was a fearsome vessel, far larger than anything I had seen, seeming to span close to 150 meters, with a gigantic hull that dwarfed everything beneath it. Gilbert S. vessel was immediately lost in its shadow the moment we docked. 4 men walked toward our airship as we landed. Before stepping out, Gilbert turned from the pilot's seat and gave me a dark look. "What? There's no problem, right?" I asked with a tentative tone. Last time, he was illegally driving around. I didn't think of why I believed he had somehow turned over a new leaf, especially since he might have brought the whole White Feather mission to Levi. But this son of a frog looked me dead in the eye and said, "It's a stolen ship." I blinked. "What?" I was silent for a whole second, lost for words. "Gilbert, you clearly said—" "Listen, I know what I said, all right. And I also know well what I didn't say. I didn't say the parts one used in upgrading Nightsinger were originally procured by me." I gazed at him, blinking in disbelief. "Yeah, you clearly didn't." He nodded with a relieved smile, then fixed me with a serious gaze almost immediately. "So, what do we do? Lie?" White Feather's voice entered at that moment. "There'll be no need for that. I am acquainted with the chain guards. Let me take care of this." I turned to her, my eyes watering with gratitude. "Then I will leave it to you." She nodded at me with a smile, then gracefully left the ship. I followed behind her. 2 other men were inspecting the ship from the left side and the rear, while the other 2 waited for us at the entrance on the right side. One of them touched his sword and grimaced at White Feather. "Identify yourselves," the soldier said in a slightly vigilant voice. White Feather brought out a white jade badge. "I am the matriarch of the Boundless Wave clan," she said, then glanced at me. "And this is my consort." Immediately, their eyes darkened as they heard her. They drew out their swords in a single, furious motion and held them against us. The other 2 also raised guns with long nozzles, resembling miniature shotguns. White Feather's delicate brow furrowed. "What is this nonsense? I demand an audience with the harbor master." The soldier's face twisted more viciously. "You dare?" Another scoffed humorlessly. "She must think we're to nothing but toys to play around with." They looked at White Feather with deep aversion, as though they held an intense grudge against her. White Feather felt conflicted and puzzled. Jade Crest has been a home of storage for the Boundless Trade Hall for 2 centuries, and in those times, every harbor master of this island has maintained a cordial relationship, one with benefits that your entire lineages could never repay, even with their wretched lives. Are you sure you want to incur the wrath of your superiors by damaging that relationship? Despite White Feather's brutal warning, these people didn't bat an eye. Instead, their grimaces seemed to grow more dim, a wicked and loathing light igniting in the deep of their eyes. I'm sure our superior would be very happy that we have caught the criminal who dared to place a kill on the harbor master's head. White Feather froze. What? Chapter 387. A thoughtful trap, unexpected, didn't he even begin to cover the nature of this strange turn of events. White Feather froze with a dark frown for a moment, not saying anything to them. Then her regality returned, and she straightened with an unassailable dignity, looking down at them. Take me to your harbor master general. I must make clear this misunderstanding. The guards seethed with anger, tightening their grips on their swords. To hell with you, so you can kill him too? We read your message clearly, your pretense of being our friend, just to bring down Crystalis. Drop that damn mask of yours. The entire continent has become your enemy. Even if you're Crystalis Grand Merchant, you don't have the right to act like a god. Killing 3 of our island's harbor masters. Another shouted, his voice sounding with pained anger. White Feather's face went paler, her eyes trembling. Clearly, she didn't expect this. The answer, of course, was quite obvious. The intelligence she received from the Patriarch about that fiend fairy wind was that he wanted to return to the surface. But the Patriarch did not know what exactly he desired to achieve and could not discern it. All he knew was that fairy wind wanted the Thousand Waves artifact and wanted to return to the surface of Crystalis. Now, though, from the way I looked at things, it seemed that the charming fiend had deliberately set a trap for White Feather, knowing full well that she was going to chase him. He was trying to stall her. He either was after something much greater or trying to reach somewhere, and he knew that White Feather would most likely seek to clarify the injustice perpetrated in her name. Even as I stood beside her, thinking she was trying to reason with them, but they were consumed by deep enmity and burning with fiery rage. We can't afford to get caught. Instantly, it was clear to me. White Feather stepped forward. I will follow you to your harbor master general, but I demand to be treated with grace. The men shouted with rage. To hell with you. You think you have a choice in this? Alert the others. We have found a traitor. The soldier in front of us raised his hand and held a flail gun out to the sky. He was about to shoot before a sharp blow blurred into his neck. Before he could even process it, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. The others were immediately startled. Their reaction was swift, even commendable, but they were simply too slow. One swung at my approaching figure in a wide arc, but in my eyes his hand moved in a pathetic pattern, layered with openings I could calmly exploit. But I didn't have the time to spare. There were still 2 gunmen behind me, and I was quite sure that they were already aiming. I appeared behind him and chopped the side of my hand into his neck, knocking him out. At the same time, chains shot out as the guns in their hands resounded. The bullets met the chains in a spray of sparks and bounced back. One rolled irredeemably off course, while the other bounced back viciously and grazed the shoulder of one of the guards. He gasped, gripping his shoulder and staggering back. In the same breath as he staggered, I was behind him. My hand rested against his back to stop him from falling further. His eyes widened in pale shock, but before he could speak or shout, he was knocked out cold. The last one was smart, putting a wide distance between us with several leaps. He had already turned to run away. Reinforcements were not too far away. After all, no, can't allow that. The chain shot out with blurring speed, latching onto his legs and dragging him back. He let out a ferocious cry, but hit the ground quickly, so the shout was cut short before it could last more than a second. I knocked him out and walked back to the entrance of Gilbert's ship. White Feather stood there, slight confusion visible on her face. Lord Cade, it would have been better to know. I interrupted her. That would simply be a waste of time. All of this is a diversion to keep you from pursuing him. Fairy Wind has thoroughly prepared a plan to stall you. He does not want us to chase him. So that's exactly what we are going to do. I step back into the airship. Gilbert, we're going to be in a race for a while. How confident are you in outrunning all of these chain guard forces? Gilbert grinned menacingly. Hee. Did you forget my elusive nature that brought you to me to begin with? I smiled faintly as I settled down. But our problem is not going to be the chain guard. My eyes lingered on him, tightening slightly. It's the Naval Prefecture, he said, and shrugged. Well, the Prefecture, as they call themselves. A light of recognition flickered in my eyes. I remember those. I frowned. I thought they were simply operating over the sea. Gilbert chuckled, already starting Night Yell's bestial engines. Well, that was the point of creating them, but they're the oldest policing force on the continent, even seeing themselves as the most important of the Harbor Watch. They have both the aerial prefecture and the naval ones. Pray we are lucky enough not to run into them. I smacked my teeth in regret. Even if we went to wait, don't even bother thinking about it. Why did this fool have to mention it? Gilbert glanced back before levitating the ship. On the ground, the others seemed to have noticed the commotion. More so, the noise as the ship roared to life was thundering. They were quite far away, but were observing from their positions, even from atop the enormous Mother Air vessel. So I couldn't help but internally question what was so important that he had to pause at this decisive moment. By the way, do you think it would be possible to have you and that scary lady defend for a bit while I scavenge some ship parts from? He paused and swallowed. Never mind. Turning away, he muttered, Gods, it was just a suggestion. You don't have to look like I killed your mother or something. Night Yell took to the sky, levitating for a moment before flashing away with reassuring speed. Chapter 388. The chase. Gilbert threw the airship forward with a speed that frightened even me. Not long after we took to the sky, a wailing alarm exploded through the whole of Jade Crest Island. Luckily, we were on the edge of the island's harbor and had flown off before the alarm went off. The entire island came to life. Furious siren lights blazing on top of the large airship and several the harbor lighthouse. The Dragonfly ships that were roaming the airspace all suddenly turned in one direction. No matter how much of a head start we had, we still found ourselves in a sea of ships. Because of the incident, whatever it was, the patrol was incredibly and unusually high. And in not more than 10 minutes of taking flight, several vessels were already heading towards us from afar, from all directions that were seeable. From the window, I could see them plunging forward with furious speed. They were especially nimble vessels, whizzing through the air with a ghostly blue light emanating from behind them. They inched faster with each closing second, making a little apprehensive about our situation. Gilbert, however, looked calm and focused. This, in fact, might have been the most serious I had ever seen him since I got to know him. He steered the vessel to the side, thinly dodging one of those dragonfly vessels that tossed itself in front of us. That thin dodge caused him to scratch the side of the vessel with Night Yell's side fin. But it didn't seem to be an issue. The ship was smaller and had taken damage that couldn't be ignored, tilting to the side with smoke rolling out of it. He commandeered the airship with an explosive speed, bracing the wilderness of the sky like some avian horror. I glanced back, trying to see how things were behind us, and it was not looking good at all. Gilbert, we might get slowed down from behind. Oi, will you sit back and leave this whole thing to me? Kid, I was born on a goddamn airship. A wide smirk split his face, and he leaned forward, gripping the steering tightly while still throwing the ship through the myriads of smaller ones, snapping between them by the skin of the teeth. He locked in on the steering, his gaze glued to the windscreen as Night Yell continued a catastrophic dive. Gilbert seemed to be waiting for something, but at the same time, the crowd of air vessels behind us were banding together at an alarming rate, equaling shooting themselves forward with a desperate speed that could no longer be ignored. They were on our tail. The sky was free after there was a considerable distance between Jade Crest and us, but the shadows of all those smaller ships marred the sea so much that they were like a horde of spirit fiends tearing through the wind with nothing but a devastating murderous intent to rip the flesh of the larger avian horror. Granted, these were all scraps of metal. The poetic soul in me is slipping away. Goddamn, getting out there and blasting them to flames is an option, but let's trust him. For now, it was difficult to keep trusting Gilbert. I mean, when one looked at the kind of person he was, who was going to trust him with their life? But he had set our lives, so based on that, I convinced myself that he deserved it, holding onto the chair apprehensively. Gilbert kept pushing Nightfall forward in a straight line, not maneuvering anything. He kept going and going, simply flying forward at a steady, explosive speed. The speed was frightening enough to place a wide gap between us and the horde of vessels. However, the farther we went, the less wider the gap was because the vessels were coming from different directions and mounting a strange formation over each other. And the formation was arranging itself midair as we blew forward at that steady pace, slowly manifesting some larger amalgamation of a colossal dragonfly ship. Whatever Q Gilbert was waiting for, I didn't know it, but time didn't seem to be that friendly anymore. We needed something to break the chase. You sure as hell better get that Q within 3 seconds, or else I'm taking matters into my hands. Perhaps I wasn't so much of a trusting person. My hand twitched, and I readied myself to vanish from the ship or drop Cassie on top. At the same moment, an especially deep and ancient groan reverberated from below, like a churning slowly rising from the depths of the ocean. Gilbert glanced down and went visibly pale. Shit. Curse our luck. Looking down, confused, I asked in a hurried tone, "What is that?" "Damn Naval Prefecture. That is a very sophisticated, trifunctional ship." I glanced down and cursed my luck. The vessel looked far different from the vessel that was docked on Jadecrest Island. Although they appear to be roughly the same size, this one was deep blue with black stripes by the side. The metal was arrayed with fins that shot upwards like columns, and there were about 10 of them on the surface. Suddenly, those blue metal fins began to shoot out of the ship. At first, they looked like much smaller airships than the Dragonfly vessels, but their speed was unbelievable. The first one collided with us, and that was how I understood what they were. Damn bombs! Nykiel shuddered, groaned, and veered slightly off course, but Gilbert steered with strained might, rolling with a hardened will and stubborn grip. The ship groaned back into its initial pace and surged forward. Only one of those things had hit us, and we were thrown off course. The others were swiftly swallowing the distance between, even exploding on the Dragonfly vessels that blocked their path and immediately scattering them from the formations they were trying to build. The broken ships plunged into the sea with burning scraps of their body falling with them. "Gilbert, I am sorry." But I now. With that shout, he sharply grabbed a lever, about 2 different levers, pulling them both swiftly before handling the steering and pulling it toward his chest. In that moment, Nykiel suddenly, with unexpected sharpness, dove into the sky. It was as if the ship, for a moment, dared to defy gravity. It turned vertically upward and shot higher into the sky. The multiple explosives that bolted across the air to reach us all lost their targets, colliding against the front lines of the colossal formation in an explosive chain of destruction. A few of them ambitiously veered higher, but to no avail. Nykiel was impossibly tearing upward with terrible speed. A proud smile appeared on my face as I glanced at Gilbert from behind. Then I glanced at White Feather, who had been silent all along, lost in the depths of her thoughts. "We will." My words froze as I heard the strange sound of Nykiel's engine. The engine stuttered in an uncomfortable rhythm. Before I even got to say anything, the sound of the engine galloped to absolute silence. Gilbert looked back and allowed a pale smile. "Crap, I think I forgot to fuel her." We plummeted back down. Chapter 389, Goodbye Nykiel. Sobs, I think I forgot to fuel her. Those words echoed in my mind hundreds of times in just 1 second before Nykiel went plummeting down. For a moment, my mind went blank. Then a series of calculations rapidly fell in place, and I glanced at White Feather. I apologize in advance. I dispelled her to the depths of my soul before she could utter anything. And then, as the ship was falling, I pushed my legs against the wall of the ship and propelled myself towards Gilbert. Moving against gravity wasn't so easy, but I knew I was getting a hang of it. Perhaps, in time, I would be able to use the logic fully to walk on a wall. I grabbed Gilbert from his seat, and the moment his weight was added, I felt my pull-on anti-gravity slowing down. My spirit essence was growing thin quite quickly. Damn it, why is he so heavy? There were two options that I instantly thought of. The first one was simply to fly out of the ship with Gilbert and land with Cassie, instantly wreaking terrible damage amongst the airships at first arrival. But that wouldn't be effective enough. It wouldn't deal enough instant damage like I wanted it to. Second option, I guess. I immediately released a ring of flames that consumed the entirety of Night Yell. Gilbert's eyes and mouth went wide. A second later, he let out a pain scream. No, Night Yell. At the moment, I couldn't afford a second thought. You will be missed. I glanced through the window and immediately vanished from the center of the burning ship, appearing beside it instead. Then the knives of fire appeared beneath my legs, catapulting me higher into the sky. I tightened my grip around Gilbert's arm, and with a great pull on my ferocious might, flung him into the sky, purging myself of that additional weight for a moment. Then I lunged downwards and crashed both of my legs onto the nose of the ship, wishing it a final goodbye. The nose of the metal carved in with instantaneous speed and white molten light that blazed into flames. The flames connected with the rest of the body and multiplied, burning savagely as it plummeted at a neck-snapping speed. Night Yell clashed with the formation first, and immediately a choir of ruthless, incinerating explosions was born. It was a relentless chain that devastated the entire scene, resounding against both the sky and the sea and forming an even more destructive chain than before. It was like for a moment, the world knew nothing but the sound of flames, and those flames were voices of unhinged immolation. As Gilbert fell, screaming, I caught him by the hand and held him in the air. He gasped and glanced down at the sea of explosions with a pale face. For a moment, he was speechless of the disaster. Then his voice trembled with pain. "And my ship, Night Yell, am sorry." As I said the sincere words to him, Cassie was already materializing in the air. She manifested, folding her hands with an impassive expression. For a moment, she was weightless, standing in the air like a goddess. Then she descended. Her helmet appeared and covered her first, then her sword appeared barely a moment before she landed. As her feet connected with what could presumably be the ground, another cacophony of explosions rolled forth. Without wasting any time, she began unleashing havoc amidst the airships, her greatsword cleaving through their hulls with burning ease. Gilbert stared down and gulped. Then he glanced up at me. "WH, what are we going to do?" I was silent for a moment, thinking, but the answer didn't take time to form. One advantage of having Strategic Apex, especially with the recent upgrades, was how quickly my mind came up with a solution. Refreshing. I grinned with delight, staring down. Gilbert waited, looking at me with a mixture of fear, suppressed scorn. "What else are we going to do?" "We will get you another ship, a much bigger one this time." I glanced down at him. "You love stealing things, don't you?" Gilbert gave me a defensive frown. "I mean, yeah, sure, but don't insult me. It's scavenging, not stealing. And Night Yell, you wouldn't understand. I didn't just steal. Scavenger parts, she was born. She meant more than any other ship ever could. Even one that large?" Gilbert paused and looked at me. Then he followed the direction of my gaze, slowly looking toward the sea. "It's an air vessel. Isn't it? It looks like one with all those fins." Gilbert's gaze still lingered on the ship. He blinked a few times and drew a quiet breath before turning back to me. "Respectfully, Cade, I know you're strong, but are you mad too?" "No, because you must be mad to think of stealing a prefecture airship this large." I raised my brows and smiled a bit dementedly. "Oh, you're just getting to discover?" "Allegedly, I was mad before I was ever strong. I've been mad for most of my life. Now, can you ride that new Night Yell?" For a moment, his eyes were dull, He didn't say anything. Then a sharp light ignited in his eyes, followed by a shameless grin. What do you mean? Motherling has been waiting for me to ride her since forever. With the presence of a hero like you, the prophecy of our great reunion shall finally be fulfilled. He glanced down with something like a melancholic, holy delight. My long-lost partner embraced me. I shook my head and wished the pitiful Nightingale the best. She probably will never be remembered, not by him at least. All right then, let us do this. I plunged down with incredible speed, Gilbert's clothes flapping furiously in the wind. As I made a landing on the surface of the ship, a shock wave of heated wind that flew outward and slammed against the fins, tearing them at their root before they could detach from the ship. Each one tumbled and exploded against the body of the ship. Gilbert hurriedly stood and shouted, "Careful! Don't break my baby! If you break her before we get her, how are we going to ride her? It costs a ton of money to fix this big girl, you know?" I ignored him and instead waited for the smoke screen on the ground to clear. As it did, an amused smile appeared on my face. Gilbert also saw it, and instantly his eyes radiated with a deep avarice. "Cade, we must get mothering at all cost. Naturally, a ship this formidable would definitely be of a great advantage to us." I glanced around, studying the smooth, blue surface of the ship. A few hundred meters away from where we stood, a round-floor door opened. Men in deep blue heavy armor and flowing black cloaks climbed out of the ship, holding with both hands what looked like futuristic laser guns. "Oh shit, that SBAD, the Aerial Prefecture Special Corps. They're giving us their best from the beginning." I shrugged and smiled. I guess I should be flattered. As Frostfang appeared in my grasp, I glanced back at Gilbert. "Stay close behind me. I'll tear the way forward." Just as I intended to move, White Feather spoke to me through the link, making me pause. "Lord Cade, please grant me the opportunity to also fight. I am not that same matriarch that needs to be protected. White Feather, I'm doing this for the sake of your reputation. The more you appear here, the more dangerous it is for the face of your business. ISNT it?" The gun started blazing towards us in a brutal fusillade of bullets. My sword flashed forward in a myriad of blurring blade patterns, battering the bullets off course. For a moment, I was distracted, but I managed to regain my focus. "Lord Cade, you're my summoner. My reputation or not, I should be on the front line, in front of you protecting you, not being protected by you. Besides, I'm quite unstable right now. I might tear down your sanctum in a fit of anger. So you make your decision, which you'd rather have me tear down, your sanctum or those soldiers." I gulped. She sounded so cold. "Please, not my sanctum," although I doubted there would be any damage. I hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave in and summoned White Feather to the battlefield. Right in front of me, Chapter 390. The unstoppable feather. For a moment, there was an unsettling silence that wrapped the air like a cloak. The aerial corps, marching towards us with their heads leaned over their guns, halted and held their positions. An anticipatory heart drummed faster in that moment of cold reprieve. Then an azure light gleamed in their glass visors, and they broke into a brutal charge. The first broke away and fell into a feral race, leaping over a great distance and bolting towards us in a single breath. White Feather stood still, her robes flowing with the gentle ocean wind. "Lord Cade, I will carve a path for you, and you will walk." "Ah!" She extended her hand, and a whirlwind of sparks flew around it, forming an invisible length, then merging into an extremely beautiful silver blade with a guardless hilt that was carved with tiny feathers scattered around it. A chain of 3 beads dropped from the pommel of the sword. White Feather twirled the fine sword, and the bells clinked together. The next instant, 3 feathers were all that was left of her. She appeared in the sky with her sword extending upward. Then she descended, and the entire ship shuddered. A hard grin broke out on my face as I watched from afar. Befitting her name, she moved across the corps like a weightless feather. Her sword radiated with a silvery sheen as she weaved through their lines. Her strikes could barely be seen, but as she moved, her blade drew silver lines before they connected with her opponents. On one clash, A ring of shockwave exploded outward. The soldier paused, looking down at his torso where the sword had diagonally cleaved through his armor, leaving a deep groove in it. A second later, as if the man's body belatedly realized it had been cut, blood burst forth into the open air. But White Feather was gone. 3 feathers drifting in the space where she had been, spinning slowly with the ocean wind before they dissolved into nothing. The soldier staring at his split armor hadn't even registered yet that she was already behind the formation. She appeared with a single clink of the bells. 2 soldiers turned in the same breath. Their reaction timing was something worth noting. Actually, and the second one nearly caught her with a sweep of his rifle stock. She bent beneath it with the unhurried ease of someone who had already counted the angle, and her blade drew a short silver line across his side. He folded. She really isn't the same person she was when we met. Or is this how devastating she is with enough essence to spare? I stood back with my arms loosely folded and watched her work through them. She teleported again with drifting feathers and landed atop a soldier's shoulders, her weight barely registering before she was already gone. He stumbled forward into the man beside him. Her sword caught the third before the collision finished. The pattern was beautiful, brutal in its own particular way, the way a thing is brutal when it is also completely effortless. Then one of the core soldiers paused. Instead of charging or swinging, he put his back to his closest unit partner and stood still, and the azure light behind his visor shifted. It pulsed briefly, then steadied. His partner mirrored the stance. That's different. White Feather appeared between them. The soldier on the left didn't look for her. He had already swung the rifle but caught her sword arm hard enough that the clink of the bells went jagged, a harsh clatter instead of a clean ring, and she staggered 1 step, her robes catching the wind at the wrong angle. The second one drove the butt of his weapon toward her ribs. She vanished with another spray of feathers. But they were already rotating, and the one on the left pointed directly at where the feathers had appeared. His partner swung to cover the opposite angle. Wait, are they reading her feathers? It seemed that these fellas were using the drifting of White Feather's feathers as some sort of compass to detect her next location. If my suspicion is correct, this will be a fatal weakness. And how did they even get to know about it? After all, it wasn't a weakness one could easily see within a few minutes. Either these core soldiers were peerless geniuses, which was quite unlikely, or they had information on White Feather, which was very likely. She appeared 3 meters to the left of where the feathers drifted, a precise shift in the pattern, and the blade flashed once fast enough that I barely caught it catching the pointing soldier across the forearm. He kept his footing, gave ground, and his partner was already moving to cover. White Feather stood for just a moment, her weight balanced, looking at them with an expression I couldn't read from this distance. The rest of the corps was regrouping. What had been individual soldiers scattered across the deck was compressing, quietly, into something more deliberate. More than one visor pulsed with that same blue rhythm. They're sharing what those 2 figure out. I unfolded my arms, slowly cracked my neck, and glanced back at Gilbert. Like I said, stay in place. As I said that to him, a great force rippled against the surface of a ship and made the metallic beast quiver as though it were alive and beholden to immense fear. I turned back for a moment, but when I returned my head, the world had gone still. 20 meters of deck had simply ceased. The ocean wind continued beyond its edges, but within that circle, 3 feathers hung suspended at the exact angle the breeze had caught them, perfect and unmoving, as if someone had decided to paint this particular moment and hadn't finished. A soldier mid-charge had his boot lifted an inch from the surface. Another had his rifle half raised, visor frozen in the middle of its azure pulse. Even the sounds had stopped. White Feather walked through them, and her blade drew its silver lines in the silence. The soldiers she passed stood perfectly still and received what was coming to them without knowing it yet. By the 8th one, I had stopped counting. She returned to where she had stood when it began. Then she lowered the sword. Time came back like a door swinging open. The feathers finished their drift and dissolved. The raised boot completed its stride. The half-raised rifle finished its rise. Then, one after another, the soldiers registered what their bodies had already endured and crumpled. Some tried to catch themselves. Most didn't manage it. The sounds of armor meeting the deck arrived in a slow, rolling sequence, like the last notes of something. White Feather didn't move. Not for 2 full seconds. Sword arm extended with its weight forward. Her robes were still mid-billow in a wind that had already moved on, a mirror image of herself, locked in place while the world continued without her. I had seen the effect of using an overwhelmingly powerful signature ability on Maggie before, enough to know what that was. White Feather went still, and the stillness told me everything. She gave a lot for that. The 2 seconds ended. She straightened with a slow, deliberate grace that was its own kind of cost accounting, then glanced back at me with an expression that conceded nothing. "The path is clear, Lord Cade." "So it is." Gilbert had appeared at my shoulder at some point. He was, for once, completely wordless, staring at the cleared deck with his mouth slightly open and his usual avarice entirely absent, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably close to reverence. It lasted about 4 seconds. "I want one." "You can't have one. Not this one." Chapter 391. Everyday disaster. Today, she was in apocalypse. The Dragonfly ships had stopped trying to catch her. That was the first thing I registered when I looked up the organized formation that had been assembling over the water. The coordinated pursuit that had looked so threatening minutes ago had abandoned its geometry entirely. Now, they were just vessels trying not to be the next one she reached. It wasn't working. From a distance, the pattern was almost elegant. A red figure and a trail of falling ships, marking her path across the sky like a comet that had decided to linger and take its time about it. One moment she'd be on a hull, greatsword raised, and the next the vessel would simply begin to come apart in a devastating explosion. And atop it all, they burned beautifully on the way down. Then closer, close enough to hear the sound the greatsword made going through hull plating. A ship banked hard to avoid her, its pilot throwing it into a desperate roll, sacrificing altitude to buy distance. She didn't adjust her course. She waited on the hull of the vessel she stood on, watching the turning ship's arc with blood-red eyes, and stepped off the moment it was close enough. The greatsword hit the engine housing before she had even properly landed. The ship's blue flame went out in a single breath. The vessel listed sideways, still trying to fly, still trying to move, with half its engine stripped and trailing behind it on a wire of torn metal. It had the look of something that hadn't been told, yet it was finished. The crew inside would still be pulling levers, expecting the ship to respond. Cassie was already on the next one. She moved between them without hurry. That was the one thing about it. The quality of her movement was methodically cunning. She planted her feet on a hull, assessed the construction beneath her, and struck with the precise intention of a craftsman removing a nail. One ship tried to ram her. It drove itself broadside against the vessel she was standing on, using its own bulk, and for a moment it looked like a real play, like the pilot had calculated that raw mass might accomplish what weapons hadn't. Cassie turned to face it. The killing intent reached the crew of the incoming ship a full second before the impact would have. I could see it from Motherland's surface, the way the ship's approach stuttered. The pilot's body overruling his mind, hands wrenching the controls in a direction his orders hadn't told him to go. The ship veered upward in a climbing arc, engine screaming, pulling itself clear. Cassie watched it go with a demeanor of mild disappointment. Then she leaped. She caught the fleeing ship by its rear, stabilizing fin, and swung herself up onto the hull in a single motion, the greatsword already moving on the way up. The blow took the ship through its central spine, the structural beam that held the hull in its shape, and made a sound like a tree coming down in a forest. A clean, definitive sound. The ship split along the cut and fell in 2 pieces, each burning separately, describing 2 different downward arcs toward the water. Cassie dropped with the debris for a moment. Then she stepped off it and fell the remaining distance to the surface of the prefecture ship. She landed with both feet on the deck. The sound moved through the metal and up through the soles of my boots. She straightened. Her helmet dissolved into red sparks that drifted away from her face in the ocean wind, and her blood-red eyes swept the deck in a single pass. The same assessment she'd given the ships. On a regular day, she's the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. Days like today are their own category entirely. Beyond the ship's surface railing, the remaining Dragonfly ships had reorganized themselves at a distance they clearly thought was a safe one. The sky between us and them was marked with falling debris and the long black scars of burning trails, each one describing the path of a vessel she'd removed from the fight. I turned back to the deck. The floor hatch was open again. The first wave had been Special Corps, elite, tracking visors well drilled. But these soldiers emerged in a different configuration. Their armor was heavier, deep blue reinforced plate with full shoulder coverage. And they came up with their weapons already raised. No assessment of the situation, as though they had been briefed below deck and they knew exactly what they were walking into. 14 of them. 15. White Feather stood between them and the forward section of the ship. She and T moved far from where the time stop had ended. Her sword was at her side, the three bells resting still against each other, and the careful, measured quality of her stillness. The particular way she was conserving every small motion told me more than anything she might have said about how much she had left. Not nothing, but not what she had been a few minutes ago. The first soldier fired. She stepped through it, a tight half-step to the side, the blade rising at the last moment to deflect what the step couldn't cover, and one feather drifted from where she had been. The second and third soldiers pressed forward into the space her movement had opened, not giving her room to reset. They moved like they rehearsed the timing. She deflected the first strike with the flat of her blade and turned the second into empty air, but the angle left her sword arm extended and the fourth soldier drove into her from the side. It wasn't a devastating hit, but she absorbed it instead of flowing past it, and she went back 2 steps before planting. The silver sheen on her blade flickered for a moment. Just a moment. Then it steadied. But I had seen it. The remaining soldiers spread to flank. She can hold this, but not for long, and not without it costing her. Cassie stood beside me with her arms loose at her sides, killing intent damped down to nothing. Watching White Feather work through the spreading formation with the patient attention of someone who had not yet decided whether to intervene. I looked at the soldiers, looked at White Feather's sword arm and the careful way she was compensating for it. Looked at the 14 soldiers finding their angles. Then I gripped Frostfang tighter. Cassie. Her eyes moved to me. Right side. The silence was louder for a moment. Then Cassie's greatsword formed from a swirl of red sparks, and the demonic helmet settled over her face, and the killing intent came back, slow, rising, like something large taking a breath before it moved. White Feather glanced back at us. Just once. Whatever she had been about to say, she didn't. She turned back to the left side of the formation, and her blade drew its silver line. Chapter 392, Damn, Cassie with Cassie and White Feather working together. The pace of the battle moved differently. Things went from 4 to 10 way too quickly as Cassie, unlike White Feather, was a brutal and ruthless fighter. She rolled in the air and landed on the ship. The entire surface shuddered, and a wide net cracks spread across where she had landed. A few soldiers flew away and landed inside the water. The ones that had been far off had immediately reorganized themselves. They probably thought they were fast enough until White Feather appeared behind one with her steel blade sticking out of his belly. She tore to the side, and the white line of the sword flew across another's neck, dropping him to the ground. Cassie did not spare her glance. As White Feather handled the left, she shot to the right and grabbed the first soldier, crushing his helmet and awesome visor beneath her grip. The entire thing caved and crumpled. The soldier, under intense pain, released a berserking shout, which Cassie's armor condescendingly shrugged it off. She whipped the soldier away from his position and threw him around, smashing the others with his body. In a circular pattern, they all flew back as if they all were struck by an invisible, devastating shockwave. Cassie lowered her upper body with her sword on her shoulder. For a moment, waves of her dominance shot off her, held captive by the oppressive will of the tyrant. The world seemed to struggle to breathe. Then she moved, before my eyes. She simply vanished, and all I saw was a crimson lightning that flickered across. The ship shuddered once again. Gilbert painfully gasped as he saw several cracks shake the entire mass of the ship. Everything exploded with a furious force that Cassie had generated with her sudden speed. Even the body of the water detonated in a colossal surge of water from both sides of the ship. Then a second later, everything stilled, and no man was left standing. I opened my mouth slightly. Was that a skill? No, it certainly wasn't T. I knew Cassie's skills. That didn't T fit into the description of any of them. While I stood there frozen in shock, she glanced back. We should be in a hurry, shouldn't we? I gulped. She suddenly looked even hotter than she was. Damn, Cassie. Yes, indeed, we are in a hurry. She glanced at White Feather, something silent moving in her gaze. Then she turned away, her hair flying. White Feather, meanwhile, tilted her head. When I walked up to her, she turned to me. She asked very strong. Trust me, more than you can ever imagine. We then walked towards the hatch together. Before we opened the door, Gilbert ran quickly, gently approaching Cassie. She paused and glared at him, causing him to shiver for a second before gently pulling the hatch open. Cassie glanced at him with contempt before descending. After she climbed down, a heavy breath escaped from him and he crashed on the ground. Oh, thank goodness, I was worried about the door for a second there. I raised my brows. Seriously, enter. He hurriedly climbed in. Be careful with the door. Those things are expensive, you know. I never had an extra entrance to my former airship. You mean Night Yell? Yeah, that one. His voice echoed as he descended into the belly of the ship. White Feather went first, and as I decided to go down, I could feel subtle vibrations were traveling through the metal ladder I held. Oh God, come on, Cassie. As much as I appreciated the enthusiasm, I would have appreciated to have been waited for. I stepped off the last rung of the ladder, and the vibrations I felt through the metal became sound, a continuous rolling impact that had stopped separating into distinct blows and merged into one ongoing pressure, like a storm that had gotten inside the hull. The corridor stretched ahead of me, deep blue walls lit from above by pale light strips, and it took me 2 seconds to find Cassie. She was at the far end of it. I counted 3 soldiers still upright between us and her. Past tense, technically, they were upright for about as long as it took me to register them. The crimson lightning flickered and surged forward. In a confined space, the shockwave had nowhere to go, so it went into everything simultaneously. A crack ran up the left wall from floor to ceiling in an unbroken line. One of the light strips above went dark. The 3 soldiers went down in the same instant, in different directions. Right? She has already passed pleasantries. White Feather moved into the branching corridor to my left, silver flashes marking her path through the soldiers who had split to flank us. I could see from the half-step movements she was using that she was still managing her essence with care. I moved forward with Frostfang in my hand, ready for anything that may pop up. The passage opened into a wider junction where 4 corridors met at the ship's center, and in that junction they had arranged something that was clearly designed to hold us. 3 soldiers at the far end, and even before they moved, the difference was visible. Their armor was the same deep blue plate, but the energy running through them was not. A breathing blue-white light moved at their joints and throats in a steady rhythm, and the men carrying it had fiercely stronger appearance. The air around them instantly set them apart. One of them turned and put his fist through the bulkhead beside him by way of introduction. The metal buckled inward. Oh, looks like these ones will present a daunting. The crimson lightning passed through the junction. When it resolved back into the shape of a woman, the junction was considerably quieter. 3 soldiers had been redistributed to various surfaces. One of them had left an impression in the ceiling that I chose not to examine too carefully. Cassie shook her head once, looking mildly disappointed by how this was going. Then she continued forward without breaking stride. I followed. The next corridor was broader, a cargo route, ceiling doubled, the walls pulling back. The summon came through the left wall like the wall was a suggestion. It filled the corridor from side to side. A mass of gray-blue that resolved into shape the longer I looked, the flat, cold eyes. The rows of teeth that curved backward, the slow and absolute certainty of forward motion. A shark summoned the size of a loaded cargo sled, moving through the interior of a steel ship 15 meters below the ocean surface, with unhurried confidence, as if it owned everywhere and was bothered by nothing. Gilbert, somewhere behind me, made a sound that I had no word for. Cassie looked at the shark. The shark looked at Cassie. The killing intent came off her in a wave. It pressed the air flat, and the light strips above us flickered together, and the shark's forward motion slowed. Not from any physical wall, but from something deep inside whatever the spirit was made of that had recognized what was standing in front of it. It bit at her anyway. She drove the great sword into the roof of its mouth. She planted the blade upward and forward with both hands and held it there against the closing force of the bite. And where the red sparks from the blade touched the spirit's flesh, they burned. The shark thrashed. Its tail sent a shockwave back down the corridor that threw me and Gilbert off our feet. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling above us. Cassie did not move. She twisted the blade, leveraging into the joint. The spirit released in a single sudden dissolution, and the corridor was empty. She pulled the greatsword free and kept walking. At least look like you're impressed with yourself. At the junction of the wall, another summon had been positioned deliberately. It filled the passage width completely, its shell flush against both walls, and the soldiers behind it were using the narrow gaps at either edge to fire from cover. White Feather materialized behind my shoulder. She had finished with the flanking group, and her blade was still drawn, silver faint along its edge. She looked at the turtle. That S and S tier summon, the shell 1T easily. I scoffed. Just S. She glanced at me with small disbelief. Cassie had already crouched. She didn't T-swing the greatsword at the shell. She drove her shoulder into the turtle's leading edge and pushed. The turtle pushed back, and White Feather's mouth came apart. Get used to it. Cassie's strength is simply unmatched. If the sword doesn't T-work, she has the physical strength to break it apart with her hand. I allowed myself to brag a little as the corridor held its breath. The soldiers behind the shell stopped firing. The ship groaned around us from somewhere deep in its structure. Then Cassie dug her boots into the floor plating, and the floor plating decided to lose. The turtle moved backward, slowly, then with a grinding momentum that scraped the walls on both sides, carrying the soldiers behind it whether they wanted to go or not. They tried to brace. They tried to brace against a thing that was being pushed by the Tyrant Empress, and I almost felt sympathy for them. The far wall of the corridor bent inward around the shell. Cassie held the spirit pressed against it with one arm, and her greatsword found the soldiers on either side in two unhurried strokes. When their summoners went down, the tortoise dissolved beneath her hand. She stepped through the space where it had been. White Feather fell in a step beside her. She glanced hiddenly at her before turning to the end of the passage. At the end of the next passage, a reinforced door stood sealed, its edges traced with the same azure light as the visors. Cassie looked at the door for one moment. She raised the greatsword and split the door apart. Chapter 393. A very peculiar summon, the massive metallic reinforced door slowly came apart at the cleaved edges, gleaming with molten light. Cassie gripped one edge with her hand and tore the metal wider open. The men in the center room trembled as they watched what could only be akin to a demoness slowly walk closer to them. Well, from behind Cassie, I emerged and folded my hands at them. They glanced between me and the unfriendly warrior next to me. Despite her provocative armor, it seemed to be something more terrifying that made them tremble. Men without balls. I sighed and gestured with my head. Get out. Cassie shifted and looked at me. Her helmet vanished, revealing her raising a brow. Are you sure? I smiled. What difference will 3 men alive make? We're stealing an entire ship. Yeah. Remember to include the fact that it's a ruined ship. I paused and turned to where the sound had come from. It was from behind Cassie. She shifted and turned, and there Gilbert was, with a defiant fold of his hands and an unhappy expression. Then I remembered. Oh, a wry chuckle formed on my face. Well, you can't really blame Cassie for a ship that couldn't manage her strength. Gilbert chuckled dryly. I doubt there's anything that can manage her strength. Why treat Motherling as though she's the odd one out? I blinked. Well, he is not entirely wrong. Even I couldn't. My mind made a quick journey back to my first spirit gate, where I was certain I was going to die and had gotten the wish of my life that day before dying. Whatever happened there, Cassie sure has grown even more uptight since then. Come to think of it, we have never talked about it, have we? Gilbert was glaring at Cassie. The brazenness behind that glare had me so amazed that I drifted away from my thoughts before they became quite melancholic. White Feather gave Gilbert a concerned look. Mr. Gilbert, I suggest you befriend caution. I can't guarantee you'll keep your head if you keep staring like that. He frowned and arrogantly trotted away, reaching the control deck of the ship. He studied the myriad of buttons and levers on it, and even glanced at the upper deck, checking a few things before a wide grin split his face. Awesome, awesome. With this, our speed is going to increase twofold. I smiled pleasantly. That's what I want to hear. Gilbert continued to run around the control deck, romancing almost every button and lever on the ship. How does one even fall in love with things like this? I scrutinized my own passion against his, and, for a moment, wondered if I ever saw myself being obsessed with boring things like this. Things that didn't jiggle or weren't soft and bouncy. I shook my head. Please fly that thing, and let us chase that son of a bastard. I turned to White Feather. She stepped forward and looked at me with a resolved grimace. Thank you, Lord Cade. I don't think you should be thanking me yet. There is so much to do and so little time. Do you still feel her? White Feather closed her eyes for a moment, touching her chest. Then she opened them. Her presence within me is growing faint. My eyes widened slightly. Isn't that dangerous? White Feather looked down. It could be any of many things. He is either putting a vast distance between us, or he is looking for a way to break our connection, so I want to know where he is. She paused and humorlessly added, he could also be killing her. I glanced at her worriedly, especially at how she downplayed the heaviness of what she had just said with her tone. I studied her for a moment and noticed a slight shudder in her shoulder. I sighed and touched her. Well, then we just have to make sure none of that happens. We will find Fairy Wind and retrieve your daughter from that ugly fiend. She smiled somberly. Thank you, Lord Cade. You need to thank me for anything. Several lights flickered to life in the control room, causing me to shield my eyes with one hand. Cassie's helmet formed around her face, and she silently watched the enormous engine of the ship grow into life like a beast awakening from slumber. The lights slowly flickered and dimmed as the roaring sound of the machine fell into a low and flowing hum. Her helmet vanished again. Humans certainly have been busy creating pointless things since when last I was alive. I glanced at Cassie and at the ship, then again at Cassie. How is this pointless? She turned to look at me. There is always a way to do everything. We live in a world that is alive. You can fly if you want to, you just have to be resolved enough to discover how. But humans? They would rather enslave things to help them do what they should train their bodies to do. I raised a brow. Not everyone is like you, Cassie, and what do you even mean by enslaving a beast? Cassie looked around the ship and evenly said, once we get to our destination, I will break apart this metal carapace that has been built around it and free the creature within this thing. My mouth fell open, and I was silent for a moment. Even Gilbert turned back with a dumbfounded look on his face. A soft, short laugh broke out from White Feather. She had tried her best to keep a straight face. Even her lips were trembling. Cassie turned to her, then turned to me. Then she silently walked out, her helmet forming. After she stepped out the door, I felt her return to my soul. I turned to the front, looking like this was just every other day and not Christmas. The air was soaked in silence. Then, a couple of seconds later, when I thought everything had passed, the ship was already lifting off the water. White Feather's voice broke the silence. Lord Cade, you have a peculiar summon. I smiled with delight. warming up my mind with the cute and legendary Cassie moments. Yeah, she's a very peculiar one. Chapter 394. Why are women so scary? A mechanized leviathan with a sleek cobalt hull layered with black armor plating and bristling with multiple heavy dorsal fins extending like oppressive pillars along its spine sailed across the endless sky above an endless sea. For fin-like structures curved upward from the sides like those of some ancient sea predator. Pale, thruster light poured from beneath the vessel in radiant columns across the water, giving the colossal airship an eerie grace despite its overwhelming size and destructive presence. The exterior of the ship was terrifying, but the interior, that was a world of its own. The main interior of the vessel felt less like the inside of a ship and more like a floating city forged from steel and circuitry. Vast corridors ran beneath the armored hull in layered decks, lined with exposed pipes, humming conduits, and hydraulic veins that pulsed with blue light like the bloodstream of some colossal mechanical beast. The upper levels where we had torn through the command citadel. And it wasn't an understatement when I said a citadel. We had passed through passages to come here. But that was simply because they were the quick routes the soldiers took to reach the roof hatch, which meant that it was simply a straightforward path to the main control room. Then beyond the control room was the command room. However, when we got there, the commanders were not there. But since the ship had moved, it also meant that they were still on the ship. So, in a way, I had found myself in a snakes-on-a-plane situation. White Feather and I descended into the lower decks, which were harsher and more industrial. Massive engine chambers roared with deafening energy, filled with towering reactors, rotating turbines, and heat vents that exhaled waves of dry metallic air. However, this place was not simply crowded with crude engines, but also brutes of beings. Bulky men ran around the engines and constantly along suspended walkways and elevator rails, appearing tiny against the scale of the machinery surrounding them. White Feather watched them for a moment. It seemed that they had no idea what was going on yet, and their simple work was to tend to the ship. Of course, a destructive creature like this had to have this many people tending to its belly. Does Gilbert even have any idea? As we returned from the south of the lower deck, heading toward the center, White Feather asked me, "It seems that this will be quite a hassle to clean up. What do you plan to do, Lord Cade?" I gently tapped my jaw as we continued to walk. Well, killing them is reckless. They're an organ in the ship. Once that organ is removed, we will be lacking a great deal. It's only a countdown to our destruction. I slammed my fist into my palm as I instantly realized. Of course, White Feather gave me a serious and patient look. I turned to her, smiling. Cassie is awesome with these sorts of things. White Feather tilted her head, sounding doubtful. She is? I don't see her as someone who finds it pleasant speaking to another human. Her opinion of Cassie made me giggle proudly. Right, but she has led men and led them into repetitive and addictive victories. She sounded thoughtful. Oh, that's impressive. Then she looked at me, lingered for a moment, and smiled. Except I was overthinking it. A small hint of jealousy hid itself behind that smile. You know her so well, Lord Cade. I grinned. Of course, she's my first summon. My voice dropped a moment later. Although I don't know her well enough. She patted my back. Give time. It's not always easy for us women to open up, and those of us who have carried our burdens alone our entire lives, it's even harder. She headed forward, the air around her turning somewhat cold. Thank you, I guess. While she had clearly given me advice, all I could sense now was an uncomfortable air. We silently went deeper into the ship. The further inward we went, entire districts lay hidden within the vessel's armored body. Empty barracks, sprawling hangars where smaller aircraft rested in magnetic cradles. Ammunition vaults sealed behind blast doors thicker than bunker walls and artificial gardens. I think this place will be the destination of everyone who wants to escape, I said, taking a look at the two-man spaceships. White Feather shrugged. I doubt they want to run away. I turned to her. Why do you say so? It wasn't like I didn't already know, but I wanted to make her talk more, as if that was going to fix the cold air she was putting on. She responded with an impassive look. If that is so difficult to figure out, Lord Cade, then I sincerely don't know whether to be disappointed. Please refrain from asking me such demeaning questions. I think really highly of you. I stood petrified. What? She continued to walk down toward the entrance of the hangar hall. Then she paused there, glancing back slightly. You're not going to stand there all day, are you? I gulped. Why are all the ladies around me so scary? Except Yuan. I miss you once again, Yuan. It was quite concerning that I considered someone who slaughtered all of her siblings and their mothers less scary. But it is what it is at this point. Really, she has the better end of the stick. I hurried after her, and we entered into the pristine hallway, lit with a flood of white light that made the entire place even brighter than day. It'll be best to prevent the survivors from reaching the crew. As such, it is important to locate them before they can sabotage the ship. I exhaled. Once again, Cassie was right. And to bring the crew over to our side. If Lady Cassie can do it, then you should summon her as soon as possible. Despite her words being true and necessary, it was difficult to shrug off the fact that they sounded with a sharp and insidious edge. As I reached within me to bring Cassie out, the black lights suddenly flickered and went black without the slightest warning. That darkness was quite deep, and I was robbed of sight. A dry, broken chuckle fell from my lips. Chapter 395. Blindness. I wouldn't advise that the darkness wasn't simply an absence of light. It pressed against us like a delinquent wall. Aside from the oppressive pressure that threatened to cause my knee to buckle, for a moment, it felt like the darkness itself had seeped into my lungs. Breathe. I expanded outward, letting my spirit sensitivity seep from my skin like heat, feeling the space around me the way a spider feels its web. The hangar hall stretched in my mind, vast and hollow, the geometry of it assembling itself in slow pulses. The pipes, walkways, and the cold seam of a blast door somewhere to the left. Then them. 4. No 6. Spreading out as they moved, which meant they already knew exactly where we were. Undoubtedly, they were the few people I had freed earlier and the remaining experts of the ship. I held still and reached for them, pressing my enhanced senses tighter around their shapes to get a read, and that was when I felt it. Or rather, when I didn't. It was like pressing a hand against thick glass. My sensitivity found their bodies, but couldn't grip them. It slid off, scattered, returned nothing useful. No spirit signatures, no internal rhythm, nothing I could latch onto to predict a strike. What? Something caught me across the ribs before the thought finished. I hit the floor on my shoulder and rolled, dragging the air back into my lungs through my teeth. Behind me, I heard the sharp ring of metal on metal, white feather, already engaged. The suits. I scrambled upright, blinking uselessly into nothing. The armored suits. How'd I miss that? I hadn't. That was the truth of it, the irritating and humbling truth. I had walked through this ship and registered the suits as intimidating aesthetics, the way one notices a large man's broad shoulders without immediately thinking he could take a hit. I had assumed my sensitivity would cut through anything short of summon. It didn't. The second strike came low and fast. I felt the displaced air half a second before impact and twisted, taking the blow across the thigh instead of the knee. The force was enough to buckle me. These weren't regular soldiers swinging standard issue. The suits amplified everything. Strength, speed, silence. Adapt. Now. I stopped reaching with my spirit and started listening with everything else. The floor. The sound of weight distribution. The subtle vibration that traveled through metal plating before a body committed to a step. I was no longer a predator reading prey. I was a blind man in a room he'd never been in before, counting edges by feel. It was deeply unpleasant. A third came in from the right, and I dropped, letting the swing pass over my head, close enough that I felt the pressure of it graze my hair. I drove my elbow back and upward and connected with something, a joint the inside of a knee. It didn't matter, and the figure staggered a step back, feeling like he dodged the blow rather than took it. Of course the suit took it. Across the room, white feather wasn't fumbling. I could track her by sound alone, the precise, unhurried rhythm of her movement. No wasted motion. She wasn't fighting like someone ambushed in the dark. She was fighting like the dark was a preference. A body hit the floor on her side. Then another sound, something cracking at the seam. She had found a way in. I pulled my focus back to my own three and stopped trying to read them through the suits. Instead, I read the room they moved through. The vibration in the floor grating. The direction of displaced air. The slight echo change when a body mass shifted position. It was slower, rough, like writing with the wrong hand. But it was something. I let the nearest one come to me. Back toward the wall to remove one angle of attack, and waited. Felt the commitment in the step. Sidestepped and grabbed, not the body, the arm, the joint between suit panels at the elbow, and used the momentum they'd already committed to. They went into the wall hard enough that something in the suit gave a grinding complaint. They didn't go down, but they went away, which bought me a second. 1 second was enough. I reached inward and summoned Cassie. The light of her appearance emerged even more ferociously than the usual, whipping against the entire darkness and releasing a shockwave that must have knocked everyone back. Then she took form. Her appearance was not visible even to me in the darkness. For a moment, the eye sensed a bit of the environment, but the darkness quickly regained authority. However, the weight of her presence changed the space beside me. It was like a stone dropped into still water. I felt her take in the situation in less than a breath. She moved. Already moving, already Cassie. She stopped. The silence between us lasted exactly as long as it took her to understand that I was not asking for help. The crews. I need you to make them on our side, no matter what. The survivors mustn't get to them first. I said to her mentally. It took a beat, where I felt her attention settle on the 3 still circling me. Then on the 2 white feather had not yet finished. Then back to me, this specific and almost clinical inventory, the way she assessed a battlefield rather than a person. Then she was gone. I felt her presence vanish from the room as cleanly as a candle snuffed, moving deep into the ship, carrying herself towards something more important than this. Good. I exhaled and turned back to my 3, or what was left of my 3. White Feather had quietly acquired one of them while I was otherwise occupied. 2. Then, my ribs still ached where the first blow had landed, and my thigh was singing something unpleasant, but I could feel the shape of the room now, properly, the way you eventually stop counting stairs in the dark and simply know them. The suit to my left shifted weight. I read the floor before it read me. I went first, and going first, it turned out, was the only real advantage available to me. The moment I surrendered waiting and moved, the calculus of the fight changed. They were built for pursuit, for closing distance on a target that was backing away and stalling for an opening. The suits made them powerful, but they made them heavy, and heavy things don't pivot quickly. I drove into the left one before he finished reading my intent, got under the reach of his arm, and stayed there, inside the radius where the suit's strength became a problem for its wearer rather than for me. He couldn't bring the force down at that angle. I could. I drove the heel of my palm up into the underside of his jaw. The one place I confirmed wasn't sealed, and his head snapped back. He went down on one knee. I didn't wait to watch him finish falling. The second came in fast, faster than the first 2 had, and I realized with a cold and unhappy clarity that he'd been watching, learning. The previous strikes, my positioning, the way I'd begun anticipating their weight distribution. He cataloged it and adjusted accordingly. His first swing came from the angle I'd been avoiding instinctively all fight. It caught me across the side of my head. The floor came up in a specific sliding wrongness of a hard impact, as if the world lost its edges for a moment and everything became texture without shape. I caught myself on both hands, felt the metal grating bite into my palms, and held. Don't go down. Don't. The footstep vibration gave him away. He was coming to finish it. No hesitation, the kind of trained economy that didn't allow for pausing over a down target. I rolled left on instinct, and the strike hammered the floor where I'd been. I came up without thinking, without a plan. operating entirely on the information the floor was feeding me and the ringing in my skull. He pulled back for another, and I felt a second presence move through him from the side. White Feather didn't announce her presence. There was no sound beyond the clinking of her little bells, which was followed by a sharp impact of whatever she had done to the joint between his neck plate and shoulder guard, and then the suited figure was simply no longer standing. He hit the floor with the full and final weight of someone who had stopped deciding anything. And silence enveloped the dark world for a moment, becoming even more dreadful and treacherous. For a moment, I felt my senses overwhelmed by fright, and I stayed where I was for a moment, on one knee, breathing through my nose. The grating pressed into my kneecap. My palm stung. The side of my head where the blow had landed was beginning to insist on itself in a low and irritating throb. That one S going to be there tomorrow. I heard White Feather move, not toward me, not checking, simply repositioning, and the soft sound of her crouching near one of the down figures. 4, she said quietly. It was not a report. It was simply a number, stated in the particular tone of someone who had already moved past caring about it. I got 2, I said. Lord Cade, I will take care of them all. Chapter 396. Together I was speechless, but it only lasted a moment. I inhaled and exhaled. Thank you, White Feather. I took a moment of reprieve, trying to get used to the darkness before speaking to her through it. Many say a summoner should be behind their summon, commanding the summon, being protected by the summon. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with being protected by you. However, I don't want that. I do not wish for that. I shifted slightly in the darkness, my voice hardening. I want to be beside you, and one day, perhaps, even in front of you, just like a friend and a comrade. White Feather did not move. She said nothing in response, and with the thick fog of darkness, it was difficult to tell what look was currently on her face. Her non-existent voice made it even worse. I had been navigating the narrow world around me with the jiggle of her bells and with her sound. Now that was also gone, leaving me utterly hopeless. White Feather, congratulations, you have stirred the emotions of a once divine and treacherous maiden. This has caused her to unleash a portion of her hidden abilities. White Feather has gained a new signature ability as a result. You have gained one more attribute. I trembled slightly, listening to what the Lodestar was saying to me at such a time. White Feather, they'll be the real White Feather. Then does that mean she is somewhere inside White Feather, alive? I shivered at the possibility. This most likely meant that the situation White Feather found herself in was irreversible. However, even if it was, would White Feather want to do it, and what would it take? Would she even be alive if she did? Damn it, I'm thinking ahead. This is not the time for that. Instead, I reached within me and took out the panel of runes, ready to study what this new attribute was about. In the darkness, the blue transparent weave of words showed me. Summoner status name, Cade Marlowe rank, E-Spirit Essence, 3000 active spirit. 3-6 main attributes Summoner S Touch, Basic, LV, 9 Infinite Vitality, Basic, LV, 20, Requirement not met, Sculptor S Gift, Advanced, LV. 5 extra attributes Emperor S Presence, Combat Support, LV. 18 Strategic Apex, Utility Combat, LV. 15 Conqueror S will Support Combat, LV. 10 Warlord S Command, Support Combat, LV. 17 Sanctified Immolation, Combat, LV. 18 Chains of Confession, Combat Control, LV. 15 Inquisitorial Authority, Commander Debuff, LV. 10 Martyr S Endurance, Survival Support, LV. 10 Feather Step, Utility Combat, LV. 1 Feather Robe, Utility, LV. 1 Description. You can summon a white flowing robe of feathers. When this robe is summoned, all damage taken is reduced by 20, speed increases by 20, and dark elements are negated by the feathers of light, giving you the ability to channel light for a fixed number of seconds. My eyes widened as I saw the description. Then an evil smile slowly crawled upon my face. White Feather, I uttered again. She lingered, but when she answered, I felt her voice sounding with more resolve. Lord Cade, I feel more power surging through my soul for some reason. If you would let me, I will destroy these riffraff, but since you want to be my friend, then work together with me, Lord Cade. I was stunned for a moment. Go, White Feather. I closed my eyes. It was pointless in the dark, but it had become a habit. Then I reached for the attribute the lodestar had just laid in my hands. Feather Robe. It answered immediately. Light bloomed in my collarbone first. A single thread of it, curling outward, then another, then 10, then a cascade, feathers of pale gold and white spilling down my shoulders and back, weaving themselves into a robe that draped without weight. The darkness around me parted like cloth split by a knife, and the corridor came back. I saw the floor first, grated steel scuffed, 3 dark splatters of something near my left foot, then the walls, the seams of the blast door, the angled ceiling vents. Then White Feather, 2 paces from me, her head turned slightly. Her white hair, catching the light my robe, was throwing in a way that made her look almost like something a painter would have apologized for trying to capture. Then the 4 still standing. They had begun to move the moment the light bloomed, but they had not moved fast enough. The closest one was already mid-stride when the light reached him, and I watched his suit flinch, the tiniest hesitation in the joint of his hip, the suit's optics adjusting to a brightness they had not been calibrated for in this hallway. Half a second of recalibration. Half a second was a long time. I went. The robe's weight wasn't there, but its speed was. My body felt lighter, and with it came a speed that left even me stunned. His swing met empty air where my shoulder should have been. I came up under his arm, felt the seam of his elbow plate against my forearm, and drove him sideways into the wall with the full conversion of his own committed momentum. His suit hit the bulkhead. Something in it cracked. At the same time, White Feather had already moved. She crossed the corridor in a line, so clean it didn't look like running. The bells at her wrists made no sound. She had silenced them somewhere between his step and her arrival, and the feathers at her shoulders had gone from soft to something else, something edged. I saw a single feather detach from her sleeve as she passed the second suited figure, and the feather did not fall. Instead, it hung in air, suspended at the height of her shoulder for 1 full beat, and then it moved faster than her, and went through the seam at the soldier's neck the way a needle goes through linen. He was on the floor before he registered it. A second feather peeled from her other sleeve. A third one followed, and they orbited her in slow, lazy arcs, and then they did not. The third soldier came at me from the right, this one smarter, this one having watched the first one get put through the wall and adjusted accordingly. He kept his distance. He used the reach of the suit. He didn't T-commit. I felt the strike before it came, the air pressure rolling ahead of his fist, and I did something I'd never been able to do before tonight. I stepped into it. The robe drank the impact. I felt the force land against my shoulder and arrive at me as a third of itself, the rest of it dispersing into the feathers as a soft, warm pulse, and his fist, the fist that should have folded my collarbone, passed across my body without putting me down. His faceplate was the only part of him I could see clearly. The eyes behind it widened. I hit him in that faceplate. The first strike sent cracks through his helmet. The second reinforced those cracks. I slammed the heel of my palm and my full weight behind it for the third strike. The plate gave on the third strike, the suit's reinforced glass crazing across in a single white starburst, and his head snapped back inside the helmet hard enough that he went limp before he hit the floor. 2 left. Both of them had stopped advancing. They had retreated to the far end of the corridor, and they were doing something I had not seen them do yet. They were talking. Helmets tilted toward each other, hand signals. The unmistakable body language of soldiers reassessing. The audacity. White Feather lifted one hand. The feathers orbiting her drew inward, gathered along her arm, layered themselves across her forearm in a long, curving line that was no longer feathers and no longer not feathers, something between a wing and a weapon, held in the shape of a sweep. She glanced sideways at me, just for a moment. The ghost of a smile. Together, Lord Cade? Together. We moved. As my foot left the grating, the feather on White Feather's wrist caught the light my robe spilled, and the corridor's air rushed past my ears. I went low, and she went high. Author yes note, I apologize for the pitiful update rates. This is quite unusual of me, but I've been a little sick in the head, no? Not demented like the way Cade is. I consider myself to be much more sane. This is just a sickness and tiredness. A little rest, and I'll get back in shape. Thank you for your never-ending support. I should take care of myself to make sure I continue to give you guys the peak back-to-back, in hopes of winning your favors and eating all of your boundless gold crowns. Hee hee. Also, any quality control issue will be fixed when I'm all right. Don't forget to vote golden tickets and power stones, and gift this treacherous author. Chapter 397. Cassie is falling? As we close the distance, a furious force suddenly rattled the entire walls of the ship, such that I felt the shock wave travel through my bones. My gaze sharpened immediately. However, the sudden shock wave picked the worst time to happen. My flying fist missed the target by a little inch as he staggered off the balance of his foot. His glass visor seemed to gleam for a moment. The next, the bastard made a sharp twirl and wanted to make a run for it. He would have if he wasn't fighting me. As he completed that sharp twirl, my fist connected into his visor with devastating power, instantly crushing his helmet. The shards of metal bit into his face as my fist sank deeper. For a moment, his entire face was glued to the force of my hand. Then he was sent rolling and clashing through the corridor, bouncing from wall to wall. At the same time, White Feather stood and watched the headless man slowly topple to the ground. I wanted to retort, but lingered. Looking at me, she asked, "Is something on my face, Lord Cade?" I answered with an uncertain tone. "Not exactly that, but isn't this too dangerous for your reputation?" She tilted her head and gave me an odd look. "Lord Cade, isn't it too late for that worry?" I shrugged and managed a pretentious grin. "It's just, I care about you deeply, even willing to go so much distance. You're my summon now. You're very important, I have no doubt, but so are your riches and access. We can't have you ruining all of that to chase some fiend." She looked at me sternly. "That fiend has my daughter. I don't care what I have to sacrifice, Lord Cade. I don't care what I have to give." Her answer was definite and left no room for further additions or deductions. At the very least, I was sure how far she was willing to go. What I wasn't so sure about was if I also wanted to go that far. I felt a little bit of a fraud, as I felt more pain at the thought that her business might suffer loss than her missing daughter. I wanted to be able to use her network and company. I wouldn't want to start another round of rebuilding. I did not even have the money for it. Eventually, though, I caught on my odd thoughts and immediately regarded myself with deep contempt. God, I swear, hanging out with Cassie is affecting more than I can account for. After all, she was the money grubber. Speaking of, Cassie, are you there? Do you copy? There was no answer. Cassie? No answer again. I eventually turned away, my attention shifting to the tremor that I felt a while ago. Just then, Cassie's voice entered my head. "What is copy?" "Oh, thank goodness. I thought for a moment that you had been had." "You thought I had been had?" "Yeah." "You weren't responding. Was that chicken beside you had?" I paused for a moment, thinking about what she meant by chicken. My mental voice turned stern immediately. "Cassie, that is serious racism. You have audacity, I'll give you that. I'm on the ship, destroying this annoying beast. Meet up." She said that and went offline straight away. "Oh, on the ship. Why was she on the ship?" White Feather smiled warmly. "Lord Cade, we must check. We should join Cassie on the ship. It seems there's another invasion." White Feather changed, becoming colder. "Lord Cade, you should go and fight beside Lady Cassie now. I will defend Gilbert and make sure he drives safely. There could be survivors. I will make sure to eviscerate them all." She walked down the corridor after speaking like all she did was merely state a fact and went on with her day. I remained there, tilting my head left and right, still unable to figure out where exactly I had gone wrong. Oh well, it'll wait. I took off, using my enhanced senses to trace the channel of passageways to the floor hatch. I shot out of it, and when I did, my eyes widened. If I could, I most certainly would have jumped back in and closed the floor hatch, leaving Cassie all by herself. But I was here already. There was no running away from this dreadful thing that loomed above us. The entirety of the motherling was lost in its shadows. Motherling was enormous, but beneath this thing seemed like one of those escaped ships that had been at the hangar. What I first noticed were 3 pairs of vast wings spread over the entirety of the sky, casting a deep shade across the ship and even the sea beneath us. This was not as deep as the darkness in the ship, as it was merely this ominous creature casting its shadows and blocking the magnificent brilliance of the sun. I tilted my head, studying the creature. It merely kept those 6 wings still in the air, flying like a natural disaster more than anything. Is that a summon or a spirit beast? It's so hard to tell. From the night battle, I had learned that there were people who controlled creatures with unthinkable sizes. Until then, I had never expected to find a human controlling a creature 12 times its size. However, this smashed down that massive scale. This thing was as though the entire clouds, sinister, eerie, eldritch wings of pure darkness was following us. And undoubtedly, it had been what slammed into the ship from before and caused the entire ship to shudder so intensely that I felt it within my bones. Somehow, all of what we had been dealing with before suddenly felt like childish play. And I was made to remember why I would rather deal with humans than have to deal with spirit beast. Until I find another impossibly strong human at least. Then spirit beast became daunting, but I didn't need to worry about anything really. Why? Because I had my breathtaking, glorious Empress. The Red Commander. A loud boom suddenly thundered across the expanse of the sky, rattling my bones. And from the first wing, something was flying away, flying. It was falling, having been hit by something terribly powerful. I looked closer and saw crimson hair flowing through the sky as the far figure plummeted. Cassie? It was Cassie. Yeah, she had been hit and was falling off the creature at neck-breaking speed. The white robe behind me flared up, and that was immediately followed by a streak of flawless white line. Just before she hit the ship, I intersected and caught her, greatly reducing her impact and tumbling with her across the ship, while majorly using my body as a protective shield over hers. My elbows, jaw, back, neck, shoulder, everything was struck so immensely that a blinding pain already began tormenting me even before we stopped rolling. Eventually, we slid to a stop somewhere ahead of the ship. Cassie first, then my body bounced off hers and wanted to slide away from the ship's head. But her hand wrapped firmly around mine, and she drew me. I landed on her chest, my face buried in between her amazing chest. I remained there, feeling the quick rising and falling of her chest. Despite the peculiar peril above us, me staying here right now, everything felt right in the world. And I felt nothing but an intense urge to wrap my hands around her and tightly embrace her graceful figure. Damn it, I crave you, Cassie. It seemed like I underestimated how Cassie-starved I was until this moment. Get off, you maggot. I exhaled and raised my head. You know this maggot just saved your life. Where's it? Huh? Where's your gratitude? She picked me up from behind, raising me with my cloak. Then she dropped me beside her, as one would to a cockroach. I watched her stand up, dusting her body. Then I shook my head and also stood up. However, a crude wiring of pain struck me at different junctions of my body as I tried to straighten. My body immediately folded back. I was reduced to kneeling, taking in the immense pain one step at a time. Cassie heaved a powerful sigh and the air around her changed. I glanced at the floating shadow. What are we even looking at? Is it a summon or a spirit beast? Cassie's voice sounded with a grating, venomous edge. That thing? It's a despicable evil, a vile existence in the nether of the spirit world that never should be called upon. Hearing her, I turned worriedly to her. Cassie, is this thing stronger than you? She took a moment, simply staring at the creature. Then she turned to me and scoffed. Nothing is stronger than me in this world. She slowly walked forward, her rear shuddering with subtle, provocative shockwaves. She extended her hand downwards, and the great sword appeared in it. Then she leaped into the sky. Out of a sudden crimson and fiery sparks, a vicious horse boomed, its 4 flaming hoofs slamming against the air. Cindy picked her up and trailed into the dark beast. Chapter 398. A demonic spirit right before my eyes. Cassie, riding atop her horse, collided with the winged darkness above. Their clash released a tremendous shockwave, one that greatly disturbed the waves of the surface of the sea. The airship took a sleek dive, tilting all the way to the left and letting the brunt of the shockwave simply glaze past it. That was telling of the fact that whatever Gilbert was doing right now, he was very well aware of this development. Inhaling, I summoned Frostfang and gripped my fist tightly on it. I thought about throwing myself into battle, but couldn't ignore the pain that raged across my body. If I had an armor, I could have been saved from all of this. Gritting my teeth and sucking in the pain, I commanded strength to my body. It was a little but enough to against all odds straighten. With using Warlord as command, I was ever learning and ever growing. The first few things I had noticed were how very little the effect of terrible words were. For example, I couldn't tell someone to die, but if I did tell them to die, they wouldn't die. However, the wounds I gave them might cut deeper. It was the same with using it on myself. Giving myself strength didn't take away the fatigue. It simply made it more bearable. So even now, my body was being ruthlessly ravaged by pain, but it felt endurable, which was a bad thing, because having to endure every joint hammering against my nerves was another kind of torment. But I pushed myself up regardless and clenched Frostfang tighter, looking around. The edge of the cloak danced in the billowing wind, and I vanished. I launched myself into the air, leaving a trail of white light. Then I leaped with a devastating impact against the ship. As I shot up, I released knives of flames and exploded with an even more voracious speed. White flames leaked and splattered everywhere like rain. Meanwhile, I shot upward like a comet that was leaving the ground instead of firing down on it. Then I collided with the sky of darkness. All that consumed my world was once again nothing but darkness. But this time, things were different. In the ship's darkness, I had been very mindful as I had a lot of options and didn't want to damage the ship any further. I couldn't use my flames. But here was different. No matter what the darkness was that encroached me, all I did was release a torrent of flames around me. Instantly, there was an undulating rage of pale fire within the darkness, and it roared with a thunderous voice, almost sounding like a beast more than anything. I wasn't sure if the flames could burn something immaterial. However, I poured more essence into it, furiously increasing its intensity. The darkness showed no reaction, no matter how these torrents of flames swirled and thrashed within the embrace of the dark sky. It was just as if I was dancing amidst a thick fog of darkness. However, there was something subtle that I noticed. Tremors. Subtle tremors were traveling through the obsidian mass of 6 wings, and it caught my attention after a while. If the shadow is truly immaterial, why are tremors traveling through it? Tremors could travel through anything really. However, there was a pattern to how it was felt depending on the medium of transmission. And a tremor traveling through the wind or anything incorporeal will have far greater impact compared to what the subtle vibrations. Of course, it could also have been coming from a vast distance. After all, the darkness we were fighting was a particularly huge one. But I doubted this was the case. Distance could rarely hit up impacts like that one, especially if they were from Cassie. Which led me to my second observation. Whatever Cassie was fighting had to have a physical body to keep getting hit. Of course, this endless sea of darkness had to have a body somewhere for Cassie to be striking it so fiercely that the impact was reaching all the way to its belly here. My eyes sharpened, and instead of simply floating in a place, I broke into flight and managed to form the raging flames around me into a burning white bird. With my beak, I pierced through the darkness. Oh well, not in the literal sense of the word. I simply moved through the blinding darkness, with the incandescent flames of my body illuminating my path. I released the 5 chains and sent them into the vast world of darkness, using them to explore the bowels of the darkness. For a few minutes, I flew across a dark world and found nothing but desolation and gloom. Even with the chains, I couldn't find what those conduits of tremors could have been. And now that the tremors had stopped, there was no trace of corporealism in this creature. It was truly nothing but a vast, ominous darkness. Nothing could affect it. Flames couldn't burn it. Chains could not hold it. It was absolutely invincible. Damn it. I should have suspected something was wrong, since even Cassie seemed too wary. I mean, I had not recalled seeing Cassie that serious. Still flying within this boundless darkscape, something suddenly occurred to me. I remembered Yuan's grandfather's journal. Along with that remembrance came other unserious ones, but let us focus on what mattered. It was his encounter with a demonic summoner. Even till now, I had no idea what kind of power demonic summoners received, but from how heavily Jianlong had described their kind, it seemed like they were a force as powerful as heroic summoners, if not even far more powerful. This creature didn't match the description of what a beast spirit should look like. It didn't look like a heroic spirit also, and which left me to begin to contemplate the possibility of it being a demonic spirit. Took me long enough. I gulped, staring at the dark skies. Yeah, no doubt about it. This thing has to be one high-ranked demonic spirit. Chapter 399, Trapped but Free. A demonic spirit. Certainly things were picking up. I inhaled deeply, flying through the desolation, and deeply in thought about what to do to destroy this wasteland of a creature. For a while, nothing came to me. It wasn't until I was tired of thinking that I noticed something odd. Eve, I've been flying? Indeed, I have. No, I've been flying. All this time. If it was a normal sky, wouldn't I have flown so far away already? Enough to fly out of this spirit. Thinking about it made my eyes slowly widen. A vague realization that was slowly solidifying was surfacing in my eyes. There was no doubt about it. I've been trapped. Oh, hell no. There was too much going on right now to be trapped in a place like. How did this even happen? I let out a tired sigh. Then I stopped flying, tilting horizontally, the knives of flames keeping me suspended in the dark expanse. Down below, nothing existed there but a boundless, flowing darkness that looked like the sea but did not move. The sea is gone too? So was the ship and even any signs of Cassie. I folded my hand, studying this somber land. With no idea what to do, it seemed like the best thing to do would be to call upon Maggie. I could still sense my connections to all of my summons. Even though I couldn't exactly tell what Cassie was doing, I could tell she was locked in a fierce battle with the demonic spirit. It was a different one. I could tell because she was sapping a storm of spirit essence, which was usually unlike her. Cassie was the one with the lowest expenditure so far, despite being the strongest. I ground my teeth painfully. To think I went and allowed myself to get trapped, and now I'm missing what could be a battle of a lifetime. I shook my head at the disappointment I proved to be. Oh, nah, I can't just give up like that. Summoning Maggie was not an option. Cassie was battling something utterly nefarious and White Feather. She could very well be dealing with those survivors who could be hoping to grab back their ship. So it was all up to me and my pain-laced muscles to think of a way out of this. Your proficiency has increased your attribute. Strategic Apex has gained a level, oh well, that shows I'm thinking has to count for something. I looked to the front. After a few seconds, I vanished and appeared as farther away as my eyes could see. There was no limit of distance to Feather Step. What I knew was the limit was essence and the cooldown time. Having to travel such a vast distance instantaneously drained so much from my essence that I felt the drop. Even though it seemed I had covered several kilometers with a single step, everywhere in this desolate prison looked the same to me. So there was no way to even know if I had moved or I had remained where I was. I dove deeply into the embrace of my mind, thinking for better solutions. A few were easily flowing to my mind, but all of them demanded a large dedication of my spirit essence. Even though Cassie and Maggie were currently using a free time, I wasn't sure about White Feather, and regardless of the free time they were on, using their signature abilities still drained a bucketful of my essence. Right now, lavishing it in my attempt to break out of this prison was impractical. I could just wait for her to defeat the beast. That'd sound like the most probable option, but that didn't sit well with me. I inhaled deeply and drew down my zipper. This has to be the things that having strategic Apex does to you. After all, The ability made one think in quite uncanny ways as long as it strategically benefited what I wanted to achieve. I thought about Yuan, how unfinished business. I was going to finish it here with my unbreakable imagination. I focused inward, barely thinking about Yuan, as my tense body was already flexing his rigid muscles. I inhaled deeply and formed vivid images of the unfinished moment playing out in my mind. My hand moved with incredible speed as the images in my head began to move. A surge of heat swirled in my heart, and my hands flew faster still. Faster and faster. Before I could get a grip on myself, I had begun shuddering. A wave of intensity burst through me, and then everything fell away into stillness. You have single-handedly touched the river of spirit. You have gained 30 spirit essence aside from gaining 30 more. That breakthrough had caused my energy to be refilled to the top. Oh, not bad for round one. I steadied myself again, even after expending so much. Now, I switched to White Feather. She trembled each time and couldn't stop calling out my name. My hands moved quickly back and forth. My eyes rolled, and a grating groan broke from my mouth as another white tea broke loose from this big, hard buddy's tiny mouth. Like a spring, it shot forward, spilling through the dark expanse and endlessly falling. You have single-handedly touched the river of spirit. You have gained 30 spirit essence, I grinned, and gripped that part of me again. I rubbed it again and let go. Rubbed it and let go again. Again and again and again, until my little brother was begging me to stop. It was sore and I could barely feel it, but strangely enough, its rigid metallic hardness had not reduced one bit. This is a new discovery. Despite my repeated attempts, he didn't seem ready to let up, over and over without reducing his tension. However, the moment I thought about abandoning it, the tension softened slightly. Then I realized, letting go was not what calmed my resolve. What could soften this buddy was simply my will. If I willed the bastard to go impossibly hard, it would. If I willed it to go soft, it also would. This was an interesting discovery that I would need to properly experiment on after leaving this place. Suddenly, the entire desolation shuddered, and Cassie suddenly was falling again, but this time inside the dark expanse. Just as she fell, her gaze caught mine and slid down with a look of utter disbelief. Oh shit. Chapter 400. Kate, you're my hero. Looking at Cassie falling all of a sudden did not assist my hope in the best of ways. After all, my shameful act had been one of support to supply her with more essence for her to finish off the creature. All of a sudden, she was inside. This is bad. Without wasting a moment, I released one chain, letting it blur through the space and grab her. Then it retracted, drawing her back to me. She glanced down at the sea of darkness and turned her head upward. Somehow, something dropped on her face. She wiped it off with her index finger and curiously examined what it was with her thumb. The thing was somewhat greasy on her hand. She tilted her head left and right, still trying to figure out what it was. In the midst of that, another fell on her face, and this time she really saw where it was falling from. Instantly, her face contorted with disgust. You vile. I belatedly realized and looked down. Somehow, I had honestly forgotten to draw up my pants. Or who knows, I might have left them on display, in case she was stirred to want to use her mouth to clean them up. I quickly brought them up and chuckled awkwardly. It's really not what you think. I know you wouldn't believe, but I was helping you. She nodded. Good. I wanted to. I paused and blinked. She believed me? Gee, good. She turned to me with a deadpan look. You know, I wouldn't believe you. That's good enough. You're sitting around enjoying yourself in this rotten scape while I was worried about you, and you were helping me? How so? I wanted to retort to immediately defend myself. But Cassie had just said the finest word in the entirety of her life. I wasn't sure even she realized what she said. She grimaced. What? I smiled pleasantly and shook my head. Nothing, I'm sorry. But now that you're here, let us focus on getting out. My smile glowed as my heart wouldn't stop leaping. So, did you figure a way out? Is that why you're here? Cassie gave me a dumbfounded expression. All that alone time, and you didn't figure it out? I released an awkward smile. Let it go, Cassie, let it go. She glared at me for a while, looking adorable despite her dark anger. Then she turned back to the sea of darkness below her, hung by the chain I used to catch her. I raised a brow as I studied the look on her face. She looked like she was really in deep thoughts, like truly deep. Cassie is thinking. I had never seen her really think about something. Anytime there was something to do, she simply looked at that thing and moved. I knew this was a function of her version of strategic apex that provided strategic situation at an instant speed. Even right now, for both of us, strategic apex was having a difficult time. This was a very difficult prison, almost like it was an illusion. I paused and looked around me. Hey. Then I glanced down. Cassie, what do you really know about this creature? She answered immediately, her tone even. Nothing. They exist in the nether of the spirit world. Visiting such a place means submitting your mind to graceless madness in exchange for diabolical power. I could never understand why any sane person would choose to lose their mind for the sake of power. Sure you wouldn't, T, I muttered beneath my breath. Cassie glared at me silently from beneath. Pervert, what do you think of this place being an illusion? I ignored her compliment and focused on what mattered. I was not so easily distracted after all. Cassie was silent, thoughtfully silent. Then her head turned. She looked at the darkness below. That does make sense, and it opens a lot of possibilities. She turned to me. You would have to summon that witch then. I shook my head. No, I'm not summoning Maggie. There's no way to tell what she's doing, and she has been distant and expending essence, so I'm guessing she's also busy. Cassie stared down and exhaled. If this is an illusion, then it has to be one that affected the physical world at a large scale. Cassie and I, of course, were immune to mental assaults, and if we were in our head, we certainly would have seen a flaw in this world. But there was no visible flaw, which meant that the summon was using a physical domain of illusion, something that existed within it. We could go about it two ways. The first is to tear it open from within. The second is to find the spot. The spot? If it is a physical illusion, then it has a limit, though the beast makes it look endless. What we have to first break is that illusion of distance that has to be the barrier protecting its core. My eyes grew wide. We could see its core here? Is that what you call the spot? She sighed, looking like she was suddenly tired. It's not that. The spot is a reflection of its core. In situations like this, you can find that. An incorporeal body means your core also dissolves, but it can't be non-existent because the core is connected to the summoner's soul. So there has to be a point where a shadow of that connection exists. She stared down. Even in an illusion, it can't be covered, but it can be protected. Hence, why we have to break the barrier of protection. But how we break the barrier? She continually stared down. For a few passing seconds, she said nothing. Then she turned and said with a straight face, I don't know. I froze. I blinked several times. You don't know? I want to repeat myself. She turned back down. Wow, this feels refreshing. She gave me a scathing look, but turned away without saying anything. She simply stared down into the sea of darkness. I smiled. Oh, well then, I have an idea how we could do that. I paused, grinning maliciously. Say, Cade, you're my hero. Chapter 401. You are my hero. Cassie looked at me. A strange expression etched on her face. If anything, she looked astonished, really astonished. How do you manage it? Hearing her strange question, I couldn't help but blink. Manage what? Everything you do, deluding yourself. I frowned slightly. Delusion? What the hell? Cassie, it's one thing to say you can't say such words. It doesn't reduce a shred from my awesomeness. Stop it, Cade. Cassie sounded different and odd. She sounded serious. I mean, she always did, but it was a different kind of different this time. The solution I was thinking about is simple. I sent my chains to explore the vastness of the space. Since you said it has to be limited, then we definitely will hit a boundary sooner or later, right? Cassie did not respond. Instead, she glared at me from her position, making my eyes shift away uncomfortably. Over and over again. I have watched you trick yourself into being a fool. Are you not tired of doing the same thing every time? A subtle frown climbed my face. She continued, casting me a pitiful look. When Lyra died, you did this too? acted like it's easy for you to move on, whereas all you did was erase her memories. Defile it all because you truly believe yourself to be rotten, and someone rotten doesn't deserve to mourn someone as awesome as she was. You beat yourself up for everything. Make light of everything to be the clown in the room, just so you can escape your own demons instead of confronting them. You latch onto vengeance because it's way easier than confronting the fact that you slaughtered people, children. You're a monster. Each word that came from her mouth did something to me. Something vile, something I couldn't name, but it was a sea of pain, and it was tormenting me with every sound of her words, especially the last word. Hearing the last word made me tremble. For a moment, I wasn't too sure whether I was in the wasteland or in that beach house with a bloody knife in my hand and my father staring at me with an intensely pale, terrified look, as though I was a demon. The moment truly blurred. So what if you're a monster? Her words enter my young mind again. So what if you are a vile demon? Why do you have to be less of yourself to deny what you are? Her gaze straightened. Face it, Cade, or you'll never become worthy of being my summoner. The words lingered even after seconds of silence. Those seconds flowed into minutes, and the silence hung awkwardly between us two. I was floating up and holding her with my chain beneath me. After a while, I scratched my head. I'm going to try it out. Cassie said nothing. To be honest, I instinctively wanted to think she pulled that move to not have to say Cade, my hero, but I guess I'll call a rain check on that thought. Everything hurt after what she said, and making such a statement made me feel borderline annoying. At the same time, despite the invisible pain in my heart, I felt a little bit of peace. Was it because she noticed and called me out? Truly, I expected the world to consider me a jerk. I had made peace with that identity before ever coming to this world. And after what happened that night, I had further decided that the identity was the only thing that could keep the monster in me locked in a cage. So I followed it bitterly with my actions, drowning myself in Nisha, thinking less and less about Lyra and the moment we shared. It was shameful, but that was the only way I could survive. But nobody knew, and that was okay. After all, I was a supreme jerk, a peerless pervert. But Cassie, she saw me. Maggie too. How strange. Why does such an odd thing feel so good? How I've been pretending to be all right all the while? Instead of breaking down in tears, I released the chains, sending them in 4 different directions. The east, west, north, and south. The silence that existed before continued, and only the subtle metallic sound of the flowing chains that extended in 4 different directions filled the air. Cassie was hanging down on the 5th chain, looking downwards. More time passed, and the chain continued to fly, touching nothing, no hard boundary, no shadow. After a while, though, I felt something. It was like a wall, and they prevented the chains from extending any further in all 4 directions. I shifted and looked down at Cassie. I found it. She finally tore her gaze from the sea of darkness. What direction? I glanced at all the directions. All of them. I felt the boundary on all of them. Cassie looked down, which was south of us. We go down then. I hesitated. How about we both simultaneously inspect 2 directions, instead of just going down? Cassie gave me a scathing glare and pointed down. Your pitiful kids that never got the chance to be made are gleaming from that darkness. It's obvious they landed on something oval. Besides that sea of darkness, it's obvious the demon is hiding the weakness of this place in plain sight. I chuckled awkwardly and cleared my throat. That first part was absolutely unnecessary. She grabbed my chain and paused, looking up at me. I never got to say it, did I? Say what? Thank you. My eyes widened. For saving my life. I had it all under control and wouldn't have died from the fall, but you looked out for me nonetheless. Thank you. You're my hero in some way. She smiled and tore my chain from her waist, plummeting down into the sea of darkness. As for me, I stood there in the air, my mouth opened, my eyes widened. This was unbelievable, and it felt so nice beyond words. A wide smile spread across my face, and I immediately glanced down, chasing after her. Wait for me. Chapter 402. The Soul Core is what we both plunged into the sea of darkness. Well, It wasn't an actual sea, but the darkness here was denser than before, almost forming an endless ocean. But the moment we plunged into it, we didn't get wet or assaulted by a troublesome liquid insistently try to find its way into our nostrils. Instead, it felt colder, darker, such that the hairs on my body stood on end. There was something utterly sinister about this place. Before I got the chance to study it any further, though, Cassie was already with her sword. She sent her body in a whirling spin and clashed her sword with the shiny bottom of the darkness multiple times. Then she unleashed her form, and at that moment, instinctively knowing what she wanted, I grabbed her with the chain and pulled her upward with great force. Multiplying the momentum, I slammed her down. But Cassie rode that momentum like a transcendent sailor. She drew her hand back, and as the chain whipped against the bottom of the darkness, she released the strike like a devastating guillotine. Instantly, from that point, a net of cracks appeared and shuttered the entire place. The net spread, slow at first, but quickly branching like a rabid plague. Seams of light seeped through the space between the cracks, as if an endless flood of light was trying to force its way through. Cassie did not take the next action. I did, twisting all 5 chains into one and whirling them with vicious speed. I turned them into drillers and slammed them against the cracks. The little of whatever was holding was wrecked asunder. Then the cracks ran even faster than before. This time not just running, but peeling off the entire illusionary walls. For a moment, all that we saw was a boundless white. And that boundless white was a dark orb, floating weightlessly. I stared at it first, then looked around. What is this place? Cassie's gaze was fixed on the dark orb. It's ironic. This is the soulscape of a demonic spirit. I paused and looked at her, blinking. This, a demon? Feels more like an angel's soul more than a demon's. The black core, though, was a perverted existence in this room of white. That alone was enough to tell of the deep and vile darkness that wove a creature like this. Cassie looked at me and said, "Destroy the soul core." I paused and looked back at her. What? She repeated herself. Destroy it. If I do it, there's a high chance I get corrupted, slowly becoming a demonic spirit. But you're not a spirit, so you can do it. Besides, this particular spirit is a female. I doubt I'd be able to destroy it. Oh, okay, I'll do it then, I said to her and stepped closer to it, summoning Frostfang. However, Cassie stopped me. She stared at the core. That's not how you do it. Look closer. At first, I was puzzled. What does she mean, look closer? I'm looking close enough. No. Apparently, I wasn't. When I studied the shape of the black core, I figured I had been wrong. It wasn't a circular shape. Instead, it had the shape of a peach fruit. And the surface? The surface was a lustrous obsidian, cleanly carved, as if it was cut out of a naked woman's statue. Beneath but was an opening, a slit, narrow opening. I stared at it for a moment and glanced up at Cassie, shaking my head. Phil, no way. Cassie tilted her head. A nefarious grin climbed her face. What, are you embarrassed? I chuckled. Embarrassed? Why would I be embarrassed when you want me to fuck a demon's core? How is that going to destroy it? She gave me an even look. Your comprehension with these kind of things, as expected, is amusing. She then stepped closer, observing the core. The slit in between is the main weakness. You can strike it how many times you want, but if you strike it from within, it will break. That is because the core can harden itself the moment it senses a threat. But you can unharden it. I frowned with absolute displeasure. How so? You have that accursed touch, and it works against summons. Doesn't it? I raised my hand slightly and looked at my palm. You want me to? Cassie raised her head and grinned. Let the core open up to you. Damn it. She seems to be enjoying this. She stepped back, gave me a look, and turned around. I'll be waiting for you at the other end. She walked away, the curves of her alabaster ass trembling with every step. I looked at my hand, looked at the core shaped like an ass, and at Cassie's, but don't worry, this will be you someday. I muttered to her rear. Then I turned to the lustrous obsidian core and hesitated. This is awkward. I moved my hand and touched the obsidian core. It was hard like jade, but the moment I touched it, I felt a shudder. The texture of the core instantly changed, becoming softer. With more contact, it softened even further, shifting against my hand. Oh, this could be useful. A magnificent idea broke out of my mind. I know. I could simply pretend like this is one of those toys. And this particular toy is Cassie. I closed my eyes and dedicated myself to the vision, thinking about the bad things I want to do to the Tyrant Empress. I was going to terrorize her that fateful day. She would yield to my will. I drove a powerful strike against the barrier, making the entire white world shudder. I pressed against its surface, shaking it even more fiercely. The white world quaked like it was going to come down. And at the center of it all, the source itself seemed to tremble. Something colorless and greasy was slithering down the core. I paused, suffocated by disbelief. It's wet. This damn thing really was wet. Chapter 403. A degenerate and unhealthy act indeed. It was a little disbelieving. The core of a demonic spirit was wet. It brought up the question of identity of a demonic spirit. What exactly was this strange existence? I touched the skin more as I questioned even my own sanity. I had been so caught up in the strange role that it was difficult to even tell if I hated it or not. Either way, I got up and moved on. As I stepped back out and grazed it across its slit, the white world seemed to spike. The walls looked like they were going to explode. Fool! I positioned myself just at the entrance of the slit, and mercilessly, I pushed forward. As I pushed, I felt something inside give way. For a moment, the core shivered heavily as if it experienced some heavenly relief. Then, barely a second later, it began to crack before my eyes. As it did, something strange happened. A torrent of essence flowed into me. A nefarious essence has found its way into the depth of your soul. After your degenerate and unhealthy act, you have gained 500 essence. The nature of this essence is deeply vile and disturbing. It is advised that it is burned away quickly, as it is corruptible. Oh, I guess Maggie is too busy to burn this one away this time. I sighed and shrugged it away. Besides, the entire world around me was crumbling. I had to quickly return my buddy to the garage before someone gets a free ticket to seeing this awesome big guy again. So I hurried, while the white walls peeled off all around me. Cassie returned with an annoying small smile. Well done, you must have enjoyed that. I retorted with a defensive tone. I didn't enjoy shit. The world around us peeled to nothing, and the next thing, we were both plummeting down. A lot had changed by the time we opened our eyes. First of all, what was beneath us was not a sea. Well, it was a sea, however, frozen. Who froze the sea? I thought to myself, while instinctively shivering. I had an astounding resistance to heat, which automatically meant cold and our natural-born enemies. And it seemed the entire scape of this place was frozen. I managed to put flames to my leg, reducing my falling speed. Then I vanished and gently landed on the frozen ground. I dismissed Cassie before she could touch the ground, and then properly studied where I was. A vast frozen land, somewhere ahead of me, was a wall of white that seemed to be moving. Closer? It's coming towards me. On a second look, that was no wall. It was a massive storm of snow that was rolling towards me with a frightening speed. Instead of waiting for it, I threw myself into the sky and ignited flames beneath my feet. I tried to fly as high as I could, wanting to escape the blow of the storm. But it swallowed me in whole and crumbled against the rest of the broken lands. The cold bit into my bones, but I surrounded myself with burning flames and intensified the heat, feeling slightly warmer. At the same time, ravaged by a storm of endless cold, I righted myself in the air and glanced around. Trying to peer through a storm was useless. My eyes weren't that magnificent, so I depended on enhanced senses to note the people around me. I felt White Feather first, then felt Gilbert next. Then there were quite a few people I couldn't quite place an identity tag on. Not stressing too much about it, I flew, following their essence. Soon, I managed to overcome the unseeable expanse of the storm and reached its middle. In the center was an incredibly tall mountain, and on the side of that mountain, a massive ship had bitten into it so deeply that more than half of its side was lodged into the fissure of the mountain. It seemed to float in the sky, stuck. The sea was still frozen, so if I had to take a guess, It was that a very unusual crash had happened here, releasing that storm of snow from within a mountain. And we were certainly not in Chrysalis anymore. How long were we trapped inside that thing? First of all, I had taken some time single-handedly relieving myself, I knew that. But I didn't think that much time had passed. Or what was I missing? Either ways, I whisked to the base of the mountain, where White Feather and Gilbert were scaling down. I approached them abruptly, suddenly landing and asking, "What in the world happened here?" I turned to Gilbert. "How did you?" I couldn't even finish the statement because White Feather threw herself on me and hugged me tightly, shivering. Cold breaths fell from her nose in little wisps. I held her lithe frame, easily taking her feet from the ground, feeling her petite breasts press against my chest. "Lord Cade, how are you?" "How?" I patted her head all of a sudden, making her go quiet, her eyes slightly widened. A pleasant smile spread on my lips as I saw that the worried expression she had on her face was gone. "Now, tell me what went wrong." White Feather inhaled deeply and exhaled. "When you went into the strange, dark sky, Lady Cassie continued to fight it while we continued to carve our path towards Fairywind. We even managed to outrun it, leaving you and Lady Cassie behind. And we flew peacefully for a day before all of a sudden it began to pursue us from behind again." She breathed, catching her breath as she continued. "We were already at the edge of Chrysalis and branching into the northern edge of Solarium. When it caught up, we tried our best to fly as fast as we could, but until Sir Gilbert lost control of the ship, and we ended up crashing into this mountain. Moments before that, this flying darkness suddenly vanished. Now her worry returned, and she pierced it at me. What happened in there? We were so worried. I knew you weren't dead, but it was hard to tell with how faint the connection was. One moment, I thought about telling her what happened. The next, I decided it was a bad idea. Let us not ruin her image of me." I gave her a cool giggle. Looks like I managed to defeat it in time. Chapter 404. My taste is impeccable. After she explained to me, we walked forward, traveling across the cold winds of the mountain into the northern lands. We were majorly here because this was where White Feather was leading us to. She and her daughter shared a spiritual kinship that transcended distance. And this kinship was something not even many people were aware of. So, regardless of the distance in the world, she could tell where her daughter was, which of course had made the journey straightforward. We even crossed the continent. What exactly is this person we're pursuing thinking of? What does he hope to achieve in the northern reaches of Solarium? Gilbert vented. To be honest, he seemed duly frustrated, much more than was required if I do say. And he said a thing about his ship that crashed into the mountain. Well, not his ship anyway, but he had not said anything about it. The journey was nothing perilous. We were merely just being assaulted by the ruthless fangs of the raging cold that sank deep into our skins and seemed to be freezing even the blood. Even White Feather, whose body was mostly composed of spiritual material, was not spared from the wickedness of this weather. It was then that I had learnt that even spirits could feel intense cold. They also had to be capable of feeling intense heat too. My mind went back to that time at Athermere. At the complex, the flames must have threatened Cassie as much as they threatened and slaughtered everyone, but she didn't care about it. Or something like a flame is way beyond her. Thinking about her, while I wanted to summon her, I figured it was good that I allowed her to rest in the nave. We were on a very peaceful journey and could meet her any time. When the dusk settled and darkness embraced the vast land, enabling the wrath of the cold, we sought for shelter in a shallow cave, where I summoned flames both at the entrance and in the center and warmed everyone up. Gilbert summoned a strange backpack and pulled out some packaged meat from it. He tore open the paper bag packaging and brought several sticks of preserved steak, sharing them between White Feather and me. White Feather stared at the stick with a strange expression, while Gilbert gave her a small glare. "What? I suppose someone as esteemed as you had never had to eat something so cheap?" She continued to stare at the steak, ignoring Gilbert. I examined mine and stretched it to the flame, letting the fire roast it a little. Amidst that, White Feather spoke. "I have not eaten, nor have I felt the need to do so," she said, slowly raising her head to look at me with a dazed expression. I returned the look. blinked and shrugged with a small, awkward smile. Well, I guess you were getting enough essence then. Since the context of the conversation was questionable, I try to be as vague as possible, leaving the rest to Gilbert's imagination. At the same time, I studied White Feather with a keen observation. I guess she's very much a spirit now, and that's how spirits work. Cassie didn't need to eat. Spirit essence was enough food for her, but it was like she wouldn't be able to if she tried. For one, she ate Odelia's food quite a lot in Los Arcos. No surprise. I turned to my own as I heard a crispy sound. I withdrew my hand and took a bite. Immediately, my palate exploded with multiple flavors. Oh, this is quite nice. I turned to White Feather, gesturing with the meat and speaking while chewing. Baiwi shwood tawi fish, shanaish. She exhaled, finished chewing before speaking, Lord Cade. I grinned and continued. White Feather turned to the steak and finally took a bite. Meanwhile, Gilbert ate in silence, staring at the flames. He looked like he was questioning the point of life in general. After eating, Gilbert naturally went to sleep, while White Feather insisted that I go to sleep and she would keep watch through the night. Since she was a spirit, she couldn't be bothered by not having to sleep. For me, though, she believed I'd spent the past one day fighting a terrifying flying darkness in its soul. The irony of it is so debilitating. I was grateful and was able to catch a long sleep. I didn't know how much I needed that sleep until she suggested that I took it. After a long, cold, and peaceful night, I woke up with the extremely bright light of the sky flooding everywhere. At the entrance of the cave stood a graceful figure, her white robes flowing backward. Her silk-white hair also danced in the wind. I turned to the side. Gilbert was still asleep, curled up like a little child. I sighed and stood up and walked over to White Feather, slipping my hands through her waist and holding her flat tummy. My jaw slid in through her shoulder and rested there. The blinding brilliance of the northern lands instinctively pushed my eyes closed for a moment, then they fluttered opened as they adjusted. Lord Cade, while she wanted to move away, I held her in place. Stay, like this. Just for a moment. She stood still, a little too still maybe. I was probably just registering it now, but she had somewhat been avoiding being close to me since the day we got intimate. Do I have to use Summoner's touch every time? The answer was yes and no. My summons, or spirits, generally enjoyed it better when I touched them, so it was inevitable that I used the touch to give them a satisfying intimate experience. At the same time, it didn't need to be the reason they decide to give their body to me. The problem just so happens that aside from Lyra, every woman I've had something where was so complicated that a second time seemed next to impossible. From Nisha's strange behavior to Cassie's terror, Maggie wasn't even a topic, and now, White Feather was using the status between the two of us to subtly drive herself further. How tiring. Is fucking so excellent women supposed to be so difficult? Perhaps the problem was just my taste. Suddenly, White Feather shuddered. Her eyes widened and shook frantically. Instantly, I pulled back and held her slender shoulders with gentle care. White Feather, what is going on? Her eyes were still wide open and her face pale. I can't feel her anymore. Her petrified look slowly turned to me. I can't sense my baby girl anymore. Chapter 405. The frozen expanse. White Feather trembled as the words fell from her lips. Her voice cracked and her lower body weakened, almost making her fall, but I held her more carefully. Hey, don't worry, I promise she's alive. That bastard fairy wind has probably found a way to sever the link that you both share. Don't worry. We will find her and bring her home, I said with a reassuring tone. I meant every word that came from my mouth. Even if it turned out otherwise, that bastard, I will shred his limbs one by one and watch them come apart with a vile satisfaction. For now, it's important that we move with urgency. Our closest clue is the last location you felt her. At that point, Gilbert stirred, propping up from the floor. He sneezed a couple of times as he fully booted. Then he looked at both of us, was silent for a while before narrowing his gaze with suspicion. As he opened his mouth to talk, my words cut in. White Feather has lost her daughter's trail. We will be speeding things up from here on out. He raised his brows. Oh well, Speeding things up how? It's not like we can endlessly run. Trying to run in this freezing land might sound like a great idea, but I promise you, it's the worst of all. I stared at him. That S for you. It's a different case with me and White Feather. Gilbert glanced furtively at both of us. A moment later, his gaze narrowed with suspicion. Wait, don't tell me. I shook my head. We need to move fast. Gilbert, as fast as we can to reach the last location White Feather felt her daughter. He scowled. What? So you're just going to abandon me? In what world does that make any sense? I drew away from White Feather and faced him. You have forgotten, our priority remains her daughter. The reason why we needed you is to find our daughter. Why should you be the baggage that is inhibiting us from achieving that goal? When you were employed to help us achieve it. He did not respond, only staring at me with suppressed malice in his eyes. I sighed. I promise we will come back. I manifested a flame and used it to form a bracelet after a deliberate effort. Then I stretched it to him. He hesitated. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. It'll help keep you warm and will burn whoever it touches except you. He dubiously looked at it and gave his hand, letting me slip it in. His eyes widened amazingly. It really doesn't hurt. Wait, your flame doesn't hurt? I scoffed. Oh, trust that it does. I have just learned to make it recognize friends and enemies. Right now, you're a friend. Anyone aside you is an enemy. I stepped back. I urge you, go back to Motherling. Maybe try to survive for a while inside her till we come back. Gilbert continually stared at the bracelet before heaving a sigh. I'm not your business. Do whatever. I gave him a somber look and then regretfully turned to White Feather. I held her and vanished. When I appeared in the air, White Feather was gone, sent to the embrace of my soul's sanctum, and I exploded through the sky with a fearsome speed, guided by White Feather's voice. I made my way to the last place where she felt her daughter's presence. I thought the ground was cold, that the mountain was unbearable, but the cold that assaulted me as I cut through the sky winds was something else. I even had to wrap my body in wisps of flames, hoping they would fight the cold. But that did little to help. In the biting and hacking cold winds, I finally reached my destination. I flew over a vast frozen forest with tall white trees. Beyond it was a vast bridge that seemed to have been carved out of ice, running over a plain, frozen land. To prevent myself from being perceived as a threat due to my flight ability, I landed amidst the forest, towards the edge, and continued forward on foot. Around here, the trees were taller but also thinner. It was only a matter of time before I came out of the forest and climbed over the bridge. However, a few minutes after I landed, I heard a loud cry. Luckily, it was coming from ahead, so I didn't have to turn back. I rushed forward and cut out of the forest in a rush. How can you do this? Do you even know who I am? A blonde-haired boy draped in thick, furry clothes yelled. Listen, brat. Do we look like we care for who you are? This is the frozen expanse. The only thing that matters here is metal and money. You clearly have no way of providing the first. If you also can't provide the second, then scram from here. One of the 4 men that were standing at the border of the vast bridge said. Beside the blonde-haired boy was someone curling down, holding her stomach. The boy's eyes danced frantically between the lady on the ground and the malicious gazes of the thugs. He looked like he was about to cry. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming murderous aura from the lady on the ground. The goons didn't notice this and continued to smirk at the boy, demanding he gave them money. The fact that they did not feel such a dangerous, murderous intent spoke volumes about their ignorance. As the lady slowly raised herself, I stepped closer and revealed myself, bringing a distraction to the scene. How much is it that you're making a fuss about? Oh goodness, Cade, what are you doing? This was so unlike me. I knew it. Since when have I cared about the lives of some bandits? But then again, the lady, looking at her as I walked closer, she seemed familiar. Everybody is familiar to me as long as they. My thoughts froze as she straightened, and I saw her behind. Her buttocks were tremendous, with graceful hourglass curves, her black hair draped down, reaching just above her butt. She turned back, along with the blonde-haired boy, and her familiar piercing crimson eyes met me. Oh, Chapter 406. Unexpected reunion. I paused and looked at her, studying her face before I concluded. The most part of seeing her had been through the night, and now that I was seeing her in broad daylight, I had to be sure she was the one or it was simply her look-alike. Cade? The fact that she called out my name as she turned to look at me was enough to tell me that I hadn't been wrong. Her terrifying behind and her cold face. I turned to the bandits. Bastards. You should worship me. I remembered how much of a noiseless storm she had been through the battlefield that night. These men, they spoke to each other, looking at me with greedy expressions. Well, to use the bridge will cost you 1 gold crown per person. Immediately Sulin snapped her head towards them, glaring. The blonde-haired boy that was with her yelled, "What? Just now you were asking for 1 silver talent. How did it become 1 gold crown? You people, are you even the bridge wardens like you claim?" Sulin was silently glaring at them. I stepped forward, in between Sulin and the blonde-haired boy. Even if I was stinky rich now, I wouldn't give 3 gold crowns away, just because I could. I knew guys like this. I was stupid enough not to know that they would go back to wherever they came from and would plan something even bigger. So these thorns, it was better to nip them now that they were seedlings. They looked into my face, grinning. You don't look like you've got a lot on you, with those rags you have on you. No proper cold gear. Did you come here by mistake? Not enough time to prepare? I chuckled derisively. Why would I need a cold gear? Well, I'm a heat source myself. As I spoke, flame raged out of my body, consuming my hair and the side of my face. Even my brows were a dancing white flame. My back was a rolling flame that danced towards the sky. The men staggered back, their expressions paled. What? An inquisitor. An inquisitor. Those bastards found us here again. We have to inform Arena Master Marin. They ran away, almost tripping on their feet. I watched with slight surprise as they ran towards the forest, abandoning the magnificent bridge they were guarding. The blond boy continued to stare at me, his eyes sparkling. Holy radiance! For an inquisitor to be sent here, my father must have called the church on this. He grinned at me. There was some arrogance about that grin of his that put me off annoyingly. No matter how awesome you are, you can't be as awesome as my Sulin here. Her body even glows when she locks in. I stared at him, raising a brow. What? Am I about to be arguing about my awesomeness with a kid? He looked to be in his mid-teens at best, but his facial features and thick furry clothes told me he was someone quite important. I faced Sulin. Yeah, I know of her awesomeness. He paused and studied me, and then turned to look at Sulin, who was also looking at me impassively. Hey, young man, you might be an inquisitor from the church, and you might have helped us here. But I'm telling you, Sulin is a no-go area. I continued to stare at her for a few more dozen seconds before lowering my gaze. Says who? The boy's gaze darkened. Sulin, let us continue our journey. I'm sure this man is itching to go his own way. Why should we? I can vouch for his skills. He also has money which we lack at the moment. I think it would benefit us greatly to travel with him. The boy looked like he got stabbed to the heart, while Sulin looked to me. Where are you headed to, Cade? I turned beyond the bridge. I'm not sure myself, but the city beyond the city after this bridge, for a start. She smiled. Grimwald. That's fortunate. We happen to be heading to the capital, and we'll definitely go through Grimwald. Care to come with us, Cade? Sulin, if you ask like that, how can I refuse a beautiful lady with a good booty? I smiled. It was not like I forgot the part she talked about my money, but I smiled nonetheless. For the sake of the game, one had to be willing to let go of certain values. That's fair then. She nodded impassively and pointed to the blonde-haired boy. This is Harder von Hammerfeld. He is the second son of the Graf Hammerfield, Werner von Hammerfeld. Hey, you can't just go introducing me to strangers like that. Sulin looked at the boy and gave him a harmless smile. He is a good man, trust me. Besides, if he is going to be a threat to us, then we are really doomed. There is nothing both of us can do. Harder looked at me. He had a doubting look in his eyes. Then he turned away and let out a frustrated exhale. Fine. If he is as good as you insist, then I will travel with him. He turned to me. You, be grateful we are moving with you. I raised a slightly puzzled brow. Shouldn't it be the other way around here? I mean, you guys hope to depend on me, don't you? He cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, the Hammerfeld family shall be in your debt, and we shall put good words to the church about you. I sighed and walked forward. There'll be no need for that. He jumped after me, while Sulin lifted his luggage and followed. No need? No need? What do you mean no need? ISNT that everything an inquisitor want, to gain favor, so your name can be written in the book of life. I rolled my eyes at the nonsense he spewed, but didn't respond to him. Because if I had to respond then, I had to clarify that I was a heroic spirit summoner, who could use the flames of some grand inquisitor I summoned, which would then bring about explanations about Maggie. It seemed like a route of conversation too tasking for me to bother. We walked across the ice bridge that spanned over hundreds of kilometers. Chapter 407, Too Villainous. One sanctum, after walking for a couple of hours of walking, it didn't seem like we would be reaching the end of the bridge anytime soon. In fact, the middle of it seemed so far away. Meanwhile, the little guy began to tremble as the darkness shrouded the sky, and the cold winds climbed higher, blowing with fierceness. Sulin studied him as we continued to walk. After a dozen minutes or so, she paused and suggested, "How about we rest here for the night?" She turned to the side of the bridge, where one of the gigantic column legs that held it was connected, forming some kind of massive monolith. Above it was a flickering lamp. The overhead lamps lined forward, and even from behind like that, in every 200 meters. I lost count after we passed about 10 of those things. I observed the place and the situation around us for a bit. The ground of the bridge was packed with snow. The surrounding itself was vast, dark, and empty. Nothing. There was nothing at all across the vast plain, just howling winds and an unbearable cold. All right, I think it works. Yay, this is good. I thought I was going to collapse. Harder was the first to collapse beside the monolith. He then removed the gloves from his hand, revealing a silver ring. The ring shimmered with a fine light, and right in front of him, several silver sparks began to fly around, forming something in their embrace. When the sparks vanished, there was a bunch of thick fur blankets, a water bottle, and a vacuum flask. He smiled and grabbed one of the fur blankets and wrapped it around himself. He offered Sulin one of them, and then turned to me with a smile. "Ahaya, I can't afford to leave my benefactor in cold. Do you need one of those, or will those flames of yours be enough?" I gave him a look of suspicion. This bastard. I exhaled and took one of the blanket, then stared at the flask. He released a smug grin as he shifted it closer to himself. "This is one in a million bottomless food flask that was created by my Hammerfeld family, aside from the fact that it can store enough food to feed an entire village. It has a cooling and warming effect that works with the atmospheric temperature. It can freeze and warm the food stored in there, using the preservation systems of the deep ice crystals." Half of what he said sounded like jargon to me, but it wasn't so difficult to figure out. I didn't need a second thought to figure out how special that vacuum flask was. He suddenly shifted the flask behind his back, glaring at me. "This is not for sale, and don't you dare ask." I gave him a look of hidden envy and turned away from it, settling down myself beside the other side of the monolith. While he and Sulin settled at one corner, I wrapped myself with the blanket and closed my eyes, diving inside my soul sanctum. I've rarely been around, especially after my recent unexpected update. When I entered the nave, the first thing that resounded was the vicious and cold strike metal. It rang against the walls of the nave, and even the tall white columns were not spared, storming the entire place with fierce sound and force. For a moment, I was overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. Then I turned to the front. A lot of the pews had been knocked over and shattered. My eyes turned towards the upper level of the nave. In that instant, a furious vibration moved against the entire nave, and some was sent flying toward the upper level, with a bunch of broken pews flying in every direction. She slammed her back against one of the pillars towards the front, and her entire body fell. But before she could land, she vanished. Something moved again in front. It moved with a tremendous force and speed. The benches were literally shredded of its path. Then I saw crimson hair flow, as the speed came to a furiously abrupt halt, slamming against the other person. White feather as she appeared out of nowhere. Cassie had moved like she knew exactly where she was going to land, and then gave one devastating hit. White Feather's eyes widened as Cassie's elbow connected with her chest. She careened instantly, hitting the column behind her. An explosion of white dust rolled out swiftly, covering half of the nave. I shielded my face from the dust, crossing my hands before my eyes. The entire place shuddered as White Feather hit the ground. Oh gods, why are they fighting? It felt like I had done a big mistake and not considered the possibility of this. They both barely had a moment of reprieve, and the next thing that I heard, even as the entire hall was choked with white dust, another terrifying shockwave caused the nave to shake furiously again. The column trembled and for a moment looked like they were going to break apart and crumble. Forget them. What the fuck are they doing to my sanctum? The moment, I thought that a vindictive anger almost radiated in me. But I felt the entire sanctum respond to that slight spike in emotion. White Feather and Cassie had torn away from each other and were moving with furious speed to clash against each other with their fists. In that moment, though, the distance between them instantly broadened and continued to expand the further they ran, the farther they were from each other. Several columns plunged out of the ground one after the other, turning the expansive distance between the two of them into a forest of columns. Both of them were caught somewhere in between it, unable to move because of the column that had grown so close to each other, catching them amidst it. Cassie's fist was already flying towards the pillar before her when my voice resounded against the hall. Stop! Chapter 408. The crucible of winter. Cassie's fist stopped right in front of the pillar, and she turned her head looking at me with an impassive expression. White Feather, meanwhile, turned with a soft smile on her face. Oh, Lord Cade, you were here? How long have you been around? She vanished from the midst of the pillars and appeared in front of me, lowering her head. Cassie stayed there, hooked behind the clusters of colossal pillars. She continued to piercingly stare at me. Lady Cassandra is an excellent teacher. Just now, she was teaching me about the essence of combat. I gave her a dumbfounded look and turned my head, studying the ruinous state of the nave. The only pews that were saved from their clash were the back rows. Every other thing was terribly mangled and broken. And she said, teaching her. What was teaching about this level of destruction? White Feather, regardless of my look, was smiling warmly. That warmth, however, was disturbing. But Cassie's gaze wasn't doing much to help. She finally removed her gaze and, with a lazy movement of her hands, crushed the pillars and sent them toppling over each other, causing a deafening crash to drown the hall. Billows of white dust rolled everywhere, and through it, she walked out. The sanctum was already fixing itself as the engagement between the two of them stopped. The broken shards of the columns were flowing in reverse. So were the broken pews. It was like time was moving backward for these things, fixing them back to be what they had. I stared at the two of them, doubting White Feather's explanation. I was sure that something had gone down here, but I didn't know what. Or were they really teaching? I shook my head a moment. Later, it didn't seem probable. For some reason, White Feather seemed to have hidden contempt towards Cassie. What I didn't understand yet was why. I was even thinking she would actually love and worship Cassie, since she was a figure of every woman. This is giving me a headache. I don't even want to think about it. I glanced outside. Right, where is Maggie? I wanted to introduce White Feather to her. Cassie lingered. Then she responded with a calm tone. It's been a while she's been here. You should know that. Right? I should. Except, I hadn't been paying attention to her. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking time to dive deep within me and vaguely feel her. She was alive, and she seemed to be active, draining a negligible amount of essence. I tried reaching her with the link. Either she outright ignored me, or I couldn't reach her. I couldn't tell. Damn it. These villainesses are such a chore. I turned to White Feather. This is a bit sad, but I wanted to finally introduce you to Maggie. Since she's not around, I'll move the introduction to another day. She nodded, a calm smile on her face. We are currently at a large frozen bridge. Any idea where that is? I asked her with a direct tone and look. White Feather was thoughtfully silent for a couple of seconds. Then eventually, she opened her mouth. I guess we're in Ismark. I raised a brow. Ismark. ISNT, that the long voyage that Yuan was preparing us for? White Feather nodded her head. Ismark is a place of extreme temperature. So it is a point that cannot be carelessly ventured into. As a matter of fact, the cold kills many before the beasts do. She gave me a glare, and the beasts here, their abominable existences, far more tenacious and malicious than anything you have ever come across. That's the word that goes around. Even I have never got to experience them for myself. She sighed and sat down, thinking for a moment before she continued. But if we're in Eisenmark, that means that fool. She paused, and her eyes narrowed with confusion. What is he looking for in Eisenmark? I studied her before inputting. Could it be related to the boy? White Feather did not respond, only narrowing her eyes more as though she was growing even more suspicious of something. It couldn't be. I could only watch her, not saying anything because it looked like whatever thought she was forming in her head was only beginning to take root and clarify. Then she finally turned to me. The bridge you're currently on is only a smaller part of the ice roads, and if my information is credible, this one leads you to the east, Grimwald, after which you'll enter the center, the capital city of Eisenmark, Stahlberg. I studied her expression carefully, remembering once again that she was a merchant. Even though she usually never had to leave her clan, she had controlled the movement of several goods for hundreds of years. I doubted there was really anywhere or anything that White Feather didn't know. Talk about usefulness. And this Cassie is fighting her? I shot a hidden glare at Cassie, who seemed to be paying attention to White Feather, surprisingly. Eisenmark is dominated by 3 powerful Grafschaften and 1 ruling family. I frowned slightly. Just 4 families? White Feather nodded. Yes, because they're the only families with enough money and resources to care about sharing. The rest barely have enough to keep themselves alive in this vicious cold. But these houses, they're powerful colonies of individuals with terrifying and yet amazing strength, and have created the economy of Eisenmark around themselves, simply because they have what it takes to keep people alive. She glanced at me, her gaze stern. Do you know what it would take to raise an army in a climate like this? I shook my head slightly. I can't imagine it. Half of their soldiers, if not all, would die if they don't have enough resources to survive the cold. Exactly. And yet these 3 families, in such extreme conditions, have made Eisenmark one of the Empire's go-to for troops reinforcements. Not to say, their soldiers are overwhelmingly strong. They're nothing like the Church Knights or those naval prefecture soldiers you swept the floor with. Word is that any of them are rarely found around, but the harsh condition of their training has yielded unimaginable results. They're naturally referred to as winter soldiers. Chapter 409. Beware of the villainous. Another reason, though, why Eisenmark is perilous and famed at the same time is because of its peculiarity. I waited patiently, and she carried on after a breath. This nation owns the landmark that connects to the intercontinental sea between Solarium and Forgoria. I tilted my head slightly left and right, thinking if I'd ever heard of the continent. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it immediately. Luckily for me, I didn't need to. The lands of the dwarves and Dragonkins. White Feather looked at Cassie and nodded grimly. At the same time, the realization set in. The dwarves and the descendants of dragons. That has to be some overpowered continent. And its gateway is Eisenmark. White Feather continued with that grim expression. But it's also the continent where the Titanos reside. I frowned slightly, but the gloom of the situation darkened when I saw the intensity of the seriousness on Cassie's face. The Titanos? Titanos was a native interpretation of Old Solarian language, if I wanted to guess with a more common tongue. That meant she had to be talking about giants, the giantkin. The time my thought formed and the word fell from White Feather's lips intercepted ominously. Ah, I see. No wonder even Cassie seems bothered. That definitely seemed bothersome. I laughed the tension away, or at least tried to. So what? It's not like our intention is to go to Forgoria. We are simply here to fetch Bastard Fairywind and get back your daughter. And then we go back home and help you rebuild. I also want to know what Levi has been up to while I'm at it. White Feather gave me this intense look that, even though I wanted to act like everything was fine, I couldn't help but feel something sinister brewing. Don't say it, don't think about it. Although our chances of meeting them are slim, They aren't T0. The proximity alone means something. It'll be our worst nightmare to find out the three families have an army of giants with them. My mouth fell open. If I could, I would have dropped dead right now. I was here cautioning myself, and she went and said it. As if to make things worse, Cassie added, "So what? They're just giants. They have bones and flesh that can be torn and broken. Both the Durancors and the Draconair. Besides, aren't the Titanos known to be a pacifist race? Indeed, but they have suffered catastrophic damages from the Umbral continent, leading them to take the hands of the Solaria Empire in saving themselves." Cassie narrowed her gaze. The threat of Umbral was true. White Feather nodded, and I, in between the two of them, was lost. I looked at Cassie, then turned to White Feather. Can you imagine? These two were trying to kill each other just now. WH, what are you guys even talking about? Where's Umbral continent, and why are they so dangerous? White Feather opened her mouth to speak, but then I remembered something more important. Wait, forget that. We can talk about it later. Right now, I want to know about these families, the ones that control Ismark. Is there a chance that Hammerfell is a part of them? White Feather's expression turned stern, and she nodded. Exactly, Lord Cade. How do you know of this? The Hammerfell family controls the permafrost flatlands, the agricultural heartland of the nation. Although it could barely be referred to as such, however, it is all the nation has to depend on. Along with this, they also control the dense hold network and the amber mining plains. They're the owner of the Great Vault, the largest preservation facility in all of Eardrum. In silence, I digested every single one of her words. If she is saying in the whole of Ealdrum, then ISNT, she practically talking about the world. Oh, they really are the shit. The boy wasn't bluffing. I nodded subtly, thinking about this. At the same time, though, I had to wonder, how did Sulin meet someone like this? Who is she, and why is she escorting him? Perhaps she is also some influential nobleman's daughter? I faced White Feather. Give me a rundown on the rest. There's the Schwartzbeg family that control the west, which are the mountain borderlands and the Forgoria border. They are, in all three families, the most self-sufficient people and are in control of the harshest land. And we have the Grimwald family that control the east, which is here, the forests, and everything beyond all the way to the capital. Although they have been trying to lay hold on the ice roads for a long time, it has been the ruling family's jurisdiction, the Stahlberg. I nodded attentively and thoughtfully. Okay, noted then. White Feather seemed distracted for a moment, then she looked at me. Lord Cade, I must warn you. Oh no. Although, I do not know if she still exists, but Grimwald is ruled by a countess, Countess Ilsa von Grimwald. Please at all cost, do not get involved with her. I returned the look of seriousness. Trust me, I am very much inclined to follow your warnings, and I will. But this warning is why exactly? White Feather sounded quite tense, so I had to know. She looked at me, shifted her eyes to Cassie, and returned to me. She has a summon, a very powerful villainous summon. The rumors are she is a calamity. Brunhild. Cassie's eyes widened the moment the name was mentioned. What? That arrogant fossil. She is alive. Cassie looked intensely furious, pale, scared, excited, all at the same time. And it made me insanely curious who this Brunhild was. I turned to White Feather, wanting to ask more questions, but at the same time, I felt something outside and grimaced. White Feather. I'll be back. I threw one glance at Cassie, who was still grinning at herself. Then letting out a sigh, I vanished and returned to reality. And an axe was flying towards me. Chapter 410. Scapegoats. The whole thing was sudden. As the axe flew towards me, I had barely a second to dodge. And to be honest, I was late. I didn't see myself dodging without losing my ear at the very least. Worse, my left eye could suffer for this heavy mistake. However, in that same breath, a whip lashed out and connected with the axe with brutal force, sending it off course. Sulin shouted from her position. What are you doing spacing out? We're under attack. Startled, exploded to my feet. This was the loudest I've seen her talk, and she was even using a whip. These were all things she had not done in the night auction. Maybe she had not really gone there to fight. Whichever way, that was a food for another day's thought. Right now, I had to understand what was going on around me. We were surrounded. Sulin was holding harder behind her on the other side of the column platform, while I was alone on this side. We were overwhelmed by numbers, surrounded in an arc by no less than 20 men. They stood around us like iron towers, their broad figures casting large shadows on the snow. Immediately, Sulin blocked the one coming for me. Another one was already heading in her direction, and two more had replaced the one that had missed a strike. We truly didn't have the time to even breathe. Sulin broke into a lightning-fast series of movements. As much as her whip lashed outward, her hand followed with an even more vengeful brutality. She drove her palm into the belly of one of the men, very softly, only touching his iron armor. However, a bright glow of red burst out from under his armor, and the man began convulsing, staggering back in an ugly dance. Sulin, without hesitation, followed through with a devastating, arching kick that connected with the man's cheek and slammed him to the ground. His body exploded in a shrapnel of organs and metals, splashing on his comrades. Their faces twisted in horror, and their rage climbed higher. "You bastard! You dare die by the iron will!" They screamed furiously and dashed at Sulin. She was calm and collected, in fact, almost seeming indifferent towards the threat of their rage. Well, I didn't have all the time to focus on Sulin, of course. I had my own head to watch, but after that first mistake, no one else had come close to such a chance again. When leaving my soul sanctum is always my most vulnerable moment, I have to be careful from now on. It was the one moment where my perception of reality was blurred. The barely a second step where I remove myself from the sanctum to come to reality is a moment where my senses are blindfolded. Luckily, it wasn't ever meant to last for even up to a second. I shrugged off another axe that headed in my direction, casting the man a disgusted look. Another attacker followed him through immediately, but I backstepped, watching his crude hammer swing down right in front of my chest. Two more flanked me. They had short swords and plunged them towards me, wanting to lock me in place while the ones I had dodged earlier returned to being a threat. But then I scoffed. First of all, they were painfully slow. They weren't even worth my time. You guys will need to work harder. Is this how you plan to kill an Inquisitor if you truly meet one? My hand shot out to catch the wrist of the guy by my side, holding it inches before the knife made it to my ribs. But a wide smirk bloomed darkly on his face. Something about this whole situation was funny to this bastard, and I sure would figure it out now. "Right behind you, rich boy." I gave him a pitiful look and drew him closer, latching my grip around his neck with a crushing force. His eyes widened and paled at the same time, as he saw chains dancing from my body like divine tendrils. The chains had forcefully plunged into the chests of his subordinates around me. 5 of them. His eyes were trembling with so much fear. The others that had gathered around me paused. They stared at their friends with horrific expressions on their faces. As they staggered back, I raised the body into the air and controlled the chains, letting them tear endlessly into all 5 bodies and ripping them to shreds in a grotesque shower of blood. Still holding the man in my grip, I turned to the others. Then I returned my gaze to him. "Because of you, your friends will suffer a brutal fate today. It's all your fault." He shuddered and cried out, "Please, please, have mercy. We just wanted to have vengeance for the souls of the one we have lost. You bastards have killed us way too much." "Scoundrel, shut up. We shall beg for no mercy from these white-cloaked demons. Worse than heathens themselves." I was silent for a moment, thinking. Then I asked, "You people are from the Iron Cult?" The 4 men before glared and spoke with so much audacity. But beneath it all was simply that desperate act of courage martyrs always put on. "Well, a few of them at least." "Yes, and we the Iron Cult will have your head for what your kind have done to us, even if we have to die doing it." I studied the man and the few others for a couple of seconds. I guess this all stems from the fact that the flames made them think I was an Inquisitor. The guy here in my grip was the same bastard that had been at the bridge earlier. His partners must have died, but it turned out he was just some bandit, but actually someone from the Iron Cult. That explains it. But I never knew the hatred between the two of them was this bloody. I had simply thought the worshippers of the Lord of Conquest were natural enemies of the Radiant Judge worshippers because of their distinction in teachings and practices. But this seemed to go deeper than that. I glanced at Sulin. She had dealt with most of them on her side, and her whip was lashing out again, about to catch someone. In that moment, my voice broke out. Chapter 411. What a misunderstanding. Her hands had flown out before she heard me, and even though she heard her name, she didn't stop until her whip bit deep into the shoulder of her opponent, traveling towards his torso. The other men had lunged to corner her even as she turned, and she had almost moved until I shouted again. Stop, fools. You don't have to die pointlessly. They froze, looking at me, still with twisted, vicious faces. We are not inquisitors of the Eternal Light Church or tied to them in any way. They turned to each other with confusion. Then they focused on the guy with me, a silent question appearing in their eyes. Be but the flames? The one in my hand muttered, his voice breaking. The fact that I have white flames does not mean I'm an inquisitor. Have you even tried thinking about other possibilities? He slammed his but to the ground as I released him from my grip and turned to the others. They also still had wary frowns. How then do you explain that cursed white fire? Don't trust him. Marin, he is lying to get out of this. I laughed a little. Get out of this. Look around. Young man, I just slaughtered 5 of you without even lifting my hand. The so-called flames you're here for Haven Tea even made their debut. And you think that? I scoffed mockingly. You have a very small brain, man. Turning my face to the man that had spoken initially, with orange-colored overflowing hair and beard and gray-blue eyes, I spoke with a harmless tone. I'm only doing this because the Iron Cult had once helped me. I would gain nothing from killing you all over a little misunderstanding. Live to fight another day. But if you don't want that, then we can settle it here and all. They tensed but held their weapons tighter. The man glanced back and stretched his hand outward by the side, giving his guys some kind of signal, and immediately they relaxed but still watching warily. The orange-haired man straightened. He took a look around. Although the darkness coated it all, the body of his men littered the ground, their blood sinking into the white snow. It seems we have trespassed based on misinformation. He paused briefly, sending a painful glare at the cause of all of this, who was on the ground. Immediately, he saw the look on the man's face. His voice rolled out in scattered words. Arena Master. I swear he had flames all over him. The man had a painful look on his face still, but he turned to me and asked in a level tone, his voice thick like ancient wood. I apologize for this miscommunication, but do you care to tell us who you are and why you have the flames of divinity? I stayed in that thoughtful silence for a while, weighing the pros and cons of talking and how much I was willing to say, especially since there was someone here I had to be wary of. I glanced casually at the Hammerfeld boy. He was quite far away with Sulin putting him behind her. I sighed and spoke, deliberately lowering my tone, but enough for the man to hear me. I am the recently infamous heretic of the church, the one that burnt people at the Athamir Plaza. The man narrowed his gaze. I'm not familiar with that story. One of his subordinates came closer and spoke into his ear. His eyes widened by the second. After the subordinate stepped back, the way he looked at me changed slightly. It seems we have common enemies then. He nodded subtly, lowering his head to look at the bodies on the soil. Once again, we're sorry about this. I sighed and waved dismissively. It's all right, but why? Why are members of the Iron Cult here in this harsh region? One that belongs to Solaria nonetheless. The man studied around. We're trying to cross over to Forgoria, but are being heavily hunted by the church. They established a new order. I'm guessing you also have to be part of the reason. The best I can say is, if you come across them, run. Those people are incredibly strong packs of summoners who fight without even using their summons, led by a very, very evil man. His emphasis on very had me slightly disturbed. How evil did one have to be to make someone, an experienced killer like this man, look so pale? I will take your advice into consideration. I paused and studied their numbers, trying not to feel bad that they were down to this thanks to me. Do you perhaps want to travel with us? We might be able to. The man smiled somberly and shook his head. I don't think that is a bad idea. something tells me that may be as good as walking into the hands of our pursuers. His words had me wronged for a moment. But then, I would fault him for that line of thinking. With what they knew about me, it was only reasonable they kept themselves away from me. I was trouble, and they recognized it. Not that I was looking forward to traveling with you to begin with. They lowered their head and formally bowed to me, and to Sulin, apologizing sincerely before leaving. The one beside me scurried away after them like a fowl. After they had retraced their steps and traveled back deep into the darkness and snow fog of the bridge, only then did Sulin relax and turn to me. What happened? Who are they? Looking at their disappearing figure, I explained. They're members of the Iron Cult that had attacked us because my voice slowed down for a moment, noting the Hammerfell boy's focus before I finally said, they thought I was an inquisitor. He raised his gaze intuitively. Are you not? Sulin also watched me, looking forward to my answer. I let out an exasperated breath. No, I'm not. I'm just a heroic summoner, and I happen to control a grand inquisitor from the Church's past. That was all I said and all I was willing to share. However, his eyes exploded with a radiant awe. Wow, that is so awesome. You're a heroic summoner. I've never seen a heroic summoner. Hey, can I see your summon? I immediately turned away from him. No. Chapter 412. The warm house instead of resting, Sula and I spent the next few hours covering up the bodies with snow. It was her idea, even though no one really cared about their bodies. Her words were to at least make them seem presentable, and not miserable even in death. I respected her for such words, given the fact that she always looked unreadable, blank. It was somewhat surprising to realize that she was someone who cared. Afterwards, we continued through the expanse of the bridge with a damn teenager, incessantly insisting he wanted to see my summon. By late morning, we finally reached the end of the bridge, which was a colossal gate of ice that stood at the entrance of a city with pale, high walls. When I got to the gate, I finally, to a large extent, understood why White Feather referred to this as the Ice Roads. What easily looked like the end of the bridge was actually not the end of the bridge, but a juncture. And from this juncture, the frozen bridge extended towards the left and right, while seeming to sink into the ground ahead of us, entering a lake. Surprisingly, the lake was now frozen. There's a reinforced, heavy metallic bridge, constructed over the bridge. It seemed so strong that even a whole carriage could ride over it. It was as wide also, although not as wide as the bridge, but wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. After descending over the lake, we reached a barred gate. The iron bars of the gate had been frozen and were sharp with edges of ice all over. Even the archway of the gate that depicted the city we were entering into was frozen, and I could barely see anything. The men at the gate were covered in thick furs, and I could see glimpses of hard metal armor beneath those furs. With all they wore, they shuddered every few minutes. Identify yourselves. The Hammerfell brat stepped forward and raised a token towards them. Instantly, the guards stiffened up and bowed their heads. Young master, he gestured towards both of us. These two are with me. They nodded, and one of them went back and began to push open the gate. Easy. It felt too easy, but alas, I accepted that it was what having a powerful family could do. I was saved from having to bring out the important identification tag that I had received from Lady Hugh. We plunged into the city, at least what looked to be the city. For one, this place looked quite scanty. It was another howling, raging snowstorm inside, and the buildings were shrouded in heaps of snow. All 3 of us pushed through the wild, cold winds and then managed to make it into an inn. The inside of the inn was light with a warm, amber light that flooded the entire space. Up, hanging down from the ceiling, were chandeliers that encased flames. Both warmth and light were brought seamlessly to the atmosphere, despite all the closed windows. The inn was crowded with people that sat at tables, enjoying their meals with murmurs of conversation. The moment we entered, a thick voice called out to us amidst the busy atmosphere of the inn. "Oh, aye, welcome to the warm house. This is the best place to be with the morning's unforgiving cold. Come over." Behind the counter was a man that looked to be in his 60s. He wore layers of full body suit and had a warm hat that covered his ears and also tied a thick scarf around his neck. While we were simply wrapped in the thick blankets Harder had given us the night before. As we reached his front, he offered us a kind smile. "How long would you be staying? In a single room? Or 3 separate rooms?" He asked as he studied us 3 carefully. "We'll take 2 rooms." Before I could even say anything, the Hammerfell boy jumped in. The waiter gave him a reluctant look and then slowly turned to me, seeking confirmation with his eyes. I sighed. "Give us 2 rooms." The bastard was probably looking to be in one room with Sulin and Simi off to the other room. At least, I'll be alone and can finally be with White Feather. I was looking forward to it. There are different grades. Would you like? Please give us the most expensive, most luxurious room available. The boy cut in yet again. The man gave the same expression, then turned to me for confirmation. "We're the available classes of rooms." He smiled warmly. "There's the common tier room, 50 copper marks per night. Then the Lord tier, that costs 150 copper marks per night. Then we have the noble tier, which costs 500 copper marks. And the king tier, that goes for 100 silver talents per night. I see no reason for you to go for the king tier, though. But if that is what you want, then there's no problem." Freaking expensive, I thought to myself as I considered the prices he gave in my mind. The inns in Athermere, even in Racimera's, weren't this high, of course. There was a high chance for you to get duped in Racimera's, but hey, aside from that, it was all a fun place. As long as you don't have a crazy blood mage running after you at every point, determined to turn you to his zombie. That might have been self-inflicted, but that was not the point here. This place had its own afflictions, and it was quite dire, hence the ruthlessness on the prices. How else would they make their profit? Very few people had to be visiting a place like this. "We will take the Lord tier." Harder swung his gaze at me with a glare, but I did not look at him at all. Instead, I brought out a pouch and counted delicately, then submitted 300 copper marks. "I should thank Lady Hugh when we see." The man swept the coins off the table, bent slightly, and retrieved a bunch of keys, looking at them all before pulling 2 out. He gave us a dashing smile and said, "Follow me." As we left behind us, there were some particular groups of people with a strange and eerie smirk on their faces.